This story tells about a young guy named David, who was very fond of playing computer games. Recently, he spent day and night playing his favorite game and finally managed to complete it. It could be called his personal victory. Other players were shocked that there was someone who conquered this game. This game is called Defense of the Empire. It is considered incredibly difficult. But 10 years after its release, someone was able to successfully complete it. David believes that no matter how difficult the game is, it still exists in order to pass. This guy is a professional streamer. He plays only the hardest games and calls himself a typical nerd. His channel has more than 2 million subscribers who constantly watch him and donate. He was the first guy to pass this incredibly difficult game. During all this time, the audience became very attached to the heroes of the game. Now it is difficult for them to bear the fact that the game is ending. All the characters in the game, except Lucas, died in the final battle, and this hurts the fans. The objective of the final mission was to defeat the final boss, the Princess of the Lake who can't sleep. But after completing this mission, Lucas was left standing in the same position in front of the boss he killed. David looked at it and could not understand why nothing was happening. Despite the fact that Lucas was only a character in the game, he looks a bit upset now. Because of this, David also began to feel sadness, although he should have been happy because of the completion of the game. Some believe that David should receive a prize from the developers, because he was the first who was able to come and play. In any case, the guy is glad he did it. He enjoyed the process and he did it for the fans. For 10 years, the developers have not created a sequel to the game, and there is no connection with them. But soon they heard about David and decided to write to him. When the boys saw what the director of the Empire's defense wrote to him, he was shocked. To begin with, he decided to thank the player, because during all this time it began to seem that no one would finish this game. The director said that looking at such successful players gives him hope. David was able to show his value and strengths. Now the director of the company wants him to help them. The streamer believed that all this was just a joke. He does not believe that the creator of the game was present on his streams. David tried to understand the director's words, but at that moment he began to feel dizzy. He could not understand what was happening and thought that he was losing consciousness due to fatigue. Looks like he has been playing this game for too long. Followers should call for help as they are watching this live. David saw thanks for playing the game Defense of Empires. After that, his condition improved. It seemed to him that he saw the continuation of the game, but everything was not quite like that. When he realized what was happening, he was shocked, because now he has become a character in the game. At first, he did not understand what was happening around him, and where the loud sounds he heard were coming from. Seeing that he was in mortal danger, the boy began to panic. He was not used to such situations, so he immediately fell to the ground and began to pray. The smell of gunpowder did not allow him to breathe calmly. He needs to get out of here immediately. He had already seen all these situations in the last 10 years, but now he became a part of the story. A real war was taking place before his eyes. Soon he saw that the enemy army was approaching him. Everything happened very quickly. There was no time to think, because every second you could be killed. So far, David did not understand anything. It seemed to him that it was just a dream. His emotions can be understood. Seeing this with your own eyes can make you faint from fear. After a few minutes, one of the soldiers saw him and ran to save him. He also called the boy Emperor. This warrior wanted to make sure that everything was fine with the Emperor. It was obvious that he was ready to give his own life for him. At first, David believed that an enemy soldier was approaching him and began to ask him not to kill him. At that moment, the soldier fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness for his aggressive behavior. He began to cry and said that he did not deserve to die and hoped that he would be left alive. David still could not understand anything. It seemed to him that this man had lost his mind. He approached him and asked him to calm down, and because of this, he did not notice the approaching danger at all. In a few seconds, a big explosion rang out. The shockwave threw David several meters back. David was not dead or seriously injured, although he was in quite a bit of pain. While he tried to understand what was happening, the warriors behaved very bravely and did everything to protect their territory. They tried to stop the enemy and prevent him from making a successful attack. Everything seemed very real, especially when someone was dying before David's eyes. Well, it was hard to watch. Fear completely gripped this young lad. He was as if under the influence of hypnosis. It was noticeable that he was not used to such stress. Before his eyes, the arms and legs of the soldiers were torn off. Soon he saw how one of the men was left without a head. He looked at the wall in front of him and could not understand what was hiding behind it. Was it some kind of monster? He turned out to be completely right, because after a few minutes he saw a huge spider in front of him. This big and ugly creature began to approach him. It is unlikely that this spider wants to make friends. David had to close his ears because of the loud explosions around him, but he has to do something because the spider is approaching. Seeing the approach of the monster, the warriors began to actively stop it, but it was almost impossible to do. David was so frightened that now his body completely refused to obey him. Seeing a large number of corpses and blood, the boy was too scared. It seemed to him that he was dreaming, because this cannot be in reality. This situation is too incredible. Maybe it could be hallucinations because David drank too many energy drinks today. Maybe everything will end after the spider kills him. Then he can return to normal life. But of course, there are no guarantees that this is unreality, so it is better for him to start acting and run away immediately. At that moment, there was an incredibly brave warrior who intervened and protected him from the monster. This warrior with blonde hair fought like a real superhero. He acted quickly and very decisively. In just a few seconds, the huge spider was destroyed, and the Emperor was saved. David still could not recover from this shock, so this warrior began to calm him down. Perhaps the Emperor has already realized that he is not seeing this character for the first time. In front of him is the real Lucas, the main character of Empire Defense, a game David has been playing for the past 10 years. Lucas guessed that the Emperor suffered a head injury. Now he will surely have memory problems. But in any case, he is happy that the Emperor calls him by his name. He served him all his life, but he never heard that he was called Lucas. David still could not recover and understand what was happening. He does not believe that the real Lucas is in front of him. Only a few seconds after the start, I finally guessed that I got into the game. Of course, at first these thoughts seemed too incredible to him, but he looked around and realized that this was really the defense of the Empire. He had seen all these pictures during the last 10 years. Every day he played this game for at least 14 hours. Understanding this situation scared the boy even more. He began to tremble like a small child. Now he understands that he is in a difficult position, because this is a game with an incredible level of difficulty. In this game, you can meet real giant monsters that are trying to tear your head off. In addition, there are constant conflicts, local battles, and wars. In this game, you have to constantly kill to stay alive, because endless hordes of monsters are constantly trying to eat you. This game also has an incredible complexity of defense mechanics. Only true professionals have learned this art. In any case, now David must understand why he was inside and how it happened. While he was looking around and trying to figure out what to do next, Lucas turned to him again. He reminded that now they are being attacked by a serious enemy. This is an army of black spiders. Yes, they may lose their forward operating base now, but the spiders will be inactive after sunset. The sun will set below the horizon in about 30 minutes, so there's still a bit to go. While these 30 minutes are not minutes, Lucas asks the Emperor to do everything possible in order to stay alive. David cannot understand why Lucas protects him, and why everyone around him calls him the Emperor. He will have to find an answer to all these questions, but for now it is better to think about his own health. Soon the battle was over. The sun had set below the horizon and the spiders were no longer a threat. There were too many wounded people around, but Lucas and David managed to survive this battle. The Emperor looked upset, probably because he saw the large number of victims of this battle. They were able to hold their territory and protect themselves from the spiders, although they did so at a very high price. David looked at his bodyguard and asked him what the number was and where they were. The glorious warrior replied that today is the last day of February of the 649th year according to the Emperor's calendar. This is a forward operating base. This place is also called the Fortress City. It is located at the intersection of important roads. Tomorrow, the 1st of March, 649, the attack of monsters on the forward operating base. This is a very familiar situation in a familiar place. David has been to this location hundreds of times on the same date when he was training. I realized that his name in this game is Mark. He is also called Born Hater. It was noticeable that he was very unhappy to get this character. Probably he wanted to become someone else. The third prince of the Empire with a sick head, the worst commander, because of which a large number of people died in the Fortress City. And also this is the character who died the worst death according to the plot of the game. David is visibly upset that he was destined to play this particular character. To the personal house of the commander, it is night, and there is a good opportunity to rest and gather strength. It seemed to David that he would lose his mind now. His life had changed so quickly that it was difficult to get used to it. Empire Defense is a classic game with an emphasis on defense. There are many reasons why this game is known for being somewhat incredibly difficult. As in other games, the defense of the Empire has its own levels of difficulty. In addition to the level called Hell, there is an Iron Man level that deliberately saves your progress. Combining both, the difficulty of the game was called Iron Man's Hell, and David is the only one who passed this mode. It seemed that he should not care at what point in the game he gets. He is confident in his abilities, and that he will be able to find a way out. But this training is an exception to all the others, because the training is done in such a way that the player must lose no matter what. Because the story begins after Lucas single-handedly escapes from an invasion of monsters. According to the plot of this game, you can start hunting for an army of black spiders only after a year and a half of training. David can't figure out how he's supposed to defeat hundreds of these monsters in the first place. He tried to calm down and remembered that he had already passed this game, So now it is necessary to gather all his knowledge into a heap, and also remember his experience. This should help him through all these trials, although of course he is still in a difficult situation. I couldn't even believe that these black spiders are at high levels. Besides, there are more than 1,000 of them here. And he also noticed that the walls of the fortress are too weak, and only guns can be used for defense. Now it is already clear that the chances of victory are very small. David must find a way with the highest probability of success. Playing the game with Iron Man mode makes it impossible to save progress and start over. Once you start having problems, it's game over, which is why it's important to plan every move you make several steps ahead. Playing this game for the last 6 months, David realized that there is always a way to survive in any situation. You have to find something with a better chance of survival, at least something you can be sure of. He soon found what he was looking for with the help of system settings, and went outside to find Lucas. It turned out that this glorious warrior is constantly near his house and guards the Emperor. David ordered his closest bodyguard to immediately assemble the squad under his control. Lucas was a bit surprised. The look-alike Emperor meant the guard warriors. David had never summoned them before, but now it didn't matter, because it looked like he had come up with something. The Emperor began to smile and said that he knew a way to defeat the black spiders. Lucas soon complied with his general's request and called the soldiers. Everyone gathered in one place to listen to the Emperor's instructions. When David looked at all of them, he saw familiar faces. They had become close friends for him during all these years of playing. In this room, you could see various warriors, even such beautiful creatures as lilies, know how to brutally kill enemies. A warrior named Ken looks angry. Maybe he is unhappy that he was called to the meeting so late. Damien, on the other hand, looks somewhat mysterious. He tries not to show too much emotion. Of course, they are all familiar to David. He played with these characters for thousands of hours. And also, of course, he had seen events where they died a huge number of times. Most of all, Damien looks upset today. It's even hard to look at him. Although he is quite a brave warrior, tears are visible in his eyes now. Lily knows the reason for his sadness. Today he is like that because he lost a friend in battle. David remembered that Damien was in such a state when David was training. This character had a strange status, and because of this he died first. David could not use his skills, and although he is a character who has the ability to heal others, that is, he has a very important role. The Emperor decided to start by explaining tomorrow's roles for the characters. First he turned to Lily. She is a fire sorcerer, the main attacker of this team, who knows how to constantly attack with powerful spells. He told the girl that she will be their shield, and her main task is to block spider attacks as a tank. Lily was displeased. She is a sorcerer and therefore does not defend herself well, but the Emperor did not listen to her and started talking to Ken. This guy works great with a shield and can keep opponents at a distance. He attracts attention, then takes damage with his body like a tank. The Emperor looked at this guy and ordered him to sneak into the opponent's territory tomorrow and create hell there. Now it's time to talk about the most upset character. Damien knows how to heal others. This is a very important class in the game. But now it doesn't matter, because from this moment on, the Emperor orders him to be the shooter in the squad and shoot at the most important targets. Well, of course, it's time to talk about Lucas. He has to command the soldiers and support the front line. Hearing these instructions from the Emperor, the soldiers were excited and tense, although no one said anything. David asked them to comment on his instructions, and it was at this point that Ken couldn't take it anymore and started screaming. He said that this crap can't be called a plan, and he doesn't believe that the Emperor is really serious about it. Ken believes that the Emperor dragged them into a dangerous situation through a detachment of ordinary soldiers, and still continues to talk all kinds of nonsense. Of course, all this really looks like a delusion, but you have to remember that this is a location that cannot be passed by standard methods. So, to pass this crazy location, you also have to become crazy, and that's exactly what David plans to do. He decided not to back down from his plan and said that Ken had no right to talk like that to the Emperor's son. Seeing the angry look of the Supreme Commander, Ken became visibly nervous. He began to apologize to the Emperor. This is exactly what David expected. He understands that he must be a real boss for the soldiers. When David came up with this plan, he understood that this idea was too risky and crazy. So in order to make these glorious warriors follow his orders, he must do something. If he does not show rigidity and confidence in his own ideas, they will not listen to him. David took out his sword and struck Lila so hard that it seemed that he had completely lost his mind. He looked at the soldiers and said that each of them must fulfill all the tasks that he will set before them. He found himself in the body of a real psychopath, so he decided to adopt his behavior, even though it looks crazy. Now even Ken understood that the prince really lost his mind. He probably doesn't understand how valuable the sorcerer is. It is difficult to go into battle knowing that you are being controlled by such a person, but David is counting on this. After he struck the Lila with his sword, a fire started to form at the place of the injury. The warriors were surprised. Even Demian forgot his sadness and carefully watched these events. David smiled. There is no doubt that this is exactly what he was waiting for. His plan worked. It is not known why the developer added this, but all the starting characters have a hidden technique. The hidden technique is completely opposite to the roles of these warriors. David knows that Lily was wounded with a sword in her childhood. This happened when a horde of goblins attacked her village. After that incident, she received the Fireskin skill. Fireskin allows you to defend against physical attacks by turning your body into fire as long as you have enough mana. The main damager's tank skill is always cool, but there was no way to use this technique in the game. In reality, everything is completely different. David decided to squeeze everything out of this technique in order to win the battle. Of course, he understands that this is a location that cannot be passed, so he must invent something special in order to succeed. Whoever made him fall into this game should now take a closer look because David has decided to go through this game again and then get revenge for this prank. David apologized for his method of evidence. Lily immediately forgave him, but could not understand how he found out about it. The Emperor replied that it did not matter, and then looked mysteriously at Ken. He knows that this legendary warrior was a petty thief as a child, grew up in a poor family, in which there was almost no food and opportunities. It was probably difficult for him to become a knight, but on the other hand, real heroes grow up in such conditions. It doesn't matter how David knows all this about them. The only thing that matters is how to use their skills. This is called the thief method. Now Ken can become invisible at any time he wants to avoid unnecessary attention to himself. He must confirm his technique right now, or the Emperor will have to use force again. The knight was very frightened and asked him to stop, and confirmed that he really knows how to get up invisibly. This is great news, because now it is clear that Ken will be able to easily fulfill tomorrow's order. After that, it's time to talk about Demian. He should also have a hidden technique, because he is the most important person in this plan. The Emperor approached Demian and said that he knew that the boy had incredibly good eyesight. That's why he was able to see the death of his friend so clearly. It was hard for Demian to think about it. His memories of the situation were too fresh. He and his friend were from the same city and also grew up together in an orphanage. In the heat of battle, this noble warrior gave his life to save Demian. Now the warrior is crying and cannot understand why the Emperor brought them here, why he hurts them so much. He wants to understand what goal David is pursuing. Are the cheap lives of soldiers nothing more than a toy for him? He asks David to bring back his best friend. He wants to see and hear him again. There is no doubt that they were really very close. They constantly helped each other throughout their lives. David asked the boy to calm down and admitted that he had the right to blame the Emperor or even to insult him. But David is sure that his friend Van sacrificed his life for Demian, so now you can't sit here and wait for death. He has no right to give up the life that his friend died for just because he risks dying because of a stupid commander. David is sure that Demian should grab any strings and definitely take revenge for his friend. It is necessary to destroy these terrible and cruel spiders, get out of here alive, and show that the act of his friend was not a mistake. Demian really wants to avenge his friend, and also really wants to kill the Emperor, because of his anger. The other soldiers were shocked to hear such words from their comrade. It seemed that such words could be said to a prince. But this is exactly what David wanted to hear. The impression is that everything is going exactly according to his plan. He promises that if they can actually get out of here alive, Demian will be the one to take his life, whenever that happens. Lucas could not believe that he was hearing such words from the Emperor. He tried to intervene in the conversation. But in the event of failure, they are still doomed to death. If this happens, David will allow Demian to take his own life. To confirm his words, he is even ready to swear by the honor of the imperial family. David wants this talented warrior to carry out his orders for at least one day. That should be enough. Sometimes hatred has to be used as a motor. With the help of his experience, David knows when to do it. He does not care that all this hatred is directed against him, because he knows how to direct hatred in the right direction. He is not going to make excuses. It was because of his mistakes that their army was almost completely destroyed. But if the warriors follow his plan for tomorrow, they will be able to drive these spiders from their land. They will have at least a minimal chance of victory, so he asks them to do everything as he says. Tomorrow finally came and his entire squad stood by him. The battle that awaits them will be incredibly difficult. David has no choice but to risk everything in order to taste victory. The other soldiers are worried about their emperor, but David asks them not to be distracted and to do everything they were told. As we know, spiders are active during sunlight, so they decided to attack from early morning. The emperor's plan is quite simple. While the other team members buy time, they have to find the queen who gives orders to the spiders. After that, it remains to make the last maneuver, to blow up her stinking head with this weapon. Having removed the restrictions, they will also strengthen the magic power. Now this weapon must destroy the queen. The only problem is the location of the enemy. It is almost impossible to spot the queen from such a great distance. Human eyes are incapable of such things. David decided to create a map of the area. From the very morning he looks quite confident, which is strange because the guy should know that this mission was impossible to complete in the game. He is confident because he understands that his character's best skill is card making. This Prince of the Emperor, though insane enough, still has his strengths. He is able to see the entire area in the form of a mini-map, although this character's other abilities are quite weak. He hoped to see the location of the boss, but realized that the queen is not here at all. The problem is that the main goal of the mission is the Spider Queen, but she is not visible on the map. The strongest knight of the Empire is already ready to fulfill his mission. Ken has been preparing for this since the morning. Before that, he had received all the stamina elixirs left in this building from the Emperor. Ken must go outside and attract the attention of the spiders, although this mission will be very difficult to cope with. Each of the soldiers of the special unit feels excitement. Lily is constantly trembling from the very beginning of the day. She has too unpleasant a role. In case of penetration of spiders into the territory, she must use the technique of skin from fire and block the entrance. While the girl gathers her strength and prepares for the ordeal, Lucas orders all the soldiers to take their positions. Today, the continuation of the deadly battle awaits them, and every second could be the last of their lives. Of course, when you are led by such a legendary warrior as Lucas, it adds optimism, even despite the considerable strength of the opponent. Lucas told the soldiers that they must hold out for the maximum amount of time and give the Emperor a chance to defeat the Queen. He looked at the Emperor and understood that his expression meant that everything was ready to begin. Lucas probably did not see what happened a little later, because David began to panic when he did not see the Queen on the map. The battle has begun. Everyone is acting according to the plan, so you have to quickly come up with a way to find the Queen. The spiders have felt what hellfire is from the very beginning. The warriors dream of revenge for their friends who died yesterday. Lucas was showing the Emperor that everything was going according to plan, and he was doing his job well. This legendary warrior does not understand that the plan is close to failure due to the fact that the location of the Queen is unknown. You have to keep calm. The goal of the training is not to destroy the boss, so it is not surprising that it is not shown on the map. Most likely the Queen will appear after a full-scale attack. This is quite logical. Spiders have everything to be confident in their own abilities, and not to be afraid of unpredictable situations. David decided to call Demian for help. Let us remind you that this guy has incredible vision. He pointed his finger forward and asked him to understand what was happening there. Demian replied that he sees spiders sitting and doing nothing. It seems that they have a day off. David is sure that the Queen must be among them. Probably they stayed to protect her. Demian looked more closely and saw a monster with the upper part of a man and the lower part of a spider. David immediately began to smile. He is an experienced player, so he knows that this is exactly what the Queen is. He is sure that there is no need to be afraid of this disgusting monster, because soon it will be destroyed due to the impact of a powerful cannon. Charging the cannon with mana is almost complete. Everything is ready to use this infernal weapon. David looked at Demian and asked him to adjust the weapon so that it would hit the Queen. The warrior immediately felt incredible pressure and responsibility for his actions. In such moments, you are always incredibly worried. He is not sure that he will be able to cope with this task because he has never done this before. The Emperor approached him, put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and assured him that he had a chance to miss. David was ready to take all the responsibility on himself. Even if he can't hit the target, it's still okay, so he shouldn't worry. The responsibility always rests with the commander, because soldiers only do what they are ordered to do. All Demian has to do is pull the trigger and remember that he is avenging his friend Van. After hearing this motivational speech, Demian gathered courage and prepared to attack. Now he was no longer thinking about the excitement and potential failure, but only dreamed of revenge for his friend. David hopes that now everything will work out, and they will be able to send these spiders to Satan. A cannonball is formed from mana. If this attack hits the Queen accurately, it should turn into a stake. It was so powerful that Demian thought he would destroy not only the Queen, but half the army as well. Soon there was a big explosion. It can be compared to the explosion of an atomic bomb. Now it remains only to make sure that the target has been hit, and the Black Spider Queen is destroyed. One of the scouts confidently declared that they hit the center of the gathering of monsters, so everything is great. The warriors congratulated Demian for a great shot. If it really helps win the war, then he will become a living legend. Soon he was telling them about how he came to this success. Probably a little later he will write a book about it. All this is done with the help of his vision skill. It appeared due to a god's mistake, an abnormal eye that allows you to always hit the target. In the game, he was a character who could not hold a weapon in his hands. But today everyone saw his power. At first it seemed that the victory was already in the pocket, but a little later, it became clear that this was not the case at all. In theory, after the death of the Queen, the spiders should have started to flee, but they continued to move forward anyway. Seeing this, the soldiers began to panic. Of course they understand that this is not at all according to plan. David decided to see for himself and try to guess what was happening. Soon he saw a large echelon of spiders going straight to the city fortress. Taking a closer look, he realized that the Queen of Spiders is still alive and leading her army to victory. So it turned out that they did not kill the Queen, which means that the plan has failed so far. David must think very quickly and clearly and find a way to achieve the goal at any cost. He looked at the spiders and tried to understand where they were going and what their plan was. Now the lives of all the people around him depend on his actions. An incredible responsibility rests on his shoulders. Looking more closely, it became noticeable that the spiders were approaching the artillery unit. The Queen must have sent out her orders very quickly, no wonder, because this spider is really at a high level. We almost forgot that Ken is performing a very important mission, by order of the Emperor. Now this knight is starting to have serious problems because he has only one, the last elixir left. He began to panic and did not understand what to do. Maybe now is the time to run away very quickly. He was scared and tried to find the right solution. It's hard to be surrounded by spiders even when you are a strong knight. At that moment he saw a strange glow and tried to understand what was happening. He still could not see anything, but he hoped that everything was going according to the Emperor's plan. It turned out that it was the second explosion with the help of a cannon that shoots mana. Although the target was hit, it had no effect as the spiders continued to move forward. This means that the Queen is still alive. It is hard to believe that she is not killed by the shots of such a powerful weapon. Even the cannon is not strong enough to defeat this monster, so you have to invent something else. From the very beginning, the Queen of the Black Spiders should have died from 1, maximum 2, shots. As a result, she's not that strong against battle-level monsters, but David doesn't have any information about her. Maybe she has special skills that allow you to destroy others, or improved characteristics. If it cannot be destroyed, then it is not clear how exactly to act in such a situation. The cannon cannot fire all day without stopping. The mana level must be maintained at a stable level. In total, they can fire 5 times, that is, there are still 3 charges left. Hearing this, David realized that he had serious problems, only 3 shots to achieve success. He has no other choice but to destroy her in these 3 opportunities, but for this he must be very precise. In addition, he began to understand that Damien's extraordinary eyes had some side effects. The situation is really getting out of his control. At night he thought he had planned the perfect plan, but now it turns out that it is not so at all. The only thing that saves him is that the walls of the fortress cope well with their task. Soon they noticed that the fighter was already near their fortress. That's what they call a large spider trying to break inside. At the time David played this game, such a spider did not exist, so this is some kind of innovation. He ordered all the soldiers to point their weapons at the fighter in order to prevent it from entering inside. Hundreds of shots could be heard every second. All the soldiers tried to fulfill the Emperor's order. Although they were shot and reached the target, the fighter continued to move forward. Over time, it became apparent that it is almost impossible to stop it, so a meeting with this monster is inevitable. The walls of the huge fortress could not withstand this blow. This spider turned out to be too big. He sacrificed his health in order to launch an army of spiders inside, and he succeeded. Now the situation is out of control. There is very little time left to make the right decisions. Chief Warrior Lucas was not confused and ordered the soldiers to raise their weapons and go down to the first floor. The Emperor also tried to encourage the others and asked them to gather their strength and keep shooting at the Queen. He explained that there is a large army below that is protecting them and trying to give them extra time, so they have no right to betray them. Before these monsters get to the artillery squad, you have to destroy this Queen. With the last of his strength, Damien continued to find the target with his gaze and attack it. Each time the warriors confirmed hitting the Spider Queen, but she continued to live. David ordered the cannon to be reloaded immediately for the next shot. He made the soldiers work as fast as possible. Speed is needed because the army from below cannot hold on forever, even taking into account that Lucas is fighting for them. Today, this warrior confirms his legendary status. His attacks are almost unstoppable. He acts like a true hero and orders his men to protect the artillery, and also not to forget to protect the Imperial Prince. No matter how skilled a commander he is, but the number of enemies is too large, compared to the army of people. Not everyone has the same training as Lucas, so a large number of losses is almost guaranteed. The ground on the territory of the fortress was covered with blood. The worst thing is that this blood belongs to people. The number of victims continued to increase every minute, and David still did not know what to do. When he played this game in his room, he never guessed that all these people were real. Death is not just a number accompanied by incredible screams and terrible smells. If everything continues like this, then they will not have time to kill the Queen, because soon the spiders will crawl towards them. David tried to understand what exactly he should do. He must immediately find a way out of this situation. But time passes, and this method does not come to him. Such moments an unprepared player can start to panic. He was very lucky to have by his side very brave soldiers who are ready to give their lives for the sake of others. He heard that some madman started calling monsters to him. Is this self-sacrifice? Looking more closely, the Emperor saw a Ken. This knight knocked out the last bottle of elixir and prepared for battle. He told the monsters that he is the strongest knight of this empire and is ready to show them his true strength. This was really enough for the spiders to turn their attention to him and forget about the others. The main purpose of this insane plan is to distract the enemy from the fortress. Any distraction is needed to give the Emperor extra time, so Ken is doing the right thing. He remembers his stealth skills and hopes that they will save his life. After activating the thief's survival technique, he becomes almost invisible. This plan really looks very good, but after looking at Ken's system parameters, the Emperor saw that he had no health. Only an experienced player knows that you always need to have a reserve of health to use the technique. In the last seconds of his life, Ken thought that he should not have trusted the Emperor, but now it was too late to draw conclusions. Although he gave extra minutes of life to the fortress, he paid too high a price for it. Thus the prince lost one of the most valuable warriors in his army. Although the knight was far away, his screams before death could be heard very clearly as the spiders tore pieces from his body. This is what the wrong commands of the commander lead to. They cost the precious lives of other people. All these people have their own stories. They all have relatives and loved ones whom they protect. The sacrifice of this glorious warrior forced other soldiers to believe in themselves and launch a large-scale counteroffensive. They all lose their lives because of the Emperor's order, even though his plan doesn't work at all. At first, David thought that it was all his fault, but then he realized that it was he who was killing them now. Playing this game, he used the knights as decoys whenever necessary. This infernal game was designed in such a way that in order to get the desired result, it was necessary to sacrifice others. David was always happy to sacrifice others, and never doubted any act he did. But only now he understood the meaning of all this, understood that any death is accompanied by pain that tears the soul. He ordered the monsters to stop immediately, but instead only attracted their attention. These vile, hideous creatures never stop. Ordinary screams only encourage them. They got out of hell, so they understand only the language of power. It is in this language that you have to talk to them. Lucas understands this better than others. Don't forget that with the help of this player, David passed the game. This information is already enough to understand that Lucas can be the key to victory. Lucas easily destroyed these monsters and showed the Emperor that it was possible. The only option to make them stop is a show of force and total destruction of the spiders. If this is not done, all the people in this territory will die today, and this cannot be allowed. The cannon was loaded for the fourth shot, but it turned out that there were problems with the Demian. Now it becomes clear what is the problem with his skill. He cannot use it without rest. Although blood flowed from his eyes instead of tears, this desperate boy still agreed to shoot again. He tried to focus and hit the target. Maybe this time it would work. The Queen of Spiders began to scream when she saw that a powerful supply of mana was approaching her. The explosion was really impressive. It turned out that it hit her clearly in the head. But later everyone realized that even such a powerful and well-aimed explosion was not enough to destroy this hellish creature. At such moments, faith in success is lost. It is difficult to maintain the fighting spirit of the army when the plan does not work. Their attacks are accurate, but not enough to destroy the queen. One of the soldiers said that if they fired again, the cannon might explode, so they had to admit defeat and surrender. These words could have angered the Emperor, but he did not answer. Was this really the end? The cannon is on the verge of destruction, and the defense line of the fortress is completely broken. If you pay attention to Demian, who is responsible for the accuracy of the shot, it is immediately clear that he can no longer open his eyes. It really does look like the end, but it's hard to believe that they don't have any hope left. However, after a few seconds, this hope appeared, because one of the soldiers noticed something interesting. Looking more closely, he noticed that after the last explosion, the Spider Queen had lost her skin. This scout deserves especially warm words to his address. Even in such a situation, he remained faithful to his role until the end. If you shoot the queen again, you can destroy her, but there is one problem. The scout did not pay attention to the fact that something similar to a concentrated explosion of poison was approaching them, so fast that even Lucas did not have time to react and save the Emperor. This explosion was really very strong. Some died immediately, but David remained between life and death. Everything around was immediately destroyed. Not only the cannon, but also the hope of victory. David felt dizzy in his head and could not regain consciousness. Only distantly he could hear the sounds of Lucas. He tried to concentrate and get up, but this explosion took a lot of health from him. Only after some time he finally opened his eyes and realized that Lucas still managed to save his life. Strangely enough, even in a situation where this warrior almost died due to injuries, he still worries about the Emperor's health. David got up very quickly and said that his condition is normal, and now we need to think about the condition of Lucas. Analyzing his body, The Emperor quickly saw that Lucas had lost a large amount of blood. This warrior did not complain or cry. He remained courageous and decided to remember the events of 20 years ago. It is obvious that David cannot remember this. He is a player who took someone else's body, so he has no memories of the Emperor and Lucas. Lucas decided to remember the Emperor's words when he appointed him as his personal bodyguard. Then the prince said that even if he could not become Emperor, he would become the coolest person in the world. Likewise, his personal bodyguard should strive to become the best. Although these words were input when they were only children, they had a great impact on Lucas. He has not forgotten these words even to this day. Lucas looked at the prince and said that he trusted him incredibly. Even now he trusted him more than ever before. After that, his body could not withstand the strain, and he fell to the ground in his own blood. David looked at him and hoped that this was only a temporary loss of consciousness. Lucas has to live on. He's the main character and savior of this world, so he can't die in a place like this. The Emperor must put an end to all this. Now they must be under the artillery unit. It is not known how long he was unconscious, but it is noticeable that other soldiers of the artillery are nearby. Taking a closer look, he noticed that they escaped fatal injuries, but the cannon was seriously damaged. This whole situation seems a bit strange. Why were they all able to escape? And where are the spiders? David was trying to find answers to these questions until suddenly he heard Lily calling him. It turned out that it was this determined girl who held back all these monsters, so this is not the end. She hopes that their victory is still possible, although it is unlikely that she will be able to see this victory with her own eyes. David tried to approach her and help, but she asked him to stop and assured her that she could block the entrance for now. Of course, this cannot last forever. Soon the monsters will surround the fortress and break through the walls. Now they have too little time, so she asks the Emperor to hurry. He's responsible for her and everyone else, so he can't just let them all die like that. This speech really affected him. He realized that he should act like a real man and not pay attention to injuries. David ordered the soldiers to immediately repair the cannon and load it with the last gun. The military reminded him that if this cannon was fired again, it would explode, because its limit had already been exhausted. David replied that if this is not done, they will still die from the paws of these nasty spiders. They have to take risks, because only by taking risks can you get everything. You have to do it even if you have to burn alive. Soon the cannon was fixed, but the problem is that nothing can be seen from here, so they can't see the Spider Queen. The gun mount is lost, so you have to hold it with your own hands. If you don't have teeth, you have to chew food with your gums. David replied that there is no need to aim, Damien just needs to shoot. There is no exact description of exactly how Damien's aiming technique works, but as long as he shoots, he will always hit the target. All they have left is to believe in success, so he approached the boy and asked him to shoot one last time. Damien's eyesight is very poor. He can hardly even make out the Emperor's face, although he is standing a few meters away. David asked him to gather strength for the last shot. Damien replied that he did not see the point in this. He believes that no matter what they do, the result will not change. They cannot defeat this enemy. David tried to assure the boy that if they hit again, the monster would die. Damien had been implying something else all along. Even if he pulls the trigger one more time and the queen actually dies, nothing will change. Half of his closest friends are already dead. Even if you destroy all the enemies, you still can't get your friends back. If he didn't work hard, if he didn't try, this world continues to take away the people closest to him. Now he has completely lost his faith. He doesn't want to fight anymore, and he doesn't want to live in this world anymore. He wants to end it all. Calm and motivational talks don't help much in such a case, so David started yelling at this guy. Does he think that this world is really too cruel? Does he think that if he defeats the monsters, life will continue to be hell? He grabbed him by the cloak and said that this is absolutely true, but it is necessary to emphasize other nuances. If there are levels of difficulty in this world, it's incredibly hellish, especially in Iron Man mode, where you can't save progress. He does not recognize that this place is absurdly unfair. You will never be here and nothing will be according to your wishes. Life is really very cruel. We live surrounded by a landscape that devastates the soul. But does he want to give up? Does he want to lie in wait for his own death? Is this a worthy behavior? David is sure that they should continue to fight until they die, which is exactly what he wants to do. The prince will fight and come up with new strategies until the very end. He doesn't care how unfair this world is. If Damien really decided to end the fight, he should take this sword and cut his own throat right now. If he really has the courage to do it, no one will stop him. But if he wants to choose a different path and continue the fight for good, he must help destroy this hellish monster. He can no longer look back at his dead friends. The only one he needs now to continue is David as a commander. Damien is now the most important chess piece. You can even say that he is the key to victory. The Emperor needs to get his hands on this key. Now he has even unlocked a new ability, the Irrepressible Commander. He gave his warrior an order and said that Damien must stand up and fight for his friends and destroy this monstrous face of a monster. After such a motivational speech, he had no choice but to carry out this order. They began to prepare to use the cannon one last time, but it is necessary to cool this weapon. In order to shoot, you have to hold it in your own hands, but now it is very hot. David said he didn't care. He'd rather burn alive than go to hell and burn there. Damien said that he can hardly see anything, and he can't feel his hands at all. David smiled and said that it was normal. He would still hit the target. The cannon turned out to be incredibly hot. Holding it in one's own hands was even worse than looking at the new Captain America. In any case, David had no other choice. It is better to lose his hands than to die from the spider's claws. The warriors understood that they must help the prince, otherwise they will not respect themselves. This scene can truly be considered legendary. These men are in incredible pain but keep going forward. They should have prepared their weapons for firing, but they saw that a fighter was approaching to meet them. It was decided to shoot right now. They have no more time to wait. Now we will see the outcome of this incredible story. Maybe it will bring tears to someone's eyes. From this last shot, the cannon did not crack. It was really something very large scale. Although Damien saw almost nothing, his technique should work. After the explosion, everyone fell to the ground and remained completely without strength. They are now almost completely surrounded by spiders. In a few seconds, they will be eaten like crab sticks, unless, of course, Damien hit the target directly. From the very beginning, this mission was almost impossible. It was necessary to shoot at the enemy, which cannot even be seen from the bottom of the destroyed front. It seemed that there was absolutely no chance of success, but it turns out that there are always chances. The weapon flew straight towards the Spider Queen, ignoring the height and long distance. This shot also ignored hundreds of thousands of other monsters as it approached its special target. As if following a chosen path, he flew towards the queen, who was screaming in fear and anger. Surprisingly, this shot hit her head exactly. Without the slightest deviation, it was enough to tear her head like a watermelon. David remembered completing this mission when he first started being a streamer. Then he could not explain how he passed this task. His audience asked him how exactly he did it, but now the boy cannot remember what he answered then. When he opened his eyes, he immediately felt incredible pain, so he tried to get up. At that moment, he heard that he was advised to calm down and spend more time on rest. It turned out that Damien was able to improve his condition with the help of magic, but the burns are still very strong, so it takes more time to recover. It turned out that this was what Lily was saying. David slept for 3 days. She had already begun to think that he would never wake up, given the recent events. He gave up a lot of health to finally defeat the army of spiders, and it looks like he succeeded. The girl said that thanks to the command of the Emperor, after the last shot, the Spider Queen finally died. Without it, the spiders froze in place and did not move, so the fortress stood and the people won. Now it's time to clear the debris, help the wounded, and of course bury the dead. Also, no one forgot to burn the bodies of the spiders. Now these guys never woke up. With the cleaning of the territories, everything was quite clear. It turned out that David received severe burns on his hands, shoulders, and neck. Lily said that after he recovers and returns home, he better go to church. Of course, even after full recovery, some scars will remain, but this is a much more modest price than life. Now it's time to talk about Lily. She had incredible injuries, but she somehow survived. When she ran out of mana, the spider injured her back, but when the queen died, no one attacked her again. Probably due to nerve damage in her back, her lower body will no longer be able to move. David did not even know what to answer to this. It seems as if he froze on the spot from shock. Lily asked him not to worry and said that she was very glad to be alive. Among the survivors, there are 5 gunners: Lucas, Damien, Lily, and David, that's all. So, in total, only 9 people remained, although at the time of the beginning of the last battle there were several hundred of them. It was very difficult for David to look at this girl who will never be able to walk. Maybe there was another way. He also remembered Ken's death, at which point he began to think even more that there was another tactic that he hadn't noticed. He is sure that there should have been a way to save at least one more person, because everyone's life is extremely valuable. Lily took his hand and explained that in this situation it was impossible to save everyone, so he did everything he could. Of course he brought the soldiers here. Let it be the Emperor Mark and not the real David, but he alone is responsible for the soldiers. No one could have thought that these monsters would move in droves after a few decades. That's why no one stopped the military company. That is why Lily asks him not to take these events to heart, and to understand that it is not all his fault. At that moment, their conversation was stopped by a loud cry. Lucas came to see his emperor. All this time, he was very worried because he thought that the emperor might die. Fortunately, everything turned out well. He hopes that no part of the emperor's body feels strange, or he will immediately summon Damien. After that, David began to ask him questions. Did he also not escape serious injuries? It turned out that the main strength of Lucas is to be very cool, and he succeeds in this perfectly. Now the knight finished compiling the list of people who died during the battle. He also reported that not all bodies could be found. David found out that the corpses of the dead soldiers are on the northern mountain of the advanced operational base. As soon as he heard about it, he immediately decided to get dressed and go see, although of course Lily and Lucas tried to stop him. The Emperor explained that all these people died under his leadership, so he must personally look after them. The weather outside was warm and sunny, which added to the good mood of the military. The Emperor was unable to move on his own, so Lucas expressed a desire to carry him on his back. It turned out that this knight is very comfortable on his back, much better than on a horse. Soon they saw Damien. This guy is also here and he seems to be fine. He was glad to see that the future emperor was finally awake and feeling well too. He said that his eyes are in good condition. Since yesterday, his vision began to return step by step. Now he can see normally again and is very happy about it. David had already learned that Damien helped heal the wounded in battle, walked around and used magic, although he saw almost nothing that day. This guy turned out to be much smarter and stronger than he expected, but now he has to face the harsh realities of life again. The Emperor explained that the strategy was successful only thanks to Damien. He thanks him for his help. If he wants, he can get such a sum of money from the Emperor that he will have enough for the rest of his life. David can also make it so that Damien will never fight again. The boy is a mercenary, so he can do as he wants. But Damien has a completely different desire. He wants to know the origin of these monsters, who created them, when and why. He wants to understand this to ease his pain after losing his best friend named Van. That is why he wants to continue to follow the Emperor and be close to him to find answers to all these questions. It was nice to hear not only David but also Lucas, who was nearby all this time, and listen to their conversation. The Emperor replied that there is no problem in this. From this moment, Damien can continue to move with him. The time has come to honor the memory of those who died during the battle. Now David is sure that there was no better way, as well as the best strategy. There is nothing more stupid than regretting the past and trying to offer alternatives. The Emperor chose a tactic and followed it to the end. He got the result, he paid a heavy price for it, and he must take responsibility for it. This responsibility will need to be shouldered in order to move forward. He ordered to take away the bodies of the dead and transfer them to another place, which is called the Crossing. Every year, human losses reach a large number of thousands of people, this world where burial is more expensive than life. On the West Field, he wants to build a large cemetery. During the game, he built a memorial object there. He said that the last day of February every year will be designated as a day to honor the memory of these heroes. But not just for them. It's a day for all the characters he's killed without a doubt hundreds of times through the game. It can be said that this is his kind of retribution, respect, and recognition of his past mistakes. David turned to Lucas and said that he would never fail again like he did before. He can no longer look at these bodies of people who gave their lives to fulfill his order. Now it's time to go back to their main base, and of course draw conclusions from all this. All of them should analyze their past mistakes in order to act much more coherently and productively in the future. The system notified that the location was cleared. Now David can check the available rewards. After they left their operational base, they have been moving north for 3 days, to a base called the Intersection. It is quite difficult for David to endure this long journey. He is too bored. During the game, this period could easily be skipped. Lucas said that soon they would be there and asked to wait a little longer. The system notified that the player must choose the class of his character. That is, an important decision must be made. After completing the training, he received the 5th level. It is at the 5th level that the player can choose his class. His starting numbers are too weak. David has problems with stamina, as well as with other key characteristics. The most interesting thing is that even despite the increase in these characteristics, he can choose any class that is available in the game. He saw that there is a special class that is difficult to assign to any category. It is also called a hidden class. He also remembered the skill he got earlier, the Unstoppable Commander. Maybe that's the one you should choose. This technique makes it possible not to give up under any circumstances, and also gives protection from mental attacks to all allies within a radius of 10 meters. But it may not be very useful in the early game. It is risky to choose a class about which there is no information. Soon, Lucas announced that they were approaching the crossing finally. This big main base is really nice looking. If they fought inside its walls, it would be harder for the spiders to get inside. They call the fortress built in the southern part of the country. It was built to stop the monsters that constantly crawled out of the Black Lake. At one time, this fortress was the largest and most important in the Empire. But times change. The constant attacks of monsters in this area ended, so the army had to be redirected to another place. Due to the lack of an army, mercenaries, veterans who are preparing to retire, or newcomers without experience were hired to protect this fortress. For the mercenaries, neither their nationality nor their qualifications played a role. The Empire simply needed human shields to support this front line. It turns out that life itself has lost its value, which is why restaurants, hotels, and banks began to appear here. 10 years later, this fortress turned into a full-fledged city, and after that people stopped calling it a fortress altogether. Now this city is called a crossroads. It really impresses with its architecture and beauty. There was also another name that sounded like a mockery of mercenaries flying to their deaths, blinded by money like butterflies. For them, the city was called Suicide Street, or the City of Death. Looking through the computer screen, it seemed that this city was much smaller than it actually was. In any case, now David must understand that this is a city for which he will be responsible. Approaching the streets of the city, he felt how the air became much heavier. These disgruntled people can be understood, their newly appointed commander and lord barely making it back alive after losing his warriors. But David felt that something like this could happen, so he prepared something for them. Approaching the imperial chariot, the people saw something that looked like magic crystals. David deliberately made it visible. More than 400 black spider crystals, incredible jewels that have no price. Since the spiders were high-level monsters, these crystals were of very high quality, so it was clear that they were very precious. These stones are so expensive that for a while you can completely forget about money. David believes that he should get a reward for completing a difficult mission, but he also needs to remember to cooperate with the citizens. Now their trust in the Lord is almost at 0 level, but he is not a fool and knows how to increase this trust. Money is always ready to make a person forget about the past, and it is with the help of money that David plans to improve relations with citizens. Using the most effective way, he will buy their hearts literally. Soon their journey was over. Lucas greeted the Lord on his arrival home. The house of the future emperor really impresses with its size and architectural solutions. Seeing this, it was hard to contain his surprise, because David did not expect to live here. Of course, it cannot be compared with the house in which he lived in real life. At that moment, the door of the house opened and a strange guy began to approach him very quickly. He started shouting and thanking the Lord that the Lord was still alive and well. This boy couldn't figure out what to call him David. That's why the emperor allowed him to call him whatever he wanted. This servant was very worried that he would be left without his boss. Because of this, he was constantly nervous and ate almost nothing. This stupid guy, around whom you can smell the smell of a traitor, is called Ader. In the game, he is an NPC who controls the city. All the administrative tasks of the city are his problem. From the construction of facilities to the maintenance of systems, David must manage the city together with him. Ader brought David to the house and told him that he had already taken a hot bath and prepared dinner. Now the Lord can rest as much as he wants. He must recover his strength after a hard battle. David asked Lucas to check that all the soldiers rested, and also reminded that Lucas should not forget about relaxation. Of course, Lucas wanted to continue guarding his emperor, but David assured that it was not necessary now. All these duties can be continued tomorrow. Instead of a smile on his face, Lucas was visibly upset. Ader constantly hinted at a relaxing hot bath. He was sure that all the fatigue would go away immediately, and it would also help to get rid of the smell of blood after the battle. David hasn't taken a bath in a long time. This trip has been really rough, so today he's going to relax 100%. He thanked Ader for his help and said that he can also rest today. Ader smiled and said in a low voice that it was incredible, and called David a typical jerk. Does this NPC know the real name of David? Such a plot twist was hard to predict. After these words, Ader closed the door of the room. He knows that David has been trained in a way that goes beyond imagination. David could not believe that he really heard these words about a typical jerk. It made the main character angry. Ader, on the contrary, looked happy. He thinks that there is no point in hiding the obvious, because he is the director of the defense of the Empire. At this moment, David could not wait any longer. He got so angry that he immediately hit this guy. David's emotions can be understood. It is the director of this game who dragged him into this, and he craves revenge. Ader immediately began to tremble with fear, calmed David down, and asked him not to fight anymore. He explained that he was very sorry that he had to drag David into this game. He tried to explain that this world needs David, but no one listened to him. After David beat up the game director badly, it was time to finally talk. So this is the director of this world who wrote the boy a message a few days ago. Ader tried to explain his actions. He said that in this world there is a true ending to the game, and it cannot be changed. No one has reached this moment of the game. Probably even David could not do it, although he thought that he passed the game. The director said that he had updated this world many times to achieve this final mission, but still couldn't do it. In simple words, in despair, he decided to ask another person for help. For this, he changed the form of this world to a game world and presented it to players from another world. They were able to advance in this matter much more than he expected, but no one achieved final success. It was strange for David to hear all these stories. He had never heard of the real endgame that the director was talking about. Ader explained that David did not reach this level, but instead was able to achieve what no one else could. David is the only one who went through the hellish difficulty with the Iron Man mode. This caused the director incredible respect. After that, the Ader thought that only this player could reach the real final, and that's why he called him for help. David became even more angry. He got into the body of a bad character, and also almost died in a task that is impossible to pass. Ader assured that all this turned out to be just a system error. He also did not expect this. He asked David to calm down and let him tell him about the reward the boy could receive. If he brings this world to a real end, then the Ader is ready to fulfill his wish. In theory, he is equal to a deity in this world, so he can complete any task before bringing David back to Earth. David asked to give him 10 billion. Ader laughed and said that he can give 100 billion, and that's not all. Our main character still cannot calm down. It seems as if he is talking to a real fraudster, although it must be admitted that in any case he is interested, and is now thinking about his potential desires. It seems that Ader knows that David has a dream, which he gave up, thinking that he would not be able to realize it. It was at this moment that David really understood that he was talking to a deity in this world, because Ader knows much more about him than could be expected. He knows what this guy has been regretting for a long time, and that he has been living with these emotions in his heart for a long time. Although David said that his dream is over, as long as it lives in his heart, he cannot give it up. All this is strange. If the director of the game has enough strength to realize cherished wishes, why he himself cannot reach the true end of the game. Ader explained that in this world his abilities are very limited. Here he is just an ordinary person. That is why he needs someone who would act on his behalf and be able to reach the end. On this day, Ader told a lot. If David dies in this world, he will never be able to return to Earth. You can say that this game is like a lottery. There is no saving here. David should know this because he has already played this game. So it is, this world has always been like that. Looking out for your comfort but cruel when it comes to death. If David really wants to return to Earth right now, the game director is ready to arrange everything. Actually, following his plan, he should have asked the boy as soon as he got here, but there was an error in the system. Now David must finally decide if he can help the director reach the true endgame and get the chance to make his dream come true. Or right now to return to normal life in your world, and not feel the risk. Mr. Typical Jerk must make a decision that will greatly affect his future fate. Choose either a comfortable and peaceful life, or a real risk that will change it forever. David was ready to return home right now, but the opportunity to fulfill his dream does not allow him to do so. In addition, he is quite confident in his own abilities, because he has played this game before and knows almost everything about it. Understanding this gives him the confidence that he can do it again, and then finally get the coveted prize. After a short pause, David finally answered that he agreed to stay here and try to play the game to the end. He is going to get to the real end of the game, so he is counting on mutual help, and of course the prize, after the end. Ader was incredibly happy. He started jumping and thanking David for agreeing to help. After that, David approached him and said that Ader must sell all the magic crystals before morning. This is a common item, so the game director should know exactly where to sell them. David doesn't care when the director does it, at night or early in the morning, but when David wakes up, it has to be done. 400 black spider magic crystals can fetch a huge amount, even if you sell them at average prices. The next day, the director completed his task, and David went to the mercenary guild early in the morning. Today, he has a lot of money in his hands, and he knows what to do with it. This boy's self-confidence gives him hope for success, but there is too little hope in this world. David took with him his bodyguard Lucas, as well as the soldiers who guard the gold. Lucas said he wanted to go in first to make sure it was safe inside. He opened the door with his feet and realized that there were a large number of different people around. Mercenaries are very aggressive, especially if they have had a lot of beer since the morning. They began to shout at the unexpected guests, but David immediately told them to shut up, otherwise he would cut off their heads. He said that he was their future boss, so they all better be careful when talking to him. Soon the mercenaries guessed that the Lord was talking to them. They had already heard that he had almost completely lost his army a few days ago. Of course, they also know that he destroyed the spider army. Rumors spread very quickly in this city. The Mercenary Guild is a place where you can knock out new characters. Of course, their potential depends on the rank. David looked around and tried to understand if there was anyone really worth paying attention to. He saw an adult woman without one eye. She congratulated him and said that she was glad to see the Lord in the Continental Crossing Mercenary Guild. Seeing her rank, David was shocked. It was a pleasant surprise because he was looking for something similar. Soon they met. This woman's name is Jupiter. She is a sorcerer of light rank SR. It is hard to even believe that she is in her mercenaries. Looking more closely, he realized that he had never seen a similar shape. He became curious to which country Jupiter belonged. She said that she fought for the Everblack Empire. Probably the Lord did not recognize her, because this model was created several decades ago. It turns out that earlier she already served in the Empire, defended the borders for 30 years, and was even the captain of the second squad of sorcerers. After retirement, she earns a living as a mercenary, and even after retirement, she still remains in perfect shape. David said that he came here to find someone useful for his business. Jupiter is sure that he is not here to find a bait that will die in his place. The Lord's personal bodyguard didn't like these words very much. He was already preparing to get the sword, but David stopped him. Rumors of a battle with spiders have already spread everywhere, so it's not a secret at all. Everyone already knows that the young lord paid dearly for his incompetence. Let the mercenaries get paid for the battles, but they are not stupid enough to dig their own graves. None of them want to entrust their lives to a naive newcomer, because everyone's life is too precious. David understands this perfectly, but aren't they here to sell their lives in the end? Didn't they end up in this place because there is no other way to make money? For him, all these words sound somewhat strange, because mercenaries have become famous precisely because they risk their own lives for money. The career of this Iron Lady is very impressive, but she was still fired for the secret robbery of military money, and David knows it. This can also be called digging a grave with your own hands. Probably she could not think that David knew about her past. She was engaged in everything from corruption to smuggling of goods until she was caught and kicked out of her job in disgrace. But still she continues to proudly wear a military uniform, although it looks strange to say the least. This is the embodiment of corruption, a soldier who sold himself for money and rotted through, a veteran discharged in disgrace. She is a fighter with incredible abilities, a hero who is more like a pirate than a warrior, and all these words about one woman, the sorceress of the light of Jupiter. After listening to him, Jupiter replied that even considering that her career ended on a bad note, she was still proud to be a soldier of the Empire. He looked carefully at this woman and asked how much money she was willing to sell her pride for. He is trying to understand how much money he can make a hunting dog out of her. In response, Jupiter smiled and said that despite how she looks, she is quite expensive and will work for only 100,000. This woman was very surprised when David immediately doubled this amount to 200,000. This is a very high price for a mercenary, but he is the principal of the Empire and the lord of this city. Moreover, he had just sold 400 magic crystals, which was a lot of money. No, he's not completely out of his mind. It's just an opportunity to buy a professional killer, and he's willing to pay any price for it. He's willing to buy her fear of death, and immediately pay her double the original bid. He also appealed to all the cowards who are afraid to sell their lives. David said that they can go home to their mothers. But if they are real mercenaries who want to make big money, they should come tonight to the empty field west of the crossing. The next place where the Lord went was the church. It is a large and beautiful building in the middle of the city. Such a church is the decoration of this city. It can even be called a pearl because of its beauty. In the church, he was helped by a hidden heroine of rank P. She is the best healer of the city, Saint Margarita. He would be able to recruit her later by fulfilling some conditions, but that was not what he came here for today. He took out a bag of money with him and reminded her of what he had asked her for earlier. Saint Margarita replied that she remembered his request and brought here today everyone who is free at the moment. Demian was noticeable among these people. He looked happy. It was obvious that he had found his place. David is satisfied that Margarita helped him. He said that the time has come to decide right now. The Lord said that many important things await them, and it will not be easy. That evening, to the west of the crossing, coffins arrived from the forward base. There were a large number of them. Of course, among them was the famous knight Ken, who gave his life to give precious time to the Lord and Damian. The soldiers were lined up correctly. The flag of the Empire was placed on each grave. Of course, a choir was also formed that sang songs for the glorious warriors who gave their lives for the sake of the Empire. In a city where death is so common and cheap, dignified funerals like these were a rare occurrence. The most important thing is that the families of the victims were paid monetary compensation. People around were shocked when they heard about the amount of payments. Very quickly, these rumors spread among all residents of the city, but there is nothing surprising in this. David is not going to sugarcoat anything. Here on the front lines, their fight should be known as a noble mission for humanity. He is the third prince and newly appointed lord, and is ready to turn things around and lead the empire forward. Some people have only just met the new lord. Some even said that he looks like a mentally retarded man. David decided to say a somewhat bold phrase. He said that on the front line of the conflict, people will die continuously. Every week, here in the cemetery, new graves will appear, and songs will be heard again and again. But he is ready to clarify. Death is worth much more than survival. Compensation payments and funeral arrangements took a lot from him, almost half of the money he received for selling precious crystals. But he recognizes that death should not be cheap. That is why he will try to save all the lives of his people. Will try to do everything to keep them alive and continue to work on the front line. Therefore, he asks them to fight hard and not die early. He is ready for them to live and take a large amount of money from him. There is no problem with that. He just doesn't want them to die because it's hard for him to watch all these funerals. He said everything he wanted, and was interested in how the citizens perceive his words. Maybe they will think that a fool is scattering money. Perhaps they will think that an incompetent lord justifies his bad deeds. In any case, he does not pay attention to this, but wants to show them with the results that the cost of standing here is more than anyone else. And in order to demonstrate the results, it's time to clear the first location. After the funeral, most people went home. Let's move to the backyard of the estate. David was setting up the system and decided to activate the teleportation gate. The process was started immediately, although Lucas did not understand what was happening. Soon the teleportation gate was fully opened. A real portal opened before them. David smiled and explained that this gate would lead them to the enemy base. Defense of the Empire combines two genres: tower defense and dungeon clearing. It's even written on the cover of the game. Locations with monsters that constantly attack the crossing are referred to as tower defense. In between locations, when monsters are not attacking, you can explore the dungeon under the lake. It will help to learn about the origin of these monsters. It is also called an open world. As expected, you can activate before passing one location. It is a difficult game, but it is logical. Yes, David admits that he suffered a lot when he was studying, but now he has a pretty good start. He has a cheat character, Demian, and also a very strong attacking player of SR rank, Jupiter. Also, he has enough money from selling crystals, so he is optimistic about the future. David very quickly explained the rules of the game to Lucas, and said that they were going to scout the enemy base before the next location. Lucas understood everything very quickly and assured the Lord that he was ready for any challenge. Of course, this is strange because Lucas should be the person who has the most questions. The prince, whom he had served all his life, suddenly changed and did not even explain anything. David knew about the structure of the city, despite the fact that he was in the city for the first time. This is enough to arouse suspicion. That is why it is surprising that Lucas does not ask a million questions. Is he really imperceptible to all these changes? David tries to understand what game Lucas is playing. Does he see it all? But chooses to remain silent. Lucas calmly replied that he was just trying to do everything the Lord ordered, and he didn't have any extra questions. He is ready to be the Lord's sword and shield, and to kill and protect at his command. David can't believe that he really has no questions, but Lucas says that he trusts him, and it seems that his loyalty is much stronger than doubts. David will soon reward this warrior for his contribution to the common cause. Now the two of them must enter the true hell together, and Lucas is ready to do so without any hesitation. It is always nice to hear that there is a person in the world who is ready to go with you even to the end of the world. David activated the teleportation gate and chose the lake as his destination. The system advised to strengthen the characters with the help of equipment. This can be obtained in the dungeon or made by yourself. Soon the teleportation process was completed, and they found themselves near the lake. It was quiet around. The Black Lake is a source of monsters, a hell that creates horrors, and a dungeon that is located in the southern part of the world. Looking more closely, the boys saw how the water in the lake began to diverge in different directions, as if Poseidon had decided to go outside. After that, it became noticeable that some terrible hands are coming out of the ground. So these are the monsters that are being talked about so much. These monsters are like knights who died in past battles but did not make it to the world of the dead. Seeing this, David began to panic. Probably when he was going to this lake, he expected to see something different. He understood that in front of him were living armor, but these knights are too serious enemies even for him. He didn't care who he met in the first location, goblins, mermaids, or even wyverns. There are too many low-level monsters, but why did he get the only monsters he wanted to avoid? It can hardly be called luck. It seems that luck has completely turned its back on him. Lucas, on the contrary, remained calm. Seeing the monster, he prepared to destroy them, as well as spiders. He noticed that the Lord began to get nervous and changed the color of his skin. Probably David is not feeling well. The Lord tried to remain calm, but he had to admit that he had made a mistake, and now they were in serious trouble. David used to start this game from the very beginning 741 times, for various reasons. But if at the very beginning live armor was waiting for him, he turned off the game without thinking, because live armor fully lives up to its name. A ghost hides under the armor, which means that this type of monster feels very good against physical attacks. They become much easier to fight in the second half of the game, when you have a lot of different equipment that helps during the battle. And so far, everything is very, very bad, because this is only the beginning of the game, and there is no additional equipment. It seems that someone is mocking him, as if someone is deliberately interfering in the game and causing these problems. There are 3 days until the opening of the first location, but it seems that for David, these 3 days will last forever. The Lord turned to his defender and said that they had no choice but to do everything in their power to defend. Soon the portal was opened and they returned to the estate. David immediately began to look for the aider. He wants to know about the state of the city's military force. The director explained that they have 526 soldiers who are capable of fighting on the front line. David was very angry because he expected much more soldiers. We need to hire more mercenaries to help, but the problem is that the city has run out of mercenaries. David ordered the director to tell all the other cities that they needed mercenaries and were ready to pay double the price for their work. He also gave the order to tell this information even in the imperial estate. The monsters began to wake up, so they need reinforcements. It was noticeable that the Aider was not completely sure of the correctness of this decision. If they ask for reinforcements from the Empire now, there could be a devastating event later in the game. He is sure of his decision. He has nothing left because he must survive. He also ordered to gather all carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and alchemists of the city. They should work in the interests of the Empire. Aider reminded his boss that if he did this, the production of magic stones would stop. David immediately approached this fool and said that we must forget about the stones, because otherwise this city will be completely destroyed. The current difficulty level of this game is hard to even describe. Everything should have been much easier. David thought a lot about it, but now he has no time to delay. The more complex the game, the more variables you need to consider when analyzing future actions. He finally decided to choose a class and became a novice commander. You can say that he took a risk. The system congratulated the player on choosing a rank, but he did not share her optimism. It seemed that everything was normal, but suddenly David felt an incredible pain in his heart. He did not understand what happened and immediately began to sweat. His condition noticeably worsened. Dizziness began in his head. Soon the system explained what was happening. 50% was subtracted from all key characteristics. He started screaming because he couldn't understand what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of system error. Soon the system reported that he had gained the attack skill, master order, team synergy, and super buffer. It turns out that even when he is just standing on the field, everyone's attack and defense increases. Now it is clear what the system is doing. The synergy of the team gives an advantage to the class of the commander. Depending on the combination of the classes of the team members, they receive different bonuses. You can call it a system of interconnection of classes. For a gamer like him, this class is perfect. So as a result, David was satisfied with this update, so he went to sleep peacefully and woke up with the first rays of the sun the next day. From the very morning, he already knew that a somewhat unpleasant situation had happened. He started talking to Aider, and the servant said that no one was responding to David's orders. He was in a great hurry, so he brought only the Union leaders with him. That's all he could do. It turned out that they did not come here out of their own free will. It must be admitted that Aider brazenly kidnapped them. The leader of the Blacksmiths' Union was the most angry. He said that something terrible was happening in broad daylight. They do not understand how it was possible to abduct them so brazenly and bring them here against their will. The leader of the Alchemist Union also believes that this is wrong. Even if the Lord is a very influential person, you still need to be able to negotiate with words. Now they're all angry and mean to him, which doesn't make things any better. At first, David thought that he should apologize to them, but then he realized that this tactic would not work, so he had to attack. He started shouting at them and said that they will all die if they don't remember that they are talking to the Lord of the city. He said that as soon as the Lord calls them, they should immediately leave all their affairs and run here to get ahead of him. If they continue to try to hurt his feelings, they will all lose their heads today. After that, the Union leaders apologized and the negotiations went much better. David offered them 20% of all the magic stones the army would collect, at a below-market price. He does this because he perfectly understands that the possibility of direct purchase of stones will be very profitable for them. Therefore, it will be right to establish trade relations. Instead, whenever he orders, military equipment must be produced first. Of course, he will pay fairly depending on production, so I think it's a great deal for both parties. Using money and power, he managed to persuade these respectable people. At the moment, negotiation is the only thing he can do. But does that make him a materialist? Soon the leaders of the trade unions agreed to these conditions and began to jump for joy. They are already ready to start work. David has long understood how to act in order for negotiations to be successful. There is nothing more reliable in this world than money. Do not forget that the first location will start soon. 1,000 living armors are already moving towards the city walls. It will be difficult to stop them, because they are very powerful and durable, but it is possible, and David will find a way to do it. They will be here in about 2 days, so there is still time to prepare and strategize. Of course, not everyone is optimistic about the coming battle. On some faces, you can see the understanding of the coming disaster. Lucas decided to talk to the Lord first. He wants to understand what they should do and get clear instructions. David answered that it will be necessary to give all his strength for the sake of saving the city. For this, they must all listen to him carefully. He soon revealed his vision for the upcoming battle, and emphasized that if they acted as a true team, they would be able to win. Lucas promised to give everything he has for the sake of victory. Namely, he will lead the army forward, because he is the new commander of the crossing. Of course, everyone understands that Lily can no longer fight on an equal footing, but David explained to her that right now they need her more than ever. Of course, she won't be standing on the front line and fighting enemies, so don't worry. At first, she did not understand what he was hinting at, but then she guessed that she would be responsible for the water artifact. David apologized to her and explained that he could not fire her. She would work for the state all her life. Then he started talking to Jupiter. This woman hopes to get a raise if she shows great results. This grandmother always thinks only about money. Her character has the characteristics of a gold rush, and this nuance cannot be turned off. David said that, of course, her salary can increase depending on efforts and results. This is a normal practice in any army. There is no other mercenary in the world who would work so hard to earn money, so now she is the captain of a special squad. It's time to talk to Demian. He received a special item that the Lord prepared for him on purpose. This is a crossbow. It has no bonuses, but is very durable and has a strong attack stat. Now Demian will be a long-range shooter. He is happy and ready to do whatever the Lord orders. It turned out that Demian does not wear glasses because his vision is perfect. He used to wear them in order to worsen his vision. It seemed very strange, but now everything is the opposite, because the boy knows that the Empire needs his eyes, and he will no longer wear glasses. The best warriors received clear instructions from the Lord. David was pleased that he was able to find a common language with them. Ader also looked happy. All this time he was worried that there would be someone else with glasses. David immediately asked him to shut up and not talk all kinds of nonsense. Everything as usual. After discussing the future strategy, the Lord went to the southern part of the city wall. Letters from the trade unions approached the Lord and said that there were many problems with the wall because the restoration had not been done for a long time. Of course, this is the fault of the director who ran this city during the Lord's absence. Repairing the city walls is the basis, but Ader explained that he did not have the money to do the restoration. The fewer monsters appeared, the fewer stones could be obtained. The previous Lord limited the city's budget. This fort was originally built to keep monsters at bay, but now the fort's function has been reduced due to a decrease in income. David said that he does not care how much money or materials will be spent. The main thing is to strengthen the wall. He asked to start this process as soon as possible, because the monsters will not wait. They will come and destroy everything around if the walls are weak. After that, the Lord and his assistant went to the workshop. In the next 2 days, these people should make the walls. These walls must be very high and strong. David began to explain that this work is very important. He was informed that he did not understand that the monsters would easily break through these miserable wooden walls. But the Lord replied that he did not need super walls of incredible strength to restrain the enemy. He only needs ordinary wooden walls. He has a plan how to use them properly. The main thing is that they are very wide and high. This is the only important criterion for him. During the next 2 days, they were engaged in the necessary preparations. This time passed almost instantly. When the preparations were completed, David announced that there were 30 minutes left before the start of the battle. If you look closely, you can see that legions of demons are already approaching the walls of the city. These guys aren't coming here to joke around, they're coming to kill, butcher, and torture. There are a very large number of monsters. This is probably the key problem of fighting them. The walls of the city have been strengthened, and the troops have been put on alert, so everyone is ready for a fierce confrontation. David told his soldiers that there was nothing to be afraid of, because a small flock of slugs was approaching them. Of course, he is lying to raise the morale of the army. Living armors are the worst monsters you can face in the first half of the game. He continued to talk about how they are the strongest army in the southern part of the empire, and motivated the soldiers. This is also a complete lie, because in reality they are just a mercenary group consisting of retirees and newbies. No matter how much money they spend on preparation, it is still not enough to completely solve all the problems. He tries with all his might to convince the military that everything will work out for them. David assures his men that in the evening they will raise glasses of delicious wine and celebrate the victory. The weather started to change very quickly. Everything is almost ready for an epic battle. David has high hopes for Jupiter. Half the strength of the army at the moment depends on this woman and her squad. The Sorcerer of Light, to whom he paid an incredible amount of money, went on the counterattack. So far, everything is going according to plan. All monsters had only one common goal: to kill people who come across their path. If they do not have any obstacles, then they will always try to approach people as if they were closer to me. In other words, you can easily predict in which direction they will move. That is why David used mercenaries to lure monsters into traps. Of course, they didn't have time to make these traps deep enough, but it's a lot better than nothing. All those who considered this grandmother to be an ordinary fraud should take back their words, because today she shows her true greatness. Although she sold her soul for money, when it comes to war, she is one of the best in the world. Her first technique is called a zone of illumination. Today, living armors will feel this power on themselves. The lighting zone will really fry them, and now they will look more like fried chicken. After such a zone of illumination, It is difficult to continue fighting. But of course it is not enough to stop the entire army. This Iron Lady continued to smoke her cigarette, and told the monsters that they should respect the old school. She always enjoys her power. Tonight there will be fried armor for dinner. In such moments, when she is motivated by big earnings, she turns into a real devil. After a few minutes of attacks, she used her second skill, relighting. The warriors of the fortress watched this and rejoiced. It seemed to them that with the help of this woman they would not even have to fight. The first technique marks enemies that have taken damage, and the second technique takes out the marked targets. Perfect. David was very pleased with the work of Jupiter. She really turned out to be a very skilled warrior woman. Of course, the traps that were prepared in advance helped her in this, but she still did most of the work on her own. Nevertheless, one should not forget that there are still thousands of enemies. She was able to destroy only a small part. Now it was time for Jupiter and her squad of mercenaries to retreat to the city walls. They were able to contribute to the future victory, but now their strength is needed within the fortress. Now these monsters have become even more angry. They are ready to kill and feel no pity for women or children. Jupiter asked her assistants to speed up immediately, not to look back and to keep moving forward. They really need to hurry, because if they stop for even a second, they won't even have a wet spot left. David asked all the warriors to prepare and act according to the plan. Everything should be clear. The mercenaries were approaching the wooden walls. Now it was time to see what the Lord was up to. Judging by his reaction, it was obvious that so far everything is going according to his plan. The wooden walls were raised up. Everything was ready for a successful maneuver. David looked pleased as he welcomed the monsters into the world of walls. They probably hadn't seen anything like this before. The living armors have to make their next move. It seems pretty obvious for them. David probably wants to take advantage of their mental retardation. Because of this, it is easy to predict their future actions. If they completely fenced off the city limits with wooden walls, then these walls were soon completely destroyed. But now they have to advance through a small space. Their army narrows and they lose their mobility. David expected exactly this, because this is the perfect moment to start attacking them and forget about saving shells. He ordered to open fire and shoot without stopping. The live armor now became easy prey. When the monsters realized that they were trapped, it was already too late to react. Panic seized them, and after a few seconds they found themselves in the center of real chaos. This can be called the basis among the strategies of games in which you have to worry about the defense of the territory. With the help of his experience, David found the perfect plan for a successful battle with a strong opponent. It can also be called the death zone. He predicted the future actions of the enemy and was able to find the right solution. Monsters are not even able to overcome this point. They remain an easy target. If this continues, will it not be enough for the final victory? David is sure that this will not be enough. He said that although they were able to take advantage of the opportunities, the monsters will not stop there. There are too many of them, and very quickly they begin to adapt to the conditions of the battle. There's no way it's going to end that easily, because these perfumes are very strong. David expected such a continuation of the battle and prepared for it. Now he needs Lily's help. He asked the girl to activate the gravitational field artifact. The process was launched very quickly. The artifact is activated and soon everyone will see its effect. With the help of this artifact, you can slow down the opponent's actions, which gives more opportunities for victory. As soon as the movements of the living armor slowed down, David ordered the main knight of the army, Lucas, to act. Always ready to carry out his lord's order, Lucas asked the Ballistarians to get ready. Soon a large number of weapons on the upper floor of the fortress were ready for use. Now they will show that today's battle will be won by the people. He ordered to aim straight for the core of the soul, and soon allowed to open fire without warning. Thousands of arrows were simultaneously fired towards the monsters. In just a few seconds, the living armor has lost hundreds of its warriors, although this is only the beginning. Imperial warriors can also increase their attacking potential by using crossfire. After that, you can hunt the enemy with the artifact and arrows, so everything goes according to plan. Soon the first problems finally began. The Lord was informed that the monsters were trying to bypass the wooden walls. They guessed that it was necessary to look for alternative ways to the fortress, and began to act more intelligently. Although David was not satisfied, he knew that such a thing could happen, but a larger number of monsters guessed to act intelligently than the Lord expected. He called Jupiter and her squad of professional mercenaries, and said that the human armor coming from the right flank was now her problem. He ordered to drive them away from the fortress using hit-and-run tactics. For a seasoned warrior, this shouldn't be a problem, so Jupiter and her crew are ready to do the Lord's bidding. She once again prepared to use her formidable weapon and send these killers to hell. David is pleased that Jupiter is doing great with the block on that side, but there are also monsters on the other side. It's time to use the secret weapon called Demian. It's his turn to contribute to the future victory. David said that Demian should destroy the monsters attacking on the left flank. With the help of his vision skills, he alone is able to destroy a huge number of opponents. Even Olympic shooting champions would envy his accuracy. This guy really does a masterful job. His help in this battle is just as important as in the past confrontations with monsters. The soldiers had never before seen someone be able to attack an opponent so accurately from a long distance. Those eyes are truly priceless. With this guy you can pierce the core of a soul with a regular arrow. Now the death zone is in the center. It is the zone with the rules of the arena, where the last surviving player will get freedom. Jupiter controls the right flank, Demian controls the left flank. At this rate, there shouldn't be any problems until the boss shows up. It's always nice to see that the preparation is working, but now things began to happen that David could not have predicted. Soul cores began to gather in one place and fly to the sky. There was nothing like this in the game. During this time, they have already been able to defeat a large number of monsters. But now it may not matter at all. David saw this spirit in the sky and began to guess that it could be the boss. That's right. If the normal living armor is at the 5th level, then the one called Ghost Knight is at the 25th level. Ghost Knight is a real disaster for any fortress, because it is not entirely clear how to stop him. It is the boss that gives power to his legion, although the legion is strong on its own. But even after destroying it, you still have a boss battle waiting for you. The legion of living armor was almost completely destroyed, but it turned out that this was only half the problem. So far, the boss monsters are behaving strangely, showing no resistance, no bad effects, and no attacks. He does nothing and just watches from the air, but this is not a game at all, but real reality. David saw that only because of the appearance of a huge monster in the sky, the soldiers began to panic, although this monster did not even do anything. This is the difference between the war usual for people and the battle that takes place against monsters. The battle against monsters always awakens the fear of the embodiment of extreme horror. The appearance of the boss monster scares the soldiers, as if bringing the remnants of the front line to their knees. But it is not only the people who begin to tremble with fear. Animals also begin to lose control of reality and misbehave. Because of this, even more problems arise, and all these problems were not included in the overall strategy. Now David no longer showed signs of satisfaction and control over the situation. Now he is really starting to panic. Sensing the opponent's fear, the living armors immediately ran forward to kill the person under their noses. A special squad of mercenaries immediately lined up in front of Jupiter to protect her. Sorcerer Jupiter is a key element of the first location, but now it is in mortal danger. Lucas offered a rather logical idea. He said that they should deploy guns and artillery to support the Jupiter squad. But David replied that this cannot be done in any case. If the kill box disappears, there will be more enemies who will penetrate through the walls. A kill box is a closed area that is formed with the purpose of driving monsters there and making it easy to kill. The soldiers are in a panic due to the appearance of the boss. The artillery has almost completely stopped fire, and the weak defense has become even weaker. David ordered to focus all attention on the recovery of the kill box. Nor should the soldiers be allowed to go completely insane. David apologizes to Jupiter for not supporting her squad, but there is no other choice. He hopes that she will be able to survive with the help of her strength. Soon Jupiter opened her eyes, although it would be more accurate to say that she opened only one eye. She could not understand where she was and what she was doing. At her age, she should be retired, playing with her grandchildren and growing potatoes. This is what leads to an incredible thirst for money. They need to flee urgently if they want to stay alive. Jupiter very quickly recognized that they are in a difficult situation. She does not even have time to lie on the ground for a while. The rescue team will arrive soon, but you have to stay alive until then. In order to stay alive, you need to successfully defend yourself against the attacks of living armor, and this is not an easy task at all. Of course, Jupiter does not take newcomers and weaklings to his squad. All fighters in this team are professional killers. Each of them knows how to stand up for themselves, but the ones fighting against them are not children at all, but real demons from hell. After attacking these demons, they still remain standing even though they should fall to the ground. If you are distracted even for a second, it is enough to lose your life. Even when it seems that you have destroyed everyone around you, there will still be some monster that will remain barely alive. And as soon as you turn your attention to him, other opponents will immediately attack you. It is always difficult for a squad leader to watch his men die. But when you go to war, you must be ready to face death. Seeing this, Jupiter was not scared at all. On the contrary, she got angry and said that she would fry them in a deep fryer. And it seemed that now she would take revenge for her loved ones. But it turned out that now it is difficult for her to control magic. It's a bad time to lose control of your powers, because other warriors need help and support as well. But without the use of magical power, it is impossible to help anyone, because the number of opponents is too large. Seeing such brutality, some untrained mercenaries abandoned their weapons and began to flee. But it's hard to escape from the spear thrown at you by a professional killer. This is how all the members of her squad died in a few minutes before Jupiter's eyes. The small defense line, consisting of only a few people, was destroyed very quickly. And now Jupiter smells the living armor in front of him, the smell of rusted armor and stagnant water. It could also be called the smell of drowned people, but they would be better off staying at the bottom of the lake than coming to fight this woman. It's best not to disturb her when she's trying to earn money for her retirement, or you'll be in trouble. Her attack was indeed very powerful and destroyed a large number of opponents. But still, she can't use all 100% of her power. It's even less than a quarter of her maximum level. With each attack, she spends more and more of her energy, although it seems that there are no fewer opponents. It turned out that one more guy from the mercenary unit remained alive. She asked him to flee immediately, because at least one of them must survive, and she was willing to buy him some extra time. Compared to her, he is only a rookie, so she wants him to stay alive, but he is not ready to leave the captain. This stubborn boy remembered the second rule of survival for a mercenary. Always stay close to the sorcerer of the squad. This means that he has a much better chance of survival if he stays close to Jupiter, because running away without a horse is almost the same as dying. This little snitch's strategy was really effective. He turned out to be a pretty smart guy. And that is why he decided not to kill the living armor, but only to push them away with his spear. This will help delay the enemies for a while Jupiter can prepare for the next spell. With the help of his sight, Demian saw what was happening, so he provided them with support, being within the walls of the fortress. They tried their best to hang on and gain extra time, but it was not enough to stop all the enemies. By the time Jupiter was able to absorb enough energy to create a new lightning bolt, it was too late. The body of this little boy was pierced by enemy spears. After such injuries, there is no chance of salvation. Seeing this with her own eyes, Jupiter completely lost her mind from anger. It always hurts her to watch her friends die. The power of heaven's lightning immediately began to act. It seems that anger helps in battle. Soon, all living armors that tried to stop her were destroyed. Of course, the question is whether she could have saved his life if she had gathered enough energy a few seconds earlier. Jupiter was too old to take this boy's death to heart. She reminded the mercenary of the first rule of survival, not to take a job that pays a suspiciously large amount of money. All his rules of survival were wrong. He would not be able to succeed as a mercenary. If you really want to be rich and famous, you have to take on a job that is incredibly dangerous and pays an incredibly high amount of money. And of course, you should stay as far away from sorcerers as possible, because the sorcerer will take all the responsibility. If a person wants to survive, then it is better for him never to take the path of a mercenary. It is a very bad profession. Jupiter thought that life would become much easier when she received a high salary. But it turned out that a big salary equals a big responsibility. Now this woman doesn't even have the strength to light a cigarette. It seemed that everything was over, and Jupiter even said goodbye to life in his mind. At that very moment, salvation came. She was shocked that someone would risk their own life to save her. It turned out that Lucas could not calmly watch how such an important sorcerer was destroyed by ugly creatures. Let's go back for a while and see what happened inside the walls of the fortress. David just ordered to focus on rebuilding the kill box, and thus decided not to save Jupiter. He hoped that she would be able to save herself, and tried to restore the soldiers to normal. For this, he decided to use the technique of an irrepressible general, and it really had an effect on the soldiers. We will remind that this technique provides immunity to mental fears to all soldiers within a radius of 10 meters. After that, the Lord turned to his personal bodyguard. He said that he would be able to calm the soldiers down and restore the kill box. At this time, Lucas must lead the rescue team, open the gate, and save the Jupiter squad. Ordering to go to the Valley of Death to save a comrade is an incredibly stupid order, but Lucas was ready to carry it out. He didn't even worry or doubt the commander's order. There is never a problem with this guy. Meanwhile, David continued to do everything to restore the soldiers to normal, because they were too frightened by the arrival of the boss monster. Everything that happened next is history. Lucas showed incredible dedication and confidence in his own abilities, which is why he saved Jupiter. He took her with him and began to return to the fortress at maximum speed. They are chased by hundreds of living armors at the same time, all of them wanting the death of Lucas and Jupiter. Dozens of spears were launched into their backs, but even before that, Lucas was ready. Looking at this talented knight, Jupiter invited him to meet her granddaughter. The guy replied that if she has the strength to joke, then she should use it to restore her magic, because there are still a lot of monsters. This made Jupiter laugh because Lucas was very careful with his words with his lord, but when he is not around, he is colder than ice. In any case, she should be grateful for the rescue, even though Lucas was only following the Lord's order. Of course he could have come sooner, but better late than never. It had been a long time since this old woman had been so angry. Today she was really thrown off her mental balance. Meanwhile, with the help of the restless general's skill, the kill box was restored in time. This put the initiative back into the Empire's hands and helped Lucas and Jupiter get back to the fortress walls. Even this is not enough for David to smile again. He understands that he has lost 4 heroes. It probably happened because he was too confident in his playing experience. In the game, he had to manage the mental health of the soldiers. There were similar states, such as fear and panic. But in real life, soldiers' feelings are much more varied and complex, and now he has to consider more variables. I would and spread very quickly through the use of artillery, also the result of reality. Killbox fell apart very quickly, and David could not have foreseen this. Now they would all have to fight near the walls of the fortress, although he tried to win only with artillery fire. He is very lucky that there are not many monsters left. Their goals are still real, and the battlefield is still under his control. Lucas was not very happy that he saved Jupiter. He did not like the reasons for her release. But he decided to show respect and save this woman. Now she can help them win this battle. She apologized for her behavior and admitted that she had made many mistakes, and many other mercenaries died because of her. David reassured her and reminded her that she could not have known about the appearance of the monster, nor did she know that horses also lose their minds. Jupiter is still sure that it is her fault. She has too much experience, so she should have foreseen all this. That is why she is ready to pay for her mistakes and be the woman who will leave the monster without a head. She's referring to the boss of these living armors, and that's a pretty bold statement. The Lord asked her to recover her strength, because soon all her skills would be needed during the battle. The killbox was no longer working, so David ordered the artillery to stop. There's no point in shooting anymore because all these shots now do not have the desired effect. Although the enemy is approaching, David ordered Demian to rest and regain his strength. A special goal awaits him soon, so he must feel at 100%. Soon the enemies reached the walls of the fortress and tried to break the wall. Very quickly these infernal monsters realized that this would not be possible, and therefore they tried to climb the wall. David ordered all the soldiers in his army to prepare for close combat conditions. Soon everything was ready and the melee team went forward. A battle without magic, based solely on physical strength, so the chances of victory became less. If before that we saw attacks from a long distance, now we will see something completely different. A battle of two truly different worlds awaits us. A battle of good and evil awaits us. The real war begins, and as soon as the enemy is as close as possible to the entrance to the city, David ordered an immediate attack. The people's strategy was quite simple. Seeing that the living armors were climbing the walls, they began to throw down large stones. These pieces of stone, steel, and other debris remained after the formation of the equipment. They were assembled on the mountain of the front in advance, and proved to be very useful in the conditions of close combat. Many living armors that fell to the ground from a great distance crashed to death, but some of them were even able to rise again after falling, an incredible thirst for life, even in such creatures as them. They continued to climb the mountain, not paying attention to all the garbage that people threw on their heads. David sensed the perfect moment to reorganize the team, and said that Jupiter is now the main link. He has activated team synergy, he has area defenders with great combat potential, and 2 wizards to attack. If you use these warriors correctly, you can use their strong characteristics to win the battle. Of course, this cannot be done without proper organization of troops and a smart strategy, but there should be no problems with this. From this moment on, the battle ceases to be one-sided, so the logical question arises whether the soldiers can withstand such pressure. Lucas realized how important the moment was now and led the soldiers forward. It is more accurate to say that he began aggressively attacking monsters and showing the soldiers that these opponents are not invincible. He told his men that he would continue to destroy these monsters, while all the other soldiers had to deal with containment. That's how it had to be done. It's not a matter of whether the soldiers will cope or not. They simply have no other choice. In order to survive, all soldiers must be strong. They have no choice but to fall, get up, fall again, fight, and win. Soon the moment came for Lily to use the haste artifact. It will give an effect that will increase the speed of movement of the characters. Lily knew that she would have to use this artifact, so she was ready, and began to act very quickly. All companions' movement speed is increased by 5% for 5 minutes. David also activated his equipment skills technique. They will help warriors in close combat. All of them must give all their strength on the battlefield. It is necessary to push down the maximum number of opponents. It is difficult for all people today, but no one said that this battle would be won in 5 minutes. Lucas's first skill is Iron Will Strike. He destroys with the first strike, and this inspires optimism. The more enemies he destroys, the stronger he becomes, so he can destroy an enemy army even without the support of partners. But even this is not enough to completely win. It turned out that the Empire began to lose. The number of wounded is too high. Lucas does not have time to destroy all opponents, so other soldiers began to suffer seriously. There were not only those who died, also a large number suffered injuries, after which they could not continue the battle. This is what distinguishes people from living armor, because these monsters were not injured, and their number did not decrease. Damian tried to return to the first skirmish line, but the Lord forbade him to do so. This guy, as well as Jupiter, are needed to destroy the boss, so you have to come up with something else. You need to find a way to reduce the number of casualties and get rid of the remaining enemies. David saw the power of fire in front of him. He understood that this was exactly what was needed. It turned out that Lily was going to not only activate the power of the artifact, but also use her magic to defeat the monsters. David was incredibly pleased with the actions. Such an impression that he was surprised by her strength. Lily couldn't believe that he had forgotten about her sorceress abilities after all. She had always been able to use magic. He promised to definitely raise her in the future, but Lily, on the contrary, wanted to resign from the service. It seems like she uses too much mana to use fire, so she won't last long. Soon her mana ran out, and she said that she dreams of retirement. But now is not the time for such conversations. He asked to do it for the last time because now they need an incredible synergy of their characteristics. With this, the fire magic was increased by 25%, which is quite a powerful advantage. David completely forgot that he was talking to a woman and started calling her a flamethrower. Meanwhile, the enemy continued to advance, but the soldiers held them back with their own strength. Lucas destroyed the living armor with his sword, and at least somehow reduced the number of enemies. Well, of course, we should not forget about the help of Lily, who roasted a large number of these iron fools with the help of her fire. Soon the initiative was completely in the hands of the people, and they took advantage of these opportunities very well. It even seemed to them that they had won. There was no one left from the army of living armor, so they began to celebrate. The Lord immediately approached them and told them to shut up and stop, because this is not the end at all. He asked not to lose concentration, and reminded that the last opponent remained. Very quickly the soldiers guessed that he meant the boss monster, this great spirit still alive. With the help of living armor, he formed his armor and finally prepared to act rather than watch. The soldiers around immediately began to panic. Now it is necessary to spend some time to restore their confidence in their own strength. This reality can make you lose your common sense. David could not believe that the boss Loki was standing in front of him. This titan is indeed extremely large and powerful, and now that it has gained weapons and armor, it has become even stronger. Forming a strategy to defeat such a giant will be a big challenge. At first, even David began to tremble with fear, but then he concentrated and told himself to be a real man. Although this is a very strong opponent, it is only from the first stage, so you have to attack it and do it confidently. The lord of the fortress ordered his men to fire without a signal and forget about saving shells. They must roast this spirit who came to them with a sword in his hands. You have to hurry to stop him in time, because if he gets to the walls of the fortress, there will be even more problems. Surprisingly, despite the fire he was engulfed in, the Phantom Knight continued to take steps forward. This means that it is time to activate the artifact. It is called a multiplier. It gives an effect of rank R. This artifact is able to increase the effect of the character's magic spells by 100%, and this will help Jupiter. After doubling her strength, this grandmother becomes incredibly strong. It reminded her of her golden years, when her power was much greater than it was now. David asked this pirate woman to attack the enemy for the last time in her life and hit the weak points of the armor. Perhaps now we will see something truly legendary, because even David decided to move back so as not to be affected by lightning. She warned that she would not pay the Lord compensation if he turned out to be fried by chickens. Gathering all of her lightning powers together, she directed this incredible energy at the Phantom Knight. This was really enough to make his iron armor. Now you can see the core of the soul. It was at this moment that David realized that it was time to release his real weapon. Of course, he means Demian. When you need to hit the target clearly, this guy with incredible vision is always called. Finally, Demian will be able to contribute to the victory. He has long since recovered his strength and prepared for battle. This time, he didn't need to show super accuracy. The opponent was nearby, and the soul core was a big enough target. He hit clearly inside that core. Now the monster boss should be finished. David looked happy, although this battle was very difficult. But now they were almost victorious. It seemed to him that the victory was already in his pocket, but for some reason the monster still did not die. Instead, he raised his sword up and swung to destroy the fortress wall. The bigger the opponent, the slower he is, so you have to take advantage of the opportunity and deliver another blow. Raising his sword aloft right in the middle of a thunderstorm, he asks to be attacked with lightning, and Jupiter can arrange it. The lightning strike is indeed very powerful and well aimed, but is it enough to win? It is not entirely clear how such a strong monster can exist in the first level of the game. He is alive and ready to continue the battle. It seems that everything is fine with him and nothing has happened. Now all the plans were destroyed. David immediately began to order the soldiers to retreat back. If they do not have time to escape, they will be subjected to a very powerful attack from a huge sword. An archer approached the Lord and ordered him to flee immediately with the others. He had no right to leave the army without him. At that moment, the Phantom Knight struck the walls of the fortress with his sword. The effect was very destructive. Lord was hit hard on the back but was not seriously injured. All the key players in this game have survived, but they are confused and don't know what to do next. Only a little later, it turned out that the worst was over. With a broken soul core, the monster could not stay alive. It was his last blow. He could not stand it and crumbled into small pieces. Finally, the monster boss was destroyed. Of course, his last blow caused serious damage to the walls of the fortress, but now it is not very important. Lucas tried to take the Lord to a safe place, but David assured that everything is fine now. He had seen something like this many times when he played this game. This is how the flash of anger at the realization of imminent death looks like. It can be said that this is a display of fear, panic, and insanity. This attack cannot cause damage, but it can drive you crazy. David confidently said that the territory of people begins here. She told the monster to get away. The skill of the irrepressible general was activated. It looked very beautiful. This kind of ending to a battle always enhances the overall memory of that difficult day. The warriors were shocked and did not even quite understand where this big monster had gone. Only later did they realize that the prince protected them and destroyed him, so now it's really the end. The clouds began to clear, and the sunshine returned to the territory of the empire. The victory was won in a very difficult battle. They lost a large number of men, but saved even more lives. David felt that this victory could become a turning point in history. He is sure that they will continue to win. The fear that could be seen in the eyes of these soldiers began to retreat back like a wounded enemy. Instead of this fear, on the faces of the soldiers, one could see the confidence and joy of victory. It's unclear if all of this was due to the Lord's passive technique or being able to say the right words, but it's still a very nice feeling. He said that they should destroy all the monsters on earth and continue to live peacefully. All David did at that moment was shout with all his heart, shout with joy that the first victory was won. On the first evening after the battle, a festival was organized in the city center. The Lord congratulated all the people on the important victory and offered to raise glasses of delicious beer for those soldiers who were not with them today. He allowed to walk until the morning and drink as much as he wanted. Today, he is ready to pay for all this. Thus began a real celebration, a celebration that this city deserved for a long time. People enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere, listened to music, danced and sang. This is how victory should be celebrated. The soldiers enjoyed the holiday and rested. They finally got what they wanted. Meanwhile, only one person remained calm and hardly celebrated. That person was the Lord. He sat calmly and watched the festival, a smile on his face, but he still remained serious. Lucas came up to him shortly after. He had not drunk a single glass of beer today, and he had not even eaten anything. He asked the Lord to knock out some beer, because today he stopped 1,000 live armor without much loss. That should definitely be celebrated. David decided to relax a little and take a few sips of cold beer. But everything turned out to be not quite like that. He expected a different taste. The impression is that this is not beer at all. There is at least 20 degrees of alcohol here. You probably have to come to terms with the fact that alcohol was a little different in those days. There were no great losses, but this does not mean that there were no losses at all. If someone dies, how many people died? Every life is important and every warrior is very valuable. Although of course it is clear that losses cannot be avoided, this is too cruel a game. But if he was a little more careful, he could reduce the number of people who died in today's battle. David had already managed to analyze today's events and noticed that the battle was different from the battle during training. Still, Lucas thinks that his boss did a great job and did everything right, so he shouldn't be upset. In any case, let them not speak, but their words will not make dead people come back to life. Lucas said that this is a celebration in honor of victory. If the Lord is unhappy, then the soldiers are also sad. Therefore, it's time to smile and celebrate the victory with others. This is also the Lord's work. After such pleasant words, David could no longer interfere and decided to smile back. At this moment, the Lord was frightened by the game director. He always comes without warning. Of course, it is important to remember the victims of the battle, but he believes that they should find time to celebrate the victory. Since eating only meat is quite harmful, Ader decided to cook and bring some vegetables. He congratulated his lord for clearing the first location, although it was not easy, but he was able to do it. He asked him to continue in the same spirit, then he would surely succeed. David decided to surrender and eat some vegetables. In any case, it is a good thing. At that moment, the soldiers surrounded him and began to offer him meat. It seemed to them that they had forced him to be hungry because of their greed. According to rumors, the Lord used to eat only meat, so when they saw him eating vegetables, everyone around started to panic. It wasn't long before they finally got him to eat delicious wild boar and drink beer with them. David could not understand how it had come to this. He planned to analyze the battle in a quiet and peaceful place, but things did not go according to plan. Lily came up to him. It seemed that she had already drunk a lot of alcohol. The girl began to cry and beg him to release her from service. She can no longer fight. David smiled and said that he would definitely raise her salary if she worked more actively. No one will be released by such difficult times. It is logical that there should be no complaints to the Lord. It was not he who asked the helpers to take the girl and put her to sleep. She had spent too much energy today. It turns out that Damien also downed too much beer, although he is quite young for that. Probably the pirate grandmother gave him this drink. She likes to joke tomorrow, despite her age. Jupiter said that he is a full-fledged mercenary, so he should learn to drink and smoke properly, and of course spend money. Now she considers him her grandson, so she is engaged in his upbringing. David does not understand why she wants to teach her grandson such bad things. She is probably already too old, like a real dinosaur. After drinking alcohol, Damien began to feel sad again. The face of his dead friend constantly appeared before his eyes. He can't stop thinking about that day. The guilt makes his heart ache. But when he is next to the Lord, he feels better. That's why he is here now. After these words, he fell on the table and fell asleep. He can no longer be allowed to get drunk like that. All this is not because the Lord is something special. Probably the fact is that he has a passive technique, but he cannot tell Damien about this. Jupiter noticed that for some reason her magic was stronger under the Lord's command. She believes that this is due to his leadership qualities, but in fact it is all due to the synergy technique. She helps increase the team's strength by 25%, but she can't know about it either. Lucas decided to support the conversation and also told that when he is next to the Lord, all his doubts disappear, and the body becomes fast and light. He believes that all this is the Lord's noble character, his talent to lead people. They all decided to raise their glasses again and drink to their dead comrades, to the survivors, and to the Lord. They were angry because his glass was always full. David said that he was not feeling well. This upset the other warriors. Now they think that they are bad friends and do not know how to cheer up. A lord used to be able to drink alcohol for a whole week without stopping. It seems that this character has a very bad reputation. I had to really turn on the alcoholic mode and drink several glasses of beer. Now they must all get drunk to death because the Lord is already quite drunk. As the moon shone brightly in the night sky, they ate, drank, sang, and talked. The night of victory continued. After the festival was over, David returned home and decided to look in the chest he had received as a reward for scavenging. When he opened one of these chests, he saw something belonging to the maximum rank. This is some kind of fantasy. It turns out that clearing monsters and completing missions can be very well paid. He began to tremble with excitement because he really wanted to get something incredibly valuable. But when he saw the item he got for the first mission, he got very angry. There are many variations of maximum rank items, but he got a lucky hit, that is, an item of comfort. The damage done by these gloves is determined by roulette. Sometimes David used them in streams to amuse the audience. But in reality, in real life, these items almost never help the characters. It would be too foolish to throw them away, so he kept them. Maybe in the future he will give them to other soldiers. If he is lucky, he will always be able to hit the roulette jackpot, but this is very rare. Of course, you have to be optimistic. But there are so many cool items out there that it's really sad to get something like this. Despite receiving the rare gold item, he couldn't sleep all night because of his anger. The next day he woke up very late. It will soon be evening. His head hurt very badly and he could not even move fully. He met Lucas and told his assistant that he should rest today. Apparently he also drank a lot of beer yesterday, so his condition is not much better than the Lord's. At that moment, Ader came to David and brought tea with him. This guy is always full of energy. He said that it is tea with honey. It will help to improve well-being. It turned out that this is indeed the case. As soon as Lord and Lucas drank some tea, they immediately began to feel better. Now is the time to start preparing for the next stage. It will not be easy, but you must not stop and keep moving forward. In the current state, they won't be able to stop even such animals, so you shouldn't even talk about monsters. The Lord is interested in how long it will take to repair the fortress. It turned out that it takes more than 2 weeks. With just over 9 days left until the second location, the Lord ordered the uninjured soldiers to help rebuild the fortress. We need to finish this whole process as quickly as possible, and also wait for reinforcements from a nearby city. This will happen in a few days. We'll have to wait until tomorrow at least to see minimal progress. David can deal with everything else, but he is not responsible for the reinforcement squad, so it remains to pray that everything will be fine with them. They have some time to destroy the monster's lair, and David plans to do it with Lucas. The bodyguard thought that, like last time, their target would be the Black Lake. That is exactly what it is. But this time they will go under the lake with all the other members of the team. It's time to change the genre of the game from tower defense to dungeon attack. It will be very interesting. Soon the Lord informed all the team members that tomorrow morning they are going on an expedition. It will be easier if they see everything with their own eyes than if he explains it all with words. The dungeon is designed for 5, so he needs all team members. The Lord also asked the Ader to prepare provisions, canned food, various potions, and necessary tools. And he also did not forget to ask to find lanterns and torches. That is, everything that can illuminate the area. The next morning they all gathered together in the backyard of the Lord's estate. From the very beginning, Jupiter felt that something serious was waiting for them. She wanted to understand where they were going. In response, David smiled and assured her that soon she would see everything. The magic of teleportation had already been activated. Jupiter could not understand how he uses this power, because the power of teleportation disappeared hundreds of years ago. He said that soon everything will become clear for them. They are going to the monster's lair, which is located under the Black Lake. The men were nervous but ready for a fierce confrontation, but Lily was visibly nervous. David explained that they are going there to investigate and understand why monsters come out of this place. This is the only way to stop the invasion, and to do it once and for all. To do this, you need to destroy the source of the appearance of monsters. This is the real goal of the game. David asked everyone to remain calm and activated the teleportation process. Soon they finally arrived at their destination. It was indeed the same lake. It turned out that Jupiter had already been here 20 years ago. When the king's soldiers were at the crossing, they received an order to cover the lake with earth. David was surprised that 20 years ago they tried to fill this lake with earth. It seems that the city was ruled by a fool then. The entire magical squad was involved. They tried to use magic to raise the earth and fill the lake. Now looking back, you can understand that it was impossible. Depending on how many stones and earth went down to the bottom, the lake did not decrease. It endlessly absorbed earth and stones. Then rumors spread among the royal army that the lake was connected to hell. After the first week of attempts, monsters began to appear in legions, and then the army retreated. The plan failed. Since that moment Jupiter was so close to the lake for the first time, she warned them all to be careful. David said that soon they will try to go deeper. At this moment Lila began to panic. The system said they couldn't come back until they opened the next stop, but David knows that. He has played this game an infinite number of times, so the system will not be able to intimidate him. The entrance was opened and he jumped into the water first like a true leader. The system immediately gave several tips. First of all, you need to be attentive and not lose concentration in any situation. Almost nothing was visible around, but sounds could be heard, as if the darkness was approaching them. The team could not understand where the Lord was. They did not feel well about each other. David asked them to keep calm and turn on the light. Lucas was the first to do so. Soon they saw each other and understood what was happening around them. Lily continued to panic more and more with each passing minute, although of course they tried to calm her down. They stood in front of the gate. David explained that this is the kingdom of the lake, a dungeon that is built underwater, as well as a nest of monsters that they have to clear out today. All of them can breathe and move without issue, a similar matter in the ancient magic affecting this realm. It's amazing to see with your own eyes how something so big can hide underwater. Lucas was the first to hear the approaching unknown creature and told everyone to shut up and get ready. They all understand that a serious battle can start at any moment, so you have to be ready for anything. Lily was already preparing to return home, but David assured her that she should not be nervous, because it was not an enemy. This is the first time they have entered the dungeon, so it must be an NPC that wants to talk to them. After this creature came closer, it turned out to be a woman. She said that this place does not have what they are looking for. This girl asked them to return to the mountain while they had the chance. Surprisingly, David had never seen her before. About 100 of them live in hell, which is an underwater dungeon. One random NPC should act as a guide. David started the game 742 times, but this woman never appeared here. He said that they came from the surface to destroy the bee nest. Because of the monsters that come out of here, the outside world is suffering a lot, and so they want to end it. This woman said that the kingdom of the lake has long been plunged into darkness. No one will ever be able to wake it up. An incredible number of heroes and great warriors tried to remove the curse from this place, but no one succeeded. That is why she advises them not to go into this darkness, and to turn back before it is too late. At any moment, the darkness can engulf them, and they can also lose their minds due to the smell of evil. David explained that he is Lord of the Crossing, a fortress city that exists to stop monsters, so he is responsible for protecting humanity. The darkness does not scare him at all. If he was afraid of similar missions, he would have returned to the real world a long time ago. That's why they have to go in and destroy this demon estate. That's why they've come such a long way. Of course the door is closed and they can't get in. If there is another way, they would like to get help. This girl carefully looked into the Lord's eyes, and after a few minutes she agreed to help. She became curious to see if their words were really filled with courage, or if they were just beautiful phrases. She told them to follow her, and when David asked her name, the girl replied that she did not remember her name. If it is so important to them, they can call her Nameless. David decided to believe her words and make the squad follow her forward. Lucas was against this idea. He believes that they have no right to go after unknown persons, because it could turn out to be a trap. David assured that everything will be fine. He feels that she can be trusted. Soon she said that if the squad enters here, they will be able to get inside. It turned out that she led them to the sewer system. It's slippery there, so you have to be careful. I had to bend down and walk through a narrow tunnel for 5 minutes. Thus they finally reached the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom. All sewage drains are connected here. The pipes are dry, and dripping water is barely audible. The first area of the sewers is now open. It's a safe area. The monsters can't get in, so they can start from there next time. Seeing the opportunity to return home, Lily immediately said that she urgently needed to return to the city, but of course David was against it. Then Nameless said that she will not go with them further. Now they have to rely only on themselves. David thanked her for her help. Finally, she decided to warn the brave that the Lake Kingdom had already completely absorbed the horror. The further they advance, the thicker the darkness will become, and the monsters will become stronger. If her words still mean anything, she wants to give advice. Never turn off the light. After that, Nameless left the squad and went away. Now they will not have an experienced guide. The darkness here has already started to scare some members of the squad. Even with the help of his eyes, Damien can't see anything at a distance of several meters. It seems as if this darkness is alive and has a soul. It is strange that that girl can move around this area without a lantern. This dungeon is full of secrets, and even David, who was able to complete this game, does not know the answers to these questions. The only thing he is sure of now is that they will meet Nameless later, but it is not known if she will be their friend. Given the level of their team, there should be no problem with a sweep. They decided to go ahead full of optimism, although only David and Lucas had optimism. The main structure of the dungeon is rooms and passages. In the rooms you can find some items, fight enemies, and talk to NPC. In the first room, a test was already waiting for them. They saw huge rats. Of course, they had to be destroyed. These rats are on level 3, which is a bit of a problem, although there are quite a few of them. David immediately recognized the large sewer rats. He already knows that the enemy is not difficult, but you have to be careful. They probably took Lily with them for nothing. This girl is constantly scared and panicking. Now she almost lost consciousness when she saw the rat. Lucas immediately went forward to attack these monsters. He would keep his distance and destroy those who got too close. Damien is also ready to get down to business. The skulls of these rats are very strong, so the main thing is to aim for the eyes or the neck. David also asked the sorcerers not to spend a lot of mana, to attack only those who broke through the defense of Lucas. After he had given all his soldiers a task, he decided to rest a bit and enjoy the action. There was a lot to see, because the other members of the squad worked at 100%. Each of them has their strengths, and knows how to use them perfectly. Soon all the rats were destroyed. They could not pose serious problems for the professional squad. 13 destroyed rats turned out. Lucas is ready to collect magic crystals, but David thinks that it is not necessary, because they are of a low level. Then he stopped for a while. The system said that there were 14 rats in the room, so one was still alive. If they forgot to destroy this nasty creature, then it can wait for the perfect moment and sneak attack. As a result, this is exactly what happened. Strangely enough, the main target of this rat became the Lord. David managed to see the approach of the monster and decided to activate his special glove. For this, you had to play the lottery and get the jackpot. The blow turned out to be really flawless. The rat team had never missed such a powerful right hook. Hitting the wall, his blood splattered in different directions. A little more, and his entrails would have come out through his mouth. It turned out that he was very lucky to make a lucky hit. A number above 100 is a rarity. Lucas immediately made sure that everything was fine with the Lord. He understood that he had to protect him even in this situation. David explained that he struck the prince. When members of the royal family are in danger, they can activate a superpower. He hopes that they will all believe this lie and they will be able to move on. Of course, everyone else, with the exception of Lucas, began to doubt, but still they continued to move forward. There was no one in the next room. David said that there might be something hidden here, so you have to look carefully. Mr. Big Eyes found a chest. Probably there are some treasures, but you have to be careful because it could be a trap. Jupiter's gold rush was immediately activated as soon as she heard about the treasures. Now no one will be able to stop her. Even if it turns out to be a trap, this grandmother is too greedy. Soon the sorceress apologized. Every time she feels money, she loses control of herself. Now she can calmly give the chest to the Lord, such an impression that he does not see that she has already put something in her pocket. The system reported that huge sewer rats were approaching them again. It did not take them much time. They easily cleaned the room and continued on their way. The next room is the boss room, and this is where the fun begins. After they are able to destroy it, then it will be possible to return home, so the squad must make every effort to do so. When they went inside, they smelled an incredible smell of blood, and also saw a huge number of rats. Then in front of them, they saw the biggest rat in history, probably Splinter. He constantly repeated that he must destroy the other rats and return the Lake Kingdom to the best times. Damien had never met monsters that spoke human language. At that moment, the huge rat heard some voices and thought that some rats were still alive. Before us is the boss of the rats. He is at the 15th level and has incredibly high strength indicators. Oddly enough, he destroys other rats because he thinks he must kill them all. His name is Peleg. It is strange that a rat has a human name. Maybe later the reasons for this will become known. Seeing this, the lily began to scream, but immediately used her fire magic. This girl did not even wait for an order from the Lord and other team members, but immediately started to act, due to panic. After that, Jupiter took up the matter. She also wants to demonstrate her strengths and stop the monsters herself. I'm not sure that her strength will be enough to stop this giant, although she can fry his skin a little. But it turned out that one should not underestimate Jupiter. This grandmother still remains in excellent shape. Although he wanted to destroy all the rats in the world, it seems that the time to destroy him has passed. With the help of the two sorcerers working together, it turned out to be quite easy to destroy the boss. His resistance to sorcery is almost at 0 level. If they tried to defeat him with the help of physical properties, then many problems arose. After the rat was roasted, it was time to get the reward for it. A chest appeared in front of the team as a reward for clearing the boss room. Seeing the chest, David immediately understood that he should ask Lucas for help. Of course it is meant to hold Jupiter. This crazy woman always loses her mind when she sees treasures. In the chest, David found a sword for chopping rats. When you attack a monster with this weapon, your strength increases by 25%. Such a sword can really come in handy in a battle with rats, so David decided to give it to Lucas. Of course, this sword is not good enough to replace Lucas's main weapon, but it can still be useful. Taking a closer look at the chest, David found another interesting item. A challenge scroll, automatic turret defense. After all the rewards were collected, there was no point in staying here anymore. The happiest of all was Lily because she always wanted to go home. The team went down the corridor that connected to the boss room. Then the sewers ended. Here begins the inner part of the Lake Kingdom. This is the second area. David said that they should not be in too much of a hurry to return to their homes, because they still had work to do. This city has become the epitome of a magical community, a true reflection of a deep realm stuck in darkness. But in this developed city there is no light at all, also like no living thing. This city is silent and dead. Now they have unlocked the checkpoint in the hidden alley. This is the second area of the Dark Realm. Soon the system reported that they could not go beyond this area yet. David was no longer going to fight the monsters. He knew that in this case everything could end very badly. They did a great job and destroyed the rat boss. After opening the second checkpoint, you can go home. Each of the characters received a boost to their current level, which is a great achievement bonus. The teleportation bridge was activated and they turned back. As soon as the teleportation gate closed, it turned out that there were many different creatures near them. There was also a masked man there. This man was interested because he saw the legendary last player. This situation raises a huge number of questions. In any case, we will be interested in watching it in the future. Meanwhile, the team returned to the crossing city. David thanked them for their help and asked them to rest tonight. Jupiter is not sure that she will be able to sleep peacefully. It is difficult to accept the fact that a huge city is hidden under the lake. It is even difficult to imagine what happened behind this city, especially considering the darkness that engulfed the life of the city. This darkness was really alive. Maybe David knows some answers to common questions. The Lord replied that he had nothing to add, although he had completely completed the game. But why the Lake Kingdom became like this, he was not told. But he has a premonition that he must go to the center of this city and reveal all its secrets. Jupiter is unlikely to be able to fall asleep today without a few glasses of delicious wine. Lily said that she also wanted to drink a little. Again, circumstances forced them to drink alcohol. These girls can make great friends, but they need to be watched because their alcoholism can get out of control. Damien said that he wants to return to the church. He still feels awkward after the Lake Kingdom. He is sure that if he prays and asks God for strength, it will be much easier for him. David said goodbye to the boy and ordered Lucas to return home. They should also have a good rest. They still have time before the next raid in the Lake Kingdom, so this time should be used to advantage. Lucas was trying to figure out if they needed to go scouting and see which monster would attack next. David replied that everything is already known about this. The next time they will fight against a squad of sewer rats. The Lake Kingdom is completely under the control of these creatures. First they creep into all research areas, and then they multiply. Their population reaches a limit, so there are too many of them. And then they crawl out of the dungeon and head to other areas. That is, the monsters they fought with will be the next rivals of the Empire. But now you need to rest and not think about it. David and Lucas returned to the estate and asked Ader to cook something delicious. But this guy panicked and started saying that they had a disaster. He said that the reinforcements that were supposed to come from a nearby town would not come to her aid until the next battle. The central and eastern cities of the Empire said they could not send troops. David tried to understand what was the reason for such a situation, and at that moment everyone heard a voice from Lucas's stomach. He immediately started apologizing for his indecent behavior, but everything can be solved with a delicious dinner. David can't solve this problem right now anyway, so there's no point in screaming and panicking. We can talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, after a good rest, David returned to this topic. Ader tried to explain. A war had recently started on the Western Front, and at the moment the Empire was fighting the enemy. They collect all the free soldiers and send them east to support the army. That is why there is no reinforcement that they could send to the crossing, but David is sure that something is wrong here. The Empire is constantly at war, regardless of the weather, time of year and season. That is, there is always a war with neighboring states. But for some reason now they need all the soldiers of the West, and most importantly, it happened at the moment when David asked for reinforcements. He hoped that the Eider was able to find mercenaries, but the boys said that they are trying to hire everyone who wants to, but there are too few of them. Their last battle ended just a few days ago. It would be unreasonable to expect the mercenary guild to fill up immediately. Now David must figure out what to do, because without soldiers he will not be able to win battles. He didn't like that Ader was always smiling like a mentally retarded guy. He asked him to think about this problem as well. Now they should not worry about themselves, only the next mission is important to them. Ader replied that he has one idea, although it is not as easy as it might seem at first glance. He asked the Lord to follow him, but before they set off, Lucas approached them. He tried to understand where David was going with his secretary. Maybe they needed help. It turned out that they were going to the Past Lord. David also found out about it only now. The Past Lord is called the Margrave Cross. To begin with, it is necessary to explain who the Margraves are. In short, they are the counts who protect the border. They have great powers compared to ordinary counts, because they are ordered to protect the front from enemies, monsters, and natural disasters. In other words, they are not just nobles, but military commanders who are also responsible for the protection of the region. From the moment when people began to cross the crossing, Margrave Cross always ruled here. The city was named in his honor. The Cross family laid a road and built a fortress city from the mountain, and the legendary was formed. This earl was born into an influential family and had protected this place for a long time since its creation. But why did he leave this position? The southern front is far from the center, to be honest. Here the Margrave has much more influence than the emperor himself. But Cross resigned from the position of lord and transferred the city to the administration of the center, so David took his place. He gave up the land that was handed down from generation to generation, and that is very strange. Ader said that he cannot tell it briefly, so it is better to listen to this story from the Cross. Soon they were close to his estate. The Margrave lives not far from the crossing. From the very beginning this place was only a vacation home, but after he left his post, he moved here permanently. Looking around, one gets the impression that no one lives here, but Ader assured that the Margrave is right here. Soon an old man with a gray beard noticed the guests and asked them what they wanted. He was very displeased that unknown people had come here again and ordered them to flee immediately. This is exactly what Margrave Cross is. Ader immediately reminded his old acquaintance about himself, and informed him that he had come to visit him with his friends. David could not believe that this is really the past lord of the city. It seems that he is some old alcoholic. The Margrave was unhappy that guests came to him again. He asked the Eider not to bring anyone here. The secretary asked to talk to his friends at least a little, and introduced the cross to the new lord of the city. David smiled and said that he was very pleased to meet the legendary person. He also told that he is the youngest son of the emperor. Despite the fact that the lord is a tyrant prince, he cannot have a bad relationship with the earl. David said that they passed by to talk a little, and at that moment the Margrave ordered him to get out of here. The lord definitely did not expect such a conversation. He believed that now they would immediately find a common language. This old man would not listen to the new lord and kept telling him to get out of his territory. The Everblack Empire is a state with a strict caste system. Almost everyone knows about it. But even if the Margrave was the main one in these lands, then he has no right to forget the formalities in the conversation with the prince. David tried to remind him of the hierarchy, but Cross drew his weapon and prepared for battle. In such a strict empire with its laws, everyone understands what it means to raise a weapon against a member of the imperial family. This means that someone has definitely lost their mind, or forgot to take a pill, and you should avoid obsessed people. David is ready to leave, but he will definitely return, and hopes that next time they will be able to talk properly. The Margrave ordered him never to return to this land and to leave him alone. The Margrave's full name is Charles Cross, and he has never appeared in the Empire Defense game before. But the reason David doesn't know him is he is the father of the best tank in the game, Evangeline Cross. Evangelina has incredible skills and is one of the most popular characters of the highest rank. Surely this old alcoholic has a good side. Maybe in the future they can become friends. The Margrave has his own personal army, an elite squad of soldiers who remain loyal only to him. If they can convince the Count, it could really help them solve their problems. Ader said that there is one way. Sometimes only an alcoholic can understand another alcoholic. This is hard to come to terms with. David is trying to lead a righteous and noble life, but this world does not allow him to be right. In the evening, David decided to return to the territory of this haunted old fool. Charles Cross was incredibly angry and immediately grabbed his weapon and prepared to brutally punish the young prince. He warned that David would never come here again, but it turned out that David did not come empty-handed. He brought with him a huge number of bottles of alcohol. It is not known where he got so many drinks. The young prince smiled and said that this is what the margrave loves most of all in the world. The third son of the Emperor Mark, in whose body is David, a real wild guy who likes to drink, seduce women, and fight. There was no way someone like him would come empty-handed. Of course he brought a lot of expensive booze with him. He suggested that the margrave begin their acquaintance from the very beginning and drink together. Of course the old man immediately agreed to such a proposal. He invited the prince to his place and asked him not to forget about the knockout. It's great that old people are very predictable. Now the conversation should be much more productive. Upon entering, David immediately smelled a strong smell of alcohol, but this should not have surprised him. Charles was happy. He had not had a good company for a long time to drink delicious whiskey or tequila. David was surprised that the glasses were clean. The margrave said that even if the house is a complete mess, insects should always be clean. You can say that this is a kind of respect for alcohol, especially for whiskey of the first year of the Peacemaker. This drink is almost priceless. Peacemaker is the middle name of the current emperor, which means that this drink was made in the year of his coronation. And it also means that this drink is incredibly expensive, so Charles should be happy. David brought this drink so that the old man treated him much more kindly than during the first meeting. The margrave was very pleased. It was exactly the wonderful taste he expected from this expensive drink. They managed to drink the first bottle of whiskey, and David decided that it was time to talk about business. Everything turned out to be not so simple. Charles asked him not to change the subject, otherwise he would be forced to expel him. Again. David asked to give him something to eat, but it seems that this alcoholic always drinks on an empty stomach. Soon he still went to another room and brought something for the guest. These were dried fruits. It turned out that Charles has his own orchard, where he grows various fruits. So he is not only engaged in knocking out alcohol, but also does some chores around the house. It can be said that this is his hobby. The taste was very terrible, too sour and tasteless. It is not clear how it can be eaten at all. Charles said that it was disrespectful to spit out what he had worked so hard to cultivate. But as soon as he tasted these dried fruits, he immediately felt approximately the same emotions as David. For a whole year, he diligently grew fruit in his garden, but it turned out to be such a mess. After that, he said that it is better to continue knocking out whiskey and forget about food. The crossing is in the southern part of the continent. The days are long here, and the land is fertile. According to rumors, there is no better place to grow fruit. That is why it is so strange to understand that these fruits taste terrible, but everything you plant on these lands will grow in abundance, even without support. But of course, if they are not attacked by monsters every day, because this is a real problem. Monsters destroy fields and kill farmers, but even if the monsters die, they ooze black energy that seeps into the ground. After that, the entire area becomes infected, the land becomes cursed, and all plants wither and die. That is why there are almost no fields left around the fortress city. Markgraf looked at his vocal with a worried look. He looked at the golden alcohol made from fruits and grains that would never grow on these lands. He is engaged in gardening because everyone has to do at least one stupid thing in life. His foolish act is to grow fruit and maintain a garden. Now he won't be able to get drunk even if he wants to, but he's used to it. David again began to try to talk to him about a serious topic. Charles reminded that he did not want to change the topic of conversation. David said that he is ready to be kicked out of this house, but he will still say what he has to. Monsters are trying to come to their territory again. Their numbers have increased and are constantly increasing. The last time they fought 1,000 living armors. This battle took many lives, but they still achieved a positive result. They stopped the enemy, but the walls of the fortress were badly damaged, and there were incredibly few soldiers left. Now they are in desperate need of military support. They badly need the soldiers under the command of Charles Cross. The old man calmly answered that there are no soldiers under his command, but David knows everything about the personal army of the Cross family. Charles explained that he had friends whom he had trained and shared the battlefield with all his life. But when he renounced his title and laid down his spear and shield, they also abandoned their military affairs. All of them are now retired, although David is of course trying to get them called back to do the hard work. Markgraf showed sour dried fruit and said that it won't work because this land is not worth defending. Charles asked not to waste innocent lives trying to defend this worthless front line. It was better to evacuate the city before it was too late. This is being said by a man who belongs to an influential family who has made it his duty to protect these lands. After a short pause, Charles Cross asked the prince why he had come to the south. Everyone is dying here, hopeless for the future. So the count advises the young prince to leave here immediately, before it is too late. Because soon it may be too late. Because the curse of this land will eat him whole. Lucas hoped that the Lord managed to convince the old alcoholic to help, but David said that his plan failed. The Lord said that he received from the old man only a bag of dried fruits, which taste very sour. Probably this count had to go through some difficult moments in his life. David hopes that Lucas may know something about this man's past that broke him so badly. Ader said that David should hear all this from the margrave personally, but in fact David did not learn anything. In any case, beliefs remain beliefs. Now David and his men must do everything in their power to protect the city. They have to fix the wall and prepare for battle. No matter what cards he has in his hands, the monsters will come and have to stop them. David has to go all out and kill the monsters with all his might. Then he has to get back to town and get to work. The next stage is approaching. The next morning, David immediately started planning the repair work. The workers had only recently finished breaking open the huge sword left behind by the living armor boss. Today they will clean up the garbage and start repairing the wall. David asked not to throw away the fragments of the sword, but to spread them in front of the wall. It will make a wonderful partition, ideal for stopping rats. It takes longer than expected to fully repair the wall, because the wall is in a worse condition than they anticipated. David was told that it could take about 10 days, although the next battle is a week away. There is absolutely not enough time, of course. You cannot repair the wall of the intersection, which is the embodiment of the architecture of the empire, in a few minutes. David said he would take care of the materials and workers, and they should do their best to finish the repairs within a week. The prince understands that this task is almost impossible to complete, but he has no other choice. This is not a mistake or a hallucination. An army of 3,000 fifth-level rats is approaching them, so it will not be sweet. 3,000 rats the size of a dog they encountered during their free exploration is too many. So they need the wall of this fortress because without it, it will be almost impossible to defend the city. The commander of the workers said that they would try to do it, but it was noticeable that he was upset, because he understands how difficult this task is. David thanked him for his work and overall sacrifice, and asked the other workers to work harder. For the past few days, he had been busy repairing the wall during the day, and at night he had been drinking with the Margrave Cross at his house. There were no conversations between him and the Count, only alcohol and silence around. The line of defense steadily became stronger every day. Of course, there were also disadvantages of such a life, because the prince's liver steadily became weaker. He poured alcohol into his stomach for a great number of hours, and after 4 days of such a life, the Margrave finally began to speak. He asked David if he had the person he loved. It was a strange question. At first David did not understand anything, but the player repeated his words. David immediately thought about this question. It seemed to him that there was no one he loved. In his world, even before he became a streamer, he was always alone. No one particularly loved him, and he also loved no one in return. That is, he was quite a lonely person. After that, he started his streamer activity and quickly gained an audience. Then the guy started to receive love from the audience. But this love was never mutual. In any case, no matter how much he thinks, he cannot find a person he loves. Margrave Cross said that he must have a very difficult life, and this made the boy angry. It's strange to hear this from someone who constantly drinks alcohol alone. Having decided to ask him a counter question, Charles replied that he had a love affair, but it was before. He loved his wife very much. She was the only one he loved in his whole life, but she died 3 years ago. It was torn to pieces by monsters in the garden. They even had to arrange a funeral with an empty coffin. There is a curse that is passed down to every lord of these lands, but David has never heard of it. It's the city, or you. There will come a time when everyone has to choose something. There have never been exceptions. No one could escape this curse, not the first lords, not grandfather Charles, not even his father. The moment he told this story, his hands began to shake, despite the large amount of alcohol he had consumed beforehand. This moment also came for him. Then for several decades, there was almost no activity behind the monsters. The city was calm, but there was no income. Due to financial problems, Charles had no choice but to open his own business. The wife said that they should start farming. It was quite an interesting idea. A war had broken out in the northern lands, so the empty and peaceful lands of the south seemed like an ideal option. Monsters appeared rarely, so the land was almost not polluted. They thought that this land would be ideal for farming. Therefore, the family decided to expand their possessions. Rumors about this land spread around, and people began to come here from different cities. There were few monsters. They could easily protect themselves. So for a while, everything went well, and their garden flourished. As a true lady, his wife took the initiative to plant trees and sow land in the most dangerous places. He still remembers the grapes she used to feed him with dirty hands. The fruit they grew that first year was terrible, but it was sweeter than anything else in this world. For a moment, Charles even had a hope that maybe he could forget about killing monsters. Instead, he can work in the fields, pick fruit, and make a living. He wondered if such a life was possible. But of course, as it turned out in the near future, such a life turned out to be impossible. Then it was the second year that they were engaged in agriculture. They received information that 100 huge monsters were approaching the city. Charles hurried back to the crossing. His wife stayed behind to watch the garden and asked him to be careful. Only after arriving in the city, he learned the terrible truth that the monsters decided to split up. A small pack of monsters separated from the main group and decided to attack agriculture. The main group of monsters was already attacking the city, and Charles had to make a choice. He must choose whether to save his wife on the farm or to protect tens of thousands of city residents. Probably everyone guessed what exactly this man chose. No additional hints are even needed. He chose the city, just like his ancestors. He chose the city because the principles and rules told him to do so. He defended the fort and fought the monsters. They were able to win after several hours of fighting. But by the time he returned home very quickly, the fields had already been destroyed and all the people had been killed. Some small pack of monsters tore apart hundreds of people, of course, along with his wife. Margrave Cross was true to his calling, and in return he lost what was dear to him. It is not known what the problem was. In a reliable line of defense that protects the border, or in too large a territory of possessions. He believes that this is 100% his fault, but even that is not what hurts him the most. The fact that at that difficult moment he left his wife and chose the city kills him from the inside. His daughter called him delusional. She never understood how he could choose the city instead of his wife. A few days later, she left the place. That's what he got for protecting the crossing. His wife died and his daughter left him. Now he is forced to rot in his estate in solitude. And this is just one example. The curse of this city has existed for more than a decade. David should have heard that the crossing is also called the City of Graves. That's right. This city is built on bones. It will also force the young prince to make a choice. In order to protect these lands, there will surely come a time when you have to sacrifice something expensive for this. David listened attentively and did not answer anything. The impression is that it does not sound like a curse, but like a prediction. As a prediction of the inevitable cause and effect of the future. The Charles family has tried to live with this curse for years, but they can't do it anymore. Charles is not going to pass this curse on to his daughter, and David understands it perfectly. So it turns out that he resigned to protect his daughter from inheriting the lordship. Charles wants his daughter to leave these cursed lands once and for all and live free and happy. He is talking about the SSR rank tank, Evangelina Cross, the character that David wanted so badly. Charles already understands that the young lord has come to ask for the city's help. He had already defended this area enough, and because of that he had lost a lot, even more than he should have. That is why he explained to the boy that he no longer wants to interfere in this process. There was no pride in Charles's eyes, reflected in the glass of whiskey, that he had devoted his life to protecting the front line. In his eyes, one could see only regret that he was not near his wife when she died. He wants to die in this garden, and not on the walls of the fortress. This is enough to refuse David's offer. Charles told the young prince the whole truth, a sign of gratitude that he stayed with him. But now David must go. The old man finally gave him advice. If such a moment comes for him in the future, then he should think carefully before making a choice. David should not regret his decision. Neither should Charles. And at this their conversation ended, and the Lord returned to the city. It is now the 5th day of the wall repair, 2 days until the next phase begins, and the workers are really doing a great job. He allowed them to take a break and enjoy a delicious lunch. As expected, the Lord was quite generous to the people, so they quickly improved their attitude towards him. Of course, there were people who were upset because they were not given some alcohol for lunch. David immediately asked them to shut up and eat in silence. Since he has given enough workers, they should have time to do everything before the monster invasion begins. The temporary wall repair will be finished in 2 days, so things are going well so far. The most difficult aspect is over. Now we need to move on to somewhat more interesting nuances. The Lord will be able to use the magical summoning scroll that was found in the last expedition. It can only be used after studying it in the alchemy workshop. Today, the study of the Sugao was completed. David confirmed in the system that he wants to use this item. The expectations are quite high. David now has the summoning magic skill, automatic defense turret. Finally, he will be able to use the item obtained from the chest and the mana core, so all the necessary ingredients are gathered. Now he has to choose a place where he wants to install the turret. It won't take long. So far, things are looking pretty promising. It looks like the crossing will be ready for the monsters to attack in 2 days. The turret was installed very quickly. This weapon really looks very threatening to monsters. Everyone is satisfied. The alchemist believes that this technology of magical architecture was lost 100 years ago. David thanked everyone for their help. Thanks to them, the defense line is getting stronger and stronger. He asked them to continue in the same direction, and then they would taste victory again. He sees a wonderful mood in the eyes of all these people, and hopes that it will be the same in the future. Now it's time to move on to the next stop, the forge. Armor was ordered there to protect against monster attacks. It seems that everything is going according to plan. It was made from the Ghost Knight's mana core as the main ingredient. David doesn't really like that her strength is at a rather weak level, but in any case she is more useful than expected. This equipment was ordered personally for Lucas. He even almost cried when he found out about it. We should probably give him gifts more often. David immediately thanked the blacksmith for the excellent work. The man was also happy because he was able to work with good material for the first time in a long time. If the Lord trusts him again, he will do everything in the best quality, so David can order anything at any time. The creation of equipment plays a big role in the game. The young prince must come to the forge very often. After that, David turned to Lucas and said that they should go to the western part of the city. Something important is happening there. On the western field of the fortress city, the sounds of cannon shots could be heard in memory of those who died in battle. It was a burial place for soldiers who gave their own lives for the sake of the empire. New graves were filled with earth under carefully erected monuments. This time there were not so many deaths, but it is difficult to look at these statistics with optimism, because these are still people who lost their lives. Lord has always organized everything at the highest level. There can be no complaints about this issue. Today's day flew by as if in a second, as it always happens when you have a large volume of tasks in front of you. It turned out that David spent most of the city budget on these burials. He also organized compensation payments to the families of fallen soldiers. This is indeed a royal way to spend money. But this is the front line, a place where lives wash away like a muddy dam during the rainy season. The time will come when the Lord will no longer be able to hide what is happening with good deeds. But did the game come here to say only this? Maybe he ran out of alcohol at home because there are not many bottles of whiskey. Sometimes he comes here to drink alone, but that's not what he's here for today. He asked the opinions of his past comrades, asked if they would like to defend the city. They all said that they want to do it, and are ready to return soon to fight again for the city of the Crossing Fortress. This is the best news that David has heard lately. He was very happy with these words of the margrave. It is not known whether these grandfathers will be able to help the city enough, but they are already busy preparing for the upcoming battle. Now David must take full responsibility for them, treat them well and respect them. David began to thank the old man for his help and said that he would never forget his act. The game was very strict, so the young prince could not understand how to get close to him. That is why he could not believe that this man would really help him. To be honest, it was not expected at all. That's probably all that Charles Cross can do for the city of Crossing, but it's enough. He wished the new lord good luck and asked him to take care of the city and its people in the future. David thanked the past lord for his help and promised that he would do everything possible for success. He also promised to visit whenever he needed the advice of a wise friend. Charles asked to bring whiskey with him. David said that he would also bring medical herbs with him, because he was worried about his health. But Charles replied that he did not need this delusion. After that, he calmly looked at the boy, turned around, and began to return home. David wanted to stop him, let him be old, but still the Margrave of Cross, who had defended this front all his life. He could help a lot in this battle, but he already lost too much in this place. That is why the young prince did not dare to ask him to take part in the battle and only watched him go. He watched and believed that next time they would talk longer, and he would give him some more wise advice. David looked at this experienced man and did not even realize that their next meeting would never happen. 2 days passed. The day of the great battle came. Everything was ready from the very morning. The repair of the wall was finished on time. Of course, some things were not done very well, but it had to be done for the sake of speed, so now the wall will fulfill its duty. All preparations were completed on time. The materials turned out to be more than enough. The army became more powerful by about 300 qualified soldiers. They said that from the very beginning they numbered more than 1,000 professional warriors. But in the end, David is still happy, because this number is much more than he expected to see. Weapons are already waiting to destroy the monsters. David is sure that everything will go according to plan today. He decided to reorganize the kill box, which was the key to victory in the first part of the last battle. Everything really started perfectly. David already wanted to see the monsters on the horizon, which he will soon destroy together with his army. Soon that time came, and the masked man appeared on the stage again. He is already approaching the territory of the fortress, so soon everything will begin. How many minutes before the scout returned to the fortress city? This is a classic practice of any army. He warned that the monsters were approaching. There were a lot of them, and they all looked very angry. It seems that they were deliberately not fed for several days, so that they were even more hungry and cruel. There were 10 minutes left before the start of the second stage. David warned the soldiers that soon everything would begin, and they should all prepare for battle. The preparations were perfect. Everything was done on time, and everyone knew their personal mission in this battle. In all the time he's been playing this game, there's never been a situation like now, when everything was good from the start. Soon David saw this clown on the horizon. It seemed that he came alone. The Lord was a little confused because he could not understand who it was. He tried to show this character to Lucas, but at that moment he disappeared from his sight. In this case, you should ask for help from a person who sees everything in the world, for example, Demian. It turned out that this guy with incredible eyesight also can't see anything. Maybe it was all just hallucinations, but if not, someone was really there. David had never seen this character before, but now he forgot about it, because the ground began to shake, and he realized that the monsters were approaching. He must remain calm regardless of whether he is hallucinating or not. Also, he should not pay attention to the number of these nasty rats. The only thing he can do is to stop them. The artillery prepared to launch an attack on the monsters, each of them ready and waiting for the signal. Soon David ordered to open fire. The guns began to fire almost non-stop. And now these ugly creatures will feel the power of empires, and will understand that it is better to go back to the sewers. They have no armor or any magical protection, so they become easy targets. David watched it from a bird's eye view and was very pleased with the beginning. Almost 100 rats were destroyed from the first attack. They are quite weak opponents. Their strength is numbers. It must be admitted that their number is really extremely high. Because of this, it is even difficult for them to leave, because there are too many of them. In other words, by directing attacks at one target, you can destroy a large number of enemies at once. Almost 30 minutes passed from the beginning of the battle, and with the help of the system, David saw that he had already destroyed a third part of the army of rats. There were so many corpses that the rats could climb through the kill box with their help. No one thought about this before the battle began, but now it's too late to panic. The wooden walls could not withstand such an influx of rats and began to break. Destroying the kill box was not part of the Lord's plans, but in any case, it destroyed a third of the rat army. David ordered the gunners to change their aim and prepare the ballistary. The kill box was formed far from the walls of the fort, the ground behind it littered with obstacles. So far everything is fine, but David still missed something. It turned out that rats are very fast. It is almost impossible to shoot them accurately. This nuance is obvious, but everything about it was forgotten. The quadruple monster's running speed was indeed extraordinary. The Lord should have known about it in advance. If nothing changed, there would be far more rats than he expected to reach the wall. The weapon that was formed thanks to the gift in the chest came to the rescue. Maybe it will change the situation. The automatic defense turret should make these infernal creatures get grilled. Even David did not expect that it would be so large scale. It is obvious that the automatic defense of the turrets is best suited for defense. But no matter how strong and powerful it is, it will not be able to protect the entire front. In addition, the turret almost completely spent all its shells and went into a rollback state. The Lord looked at the front and was worried because there were too many opponents. They are very rapidly approaching the walls of the fortress. The remnants of the Ghost Knight's greatsword help. But it is not enough. It is only a matter of time when these monsters approach the walls of the city. Probably close combat is inevitable, so there will be casualties among the soldiers. At that moment, an extremely large explosion occurred on the front line. Judging by the Lord's reaction, this is not entirely according to plan, because he did not expect it. These hits were almost perfect. Immediately a huge number of monsters went to hell. He could not understand who did it until he saw that now legendary warriors were fighting on their side. His army is the result of recruiting old warriors with a lot of experience. This army turned out to be even stronger than expected. They were constantly close to the soldiers and acted as mentors. Also, these people assured the prince that there was no need to worry about anything, because they would take care of the soldiers. David was satisfied and gladly trusted these experienced warriors. They are exactly what is needed. Now the defense continues to do its job. So far so good. With the help of the Margrave's army, the soldiers effectively attacked the sewer rats. Everyone is probably wondering what the members of the Lord's team are doing at this time. Are they resting and doing nothing? Lucas leads the front line. He is always close to the soldiers and ready to give an order or support the soldiers. If David suggests some general plan of action, Luke always gives commands that correspond to his orders. Even if ignorance of this world's combat techniques leads to bad orders, Lucas always gets the point across and gives precise instructions to the soldiers. This main character is very capable, and without him there is almost no chance to defend the Empire. Damian is of course also focused on his tasks. No one can shoot more accurately than this young warrior. Slowly but surely he makes holes in the heads of rats approaching the wall. Since the Demian's strength is long-range shooting, it seems that his ability is less relevant in large-scale battles. But that's not true at all, because in this case the number of kills doesn't matter. He still does a great job. Lily is also close to the others. She is responsible for managing the artifacts, gives clear orders, and constantly monitors the situation with the help of his experience. It is always a pleasure to watch her give strict orders and drive in different directions with a serious expression on her face. It seems as if she is doing everything so that the Lord will look at her and see how she is actively working. We must apologize to her because if she did not want to finish her service, but she is all that the Empire needs. The next and last member of the team, Jupiter, is laying around doing nothing but drinking alcohol and root tobacco. The Lord told her to take a break, but other than that, to always be ready for battle, but that's too much. Jupiter said that her back hurts too much when she tries to gather a lot of mana. The Lord can't even shout at her because she is too precious a sorcerer in his army. All in all, with the help of everyone except Jupiter, of course, things are going well despite the fact that the front line is approaching. The power of the automatic turret was incredible. With its help, a large number of rats were destroyed. David constantly walked near this weapon and licked it, in the literal sense of the word. If everything continues at the same pace, then clearing this stage will go very smoothly. Will this be the first time when they will be able to clear the location with almost no losses? We only have a difficult game as Defense of the Empire. Not everything is perfect. David should have understood this from the very beginning. Soon he finally saw the same clown, although before he thought it was a hallucination. He immediately ordered the system to create a map of the area. With this, he very quickly saw that an enemy NPC was approaching him, and this was only in the second stage of the game. During the defense, a large number of different events can start, because all kinds of variables make the game more interesting. Invasion of an enemy set NPC is one such option. It doesn't matter if the NPC is from the Lake Kingdom or from the Empire, they can all cause big problems. But now the game is only in the second stage, so David did not expect this at all. It is not yet time for events. There is not even the same stupid director next to him to ask why he even developed such a game. Now David was sure that it was not a hallucination, although of course this must be verified with the help of Demian. The guy saw this clown very quickly. He called him a bard. That's what they call singers or poets, lonely performers of their own songs. When the Lord heard the confirmation of his guesses, he immediately ordered to attack him without stopping. Damian was against this plan. He said that it is wrong to attack a person who does not look like a monster at all. David assured that it should be done. He assured that this is an NPC from the Lake Kingdom, and his costume is a signature bard bow. Now at last the young prince remembered this character. He said that Damian should shoot him before the bard played his flute. So if he doesn't want to see a huge number of people die, he needs to do it now. It turned out that it was already too late, because the music of the flute was already heard from a long distance away. David should have immediately trusted his intuition and not believed that it was all a hallucination. It was necessary to destroy this NPC from the very beginning. Now he's already started playing his musical instrument, so we'll see what that leads to. The soldiers carefully looked behind the front line of battle and tried to understand what was happening. Everyone was surprised because they saw that the huge rats stopped. After that, after a few minutes of pause, they began to act as a coordinated mechanism and moved to one point. Panic began in the fortress city, and if before that everyone was calm and confident, now there is no trace of it. He tried to understand where the enemy army was headed. Lucas immediately informed the Lord that the target of the rats was the center of the wall. It is in the center of the wall that they have recently repaired. So this is the weakest link in the fortress. David immediately ordered all ballistian guns to be re-aimed and the entire firepower of the army to be used. The shooting began without warning. The soldiers understood that this matter was very urgent, and did not even wait for the Lord's order. The problem is that from the very beginning it was already noticeable that they did not have time to stop these obsessed monsters. The change in their behavior and movements is too unexpected, and the military was unprepared for it. At first, it was not entirely clear what these rats were trying to do, because they should not have enough strength to break the wall. The young prince watched them as if they were haunted people who had lost their minds. But the rats didn't care what the human lord thought of them. They continued to follow the bard's order. These sewers tried to break the wall with their heads, and it was hard to believe even for the soldiers. It seems as if they have gone crazy. At first it even seemed that it was for the best, and now the victory will be easy. But David began to guess that these rats know what they are doing. They are hitting exactly at that point, the repair of which was finished only a few hours ago. All employees gave 200%, but in this limited time it is impossible to do everything perfectly. It was decided to focus only on filling the breaches, so the occurrence of gorges was inevitable. Sewer rats try to squeeze into the crevices that were created during the renovation, which is why they bang their heads against the wall. They also try to bend metal with their claws and gnaw stone with their teeth. And of course they dig up the fort wall. No other monster in this horrible world has done this task better than the sewer rat. Although at first glance it looked absurd, the Helper Lord quickly realized that this plan was brilliant. It was also clear that they obeyed the bard. Without this character, the battle would have been over long ago. Maybe David gave up, but at that moment I had the impression that this singer looks as if he is actually laughing. NPC from Lake Kingdom Bard. He controls monsters with a flute. He is also called a rat catcher, and if the Lord wants to win this battle, he must kill this character. Of course, in order to do this from a long distance, he needs the help of the most accurate shooter of all the warriors in the world. He looked at Damien and told him not to shoot this character, but the boy was visibly nervous. Not for the first time. It is noticeable that when the moment of truth comes, and it is necessary to take responsibility, Damien loses confidence in his own abilities. It seems that this time he aimed too long, so long that even David started to scream. You can't let the bard see the danger, because then this guy will immediately disappear from sight. In this stupid way, they lost the opportunity to kill this scoundrel once and for all. Tears immediately appeared in Damien's eyes. He apologized to the Lord and explained that he could not shoot a person, even if it was an enemy. This is quite expected behavior from Damiens. But there are still many people among their enemies, so these attitudes must be changed. He would have to fight humans in the future anyway, so if he couldn't transform, his fighting ability would be reduced by half. He even said that they will talk about it later, because right now they need to focus on the battle and solve another problem. The prince asked all the soldiers to shoot at the center of the enemy army. He also immediately called Jupiter and said that he needed her. It was time to act. After a few glasses of broken whiskey, this grandmother is even ready to fight with Zeus and fulfill any order of the Lord. David ordered her to grill the rats and make them regret crawling out of their sewers. The power of lightning immediately began to attack the monsters. For them it turned out to be even more cruel than the punishment of fire. At this moment, it is necessary to continue to press, and not to relax. So David asked Lily to feed the flamethrower artifacts. You have to do everything very quickly and demonstrate the maximum potential of the military force. This is not a problem for Lily. Soon the artifacts were prepared for the fire, combined with the power of lightning. It would be a hell of a cocktail. If earlier it was difficult for rats to avoid cannon attacks, now it is almost impossible to avoid being fried. It was a pleasure for the lord of the fortress city to watch. Although it was difficult for the rats, they began to gather in one place, which makes it possible to make a new kill box in that place. David laughed with such an expression on his face, as if he was possessed by Satan. He said that he would play with them like children, and then destroy them. But soon his smile disappeared. The system showed information about the boss, which was previously under a question mark. It turned out that they were waiting for a meeting with an elite rat warrior. This monster is at level 30, and he did not come alone, but with his friends. 3 huge giant rats have come with a new army of small rats. This combo can destroy the fortress. Their goals are pretty clear. They're trying to continue what the first wave of mutant warriors started. David ordered to stop them, but looking at these huge titans, one gets the impression that only King Kong and Godzilla can stop them. The soldiers were frightened, so it was necessary to shout in order to bring them back to normal. If the gates of the fortress are broken, and the enemy begins to enter the city, the situation will approach a critical indicator. These rats look at least twice the size of the rat boss that David and his team destroyed in the sewers. If such giants start attacking the wall, there will be no chance to stop them. The soldiers are now using all available opportunities to kill these mutants. Special weapons, sorceries, and cannonballs, all aimed at the enemy. This turned out to be enough to destroy one of these titans, and this can already be considered an incredible success. David ordered the warriors not to stop and to continue at the same pace. That's not all. Killing the titans is the priority. He asked to forget about saving shells and shoot without any pauses. Then he turned to the people who control the mana multiplier. This artifact will help increase the power of Jupiter. Now all these magical things are extremely necessary. The fate of the confrontation depends on them. The power of lightning began to attack the enemy army again, and once again fried 100 rats. This power was incredible. The rats literally melted like cheese, but even this was not enough to stop the titans. Given the distribution of this school, even that wasn't enough to completely destroy the main threat. In this case, you should immediately ask for lightning attack reinforcements. Make a flamethrower from a lily. The girl replied that there is a problem with this because the artifact is still being recharged. Lord said he was well aware of that, but he still needed her to activate the artifact. She knew that she needed to retire because these worries were weighing her down too much, but she did not expect to participate in such fierce battles. Her fire was indeed incredibly hot and was able to ignite the rat titan's skin. This turned out to be enough to destroy him, so the last titan remained. It must be destroyed, and it seems that Lucas is ready to take the stage and fulfill this main task. He's been waiting for his star moment for a long time, and it looks like it's here. The perfect time to use the sword. This blow was aimed, and it was able to injure the titan, but it was not enough to kill the rat. You'll have to be a little more accurate and get one more shot. That should be enough for the win. If you need accuracy, then you immediately know that you need to turn to Damien, and that's exactly what David did. The aiming arrow flew in the direction of the huge rat, There is no doubt that it will be an accurate shot. That's exactly what happened. Demian was able to hit the monster's eye. It seemed that victory was now guaranteed, but it turned out that this huge rat was not ready to die so quickly. He still has the strength to move forward. It seems as if he was born in hell. This is probably his last strength, but he is ready to sacrifice himself in order to break the wall of the fortress. It must be admitted that his plan worked, even though it was the last seconds of his life, but he did what was necessary. He was a commander who fought monsters all his life, and immediately he could understand that something was wrong. There was something very strange about this invasion, but only an experienced warrior could sense it. The attack was different from those before, not only in the number of monsters, but also in their combination. Instead of groups of different types of monsters, a single army has come, and that's what looks strange. Now Charles understood why the Lord, the youngest of the princes, was asking so much for his help. It was hard to believe that things could not go according to plan for such a person. But now the old man had different thoughts in his head. He saw how dangerously close the monsters were, and he thought about helping people. At that moment, an episode from the moment when he returned home and saw that his wife had been killed immediately appeared in his memory. It was difficult for him to remember this, and he decided that he will not help the army. He is retired, so there is no need to go into battle. He returned to his garden and thought that this is the place where he would always like to die. It was at this moment that something happened that made him think again. He heard a very loud blow. It was not difficult to guess that a huge rat broke through the walls of the fortress. No, he doesn't want to fight anymore. He wants to go back to his garden and think about the past. To think about how it was good for him to live here with his wife. To remember those glorious times when he was the lord of the city. This time he will return to his wife. He asked her to wait, because this time he will definitely protect her. Meanwhile, a real panic began in the fortress city. David issued a difficult but correct order. He gave permission for an urgent evacuation. This must happen very quickly, because as soon as the walls of the fortress could not withstand, the army of rats immediately began to approach the city. With the exception of a minimal number of archers and artillery, all others who are ready to fight are ordered to go down. Lucas accepted the order from the commander and led the army behind him to engage in close combat. The cannons did not stop and continued to fire. They must destroy the maximum number of monsters before the battles in the city begin. David looked at Jupiter and said that he gives her complete freedom of action. The main thing is to kill the maximum number of enemies. As soon as she accumulates a sufficient amount of mana, she can wreak havoc here. Lily reported that now only artifacts for speed are ready for battle. In order to attack monsters with something more powerful, you need to wait 10 minutes for a full recharge. David said that there is no time to wait and it is necessary to act right now. If they are destined to die, then they will take these damned monsters with them to hell. After that, David immediately went to Demian. He saw that the boy was frightened and did not know what to do next. Probably remembering the past events, you can guess that the guy thinks that this whole situation is his fault. That is why the Lord decided to bring him back to normal, and reminded him that Demian is doing a great job in this battle. He is not going to blame his warrior for a small number of mistakes, so there is no need to lose confidence. The never-miss shooter is a hidden cheat character. For David, just the fact that such a warrior is fighting on his side is already a huge advantage over the enemy. That is why Demian must trust himself as much as the Lord trusts him. There should be no problem, so after that David ordered him to control the last line of the barrier. Destroy the rats that will break through the defense of the soldiers, and Demian is ready to do it flawlessly. Now it remains only to hope that all the soldiers will do their job perfectly. The Lord announced that the enemy's army is approaching, so the combat army should prepare. The warriors were worried, but they looked quite confident, probably after the last battle. They are no longer afraid of anything. They were looking for a powerful defense and were waiting for the enemy to approach. A melee battle would soon begin. It is hardly possible to feel incredible fear when such a legendary figure as Lucas is fighting on your side. This knight took out a beacon, which was given to him by the Lord in order to arrange a real mischief. He said that today he will make Bavarian sausages from rats, and in the evening he will fry them and drink them with delicious beer. He said that the passage is very narrow, so the warriors must remain calm and destroy the monsters one by one. Soon problems began to arise, as the number of rats simultaneously passing through the wall began to increase. There is nothing secret about this. The rats decided to expand the passage in order to attack in greater numbers. Surprisingly, David thought they were fighting sewer rats, not intelligent moles. Fortunately, during this period, the recharging of the fiery artifact has finished. It is ready for use. Lily was ready to turn it on, but the rats reached even her, and began to attack her assistants. Her psyche was already very badly affected after the past confrontations, so now it is too difficult for this woman. She is very lucky that the new lord of this city feels such moments and is always ready to come to her aid. His magical gloves help deliver powerful blows to the rats. He understood that they not only pass through the gorge, but also climb over the walls. This army of rats must have watched too many Spider-Man movies. Lily could no longer bear such tension. With tears in her eyes, she said that now she would roast them all and turn them into ashes. David knows that the artifact cannot be activated due to injury or death of alchemists. Meanwhile, on the lower floors of the fortress, a fierce battle continued between the soldiers and the sewer rats. There are also wounded in combat units. Artillerymen are trying to help them, but both sides are losing people. If nothing changes, soon the fortress will not be able to withstand this pressure and will be completely destroyed. The Lord has no right to lose control of the situation, so his brain must come up with a strategy to win. Experienced warriors also fought, but their strength was not as great as in the days of their youth. At that moment, David saw something strange. He thought he was hallucinating again. At first, nothing was clear. He saw a bright glow and hoped that it was not reinforcements from monsters. Only a little later he saw a knight holding a familiar weapon in his hands. David has seen this spear before, as well as this shield, so it is not a hallucination. The legendary margrave Charles Cross came to their aid. So now, regardless of who wins this battle, it's going to be an incredibly fun party. This old alcoholic came to give the rats a real test. David could not believe that this grandfather would really fight on their side, and did he decide to die so early? Probably this young guy does not understand that if the old school decides to fight, then no one will stop him. All his life, Charles Cross only did what he killed. The city in which he was born was a fortress that held back enemies. Even when his father died, and he became the new margrave, and even when he became a lord, he still killed monsters every day. The world for him was quite simple and clear. You have to kill the one who wants to kill him, until this girl appeared in the city. Young Charles had no chance. He immediately fell in love with her when he saw her on the streets of the city. The girl said that she is trying to set up a small business and sells flowers. She asked permission from the Lord to open her own flower shop. Charles was surprised. He explained that they were at the front, so all they needed here were swords, arrows, spears, and shells. He does not understand the benefit of flowers, but the girl assured that everyone needs flowers, precisely because they give hope. This ephemerality is what makes flowers so beautiful. Young Charles Cross did not understand her at all, and even began to treat her with suspicion. Perhaps she was an enemy spy. He came to her flower shop every day to find proof of his theory. During this time, she taught him to distinguish the colors and aromas of flowers. As a result, he remembered all types of these plants. But still he could not understand why these flowers are considered so beautiful. A year passed, Charles Cross proposed to her. The girl agreed. Many years have passed since that moment, and he is still as cruel a warrior to the core. He doesn't care about the number of enemies and circumstances. If he sees monsters in front of him, he will fight until he destroys them all. Although it has rusted a little in recent years, but the experience cannot be wasted, we will return. Let's go back to many years ago and continue to learn the story of young Charles and his wife. Then there was another day when they were attacked by monsters. In the city, such days were treated quite calmly and casually. He came and saw that his wife gave birth to a daughter, probably the happiest moment in his life. He immediately ran to his child without even thinking to wash off the blood and dust from the battlefield. This merciless killer carefully hugged his little daughter. Then he realized that he wanted to call her Evangelina. He thought that their daughter was as beautiful as her new name. Charles even lost the ability to speak when he saw the child. Again, he could not understand anything. How she, so small and fragile, made his heart sink. Just a moment ago, when he was killing monsters on the front line, there was nothing he couldn't understand. But now, he didn't understand anything. David ordered to immediately rearrange the defense line, stop the fire from the cannons and the ballistae. He asked to use crossbows and bows to shoot only the rats on the other side of the barricades. He then called his personal bodyguard and asked him to gather all the soldiers who could fight in close combat. They should all go outside and try to save the margrave. They will need this grandfather. But after these words, something so unusual happened that it is even difficult to describe it. Probably for the first time in his life, Lucas disagreed with the Lord. He said that they have a chance to catch up with the rats from behind and finally destroy them. That is why he will lead the soldiers to kill the monsters, and only after that he will return for the Charles Cross. He gathered all his troops and led them in a brutal attack on the enemy. David hoped that they would not be late. He allowed Lucas to act on the plan, but asked them to move faster. Meanwhile, Charles continued to fight, his whole face already covered in rat blood. Surprisingly, for all these years of alcoholism, he has not lost his fighting talent. This is still the same cruel and uncompromising general who used to be able to destroy half of the enemy army. It is not immediately possible to understand his motivation. It even seems that the margrave did not understand why he was doing it. I did not understand why he chose the city again, when he should have calmed down next to his wife. Why is he fighting again for this hateful intersection, because of which he lost everything he had? It is almost impossible to understand his actions. At least David cannot do it. But Charles also does not understand his actions. He tried all his life to understand the reasons, but could not. But he understood something 100%, that the flower's daughter, so weak and fragile, he must protect from monsters. The only thing in which he was at the level of the gods was killing monsters. Charles Cross knows that his daughter lives behind the walls of this fortress. That's where her home is, so no one will pass here as long as he lives. His daughter is all he has left. He is ready to give his life for her, and do it without any doubts. He knew that no matter how many gardens he grew, no matter how many monsters he killed, those glorious days of the past could not be brought back. He will never be as young as before, and he will never hug and kiss his wife again. But life goes on. And here is a man who sees the meaning of his life in battles, once again raises his head above his head. At such moments he feels young again, as if the clock had gone back and given him strength and tenacity. Charles Cross clenched his teeth and prepared to take the life of the last monster, but suddenly realized that it was quiet around. Why does this merciless, smelly, and terrible animal not attack him? Maybe Charles is already dead and all this is just an illusion that he sees in the last seconds of his life. At that moment, Lucas approached him. A warrior who in some sense took his place in the Empire. Lucas said that all the monsters are dead. The battle is finally over. There are no more opponents, no more need to raise the sword. They won and protected the crossing, just like in the past, and now it is time to rest. The legendary warrior's sword fell to the ground. He did it again. He defended this city again, and he didn't understand why again. Soon David approached the soldiers. He saw Lucas quite upset, but did not understand the reason for his emotions. The warrior said that they did not have time, although the legendary count destroyed all the monsters, but this battle took too much health from him. Demian was next to him. He tried to help in the last minutes. If he had come a little earlier, if someone had been around during the moments of this battle, then perhaps the legendary warrior's heart would still be beating. It was hard to watch, although any war takes lives, but sometimes it takes the best. David was not used to giving up. He remembered the potion he got from the chest, and thought that it might help. At that moment, Charles looked at him and said that this was not a wound that could be healed by a potion, and that it would only prolong his suffering. He asked to get up and said that he could not remember anything. David said that the battle was over, and that Charles helped the army a lot. The wall of the fortress is breached, but no monster was able to get inside, so the residents are safe. Probably these were the most important words that Charles wanted to hear. Residents of safety. He looked at the soldiers, at his friends with whom he had fought in hundreds of similar battles, and asked them not to be so sad. Charles reminded that they are at the front. Death here should be taken as commonplace. So now it's just his turn. That's all. One should always rejoice in victory. One should not pity the dead. One should pity the living. The city of the dead. This name can destroy morally. It means that many people died in the battles for this territory. But this name also means that people continue to live on the land where all these graves are located. If the city mourns, it will have nothing to oppose the enemy. The young lord must remember this. Taking care of funerals is good, but don't forget to make people happy, and David will never forget that advice. Only hope makes people live, and they live in order to enjoy life. Sometimes this simple meaning is completely forgotten. If anyone has to die, it's Charles Cross, because there's no hope left for him. In the last seconds of his life, the legendary warrior asked the count to fulfill his last wish. If his daughter ever comes here, David must tell her that her father is sorry. To tell her that she should live freely and always do what she wants. To tell her that her father is sorry for everything and that he will always love her. The margrave is upset because he thinks he didn't do what he promised, but David has a different opinion. He reminded Charles that he always fought for his family and for his people, protecting them all on this front. This world is in debt to Charles Cross, and he is obliged to pay for all these donations. David tried to say a few more words, but it seems that the legendary warrior did not hear him at all. At this moment, the young prince remembered the bag of dried fruit that Charles had given him, and which was in his pocket. Before, he could never understand why he had kept these dried fruits with him until now, because they tasted incredibly terrible. But maybe all this was done just for the sake of such a moment. As soon as the count tasted these grapes, memories of his wife immediately appeared before his eyes. Now, in the last seconds of his life, this grape seemed to him the sweetest in this world. Soon the heart of the legendary warrior stopped. At that moment a bell began to ring in the center of the city. It was a sign of the end of the great battle for the crossing city, as well as the cancellation of the order to evacuate the population. Thus died the legendary margrave Charles Cross, who was a great warrior, lord, father, and husband. David could not understand why the man who lost everything defending this city returned at the last moment. He hated the crossing, wanted to end his glorious family, but still returned and died for this city. Probably the front will always force someone to sacrifice their own life for it. Now David fully admits that it is very difficult. It is difficult to carry the burden of the lord of the city on his shoulders. But unless the strongest of men do it, then there will be no hope. And if there is no hope, there will be no life. This day took away many strong people, but most will live on, and will continue to fight to defend their home. The second stage of the game was completed. David received a reward for completing the second stage, and Lucas became the MVP of the battle. The sun soon set behind the horizon, and only then did the young lord return home. He was immediately met by the aider. He began to look at the lord and check if everything was okay with him. He tried to praise David for his great success, but it seems he did it in vain. David grabbed the boy and said that you don't need to act like a fool anymore. David wants to hear an explanation about all this. He does not understand why the difficulty of passing the game is so high. Everything is clear with the learning process. This process was so difficult before, so there is nothing surprising about it. But then a large number of questions begin. At the first stage, living armor appeared, although it is incredibly strange. In the second stage, an enemy NPC who commanded monsters was waiting for him. Now David wants to understand why the game is so hard. Maybe it's all because of the aider. At first, this guy pretended to help, and then he hit all the conditions. After a short pause, the game director replied that David may not believe him, but he is helping the Lord in his own way. He then said something about the choker that David got for completing the training. If the Lord passed the third stage, this feature would be unlocked. When this happens, David will understand all the strange moments that are happening now. You just have to go through one more stage, and you will finally be able to hear the answers to the questions. The game director asked David to believe his words, and said that he was praying that David would see this game through to the end. He sincerely hopes that David will be able to continue fighting as he did before, even when he learns the truth about this crazy world. He also said that David cannot escape, but from whom the Lord must flee. He probably means running away from this world, because this game always haunts David. Not far from the Lord's estate, a young lady could be seen, with a charming face, big green eyes, and blonde hair. Soon it had been 3 days since the last battle of the second stage. Flags of victory could be seen everywhere in the city. Not everyone was very happy, so you could feel the heavy atmosphere in the air. David did not pay attention to this and ordered everyone to start preparing for the next battle. After a hard day of preparation, they returned to the estate. It was already dark outside. There are 12 days until the start of the third stage, that is, a little more than 2 weeks between the stages, taking into account the 3 days that have already passed. This is enough to prepare for the next battle. There should be no problems with repairing the fortress, but completely different problems may arise. David called Lucas and said that he saw someone at the door. It was the same girl we saw earlier, and she seems to be in a bad mood towards the Lord. David immediately began to scream. He will understand that he is being attacked, most likely to kill him. Judging by the reaction of this girl, it seems as if she is not going to kill anyone at all. She said that she wanted to break the wheel, but it turned out a little worse. After Lucas made sure that everything was fine with the Lord, he started shouting at this girl, and even prepared to fight with her. He does not understand how she dared to attack the third prince of the emperor. For this she is threatened with arrest. David immediately understood that he was attacked by a teenage girl. It is noticeable from her height. Lucas asked the Lord not to jump to conclusions and not to underestimate the opponent. He believes that she is a trained soldier. After analyzing her clothes, you can immediately understand that this is the uniform of the Imperial Academy. The symbol that can be seen on her heart also confirms this fact. Lucas asked what she was doing here, but the girl said that she was also interested in it. She called these 2 men grandfathers. They could not bear such an insult. The girl said that she lives in this house. She returned some time ago and saw soldiers that she had never seen before. She thought that these might be the same thugs who always came and caused trouble in this city. She tried to understand what was happening, and then she saw how they arrived, so she had to stop the carriage. David was angry. He said that in general, well-educated people first ask questions, and only then take out weapons. She smiled and said that she was taught this at school. She should immediately declare her dominance and take control of the situation. Of course, breaking the carriage was not part of her plans, so she is ready to apologize a little. Now she wants to hear who they are and what they are doing in someone else's house. Depending on their answer, it may hurt them a little, so they better think carefully and watch their tongue. Lucas got angry and ordered her to stop and not talk anymore in this delusion. He pointed at David and said that this is the Lord's house and it all belongs to him. The girl said that she does not understand anything, because the real Lord of this city is her father. Probably, it was at this moment that Lucas and David really understood what was happening. They very quickly guessed that the daughter of Margrave Charles Cross was probably standing before them. So she is Evangelina Cross, the same girl who was offended by her father, but decided to return home. The moment their eyes met, he realized that she was definitely Charles's daughter. She has his eyes, so David understood everything very quickly. Now there should be no problems. But something is not right. The tank of the highest rank, Evangelina Cross, whom he saw in the game, was a tall and beautiful girl. The girl in front of him is not only too young, but also too short. It's not clear why she's so different, because all the other characters in this game match their game models. Lucas came up to him and said that David is behaving too uncontrollably. It is not ethical to talk to dwarfs like that. David immediately felt that he was wrong and began to apologize to the evangelist. Of course, she didn't like it. It seems to her that he is mocking her, looking directly into her eyes. If David thinks he has a few spare lives, then he can continue and feel her anger. She changed her mind. If she wanted to talk before, she will start acting now, so it must be Charles's daughter. They are really very similar, not only externally, but also in their behavior. Evangelina began to attack. Lucas immediately took a step forward and protected the Lord with his sword. He ordered the girl to immediately stop and lower the spear, and reminded her that she was attacking the third prince of the empire. Evangelina was sure that she was doing the right thing. At first they illegally broke into her house, and now they pretend to be the emperor's sons. This angered the girl even more, and she continued to fight hard for the truth. She does not believe that this is the infamous prince of the emperor. He would not have come to a place that looks like an intersection. Lucas understood that it would be difficult to restrain her with ordinary words, so it was necessary to show her strength. He said that he is also a graduate of the academy, and said that he received a gold medal for his achievements. Lucas McGregor is not a joke. He is a real warrior who can destroy anyone. After that, the bow said that the lord of the city is also a graduate of the academy. Then he said that the lord was a real legend, because of his outstanding achievements in the academy. Lucas said that studying for a lord was always just a game, but this game he played incredibly well. David did not know all these stories, but he was pleased to hear that at least he had succeeded in something, because before he had only heard that he knew how to break a barrel of wine. Evangelina laughed. It's funny for her to hear that her enemies are graduates of her academy. It seems as if they consider her a fool. The guys were sure that their story would calm her down, but it turns out that everything turned out the other way around. Now Evangelina Mole, one of the best students of the academy, wants to show her power. If earlier she fought for half of her capabilities, now she will demonstrate her full potential. Probably, even a strong knight like Lucas will not be easy to stop her. These two are really worthy of each other. Maybe Evangeline should be invited to the army of the Empire. David watched this battle with pleasure. He was already planning to make this girl a part of his team. They are both considered geniuses, but if they are not stopped, someone may get hurt, so David asks them to calm down. Enough battles for today. There must have been a misunderstanding, so we need to clarify the situation. Nevid was sure that these courts would be enough to stop the battle. Probably he overestimates his oratorical abilities too much. Although he is the lord of this city, but when two geniuses collide with each other, this battle becomes too fundamental. In this case, a third party must intervene in the situation, and it does not matter whether the blow is weak or strong, because they must be stopped. He tried to strike the prince, but it was as if the child had decided to fight the adults. Now all hopes are for a magic glove. David is really lucky because he has a real jackpot. Such a number occurs once in a million. It is even difficult to imagine what kind of blow the Lord will deliver now. It was his best shot in history. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in a battle with a boss monster, but at a moment when you just need to calm others down. David is incredibly unlucky, but he himself is to blame for this situation. You can only rejoice because it was enough to stop this obsessed lady. Lucas could not believe that his lord was so cruel to the child. He didn't try to tell him that he did it unintentionally, but the broken shield and spear said it all for him. Now we can only hope that this child is alive. Otherwise it will be a very bad story. During Evangeline's childhood, every time monsters attacked the city, her mother would come to her room. She said that she did it in order to make sure that everything was fine with her child, but Evangelina always knew the real reason for it. In fact, her mother always came to see her daughter because she was also very scared. Evangelina tried to calm her down and assure her that her father would protect them both. Only later did the daughter learn the truth that her mother was not afraid of monsters at all. She was afraid of losing her beloved husband. And she was also afraid that her daughter would face the same fate, the fate of wars and battles against monsters. When Evangelina woke up, she saw familiar walls and furniture around her. She also smelled something familiar, of course, because she had spent her entire childhood here. This is her room, in which she grew up, and in which she has not been for a very long time. As soon as the door of the room opened, the girl immediately tried to hide under the blanket. David did not understand why they were behaving like that, but calmly approached her. Probably she thinks that her father entered the room. That is why she turned away and does not want to look into his eyes. 3 years have passed since their last meeting. Evangelina asked how he was doing, but then said that everything was already obvious. She was sure that he enjoyed hunting monsters every day, although she didn't want to say it. David decided not to be silent anymore. He apologized to her and said that he was her father. She immediately got up and looked at him, then saw the wounds on her hands. He must have hit her too hard yesterday, and now she has memory problems. After these words, Evangelina finally remembered what was happening and understood why she was traumatized. She said that David is the same man who looks like a weakling and beats like a bull. David got angry and said that he doesn't look like a weakling, and besides, he's a young guy, so you don't have to talk to him like an old man. Soon David told about himself. He said that he is the third prince of the empire and the current lord of the city of Crossing. It seemed to her that he continued to tell some nonsense, so she did not particularly listen to him. She said that if he really is a lord, then she is a glorious duchess. David decided to confirm his words and showed her the token of the imperial family Everblack. Now she was ashamed that she had not believed him all this time, but it did not matter. After that, the girl approached David and said that she was his real fan and asked for an autograph. It turned out that she became his fan because he is the worst person in the world. Probably all girls like such guys. She said that she created a rebellion against her father, wanted to create problems and disgrace the family name. After that, she ran away from home. She was accepted into the academy that her father hated so much. Even the teachers were shocked that she trains every day, because Evangelina decided to become the best student. David mentioned this. Not only did Evangeline become the best student, she graduated from the Imperial Academy in just 3 years. Usually, for ordinary people, this path takes at least 6 years. She is a genius and deserves a place in the history of this academy. Now she admits that she didn't succeed. The most terrible thing she could do was not to communicate with her father for 3 years. Then she heard the story of a prince, a man whose father was an emperor, and who still continued to do bad things. He made a fountain of gold and a carpet of precious stones, and he also made the greatest man of the empire faint from anger. That is why she became his fan, and thinks that the prince is incredibly cool, as well as a role model. It's strange to become a role model because of his bad behavior. A similar prince lived his life for a reason. Now that she had told the whole truth, she would like to see her father. She wants to continue practicing the terrible daughter method, which she learned from watching the prince. Evangelina believes that her father knew about it and deliberately hid. He even guessed very quickly that she didn't know anything about Charles Cross, so he would have to tell all this. Seeing his reaction, Evangelina immediately began to get nervous and guessed that something had happened. David admitted that it was very difficult for him to talk about this, but he had to tell the truth. The legendary Margrave Cross had recently died during the battle for the city. A few days ago, he sacrificed his life to save innocent people. He didn't even forget to tell his daughter that her father fought like a real hero. All his achievements were recorded. They were already told to the emperor. For all this, the Charles Cross will be posthumously awarded the Imperial Medal for the defense of the empire. The burial will take place in 3 days. The Lord is ready to conduct them as efficiently as possible. Surprisingly, Evangelina did not start crying. On the contrary, she smiled nervously and said that as soon as she wanted to be a bad daughter, her father left. He always said that he would die in battle with monsters, and he really did it and kept his word. Now this young lady must do something about her resentment and anger towards him. David admitted that he was an acting lord instead of a commander at the front, so her father's death was his fault, and she could hate him. Evangelina heard stories that the prince is too self-confident and audacious in dealing with ordinary people. He is a narcissistic fool who only wants to destroy others. It's just a rumor, so she'll have to find out if it's true. She thanked him for his care and honesty. David said that a servant would be standing at the door if anything was needed. All you had to do was ask. After that, he was about to leave and already opened the door, but Evangelina stopped him. She wanted to apologize for the last time. The girl was ashamed of yesterday's behavior. She did not want to break his carriage. It's always nice to hear how a young rebel admits her mistakes. This is probably the way to grow up. After that, David met with Ader. The game director said that Evangelina will soon turn 16. She is very young, 2 years younger than Damien. She should appear in the game at the end of the 2nd year and the beginning of the 3rd. But in this game, some events overlapped each other, due to which it appeared much earlier than the required deadline. Probably, that's why Evangelina looks completely different than in the game, because she was supposed to appear 2 years later. During this time, she would have had time to grow up. Now children grow much faster than before. Despite the role of a tank, her agility is incredibly high. She is at the 35th level, and has quite high indicators of strength and endurance. David did not expect anything else from the best Persian of his role. The characteristics are truly incredible. It turned out that she has the skill of clumsiness of a little lady. Because of this, on the battlefield, she has a high chance of making mistakes while she is young. Of course, it is good that it appeared earlier than it should have, but the attribute that appeared because of this is not very good. She is still too young. A 16-year-old girl is not yet ready to fight monsters on an equal footing, and it is better to spend time with friends and train. Ader began to guess that the Lord was planning to take Evangelina into his team. He supports this idea, even though Evangelina is very young. She is still a powerful addition to the team. Of course, it's hard to give up. Having 2 characters of the highest rank in the 3rd stage is kind of fantastic. At that moment, David remembered the words of her father. He always said that he would like his daughter to leave these cursed lands. He wanted her to live freely and happily, and David promised that this would be the case. Such were the last requests of the legendary warrior. It would be an insult to him to dare to break this promise. He always wanted to limit his daughter from fulfilling the family debt. That is why David really wants to keep his promise. Let her do her own thing. The team can be successful even without her. Of course, if you look more closely, you can see that the Lord is completely upset about this. The game director wants the Lord to think hard about this idea, and maybe change his mind. If you let such a character in, then you can seriously regret it in the future. Of course it is. But David does not want to sacrifice his morals for the sake of clearing the stage. Perhaps because he did not pay attention to morality, he was able to pass the hellish difficulty with the Iron Man regime. But if you repeat this path again, there may be no progress, and David wants to become stronger every day. He doesn't try to be a saint, but he doesn't want to become a monster either. In a world where life doesn't matter, he still wants to remain human. The decision was made. David asked the assistant to watch more carefully for Evangeline so that she does not do anything bad. Now it's time to talk about yesterday's incident, especially that girl's shield and spear. All of these items turned out to be top-ranked gear, and now they're completely broken, so we have to make up for it. As soon as David heard that these items belonged to the highest rank, he immediately understood that they were incredibly expensive. They can't craft a new weapon for her right now, but they have some high-quality mana cores left over from the last raid. That's what the game director thought. But it turned out that the Lord spent all those mana cores to create more cannons. We need to figure out what to do, and for this we need to call the entire team of the Lord. Only with them can you go to dangerous places and find new cores of mana. In any case, it's time to go down to the dungeon. Besides, it will help to make a new weapon for Evangeline. After a few hours, they all met in the backyard of the estate. It was as if they had not seen each other for 1,000 years. David hopes that they all managed to rest during this period, but it does not look like it at all. Lily can't understand why she's being called to work again. She's been dreaming of retirement on the coast of Majorca for a long time. She asked to hire other mercenaries and allow her to spend more time at home. Even really recruited a few people from the mercenary guild, but the problem is that they are quite low level. Of course, if they are trained, they can become good warriors, but all this will not be enough to include them in the main team. If David could find someone to replace Lily with, he would have done it a long time ago. Just at that moment, as soon as he thought about it, Evangelina came up to them and asked where they were going. Lily was very surprised when she saw this girl. It was obvious that they did not know each other yet. David realized that they all needed to be introduced. Then he said that in front of them was the only daughter of Charles Cross, Evangelina Cross. Everyone around immediately made a sad expression, maybe out of respect for the girl, maybe because they were really sad. Jupiter asked the girl to accept her sympathy. They all respected and respect her father very much. Evangelina thanked them for their support and assured her that she is fine. Her strength of character will help her endure this tragedy. Now she wants to understand where they are going. David explained that the dungeon awaits them. Evangelina did not know that there was a dungeon in this city, but then she guessed that they were going to the dungeon under the lake. The story that there is a dungeon under the lake is considered a fairy tale. They say that foolish adventurers are always looking for this lake and its treasures. Also in these stories, it is said that these adventurers never return. David smiled and said that this story is only partially true, because some people manage to return from there. It is surprising that the dungeon, about which the Cross family, which lived here for several generations, did not know, still exists. David began to laugh and said that he was sure that Charles and everyone else in the dungeon knew about this, but did not tell the gospel. She did not receive the education necessary for her to follow the family business. So even if the secret of the dungeon hidden under the lake was passed down in the family from generation to generation, she was not told about it. Despite her appearance, she is still the best graduate of the academy, and is sure that her fighting skills will be useful to their team. If there really is a dungeon under the lake, she wants to see it with her own eyes. Evangelina is the only heiress of the Cross family. Both of her parents died from monsters from under this lake, so she believes that she has the right to leave David. That's why he wanted to keep her away from all of this, and now it was going to be very difficult. Her father asked not to involve his daughter in all these matters, although her desire to take revenge for her parents is quite logical. The girl said that when she sits without tasks, bad thoughts creep into her head, so she would like to distract herself. She really wants David to take her into his team and go with them to the Lake Kingdom. David no longer has any excuses for refusal. Besides, Lily insists on this very strongly. Soon David decided to agree and replace one girl with another. Lily was happy. Now the synergy of the team has been rearranged. Evangelina has taken the place of the sorceress and has now become a full member of the team. Of course, her weapon is broken, so you'll have to give her a cheap replacement, but it's still enough to make her useful. After that, David smiled and said that he was glad to see the updated team. It was time to act. All of them look very motivated. It seems that everyone is already missing adventures. David said that he will introduce Evangeline to other members of the team on the way. There is no time for pause now. Lord will show her a hidden attraction of the city. He is sure that she will like it very much. Teleportation loading has started. The system has informed that the NPC they meet in the dungeon can become both allies and enemies. You have to use strategies to use the NPC in your own interests. The first area is the sewers. The team has been here before, so almost everyone is ready for it. Lucas couldn't understand if they had already explored this area. Then ours would come back here again and again. The Lord explained that there are new people in their team, so it is better to test teamwork in a familiar place. The monsters had to come back because after each defense phase, the dungeon monster regenerates, thanks to which you can continue to find new items and increase the level of characters. The monsters in the starting areas are easy to defeat, so it will be very beneficial to pump your team here. There is a main squad, an assault group that explores dungeons, going deeper and deeper while defeating bosses, and there is a support squad. It is used for item farming. Its members go to an already explored area where they increase their level and get items. Roleplay in the dungeon is a basic research strategy, and even though they are the main squad, they are still back in the easy area. All this is done so that Evangeline can get used to this place, but it seems that they have problems with this. Nevertheless, the girl said that it is not necessary to talk behind her back because everything is fine with her. This little worm is very funny and obviously very bad, but she still pretends that everything is fine. It seemed that they should become friends because they are from the same academy, but they began to compete for the place of the best. Evangelina sees the dungeon for the first time. She does not understand how to find out about this place, because even a member of the Cross family did not know about it. David just smiled. Of course he can't tell her the whole truth. He only said that the Emperor could not order to come here without a reason, so everything has a logical explanation. It seems that the whole team believed in these tales, and although in reality David is still the Emperor. Although in the Empire the Emperor has great weight, and in any situation it is better to mention his name, then there will be no unnecessary questions. David has never seen the Emperor's face, but he is grateful to him, because in this game he is considered his third son, which gives him an advantage. Even asked the team members to turn on the lights and continue the journey forward. It was very dark around. The smell was also not like a normal sewer. It smells too much of blood. Of course, this is difficult to get used to, but it is necessary, because the entire dungeon is covered in darkness. Of course, if your knees shake too much, it won't be too late to get home, especially if you're a little girl. Evangelina assured that she was not afraid of anything, so the team continued on its way forward. Soon they saw something shining on the mountain. At first it seemed like a lantern. A little later they realized that in front of them was not a lantern at all, but a stone golem of the 6th level. There are 4 such monsters in this room. It will not be easy to deal with them, but they are not very serious opponents. Usually these monsters attack in teams. This can be a great workout for a refreshed team. Evangelina is probably a little nervous. She does not have enough life experience to remain calm. It is in these situations that experience usually comes into play, but her skills should do the trick. The team must work as a single mechanism, but each individual wants to show their strengths. The battle began, and Evangelina said that she wanted to attack the monster first. Probably she wanted to make a good impression on others. She immediately felt the power of the stone golem, although this monster is of a low level, but it still has strong physical characteristics. Soon the girl demonstrated her first technique, taking damage without losing health. Sometimes you get the impression that she is not 15 years old at all, because she fights like an adult warrior. Her attacks are very sharp and timely, and it is also noticeable that she has a perfect sense of distance. It's always a pleasure to watch a great combination of attacking and defensive skills. It doesn't matter to her that this is work for the team. She is ready to do all the dirty work on her own. Evangeline takes damage with the first skill, and then gives it all back to the enemy with the second technique. Of course, it is obvious that there is a limit to the damage that can be accepted, but the Evangeline does not pay attention to this. Looks like we forgot about her new feature. The little lady's clumsiness technique is activated again, so she's in trouble. She does not have enough experience yet, so because of this, in moments of battle, this girl can miss mistakes. She is very lucky that today she acts together with a team, and not with a team of fools, but with a team of professional warriors. Boys like Lucas are always ready to help and support little girls. In general, clearing the dungeon was a success, although Evangelina is a little ashamed of her fall. The system notified David about the successful clearing of monsters. This room is no longer a threat. You didn't even need to spend a lot of time for this. The first location turned out to be too easy. It can't even be called a full training. Now that everyone is warmed up, it's time to continue the journey and come to the second location of the Dark City. Today they are going to explore this area. David did not forget that they need to find the core of mana. Finally, it's time to really explore the hell under the lake, but first you need to take a little rest. Although the first area was quite easy, clearing it still took energy from the team. Lucas kept trying to compete with this kid, but he asked him to calm down. Then the Lord made sure that everything was fine with Demian and that he was not tired. He decided to give him something. It's a fairly high-level mana gun. It would be a perfect addition to this guy's equipment. David got this weapon from the last chest obtained for completing the second battle. It can be said that it is a miniature version of the mana cannon. This weapon can deal a lot of damage to opponents, but it is difficult to aim, and the durability and ammo content are quite low. Considering a lot of shortcomings, this weapon was not really liked by the players who played this game, but if you give it to Demian, then the shortcomings will not be felt. The Lord asked him to use this weapon as an auxiliary tool. The rifle takes some getting used to, because it is heavier than the crossbow. Demian will now have to become stronger. In the future, he will have to constantly carry 5 or even 6 such guns. This will need to be done in order to compensate for the low content of cartridges. Probably, they are already in the manufacturing process. In the game, the character could not use several different types of weapons at once, but now this is a reality, so no one will prevent him from using cheating. Now you cannot limit yourself by the rules of the game. Demian is satisfied, and that is the most important thing. David hoped that everyone had already rested, and it was possible to continue the journey, although some of them like to eat too much. New adventures will await them in the second region. It will certainly be more interesting than a trip to the sewers. Their squad moved cautiously forward through the streets of the Lake Kingdom, where no light was visible. Playing this game on the computer, David could not feel it. But now, when he walks down the road, he feels with his whole body how terrible the atmosphere is here. Of course, this is understandable. There are a lot of monsters around. At any moment they can appear and start attacking. Just thinking about it makes you shudder, although the real horror is just ahead. When a huge monster appears without warning in the dark, even the bravest warriors are as scared as small children. The system informed that they must destroy a new enemy. This is an elite steam golem of the 15th level. He did not come alone, but with a friend. This monster is even bigger than the stone golem they fought in the sewers. Now it's time for Lucas to show his strengths. He stepped forward and said that he will destroy this Terminator. David asked him to be careful, because although these monsters are not of a high level, they have incredible physical properties. It turned out that the competition between these two warriors is moving to a new level. Evangelina cannot watch how Lucas takes all the glory for himself. She said that she will also fight and show her incredible talent. The girl immediately felt that these rivals were much stronger than those they met in the sewers. While these two soldiers were wasting time, David could come up with a plan. In general, this is his main task in the team. He called Jupiter and Demian to him and ordered them to attack the golem that Lucas was fighting. Evangelina and Lucas are both very stable and strong knights. But if you compare their roles, Lucas is something between a damage dealer and a tank. Evangelina, on the contrary, is 100% a tank. And if we talk about endurance, then she is much stronger. Large monsters like golems are strong individually to keep their small numbers balanced. It should also not be forgotten that they have the title of an elite monster, so it is quite difficult to compete with them in a one-on-one battle. That is why the team is needed. Evangelina received an order to take a defensive position, and Lucas, on the contrary, should attack. When this guy is given the opportunity to attack, he can finally show his full potential. His sword attacks are incredibly sharp and fast. It seems like Zeus descended from the sky. It's time to use Jupiter. She must destroy the protection on the monster's chest and open its mana core. Using the power of lightning is quite easy to do, but not today. It turned out that the monster's armor is quite serious, so its strength is not enough, and Demian's help is needed. Even a small breach in the armor is enough for this guy because he is incredibly accurate. It's also a great opportunity to test out the gun he got from the Lord. The shot was fired. Demian almost fell to the ground from the force of the impact, but David caught him. It was a very accurate hit, although it seemed that the monster's damage would be much less. Even Lucas admitted that it was a difficult opponent. We had to act as a real team to win. It was an elite monster that was stronger than the others. Compared to the first area, everything became much more difficult. Probably the pattern for all the rooms in the second area is small groups of elite monsters, meaning that every fight will be like a boss fight. It turned out that the battle was not over yet. Evangelina saw that they had taken a break, but reported that she was still fighting. This battle was too quiet, so everyone else already had time to calm down and plan their next actions. Now it is necessary to organize again as a real team and help the girl. With further exploration, there were no problems. Every time the street widened, it was a sign of new monsters. Having understood how to defeat them, it became much easier to fight with them, although the problems still arose in the future. David ran into a mimic disguised as a chest inside the path. He was lucky to be saved very quickly by his friends. He said that he deliberately fell into a trap, in order to test them, of course. No one believed the Lord. The journey and exploration of the Lake Kingdom continued. Lucas decided to climb up on the house to look around. He said it didn't look like they were going to be able to get outside of this street. He suggested to continue moving along the street, because you can't get into the building either. All the doors are boarded up. The windows are the same. Someone did it on purpose. Jupiter came even closer and felt the magical influence, physically unable to open these doors and windows. It is strange. It is unclear why this was done, from what, or from whom the local residents were defending themselves. When David came closer, he explained to everyone else that the door was closed from the outside. This was done to prevent anyone inside from getting out. It is not known what is in these houses. It is better not to think about it now and continue on your way. Soon the team reached the central square. It was very spacious around. David asked everyone to be focused and attentive. They don't know where the next golem will come from. Evangelina saw a fountain. There was no water in it, but a statue was visible nearby. This man has a crown on his head, so it is possible that he is a local king. It is strange, because the statues near him were destroyed. Maybe it happened by accident. But it seems that this is not a coincidence. Soon Demian saw the approach of some reason. From the very beginning it seemed that it was some kind of fire. If you take a closer look, you still can't understand anything. But David has experience in such situations. Light that does not come from torches or lanterns can only mean that you need to be careful and prepare your weapon. In a city that is completely filled with monsters, there is only one thing that is scarier than monsters. Oddly enough, this is a person, because none of the people who live in such a place can be normal. Lucas immediately readied his sword and began to defend the Lord, all of them ready for battle. It could be an NPC. The logical question is whether it will be their friend or their enemy. One wrong move and it's game over in a second. They have no right to lose focus. Soon the team members noticed that something was happening to the parts of the destroyed monsters. It feels like this person defeated these elite monsters without support. It was a woman. She saw that people had gone too far, so they are serious in their intentions. David recognized her without any problems. She was a nameless. She helped them last time. He immediately began to ask her what she was doing here and why she had come to them. Although they have met before, still the Lord is worried. In front of him is an NPC he has never seen before, even though he has been playing this game for a very long time. You can't be 100% sure if she is an enemy or an ally, so you have to be careful. The girl said that she rested all this time. Life in the Lake Kingdom takes too much strength. They've come a long way, so she's ready to acknowledge them and show them something, even though they don't trust her. Soon Nameless got a large number of different treasures and began to show them to the guests of the Lake Kingdom. If they are already here, they can buy these items from her. She sells quality items at low prices. It is strange to meet a merchant NPC in the Lake Kingdom. Although David is not sure that she is an NPC, there is only certainty that she is a merchant. The girl said that right now, there is a 1+1 promotion, as well as a 30% discount on the first purchase. She said that these conditions will not apply permanently, so they should take advantage of the favorable offers. Such artifacts are difficult to find on your own, which is why they are very valuable. All this was collected during a trip to the Lake Kingdom, rare items that cannot be found in the human world. Merchants usually sell high-quality items, but these items are incredibly high quality. Probably a Nameless can really be useful to an NPC, but she doesn't need money from the human world, so you have to pay with slightly different items. And they are interested in either magic stones or cores of mana, because magic stones are also a kind of means of payment. They can be converted into currency, or used to buy something in the dungeon. This is a problem because every time David got magic stones, he exchanged them for money, and now he doesn't have any stones. The priceless objects that lie before him will soon say goodbye and disappear forever. He took out everything he had and offered it as payment for the goods. First, you need to analyze these stones. Since this is their first purchase, especially considering how serious they are, Nameless will let them choose one item as a sign of respect. David is happy. He hopes that she will not change her mind and keep her word. There are really very serious artifacts in front of him. Taking at least one item with him will be an incredible success. Jupiter did not want to hint at something, but if she eats this 100-year-old ginseng, she will become 10 years younger. David asked this grandmother to choose equipment over food or buy this ginseng with her money. After that, David started talking. He offered to buy winged shoes. They can increase the speed of the character. Lucas does not buy them for himself, but on the contrary wants to give them to the Lord so that he can save himself in emergency situations. He is probably the only knight in the world who sincerely cares about David. At such moments, it is difficult not to cry. David does not participate in battles directly, so he refused this offer, but Damien approached him. He saw an item that creates a potion every single time that can help heal soldiers. This young guy is really right. The constant production of the potion can help a large number of injured people. But potions can be obtained even in the ordinary world, so using this opportunity to buy a generator seems like a bad decision. After that, the Lord looked at Evangeline. He doesn't understand why she doesn't try to choose an item. The girl said that she considers herself a temporary member of their squad. Besides, she is not interested in this equipment. After her graduation from the academy, the director gave her a high-quality spear and shield. If they are repaired, this will be enough. Lucas and David completely forgot about it. They had not yet told the girl that there could be complications from the repair. David completely forgot about the real purpose of returning to the dungeon. He approached Nameless and asked if she had any other weapons. Nameless said that she recently received a new set, the Devil's Spear and the Giant's Shield, both items of the highest rank. This is very high-quality equipment, cool design, and incredible durability. This set, when both items are used at the same time, the effect of their passive skills is increased by 50%. If you use them separately, you will not get the maximum parameters, so it cannot take one. She reminded that there is currently a 1+1 promotion, so he can take both items at no extra charge. In return, she didn't need anything. She only asked the team to keep exploring the place and keep coming and buying things from her. Nameless is a very strange woman. The impression is that she not only looks like a holy person, but is also partly a saint. After David thanked the seller of goods for his help, he called the evangelist to him. Now he can finally tell her about what happened yesterday. Her equipment was destroyed beyond repair. This happened because of him, so now he is ready to solve this problem and give her a new set. Evangelina said that she was the culprit of the fight, and David only tried to stop her, so the responsibility lies with her. Then in this case, David is ready to make an exception to the rules, that is, it is not a replacement, but a gift. He asked her to take this set before he changed his mind, because there wouldn't be another chance like this. The prince personally gave her a gift for successfully graduating from the academy. Gifts from the imperial family cannot be refused. And also this is a gift from Margrave Cross, who gave his own life. Saving the city is not the merit of the Lord. If he leaves his daughter's weapon broken, then he will feel like the last bastard. Although she was a little upset when she remembered her father, she thanked him for this gift, and said that she would use it wisely. After that, the grandmother went crazy and started screaming. She also wants a gift. Probably Jupiter forgot that she will get a salary for her work. Lucas also wants to get something. David reminded him that he recently gave him new armor. Strange, because Damien smiled and said that everything suits him, of course, because he recently received a mana gun, and it is a very expensive item. Jupiter decided not to lose the opportunity, took out a precious stone from her pocket, and decided to buy ginseng. It seems that she still wants to return to a younger body, but where did she get these stones from? Before Nameless left, David decided to take the opportunity to ask her if she knew the bard. He talked about a guy who plays a flute and controls rats, although he probably can control not only rats but all monsters. There are many different people walking around the bottom of the lake, but this one is particularly famous, so she knows him. Surprisingly, David remembers that in the game this character was not an outstanding NPC, but now, in the real world, he is really famous. If they keep going forward, there will be a large safe zone between Area 3 and Area 4. This area is often visited by intelligent people who have stayed in this realm. This place is also called the base camp. David knows about this safe zone. It opens after clearing the third area. NPCs gather in it, and there is also a lot of different equipment and, of course, traders. There is a high probability that you can meet a bard there, but even if he is not there, you can gather information about him. Although they still have a long way to go, Nameless is sure that they will reach their destination. She said goodbye to them and said that they will meet again. This woman is very mysterious. Lucas said that he does not trust her. He feels that she is very strong, and this is always dangerous. Her relaxed attitude towards everything is very unusual, especially considering that she easily defeats large monsters on her own. After David works on them for a few years, gets full sets of gear, levels up, and unlocks all of their talents, they can too. So it's understandable why they don't see a monster now. But David qualifies her as a friendly NPC. Hardly a bad person would give his highest rank gear. They decided to continue on their way. Soon the boss's room awaits them, so they need to destroy him and get a new reward. It felt as if something very large broke the seal and got out. The young members of the team immediately began to worry and offered to return before it was too late. The Lord ordered the children to shut up. They couldn't go back without even looking at the boss, especially considering their long journey. This place is like a warehouse. It is very spacious, and that means there can be monsters around. Perhaps there was a lot of water here, because there is too much moss around, although this is not surprising, since they are underwater. A little later, Damien began to tremble and said that he saw something strange and pointed his finger forward. It looks like a monster lying unconscious, maybe dead. It seems that this is not just a pile of garbage. It could be the boss of this room. The system reported that they must destroy a giant steam golem. It is at level 20. After the destruction of the leader by the sewer named Paleg, there is another monster with the name Maybe there is a reason for this. This monster is called a bun. As soon as he woke up, he saw guests in front of him. His task is to clean everything around, and when he sees people, he immediately prepares to destroy them. The squad was ready for decisive action. They immediately began to defend themselves, although the attack of the boss turned out to be fast. The magic of light is considered a rarity in our time, and Jupiter immediately notices such nuances. The dimensions of this boss turned out to be larger than the Lord's expectations, which made him doubt the correctness of the strategy for a while. In general, he perfectly understands how to defeat this boar. There is no one in this game whom he does not know how to defeat. David asked his team members not to be afraid because of the large size of the opponent. The strategy is the same, to destroy the mana core. But it must be said right away that because he is a big boy, he has more than 1 core of mana, 10 of them in total. They are spread all over his body, hands, shoulders, legs, feet, chest, and head. All those mana cores must be destroyed or he will continue to resist. After destroying the core, the area in which it was located ceases to function, so it is better to start with his hands. The crazy grandmother is ready to start first. She has long wanted to show these children what the old school is capable of. Damien asked her to calm down, because the youth also wanted to prove themselves. He promised to destroy the monster's right hand. In this way, the bull immediately felt the powerful force of several rivals at the same time. Problems with his hands started very quickly, and now he will not be able to use his right hand. After that, it's time to switch to the legs. You need to deprive the bun of the right to move. For this task, David used Lucas and Evangelina. Their duo must destroy the monster's legs in a few minutes. Bulak said that lately his back hurts. It is probably because he has slept all his life. He prepared to attack, and if you are careless, this monster can crush you like a pancake. The attacking team showed a great reaction, although the opponent is very strong, but his movements are too predictable. Evangelina said that no one is going to listen to a bunch of rubbish, and after these words, she began her attack. She activated the damage payback technique. It always works, even if the opponent is very strong. Lucas is also not going to lag behind her. He told the monster that today is not his day. The Lord's squad has come here to clear the room, and that task will be accomplished. With the help of these powerful attacks, they were able to deprive the monster of the ability to move. He remains calm and continued to talk to him. The bull said that he always wanted to learn magic, and he was tired of cleaning up here. It seems that he is trying to talk to them all this time, but they do not listen to him at all and continue to destroy. Bulak wanted to invent a magic cleaning technique that would make his life, and the lives of other cleaners, easier. Probably he will never be able to achieve this goal. Today he met 2 strong opponents. Even a strong and large robot could not put anything against a well-organized team of mercenaries. It remains to strike the last blow, and Lucas is happy to do it. Now the mana core in the monster's chest is destroyed, but Lucas completely forgot about the core in the head. The monster continued to speak. He said he was surprised because he thought he had finished cleaning. He is a real lunatic. There is almost nothing left of him, and he continues to speak all kinds of nonsense. The Lord decided to deliver the last blow. He was forced to work with his fists instead of his head. We will remind that he constantly uses his special glove for the power of the blow. The blow was strong enough to show the monster its true power. David was very lucky that he got high numbers. If luck was not on his side, there could be problems. Thus, the monster that was waiting for them in the 3rd room was almost completely destroyed. Killing such a strong opponent gives a lot of points. At the moment, David has the lowest level in the team, so he should take advantage of this chance. It was a complete rout. All the mana cores were destroyed, so the street was completely cleared. Now you can calm down and relax. The main task of this raid is done. David received a bonus for destroying all mana cores, as well as experience for the last hit. This should speed up his progress and increase his rating, and of course do not forget that there is a chest with a gift. As soon as David remembered this, he immediately asked Lucas to detain the grandmother, because she cannot be shown the treasures. In the chest, the Lord found a shouting layer of the 30th level. With its help you can increase the power of your attacks with each victory. The effect is no more than 30 seconds. David was not happy with this item. It is usually used by sorcerers. He decided to give it as a gift for Jupiter, because this item really suits her. This is one part of the set. When the full set is collected, each defeated opponent activates a state of fear that covers a large area. It was not at all clear how to find the other parts of the set, but it didn't matter because there were still 2 higher quality mana cores in the chest. The boss chest is obtained, and the room is cleared. Now you need to open the checkpoint and you can return home. Soon they moved forward and saw a staircase leading up to the castle walls. As long as this all matches the information that David has about this city, then they are on the right track and need to go up. This climb can take a lot of time as well as a lot of strength. We must not forget that they are walking with an old person. Her knees may not be able to withstand such a load. David probably overestimated the capabilities of his team of teams and his own capabilities. This road really turned out to be difficult. Their endurance completely exhausted, they soon fell to the ground and begged to be taken home. Grandma said that she would die of a heart attack. In the end, there was only a little more to smoke before she died happily. David drew attention to the fact that Lucas and Evangelina are becoming real friends, although it was hard to believe it a few days ago. After a short pause, they regained their strength and reached the right room. There is a teleporter circle so they can open a checkpoint and go home. As soon as Jupiter heard about this, she immediately ran forward. She said that she did not need problems with her knees in her old age. She wants to go home, take a hot bath, take a cigarette and a cold whiskey with her, and feel real relaxation. But her desire disappeared after a while. She stopped and began to tremble. At first she could not understand what was happening. They came closer, and then the Lord explained that from here you can see what the Lake Kingdom really looks like. This is an incredibly large area. When you see this darkness against the background of the city, you have the impression that someone is sucking your soul out of you like a dementor. The strangest thing is that you can see a light ahead. This light is all over the city. Someone installed world stones and lanterns in the city's houses and streets. Thanks to this, a small number of survivors can navigate in space, but that's not all. Ahead, you can see what looks like a lighthouse that sits atop the Lake Kingdom estate. This is the last exploratory area they'll ever enter, and where the final boss battle will take place. But it's still a long way off. Now they've passed through the sewers and reached the North Gate. So that's enough for today. We can think about further steps next time. Now it's time to return home and get a well-deserved rest. The legs can no longer withstand this load. After the research was completed, each player received their progress and rewards. They returned to the Lord's estate. It was already dawn outside, but you still want to sleep. David thanked everyone for their good work and asked them to rest. They went to the dungeons yesterday afternoon and did not return until evening. All this work took more than 24 hours, so everyone wants to sleep. David returned home and decided to sleep until lunch, but it turned out that he woke up in the middle of the night. A classic. After that, he didn't want to continue sleeping again, so he decided to look at the rewards he received. For clearing the second area, he received a torch, a blue fire that will never go out, lest something happens. Exploring a dungeon is a constant battle with the dark, so it's a pretty important item, but it doesn't provide anything other than illumination. The Lord was happy when he found out that he received a summon scroll for destroying all mana cores. This scroll summons the boss. This item can only be used once, but the benefits will be incredible. The huge golem boss they encountered during their exploration will be able to become his minion with this scroll. After David analyzed all his achievements and won items, he felt that he really wanted to eat. It's the middle of the night, so all the servants should be asleep. But that's only in theory. As soon as he came to the kitchen, he saw that some rats had crept into this room at night. When he got closer, he realized that they were not rats at all, but pig thieves. They had sneaked into the food and were trying to steal the maximum amount of provisions. It turned out that they want to hide all the food in their stomach. Quite an interesting strategy. Naughty smiled and said that he was also hungry. If there is any food, then he also wants to taste it. It turned out that these pig thieves had already eaten almost everything that was in this room. Some ingredients remained, but there was no ready food. It turned out that they were still very hungry, so David asked them to wait at the table while he prepared something delicious. It turned out that the Lord not only knows how to lead a large army and draw up strategies for victory, but also how to cook food. It was believed that members of the imperial family did not know how to cook food with their own hands, but David said that this was not prohibited by law. Even if that were the case, he is the son of the emperor, so he has the right to break this law, so there was no problem with preparing the delicacy. The choice of ingredients is quite large. David immediately found butter, milk, eggs, spices, and smoked veal. He very quickly guessed what he had to cook and started this process. Soon the meal was prepared. He wished his friends a delicious snack, and said that after that they should return to their rooms. It's a classic pig hijacking strategy. Eat well and then sleep, especially if you can eat the Prince of the Empire sandwich. Smoked veal and vegetables are placed between pieces of bread fried in a mixture of milk, eggs, and honey. There is no ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise, but this dish turned out to be quite tasty. Lucas said that the Lord could replace the imperial chef. He couldn't believe that the food that the prince prepared was so delicious. He promised to tell the children and then the grandchildren about it. Evangelina said the same. She really didn't eat anything better, at least in the academy. I reassured her and said that this is one of the key dishes of street food, so there is nothing strange about it. A little later, the girl became upset. This food reminded her of the times when she was younger. One day, hearing noises from the kitchen, she ran to look and saw her father greedily devouring the delicious meal he had prepared himself. The monsters didn't care what time to attack the city, so he would return late at night after victory and eat simple food to satisfy his hunger. Then he came back covered in dust and blood, found everything in the kitchen and fried it in a pan. When their eyes met, he stared intently into her eyes for a while before asking if she wanted to eat as well. Of course, she joined her father. He constantly fed her, which is why her cheeks are so plump even today. It turned out that while they were eating at night, the mother woke up and shouted at the father for feeding his daughter so late. Evangelina becomes very funny when she remembers the excited expression on her father's face that night. Today's dinner reminded her of that moment. Unfortunately, those times can never be returned. David decided to remind the girl that the margrave's funeral will be held tomorrow. There is no burial culture in the city of intersections, so David handles all this temporarily. But if she wants, she can hold this event. The girl, after a short pause, answered that she would not want it. On the contrary, she believes that David will do it better than anyone else. She respects her father and believes that he is an incredible person who protected the local people all his life. Of course she understands that, but even now, after so many years, she still can't forgive him. Evangelina asked the Lord if his father had told him how her mother died. He protected the city and left her to die, and Evangeline will never be able to forgive him for his choice. Oddly enough, despite the pain in her heart, she still understands why he did that, because the protection of the city is the main task of the Lord. The father always took responsibility for his duties, but on the day when the mother was buried, he did not even come. Instead, he decided to strengthen the southern military base because he had to prepare for the next attack. That is the Lord of the Crossroads job, and it has always been the most important thing to him. She understood this when she buried an empty grave in the rain instead of her mother. She understood what the boss in the Cross family should be like, and promised herself that she would never become such a person in her life. Now it is clear why she decided to leave. Now her motivation also becomes known to others. She thanked the Lord for his understanding, and for the fact that he would take care of her father's funeral for her. Although she believes that Margrave Charles Cross deserves respect, but as her father, she will never forgive him. Soon the girl thanked for the night's meal, and said that it was a great honor for her to have dinner with the prince. It's hard to have a family when you learn about such stories. Only then you understand that it always has two sides of the coin. It's time to go back to your rooms and continue your rest. Lucas knows that the Lord has a bad relationship with his family. Probably that's why David helps Miss Cross. Until that moment, David did not even know that his character had problems with his family. It seems that he not only liked to drink, but also liked conflicts. Maybe all this is a reflection of the past prince, or maybe it's just Lucas's thoughts. David does not understand. The guard is asking this because he is really genuinely worried, or because he is checking whether the prince in front of him is real. At that moment, David seemed to be frozen in place under the influence of hypnosis. He had never felt such a strange feeling before. Lucas is behaving very strangely. What is his purpose when he asks such questions, and how should David react? Of course, his character is the son of an emperor, and surely his life is not as sweet as it seems. But David doesn't know anything about his family, so it's hard to find the right words to answer. Lucas immediately began apologizing to the Lord for asking a question on such a difficult subject. He admitted his guilt. He hopes that as a result, the Lord and his father and Miss Evangelina will deal with their family problems. The smile of this boy always makes David smile back. Probably in vain he looked for some subtext in his words. Probably this guy is just worried about the Lord. It's time to rest, so don't suspect your closest friends. Returning to his room, he began to think that his character might have some family drama. The conversation with Lucas reminded him that the body he is in does not belong to him at all. Living in someone else's body is not an easy task. The next morning, the Lord immediately went to work. The city, without a single pause, began to prepare for the next battle. The system reported information about the enemies of the third stage. These will be stone and steam golems, as well as 5 unknown monsters of the 7th level. This time, the opponents will already be familiar, although there will not be many of these monsters, but they are of elite quality. We will have to think about strategy and defense mechanisms. There is a little more than a week left before the start of the battle. Preparation should be almost perfect. Last time, in case of unforeseen situation, they reacted very well. Although now you will have to look even further, not only to protect yourself from the attack, but also to make the unexpected enemy disappear if he comes again. David repeatedly gave orders directing the trade unions on the right path, and forced them to prepare for defense very seriously. In the evening of the same day, on the western field of the city, where the cemetery is now located, preparations for the Count's burial began. In the second stage, there were a lot of wounded, but thanks to the right strategy, only one warrior died. Lucas greeted the Lord and said that the Margrave's body was already on its way here. The morning procession started from the door of the church. The Count's body was carried along the main street accompanied by ordinary people. The crossing is known for its calm attitude towards death, but the death of a past lord who protected these lands for decades is a different matter altogether. She made people come out of their homes and really feel the pain in their hearts. The cemetery was the final destination, But only the farewell process will take place here, as the hero's body will be buried in the family garden. Of course, he always wanted to be buried next to his wife, in the territory where his ancestors lived. Soon the ceremony began. Last time David said that the deaths of soldiers are expensive for the Empire. This was not a metaphor. It is really very expensive from the economic side. But the death of Margrave Charles Cross turned out to be more expensive than any monetary costs. It makes the heart of every citizen of the city very painful. Charles said that his death should bring happiness to people, so that they should move forward and not waste time in sadness. Because this is a fortress city, a city that has a faithful friend named Death, and it is necessary to rule the city with hope and happiness, not with sadness and bitterness. Today David decided not to listen to the last will of the legendary warrior because today he will be sad. This front is held at the expense of people who give their lives for it. This applies not only to the margrave, each one who died makes the heart ache. That is why the Lord wants everyone to remember that their sacrifice is worth the pain it causes. Through hard work and sacrifice, the country and its people will survive. That must never be forgotten. David will repeat more than once. People will always die, and their deaths will be worth it. After that, he asked people to hold a moment of silence for those who helped protect the peace. Of course, no one could refuse him such an offer. The city of the intersection held its breath for a minute. David hopes that one day, instead of endless burials, only festivals will be held in this city. Margrave Charles Cross had always wanted it, and in the future that day would surely come. Soon, the sounds of fireworks could be heard in the sky, which meant the end of the funeral process. Now it's time to take the legendary warrior's body home to his beloved wife. Driving closer, you could see that Miss Evangelina was also here. 3 years have passed since she was last on this earth. The Count's friends expressed their condolences for the loss. She asked to look at him one last time, as if to make sure that he was really dead. He always fought on the front line. Death was something impossible for him. Now all this is no longer of great importance, she asked to close the coffin. Soon the soldiers, who were always close friends for the Count, covered his body with earth. One of them approached her and said that he had to give her the equipment that Charles used. This equipment was passed down in the family from generation to generation. From the very beginning it was planned to bury this equipment with the Count. Eventually, someone decided to consult Charles Cross's daughter to begin with, and it was the right decision. Of course, the equipment is a little out of shape after the last battle, but after repair it can be used. Evangelina ordered to bury him with the body. This equipment should be with the father. The farewell ceremony ended with the last prayer of the priests. Walls built of snow and ice. This is the path of earthly suffering. These are words from his favorite poem. David prepared it because this poem was perfect for the Earl, but it turned out that it did not quite fit into the funeral program. Remembering the conversations with this warrior, one cannot help but remember the words when the Count said that something important would have to be sacrificed for the sake of this city. David became interested in what he should sacrifice, so that the city of the crossing lived happily and did not know problems. Will he be able to remain himself after this sacrifice? And all these questions are still unanswered. David wanted to make sure that everything was fine with the Count's daughter. After all, today is a very difficult day for everyone. The girl assured that she feels fine. She understands that one day it was bound to happen. If she was hired as a knight on another front, she would never be able to return to this city. Therefore, if her father had died, she would not have been able to get to the farewell ceremony. So the fact that she is standing here is a real miracle. She is not going to stay here for long. After all the nuances of the will are settled, she will sell everything and leave here. Evangelina was very determined from the very beginning, which is why she buried the family equipment that was passed down from past generations. David said that he can help solve all the issues with the inheritance. It is a difficult task for a teenager, so it is better to leave it to an adult. She was surprised that David was not even going to stop her and ask her to stay here. She refuses to inherit the family home and runs away to live in comfort. It's selfish, and she knows it. The Cross family has already given everything to this city. David does not know whether he will succeed or not, but he will do everything in his power to protect the front. Therefore, Evangeline can leave all her experiences behind and move forward with her head held high. He will do everything so that the hard work her family has done over the years will not go to waste. David turned out to be not as bad as they say about him, before she thought that he would immediately want to return to the imperial estate. The girl is very surprised with how seriously he approaches the duties of a lord. It's always nice to hear. The director of the game put forward conditions for him. If he brings this world to a real end, then he will fulfill any desire of David. He does all this not because he is a saint or something like that. For him, it is an opportunity to get what he wants. That's why he tries to be a good lord and fulfill his duties. Everything in the world has its explanations. A little later, Evangelina said that she was hungry again. This girl wants to eat 24 hours a day. She looked at this older man and asked him to give her something to eat. She wants something more delicious like last night. This made the lord laugh. Of course young people must eat a lot to grow. It's time to return to the estate for a delicious meal. Those who died will find peace in the land, and those who remain alive must go forward. From that day, the Lord had two tasks on his shoulders. Performing the usual work is the main task. He must prepare for the next stage. Also, now he has another important question. He must solve all the nuances of the inheritance of the Cross family. Evangelina refused the post of margrave. She wanted to go to another city. This means that David must sell everything that belongs to her family, so that she no longer has a reason to return, and this upsets the director. David ordered the aider to deal with these important issues, and to monitor the legal processes. Of course, this will speed up all this work, but the director immediately announced that it would not be possible to sell everything in a week. Real estate is a large part of the family inheritance, so finding a buyer in such a short period of time will not be easy, especially in this city. David said that for now, the aider can buy a house in the name of the Lord, of course at an adequate price. He wants to solve this issue within a week and let the girl go completely, until the time comes to defend the city. All the members of the Cross family died here. Evangelina is the last of their descendants. In other words, the last surviving member of the family. She needs to be taken out of here as quickly as possible, so that she does not end up drawn into the battle in any way. This was the last wish of the legendary warrior Charles Cross, and David is going to fulfill this wish. Aider was satisfied with these words and said that everything will be done as quickly as possible. It turned out that he is a pretty good secretary. There are a little more than 8 days left until the start of the third stage. Time is running out very quickly, so you need to prepare properly. David must do this. Get through the game without using people's lives as material for victory, and without losing his own morality. The next week passed very quickly. It was as if someone sped up time. David decided to come to the forge, where unpleasant news awaited him, because the blacksmith said that this was his first experience making weapons from mana. Because of this, many difficulties arose. He and the alchemist did not have enough time to make the required number of weapons. The mana gun was made 100 years ago, but disappeared from the market due to the high price and impracticality. To create one such weapon, an alchemist and a blacksmith must work together, and putting them together is not easy. They were supposed to make 5 guns, but only managed to make 2. In fact, this is a normal result. David understood that they would not be able to complete his task 100%, so he promised not to be angry. He was pleased with how it looked. This weapon was created using a special mana core that the Lord gave them. The training was a stage that was impossible to pass, but they were able to kill the queen and get her mana core. In theory, the army of black spiders appears only in the second year of the plot of the game, but in reality, everything turned out not so. David expected that the weapon from this core would turn out to be incredibly high quality, and that's exactly what happened. If you take into account that the user of this weapon is Demian, a cheat character who guarantees accurate hitting, then you get a hellish symbiosis. David can't wait to see how it works in real combat. Experienced professionals in their field were happy that the Lord was satisfied. While they were making this weapon, they were in a trance, so they managed to create this masterpiece. David said that they both did a great job, so he will remember the reward and visit them again next time. Soon David returned to Lucas and showed him these guns. The warrior could not even believe that this was really such an important weapon. He always believed that there was nothing better than a sword, but David assured that this gun would change the course of the battle. There are 20 hours left before the monster invasion. This should be enough for Damien to get used to the weapon. When they returned to the estate, the Lord saw that there was an Evangeline cross in the yard. He came out to say hello to her. The impression is that she is preparing to leave the city. Today, the secretary handed over the documents and money to her, all carefully packed. As soon as the sale of all the property of the Cross family was completed, it turned out that there was quite a large amount. With this money, this girl will have no problems with where and how to live. She thanked for the help. Without support, she would not have been able to do it. After that, she told what the aider told her. He hinted that after receiving the money in this city, she had nothing more to do. So she can pack her things and get out of here. Evangelina was happy, but she doesn't like that it turned out to be an order from the Lord. She wanted to leave here herself, but she doesn't understand why David is trying to get rid of her so quickly, because she didn't even say goodbye to anyone. David said that if she was really going to leave, she should do it right now. He explained that tomorrow there was going to be a very big battle here, and he wouldn't want to drag her into it. She must leave the city immediately because now there is nothing for her here. The girl said that she wanted to help in the battle, because the Lord also helped her, but David asked to forget about it. She reminded that David has already seen her fight, so she is sure that she alone can defeat the enemy army. The Lord could no longer hold on and began to scream like a madman. Maybe she only understands a raised voice. At that moment she was very scared now. On the contrary, she wants to punish David for it. Lore reminded her that she wanted to leave the city and start a new life, and it was for this reason that she refused the family inheritance. If she really made such a decision, then she should not hesitate, but on the contrary, do everything according to the plan. Here at the front there is nothing but death and dirt. If she stays here, she will never be able to get out. And it is better to forget about battles with monsters, leave here forever, and find another interesting hobby. He asked Evangeline to live freely and enjoy life, because that was exactly what her father wanted. These were his posthumous words. She said that she wanted to be a bad daughter and did everything to anger her father, but the time had come to at least fulfill his last wish. Now she is a stranger in this city, and this house no longer belongs to her family. She asked him to stop, but David said that he had an important meeting before tomorrow's battle, so she should leave the city as soon as possible. You should not think that he is a heartless egoist. We all understand why he behaved the way he did with her. Finally, she said she wanted to go down and visit the family cemetery and then leave the intersection. She hopes that in the future, only victory and success will await David. He didn't say it, but he sincerely wished that luck would also never turn away from this little girl who likes to eat at night. This conversation took a lot of strength from him, although Lucas said that he should have been softer than Evangeline. If David hadn't done this, she would still have feelings for this city, so it was a forced measure. Not all farewells require tears. Sometimes it is enough to say goodbye and shake hands. We need to forget about Evangeline Cross and move on. Serious tests await them, so David hopes that his team is rested. He immediately greeted the team. Probably Lily is very unhappy that she now has to go back to work, but these are the rules. She screamed and asked for additional rest. The great fire sorceress was already used to domestic life. She enjoyed a piece of freedom, so now it's time to work normally. She began to beg to be sent back to the workshop, where she was sure she could be useful. Of course, David did not allow her to do this. The big battle is less than a day away, and the team's strategy must be discussed one last time. For Demian, the Lord has another gift. Such guns can never be enough. He hoped that the boy would like the design, but their conversation was stopped by a soldier who ran into the room. He was very nervous and said that the information came from the scouts. Soon he reported that the monsters had finally appeared. This is a whole army. Their number is more than 200 robots. Now they are approaching the city at great speed, but it seemed that this could not happen, because there were still many hours before the start. The system made an update and reported that there are 30 minutes left before the start. This is called a scam. Scouts also reported that the enemies were divided into two groups. This is a strange behavior of monsters. Usually they attack with a whole army. 80% of the monsters are moving in the direction of the city. The other 20% have separated from the group. That 20% goes to the garden that used to belong to the Cross family, so history repeats itself, over and over. David and Lucas looked as if they had learned some terrible truth. Of course, the reason for their surprise is understandable. They know that Evangelina went to the garden to see her parents for the last time. David ordered to immediately gather the army and prepare for a fierce confrontation. They were informed that an army of robots was approaching, so the invasion would begin soon. As soon as David went outside, he immediately tried to find out the current location of the monsters from the scout. The scout reported that now they can be seen with the naked eye. They are ahead. Although David and his team fought with them in the dungeon, it is still incredibly scary to see hundreds of robots at the same time. It seems as if a huge wall is looming over them, but this wall will have to be completely smashed. The soldier informed the man that if the robots continued to move at the same pace, they would be here in 15 minutes. Until that moment, you have to solve all the problems and prepare for the battle. Lucas hopes that David will not leave Evangeline, but it seems that the Lord has not yet decided what to do with him. Now the time has come when he will have to make the choice that the margrave has talked about so many times. History always repeats itself. David was angry and did not understand why the monster split into two groups. Why now? It cannot be a simple coincidence. Someone does this on purpose, and he definitely does not have good intentions, because he is trying to change the situation in his favor. Whoever intervenes in the game is determined to make things difficult. The warriors have already heard the stories from the scouts. The current defense line is strong, so without the old warriors, nothing will happen here. They want to go to the garden. You can understand the old warriors? They want to save the Count's daughter while there is such an opportunity. David must make the most difficult choice of his life, and it must be made very quickly because every minute counts. He believes that the soldiers are wrong about several nuances. Firstly, their line of defense is not strong enough. Due to the unexpected attack, you can forget about the artifacts. Even the guns are still not ready for battle. Of course, one can imagine that everything will be fine with the weapons, but then one should not forget that most of the soldiers are novices. It is unlikely that without experienced warriors, David will be able to restrain the enemy and prevent the destruction of the fortress. The soldiers are also mistaken about the possibility of saving Evangeline. There are no defensive fortifications in the garden of the Marquis. It is a flat road. There are no mountains in the garden. 50 huge elite robots are headed there. And even if there was a wall there, it wouldn't stop them. These monsters will destroy everyone they meet on their way. There is no point in even talking about it. With such circumstances, it is not clear how these experienced soldiers try to save the Count's daughter. There is a reason why this game combines the defense genre is the presence of walls, which gives a huge advantage. Trying to fight monsters in an open field without all sorts of defensive setups would be a senseless waste of human life. Experienced soldiers are still confident in the correctness of their plans. Even if they all die, they are ready to save the evangelist at any cost. It seems that they do not hear at all how terribly created their plan is. David tried to explain that he needed a plan for victory, not a large number of corpses after the battle. It is necessary to come up with a strategy immediately, because if no one tries to protect her, then soon the last representative of the Cross family will die. The soldiers are really right. Without the support of the evangelist, he will not be able to hold out for long. In order to save her, an elite squad of soldiers, that is, all members of the main team, must be thrown to the rescue. And while they are destroying monsters, they will need the help of ordinary soldiers to hold back the enemies. But there will be big problems. In this case, the defensive stage will not succeed. Even if they save Evangeline, they will still lose the front. So the dilemma that the margrave spoke about arises. He also warned that the lord of this city will have to make a very difficult choice. Now the young prince can finally understand the pain this experienced warrior felt. Soon David asked to listen to his order. None of them will participate in saving the evangelist. This is his decision. Everything was decided from the very beginning. He understood that it would be difficult. But I know that there is only one right option. They cannot waste human resources, so they must concentrate all their forces on the battlefield. One life against 1,000 others. From the start, you didn't even have to think about it. The difference in weight is obvious, even without scales. If the wall falls, tens of thousands of civilians will die, and then all of humanity will be in danger. This front must be maintained no matter what, so they must keep fighting to make sure that doesn't happen. Such are the principles of the game. If the game ends, there will be no point in saving or losing the character. David repeated his order loud and clear. None of them were to come to her aid. Instead, they were to complete their preparations to defend the city. To the southeast of the crossing is the summer home of Charles Cross, where he lived all his life. In contrast, the garden looks as if it has been cared for until recently. After the sunrise and the arrival of warm days, even in the land covered with the blood of monsters, the trees bloom and bear fruit. Evangelina realized that she would never see it again in her life, because she would leave this place forever. After her mother died and she left home, her father took care of the garden on his own. A few days ago, he was standing here tending the trees and grapes because he hoped to see a good harvest this year. He hoped, even if he knew it would never happen. It may sound silly, but that's the irony of fate. Ruin's father and mother dead, and now their only daughter will remain the city forever. As a result, the end of the Cross family, which had protected this city for hundreds of years, turned out to be nothing but a pitiful sight. There is nothing left but death and monuments. This is a harsh reality. After selling the remnants of family pride and pocketing gold coins, the last surviving soldier flees without a fight. She went to her parents and said goodbye to them forever. She will go far away, and they will never see her again. Deep in her soul, she hoped to hear a harsh answer, but of course there was no such answer. She wanted to say so much when she saw her parents for the last time, but now I can't even remember anything. Unexpectedly, Evangelina felt weakness in her legs and dizziness. Her head began to hurt, and it began to seem as if the ground was shaking. She must have been too nervous, so it's better to leave before the tears fall from her eyes, because she wants to leave with a smile on her face. She said goodbye to her parents just as the sun was setting. After that, the girl smiled and thought that now adventures and a fun life await her. It almost had to happen, if a huge robot had not appeared in front of her face at that moment. What is this? The end of the legendary family, or just a new test for a person with the surname Cross? The answer to this question will only be given by time. As a child, she liked to ask her mother where she would go when she grew up. Her father said that she would become the heir of the Cross family, so she would have to fight at the front. Of course, her mother didn't like such conversations. She always hoped that her daughter would follow a completely different path. Although whether she liked it or not, their last name was Cross, so this fate was written on their hearts. Evangelina understood that her mother, when she married Charles, did not think that everything would be like this. Every time the monsters attack, she did not know that she would be so worried about her husband. She also did not know that soon Evangelina will also fight at the front when she becomes an adult. But the mother replied that everything is the opposite. When she agreed to become his wife, she guessed that she would stay awake at night. She also guessed that when a child is born, she will also have to take up a weapon in the future. Little Evangelina did not understand. If her mother knew about all this, then why she married her father, and why she gave birth to her. In response, her mother only smiled and said that her daughter would find out about it later. 3 years have passed since the death of her mother, but Evangelina still does not understand why her mother chose a future filled with fear and sadness. She probably won't be able to find the answer to this question until the end of her life, although the end of her life may come already now. It turned out to be too unpredictable. Evangelina opened her eyes and tried to understand how long she had been here without consciousness. Looking around, she saw a monster in front of her, so everything happened very quickly. She didn't know why the monsters came so early, and why they came to this garden, but her body began to react faster than her mind. She didn't even have time to understand exactly how she started fighting the monster, but it turned out to be too strong. This girl was the best student at the academy, but when you are 15 years old, even great talent cannot help you in a battle with such a demon. And it seemed that it was all a joke. As soon as she decided to leave here forever, someone tried to drag her back into the abyss again. Soon she realized that she was surrounded by a whole gang of robots, so now he is not even alone. If before that she remained calm and self-confident, now there is not even a trace of it left. Of course, she is the daughter of a legendary warrior, so she will fight hard as long as her heart beats. There is no doubt that she will give all her strength in this battle, but from the very beginning it is obvious that it is too difficult. Although these robots are large and not very fast, but when you are distracted by several opponents at the same time, then you lose control of the situation. They are serious problems, and if nothing changes, she will not be able to hold on like this for long. Of course, Evangelina is young, and everyone knows that her endurance skills are at the highest level. She will fight for a long time, but will it be enough to win? An army of robots set up an ambush, a day earlier than planned in the crossing city. Having understood this, Evangelina thought that she should return to the city and warn others. There is nothing surprising in this. She, like her father, always thinks about ordinary people. When she went outside, she saw that an even bigger army was approaching her. So the 3 robots she was fighting a few minutes ago were just scouts. It is a real trained army that knows how to use strategy on the battlefield. You don't need to be a genius to guess that you need to get out of here immediately, while there is such an opportunity. There are no horses left in the garden. They were sold together with the house. So all that remains is to run, and run fast. Evangeline has a problem with her leg. She injured it during the battle, so it is not known if she can run fast. There will never be any problems with the character of this Iron Lady, which is probably why she was the best in the academy. She must run as fast as possible. The plan looked quite realistic, until she felt something very large and dangerous flying behind her. Very quickly I got the impression that this is the boss of the robot army, although it is hard to believe, because he looks like the devil. She tried to defend herself with a shield, and it was at this moment, when concentration should be at its highest, that disaster struck. It can be mentioned that this girl has a problem with clumsiness, so this problem manifested itself again at the most unnecessary moment. Now not only her leg is wounded, her whole body is covered in blood and dirt. Now she looks like her father. Evangelina found the strength to get up and look back, but she would rather not do that. She quickly understood why. This girl is very smart, so she understands that everything is over. Death approached her too quickly and unexpectedly. Death is always imperceptible. She has not yet had time to do what she so often dreamed of as a child. She's too young and hasn't even been on a single date, although she's always dreamed of a prince on a white horse. She also didn't taste alcohol yet, and didn't try smoking when other students at the academy did. She hasn't even grown up yet, and hasn't even thought about what she really wants to do in this life. Oddly enough, there was no anger or aggression in her heart, only pity. That's all the little girl felt at the last moment of her life. She would like to do more, and at this difficult moment for herself, she heard a familiar voice. Everything that she did not have time to do, she will be able to implement in the future. Life is short, so she must live it so as not to feel regret before death. He came. He came to save her life. When it seemed that everything was over, he made his choice, the choice that Charles talked about so much. It's time to see what happened 30 minutes before in the fortress. David said that no one will leave the city, and everyone will defend the fortress, except him. He will go alone to save the evangelist. There will be only one warrior in the rescue squad. He will try to save her without the support of others. Lucas could not believe what he was hearing. He started shouting at the Lord so much that David almost lost his hearing. Now his ears are not a problem. At first he says that they do not make any sense in the rescue operation, and now he says that he will go alone. This is absurd. David asked his bodyguard to calm down. He is not going to die, but is leaving because he knows he will win. David is probably the most unpredictable character in this game, so the future hit should be made by him. If he takes support in the form of other soldiers with him, he will only increase the losses. In case of unforeseen situations, he prepared several strategies in advance. And while some parts of the strategy are unrealistic to execute, it's not his fault, because the game continues to behave as if there is no choice but to take risks. If they are all under his command, then you should know that he knows monsters very well. His plans have been successful even in situations where the beacons seemed catastrophic. He has a plan even this time. He asked to trust his intuition and allow him to go alone to save the evangelist. Now there is no time for empty talk. He transfers the title of army commander to Lucas. This valiant knight tried to refuse such a position and asked the Lord to stay because they needed him. David knows that he should be close to the army, but asks to trust his decision. He promised to return safe and sound, and explained that he could not give up being an evangelist, because that would mean giving up his morals. He must save everyone who can be saved, and this plan is the only opportunity to save Evangeline and protect the front. Wizards know their capabilities even without his advice, so he is sure that everything will be fine. They promise to defend the territory of the city, and give all their strength to protect the common people. After that, he approached Demian and said that he finally had a request for him. Soon the gates of the fortress were opened, so that the prince could go to the aid of Evangeline Cross. Lucas watched as the Lord left the city on his horse, watched and hoped that the Lord would return. Finally, David smiled and asked him to protect the house because he will definitely return. He drove and thought about the margrave. David has no right to upset this man, even if he is already dead. After all the sacrifices he and his family have made to protect this city, David will save his daughter at any cost. To begin with, she needs to regain her strength, so she needs to drink a potion. She asked him to run away immediately and reminded him that he cannot die. Maybe he did not see that the army of monsters was ahead. The girl pushed him and asked him to return to the city, and also said that she could buy time for him. It's too late to run away. The monsters in the air will soon start shooting magic. Magic stone robots. 2 of the 5 available have already passed here, so they are not bosses, just enhanced versions of the robots. They have not only a high level, but also an elite status. In fact, they are the strongest rivals at this stage. Evangelina reminded that she is an orphan, so she has nothing to lose, so she is ready to sacrifice her own life for the sake of others. The girl tried to convince the Lord to return to the city, but he made her shut up and drink a potion. This will help restore the body's water balance and energy. If she is a child, then she should behave like a child and hope for help from adults. David has been waiting for this moment for a very long time, always wanted to scream loudly during use. Now it's finally time to use the summoning scroll and call a giant robot to your aid. So far, everything looks very nice, as if the Lord is retrained into a sorcerer. Soon a huge robot came to protect the Lord of the Crossing City. He really looks very big. I wonder how he will fight against a large number of opponents. If Evangelina had known from the very beginning what David was capable of, she would not have convinced him to return to the city. David now has full control over the robot, and a large number of functions are available. David did not know what would happen next. He was only sure that it would be fun. The first task was to block the opponent's shot. It is necessary to check the defense. So far there have been no problems with this. The protective barrier was quickly created. David did not expect that he would have to use magic to summon the boss monster. Despite the fact that the opportunity to use this function is only once, there is a full arsenal of functions. Opponents cannot successfully attack from a distance, so they move closer. Their strategy is quite simple. They are smaller, but there are a lot more of them, and they try to take advantage of that. Soon a real melee will begin, only robots will not fight but robots. David directed his monster forward. He decided that it was enough to defend, because it was time to attack. His actions were really very powerful. One attack was enough to destroy 10 monsters at once. Monsters in this game are divided into 3 categories: normal monsters, elite monsters, and boss monsters. Regardless of the rank, the monsters themselves are already a big problem for people, not to mention the bosses. Bosses are very different from the other 2 groups of monsters. These creatures have high intelligence. They also know how to correctly give orders to their subordinates. And of course they have incredible power. When they lead their legion, they become even more dangerous. That is why summoning a boss monster using magic can be called a cheat. Although if there wasn't an angry lion, Hygiene still doesn't run away, so you'll have to fight for a long time. Killing people has always been a first-rate task for monsters. It's always been that way, but of course they hate traitors, which is why they want to destroy this robot so badly now. No matter how strong the boss is, he cannot defeat 50 giant monsters by himself. This fight looks like a praying mantis eating a huge amount of ants. Although David was angry, he did not expect that his warrior would be able to defeat all the others. He decided to flee from here immediately while they still had the chance. He was only able to summon the boss monster once. As long as he buys them time, they can safely run away. David knows that Evangeline has a leg injury, and therefore he got another portion of the potion in order to restore her vital forces. This time he did not force her to drink this drink, but on the contrary poured the potion on her wound in order to stop the bleeding. After that, they both started to run away at maximum speed because otherwise there would be no chance to escape. The elite robots were not going to let them go so easily. They went through to destroy everything living in this area, David and Evangelina are no exception. Soon other monsters turned their attention to these two people. The Lord understood that they would not be let go so easily, so the escape plan turned out to be quite a risky business. The robots began to attack. At the last moment, Evangelina was able to protect the Lord and herself with a shield. David understood that something had to be done. That's why he logged into the system and ordered his monster to attack the elite robots. They should be a priority target because they are the ones who control the other army. The huge blue robot started to attack the flying opponents. It is still ready to fight and not ready to give up. With the help of his active actions, the Lord cannot be afraid of magical attacks for a while. Evangelina also decided to make every effort to save their lives. She was ready to fight even with a wounded leg. This girl never gives up. Although her height is quite short and her age is still very young, she can already easily destroy opponents who are several times her size. It was really amazing. At such moments you understand that the blood of a legendary warrior flows in her. Soon they finally found the horse that David came here on. This should make the escape plan easier. Approaching huge monsters, he immediately tried to run away, without even waiting for his master. Robots began to surround their opponents. They act very disciplined and logical. Now these huge monsters are from different sides. It will be almost impossible to escape. Evangeline and David have serious problems. They don't quite understand what to do next. David proposed to destroy all the monsters. It is not entirely clear how he is going to do it. Maybe he has lost his mind. The Lord said that they no longer have a chance to escape, so they must accept the battle and fight to the last drop of blood. At first Evangelina did not agree, but then she realized that they had no other choice, and went on the attack. David used his magic glove and helped the girl in this difficult battle. When he received this artifact, he considered it useless, but now the glove saves his life. With the help of this item, you can easily destroy stone robots. They crumble into a huge pile of stones. Evangelina also kept up with her partner. She fought hard and did not feel fear. David remembers that in games you can't rely only on luck, because sooner or later failure will await you. He prepared to deliver a powerful blow, but this time he was unlucky. Instead of a big number and a powerful hit, he got 3 zeros, which means he's in trouble. Such a moment had to happen sooner or later, although of course it would be better if it didn't happen today. A person trying to achieve a dream victory should not rely on luck alone. A person should be confident in his every attack. But even knowing this, David continued to believe in luck. The use of various means at any opportunity became his main principle, and here is the result: a complete failure. He guessed that it would happen one day, but he hoped that at this moment he would not risk his own life. Due to failure, he can take a lot of damage. Now he has problems with his left hand. David knew that this could cause him serious problems, so he took an extra portion of the potion with him. His wound lingers, the blood stops flowing, and the broken bones begin to heal. The potion did work, but he won't be able to use his left hand for a while, so Evangelina should buy him time. He understands that there is no time for rest, so he asks to win at least a minute. Evangelina is always ready to do everything in her power to help others, but her rivals are too many. If you rely only on luck, plans will fail sooner or later. David understood that. And yet no matter what, he continued to use his lucky shot. The Lord of the Crossing City was not stupid. He still insured himself in case luck turned away from him. One shot, triple kill. That's exactly what Evangelina saw with her own eyes when he activated his new weapon. You can say that this is his second lottery ticket. David always kept it close. It is a mana shooting gun, a weapon of the highest rank that is made from the mana core of the Black Spider Queen. It was a gift for Demian, but David took it with him, feeling that something bad might happen. Now he must use all the cards he has, otherwise he faces total destruction. He must fight with his left hand until it stops functioning, and then destroy the monsters with that weapon. This was his plan from the beginning. This rifle is not a very comfortable weapon, but at this distance even a novice can shoot successfully. If he doesn't learn to defend himself without relying on his friends and team, he'll die, even considering he's a prince. This weapon is very uncomfortable. Remembering Demian, you understand that this guy is not very lucky. Evangelina continued to fight fiercely. She does not stop and constantly moves forward and uses the damage payback technique. Soon they finally destroyed all the robots that tried to catch up with them. Evangeline had a million questions, but she decided to ask only one thing. What were they going to do now? David reminded that the plan does not change. They must destroy all the monsters. At the beginning, you need to return to the summer house. There are several interesting objects hidden there. They don't have time to rest and wait. As soon as new monsters come, it can all be over very quickly. So if they want to come back alive, they must destroy the monsters from the shelter. Now it's time for the feature that has interested David the most since the boss call. This function is very simple and clear. It is called self-destruction. With this feature, a boss monster that can no longer fight is ready to give its own life to destroy its opponents. David was pleased. This monster really helped them a lot, and now they have a better chance of success. Of course, he did not destroy all opponents on the battlefield, but he took a large number of robots with him to the other world. Before the rivals unite, David and Evangelina must escape and hide. It will not be very easy to do, because as soon as they started to run away, the opponents immediately started attacking them. The elite robots are still alive. David explained that this always happens. The strongest rivals are the most viable. They should be happy that they were able to kill one elite warrior, but that was not enough to win the war. These two ran so fast that if they had participated in the Olympics, they would have won the race at any distance. They were already close to the house, and at that moment the elite robot started to drive again. It is very lucky that Evangelina has incredible reflexes. In a second, she managed to return and protect everyone with a shield, but now, she will no longer have the opportunity to defend herself in this way. This girl's new attack had to be repelled with her spear, a very unusual but interesting technique. The spear was not designed for protection, so David had to intervene to save the young lady's life. After a short pause, they finally returned to the house, the first minimal task completed. Evangelina hopes that the Lord's plan will be able to reverse this situation, although it will be difficult to do, given the number of enemies. Of course, David is no knight in shining armor, but he has a normal core of high-quality mana. He threw this core forward and said it would automatically summon a defensive turret. The material required for summoning is a high-ranked main core and building materials, wood or stone. Our heroes are very lucky that there are enough of these materials around. So, a few seconds later, after the activation of the core, a super powerful weapon was created. Now we can say with confidence that David and Evangeline have good chances for success. They hid in a safe place, and the only entrance to this house was closed by a huge cannon. They use everything possible to save their lives. This is the only way to succeed. The remaining robots stopped advancing and retreated. They guessed that if they continued the attack, they would die. David has already thought about the question of why these robots from the dungeon are so intelligent. Usually all monsters mindlessly rush at people. This is the maximum intelligence of monsters in this game, but these robots are completely different. Now we need to talk about the next step. David thinks that it would be right to wait until the sun goes down. Then he can use another one of his secret weapons, and that should be enough. Evangeline has serious problems with her shoulder. She knocked out another potion, but even that didn't help. Her shoulder took the most damage from the last attack. Maybe there is a limit to how much potion can be used. David said that he would go look for material to bandage the wound, and asked the girl to wait at this place. Soon he bandaged her shoulder and stopped the bleeding. Evangelina thanked her savior. There were a lot of glasses and bottles of alcohol around. The girl did not understand where it all came from. The Lord explained that Margrave Cross drank a lot in the last years of his life. Although it was hard for Evangelina to believe it, David told her that her father was in a drunken state almost all the time. It was really hard for her to listen to this, because the Charles she knew had never drunk alcohol in his life. Charles said that monsters can come at any moment, so he always has to be ready, and he can't drink alcohol. She probably does not understand how much the loss of a beloved woman affected him. A lot had changed during the time of Evangeline's absence. He had a tortured look, and he could not live a day without whiskey. It's strange because Evangelina still continues to hate her father. Maybe this will change over time. Maybe she needs to grow up. I wonder if, 3 years ago, her father had chosen to save his wife over the battle for the fortress. Would she have forgiven him? The girl said that everything would have been different, but at that moment, she was in the fortress. If he had really gone to save his wife, Evangelina would have risked losing her life. He did not leave his wife. He protected his daughter, and she knows it. This is hard to accept, but his actions are really extremely logical. Now she understands that her father did everything he could. She finally understood him for real. It seems that she needs to hate someone because otherwise she can no longer live. Monsters tore her mother apart, so sadness and grief make her suffer and cry at night. Yes, of course she was told that there was no point in hating monsters. She was told that it was just an accident. But if this is really so, then who should she blame for these problems? She understands that it is very selfish to look for someone to blame instead of the monster that killed her mother. But if there is no one to take offense at, her feelings will eat her from the inside. Instead of blaming the monsters who were actually responsible for what happened, she decided to blame the one who took responsibility. This is quite a logical behavior. It is always easier to hate than to accept a loss. The father accepted her hatred, agreed that it was his fault, that he did not save his mother, that all responsibility rests on him. That is why the girl hated him without a doubt. But now David asks her to forgive her father. She does not understand what she has to do. If it is not her father's fault, then whose fault it is? David tried to explain that there is no one's fault here. They are all trying to live. So it is not selfishness at all. Everyone just wants to survive. Monsters come and make people die, make family members, friends, and comrades die. This cannot be avoided because people are extremely weak. And in order to live, we need someone to blame for it. Not because we want to hate, but because we want to survive. That's the whole simple truth. There must always be someone to blame for the problems. There must always be someone to blame for the chaos around. David put his hand on this little lady's head and said she might hate him. She can blame the current Lord of Crossing City, because he is now in charge of the place. If there is any burden that the Cross family carried, it is obvious that David, as the new Lord, must take it. David is ready to be made an object of insults. He hopes that Evangelina will at least try to understand her father. He always only wanted happiness for his daughter. This goal always made him act in one way or another. That is why David is now doing everything in his power to save her. This girl will need to think carefully about all these situations and rethink her view on them. Of course, this should not be done now. The monsters are nearby, so they should keep their concentration and be ready. At any moment, a serious battle could break out, and it seems that this moment is approaching. If you surround the defensive turret, it will become helpless due to the need to attack blindly. The robots realize this very quickly. It must be admitted that they are really very smart. If they enter this house, the Lord and Evangelina will not survive, so you need to act. The girl began to panic. She is not afraid to fight, but she has problems with weapons. David reminded her that she had a spare weapon that she buried with her father a few days ago. She replied that she would not do it for anything. Let's see what she will say when the robots try to tear off her arms and legs. This moment is getting closer with every second. These monsters are smart and very determined. Of course, the turret is not going to launch them into the house without a fierce fight. But will it be enough for such a number of opponents? In this battle, a large number of monsters will be destroyed. But if even a few can get close to the weapon, then everything will be over quickly. No matter how high quality this defensive turret is, it still cannot attack 100 monsters at the same time. So they soon came within range of it and were able to stop this infernal machine. With the help of her last shot, she was able to destroy a few more monsters, but she is not capable of anything else. In any case, this was enough to delay and distract the enemies. It is the perfect opportunity to escape. Evangelina did not even have time to understand anything, as she was already in the backyard of her garden. It is there that her father and mother are hidden, as well as the weapons and protection that have been passed down from past generations. Huge monsters appear behind her. If they are not stopped, they will tear her and the Lord to pieces. There was no time to be distracted by unnecessary emotions, so Evangelina began to dig up her father's grave with her own hands. Soon she saw a wooden box in the ground. Inside lay a spear and a shield. Carried by the legendary warrior Margrave Cross over the years, this weapon has seen countless battles and enemies. It was at her request that this equipment was buried with her father. With her dirty hands, she tightly gripped the spear and shield and prepared for a brutal confrontation with the hellish monsters. Her father had long ago told her to take this equipment because it could save her life in the future. Evangelina refused this offer. She said that she was not going to repeat her father's life path. At first, she wasn't going to throw the gear away, and just wanted to see if her father would yell at her. Charles did not say anything to her. He only said that it is very cold in the north, so she should dress warmly and not get sick. Finally, he said that she could come back any time she wanted. When he said these words, it was heard that his voice trembled. It was very unlike the glorious Margrave. She slammed the door behind her and didn't say a word. When Evangelina left, Charles Cross didn't even move. He continued to stand motionless, even after the carriage with his daughter was already very far away. The spear and shield were not in the best condition, as was Charles, who immediately turned into an old man after the death of his wife. When Evangelina was still a child, his environment looked incredible. There was nothing better than the back of a legendary warrior as he picked up a weapon and went to fight a monster. David said that his last weapon and underinsurance was always Evangeline. That's what he meant 5 minutes ago. Now he hopes she will protect them with her parents' weapons and shield. She must fight the same way he taught her. The girl wanted to answer something, but there was no time for a conversation. The monsters were already too close, so Evangeline gripped her shield and spear tightly. The weapon lay perfectly in her hands, as if it had found its old owner, and at that moment she once again remembered childhood memories associated with her father. When she was very young, he first taught her how to use a weapon. Now she is in a critical situation, and a huge monster is approaching her with incredible speed. But for a second, it seemed to the girl that at this moment her father was next to her. He was again showing her how to hold a spear and a shield, and he believed in her talent again. In such moments, no additional motivation is needed. In such moments, even a little girl can defeat the whole world of enemies. Now she does not care about the number of rivals. Feeling parental support, she is ready to go against the whole world. It didn't matter if it was a hallucination, or if her father's spirit was really there. Either way it worked. She perfectly understood where to move and at what pace to fight. All this was at the level of reflexes. It was as if someone had paved the way for her, and she confidently walked forward. If she was in the real world, and not in the game, she would be perfect for the role of Wonder Woman in the DC cinematic universe. Evangelina could not even understand how she destroyed this huge number of monsters. She seemed to see the path ahead of her, probably because of the signature weapon. The talent works even without upgrades. That's why it has such an effect. The girl could not understand what David was hinting at. She had never heard of signature enhancement before. She had no idea what he was talking about, but she was sure that the prince knew the truth about this strange feeling. It turned out that this was not all. The last opponent remained, an elite flying robot. He approaches at high speed, but is too high to attack. She had no long-range weapons, her rifle ran out of ammo, so all that remains is to throw a spear. If Evangeline doesn't hit, the game will be over. But David has an idea how to find a way out of this situation. The sun is almost set. The night has begun to take over. The Lord gave Evangeline's last order for today. He asked her to quickly approach the monster, and he would help bring it down to ground level. This talented girl didn't ask a single question about how David was going to do it. The Lord only gave an order, and the Evangeline, without any doubt, began to carry it out. Probably because it was the most reasonable decision and gave a high chance of success. Approaching the opponent, the girl felt strange emotions. This happened to her for the first time during the battle. David took out his hidden artifact and prepared to checkmate his opponent. In order to defeat an elite flying robot, you need to act almost perfectly. As we will see later, David had serious problems with the implementation of the ideal plan. His unsuccessful throw of the artifact surprised not only himself, but also everyone around him. Evangelina could not believe that this fool really rules a huge city. Then something strange happened. Someone shot this elite monster and made a huge hole in his body. The most interesting thing in this situation is that it was not David's shot at all. It seems as if the bullet came from the fortress city. It turned out that this shot was planned, that is, the sniper fired on a signal. It is not difficult to guess who can shoot at such a long distance and not lose accuracy at the same time. At first it seems that a person is not capable of this. But there are special characters who can do the impossible. David said that they will think about it later. The plan worked, so Evangelina got her chance. She must finish what she started while she still has the chance. The elite monster has been seriously injured, but he still needs to deliver the last, final blow. The young and talented daughter of Charles Cross did a great job with this task. David thanked her for this job. She did everything perfectly and ended the battle with the monsters in that area. It seems that they did the impossible. The two of them were able to defeat a huge number of large robots. 50 monsters had been destroyed. If someone had told them about it a day ago, they would hardly have believed it. Of course, the enemy army is still not completely destroyed. Probably the battle for the fortress continues at this moment. Evangelina was almost without strength. He asked her to sleep and not to worry, because if necessary, the Lord would carry her in his arms. David organized a signal for the successful end of the battle, and it seemed that everything was fine in the fortress as well. Today they showed a phenomenal result. Now everyone deserves a rest. At the decisive moment of the battle, David had 2 safeguards left. One of them is Demian's shot from a long distance. From such a distance, it is almost impossible to shoot accurately. But Demian is a guy of a completely different level. He only needed 1 shot. Obviously, he was very nervous, so he needs to be thanked when he gets back. David made his last bet on this little kid, or to be more precise, on her signature weapon. This weapon was indeed extremely powerful and played a decisive role in this battle. Each character of the highest rank has their own personal equipment. This is why the highest-ranked characters are so successful. Signature gear makes all the difference. Evangelina's personal trait is a cross, an intersection, which is a condensed experience of all past members of her family. Evangelina said she saw a way. It's hard to explain, but it's something like a buff. When she enters this state, her combat effectiveness is doubled, but it is not possible to fight like this constantly, due to the limited amount of mana. In the game, this set is given for reaching the maximum level of loyalty of the character, which is why David was scared when they buried this set. He allowed this to happen because the desire to send the evangelist away from this city was stronger. Desperate times call for desperate decisions. This was done to save the Evangeline, so Charles shouldn't be angry. Although David suffered several injuries, he is now thinking about the city and hopes that everything is fine there. Perhaps the last living robots are being mined in the fortress and the perimeter is being cleared. He is sure that everything is fine with people in the city, so you can rest a little. When he fell asleep, he saw a dream. It is not known whether it is the past or just a hallucination. David was standing in the hospital, next to a little boy who was in critical condition. As soon as he saw this dream, he immediately woke up and felt that he was sweating. His heart beat twice as fast as usual. Evangelina also woke up. She saw David and approached him. They sat down around the fire to warm up and make sure I felt good. David said that they would stay here for the night and return to the city only when everything was over. He hopes that everything is fine in the fortress. Their situation is much better, so you cannot worry. Soon he heard some strange sounds. David immediately prepared to defend himself and the evangelist. He started shouting and said that the enemies must come out and show themselves. Everything turned out to be much simpler. This Evangeline's stomach needs something tasty for dinner. David went to the house that used to belong to the Cross family in order to find something tasty there. He returned, taking with him a bag of dried fruit and a bottle of whiskey. We should be grateful for the fact that at least something remained after the battle, although whiskey is certainly not the best drink for a 15-year-old girl. She decided to taste dried fruits. The reaction was about the same as David's. He told the girl that these fruits were collected by her father, and then he ate them every day. It tastes terrible, but there is nothing left but to be satisfied with what is. David in turn poured himself whiskey. Evangeline also asked for a drink, but the Lord was against it. She thinks that even though she is 15 years old, today she was a new one in the grave. Her father's last wish was for this girl to do whatever she wanted in life, so now she won't hold back her desires. This is how young teenagers get on the road to alcoholism. It was difficult for David to defend himself from her attacks. He allowed her to take one sip of this burning drink. The main thing was that she would not repeat her father's path. After a few seconds, she lost her excitement and said that the dried fruit turned out to be much tastier than the whiskey. It's strange that her father drank and ate it every day, and then defended the city. It is hardly possible to meet someone similar to this hero now. Perhaps he is the last of such knights. Eating dirt, drinking dust, even if you want to run away without stopping, and then do your job. That's what it means to be an adult, according to David. Hearing these terrible words, Evangelina replied that she did not want to be an adult. It was very nice. She knew that her father secretly went out every night and sat with his wife until the morning. She knew that he never showed tears, although in the depths of his soul he was torn into a million pieces. Although she still hates him, she wishes he was alive and by her side so she could always tell him about it. She dreams that he will give her a chance to be a bad daughter, to yell at her and get angry because she misbehaves. She hates being alone with her sadness so memories. This monologue turned into Evangeline's sobs. You can understand her. She misses her parents incredibly. 15 years old is not at all the age when a child should remain an orphan. He lacks parental support very much. Without even trying to comfort her, he decided to leave her alone with her tears. Perhaps his decision can be understood, because she is now alone in this cold and cruel world. This young lady has to learn to live and do all her things without the support of her parents. She no longer has people who are ready to risk their lives for her. It's hard to come to terms with that. A few hours later, she fell asleep again in front of the fire. Maybe in the morning she will be better. When the sun began to rise above the horizon, Charles Cross and his wife could be seen from near the grave. Lord didn't say anything. He just put a bottle of whiskey next to him and drank in silence. The sky from the east began to paint everything around in light colors step by step. A new day has begun. A few minutes later, far ahead, David saw his soldiers quickly approaching him. He smiled and raised his hand up, as if showing that he had been waiting for them for a long time. All these soldiers were tense and nervous because they were not sure that the Lord was still alive. When Lucas saw his prince, it became much easier for him to breathe. Another defensive stage has come to an end, which means that you can rest, draw conclusions from past failures, and prepare for a new challenge. David returned to the fortress with the soldiers. There was a lot of work waiting for him. He went to the church and met with Saint Margarita. She saw the injury on his left hand and said that everything was very serious. He will no longer be able to use this hand the same way he did before. It will have less strength and other problems. This is quite a big price for failure. David is very lucky that he is not one of the soldiers. Margarita explained that in any case the Lord should rest and also come to the church every 2 days for treatment. After that, he asked about Evangeline's current condition. The girl is still worried about her shoulder injury. Saint Margaret said that if Evangeline did not intervene, her condition would soon improve significantly. After the initial treatment, David approached Lucas to listen to the story of the battle. The warrior said that in the first 15 minutes, Demian destroyed all 3 elite-level magical robots. After that, the battle continued for 6 hours. There were no critical situations, and the army calmly destroyed the enemies in close combat. As soon as they were finished, Lucas immediately gathered a squad of soldiers with him and went to the margrave's summer house. Everything turned out very easily. It seems as if this stage was blessed by heaven. Lucas explained that he stayed here because he had to follow everything around. He apologizes for coming late. David does not understand why you can apologize here. Lucas did everything perfectly. Now it's time to talk about casualties. 128 people with minor injuries and 14 seriously wounded. It turned out that none of the soldiers died in this battle. Is it really true? David began to smile. For the first time, the defensive stage passed without any losses. He was immediately relieved and thanked Lucas for his excellent work and perfect command of the army. Nevertheless, Lucas was still dissatisfied. He said that without the Lord, everyone was very excited. No one understood what and how to do. A similar skill of an irrepressible commander has the opposite effect. David had not thought about it before. He believed that this technique gives immunity and improves mental mood during the fight. But everything is not so simple. People around him not only do not feel fear, but also become incredibly mentally stable. Being around the Lord seems to calm them down, but will they become dependent on him? David thought that this matter should be thought about a little later. In any case, everything turned out well, so Lucas should not be upset. He promised that he would never leave the night alone, and Lucas replied that the Lord should not forget that he is his personal bodyguard. It should not be left more than once, especially if the Lord is going to go to a dangerous place. After that, the situation was resolved. David decided to ask about the other team members. Lucas said that everyone is fine. Only Demian's eyes were bleeding at the end of the battle. He said that there is nothing serious, and now he is undergoing treatment in the church, so you should visit him. It seems that all issues have been resolved, so David decided to return to the inner garden of the estate. Spring is already in the air. This day was too warm for the season. Soon Evangelina came to him and said that David should go home and rest. It seems as if she considers him too old, because she said that at his age one should take care of one's health. And it is still hard to believe that they were able to survive and meet the morning, although the situation was truly catastrophic. She thought she would never see the light of day again, but now everything is fine. David is sorry that she had to go through all this, but she made her decision to leave the city, so she needs to recover and leave. Evangelina replied that she had been thinking all night and had decided to stay and get the post of margrave. David reminded her that Charles wanted her to go and live in safety, wanted her to live freely. She knows this, but still hasn't fully forgiven him, so going against his will is the only thing she can do. Evangelina admits that she is a bad daughter. Now she wants to try to understand her father, to understand what he felt and thought about and why he made such a choice. If she puts herself in his shoes, she will be able to understand his motivations much better. That's why she made this choice. Maybe the last battle changed her forever. She apologized and took back her words. The girl wants to get the title of count and inheritance in the family. David smiled and said that he is ready to share the surprise of people and the responsibility for this act with her. She showed off her biceps and reminded him that she was the best student at the academy, and she better not forget that. In the future, she is sure that she will become taller and stronger, of course. In a few years, the future of a strong knight awaits her. She can really do it. With her stats and talents, she has become the best tank in this game. She asked the Lord to promise her that they would stand side by side and defend this city together. The strongest tank of the highest rank, Evangelina Cross, is asking to join her first team. No player in this world would be stupid enough to give it up. He laughed to the wind and said that now this city belongs to him, so he will not give it to anyone. But if she is really serious and wants to regain her right to the title, then she can become a knight under his command and defend the front. This is necessary until she is old enough to rule the city. So all this time she will work hard and help David, and if he does not change his mind, then he will return her the title of margrave and the place of lord. She is sure that she will be able to grow up in 2 years and make David respect and recognize her during this time. She is sure that she will be able to become strong enough to take back the title, the city, and everything else. This girl always has enough confidence. David smiled and said that he would be looking forward to this moment, so he has 3 years to complete the game. After that, he won't care if she takes the city or not. He'll write her a bunch of blank checks. Her mother once said that she knew that if she lives in this city, if she marries Dad and gives birth to Evangeline, it will be very difficult for her. Despite all of this, she still made this choice to pursue something she never said. Evangelina still cannot understand what her mother meant, why she decided to stay here, knowing how it would end. The mother was sure that Evangelina would understand her when she grew up, but her daughter is still not sure. After listening to all this, the Lord decided to bring her back to a serious state a little with a rather interesting method. He explained that the path her parents tried to take is in Evangeline's head. He greeted the new knight at the front and reminded that now she is at his disposal. He is in a great mood. The sun is shining all around and the weather is great, which means that spring has returned to make everything around bloom. Only now, very distantly, did Evangeline begin to understand her mother's wishes and choices. Her mother was determined. She knew how painful it is to lose loved ones. She knew that she could die a terrible death, and still decided to get married and give birth to a daughter. She gave all her love to build roads between people, to pass on what should be continued to the next generation. If asked to name one single reason why people fight monsters, this is it. All people in this city live with the same beliefs. Sprouts make their way through the frozen ground when they sense the arrival of spring. As a result, the flowers will still fade, and the leaves will rot under a pile of snow. But spring will return, and new life will rise again no matter what. We will all die someday, but each of us will leave behind our own personal path. In the same way, the Cross family never left behind only death. And now, it seems, Evangelina finally understood this. Her whole body groaned from the wound, but finally, for the first time in a long time, her heart was at peace. Spring has finally come, not only literally, but figuratively. The third stage was successfully cleared. The reward will be given later. The MVP of the third stage is recognized as the third Prince Emperor. David returned to his room and decided to check the results. Ader said that after the third stage something would happen to his choker, and it seems that time has come. The unlock feature has been enabled. This is the choker of a player who has rebelled against his fate. David now has open access to a special store where achievement points are used as currency. At the moment, David has made 1 million achievement points. With this virtual money you can buy a lot of things. There was written something about dark events. These are random events that occur during the passage of stages, when unknown characters intervene in the game. These unknown characters negatively affect the player's strategy. Ader said that all this is very important. David clicked on the purchase of the Dark Event Tracker, after which the system began to load. It seems as if all these stages were determined by dark events, such as the first stage and the appearance of living armor. These were the worst monsters that could drop at the beginning of the game, and at the second stage, an enemy NPC appeared. And of course the third stage, the unstable behavior of a group of monsters, and to be more precise, sabotage during an early attack. At the moment, this dark event was the most terrible. Now David understands that he was not mistaken that someone is preventing him from passing this game. It is not yet clear why someone does this, but it is clear that someone really does not like the lord of the city in question. This mysterious thief is trying to stop David from moving forward. Far to the north of the intersection, in the center of the continent, and at the same time in the center of the world, you can see the capital of the Ever-Black Empire. The city with a large port on the Mediterranean Sea is the center of world trade and logistics. This city attracts many people all year round at any time of the day or night. The heart of one of the most lively and large cities in the world is the Imperial Estate, also known as the Thorn Estate. Let's move to the Ever-Black Empire, and especially to the administrative office of the main building. An assistant entered the central hall and said that Brother David had asked for support. He addressed Fernandez Emberkeeper Everblack, who performs the duties of the Emperor. This is David's own brother in the game. He was told that David asked to immediately organize reinforcements, said that the attack of monsters on the front is increasing every day. This is the third time when David asks for immediate help. Fernandez asked to ignore this appeal, again. The aide told him that the situation on the southern front was really very difficult. It had never happened in the last 10 years. Nevertheless, Fernandez continued to repeat that this request should be ignored. They are finishing the war against the Bringer Duchy on the western front, so they have no troops to send to the southern front. Taking over the duchy is a priority, so the southern front can be dealt with later if it really is a problem. According to intelligence reports, the First Legion is currently attacking the capital of the duchy. Probably within a week there will be information about the victory. Their third brother is now on the front line, although he has been asked to kick the habit. This is the first prince of the empire, Lark Everlanche Everblack. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the empire. All the knights and soldiers are under his control because the Lark is a born warrior and likes to be at the front, although his place is not there at all. Fernandez always believed that the younger and older brother were not at all suitable for the role of emperor. There was no hope for them. Then he asked about the condition of his father. He was told that the emperor hardly leaves his room. The only emperor has been leading a recluse lifestyle for many years. He shut himself up in the imperial estate and only occasionally wrote letters there, or summoned someone to quietly give instructions. As a result, the first prince manages affairs outside the country, and the second son inside the country. Later, rumors began to spread that something had happened to the emperor, that his absence affects the war with the Bringer Duchy. The assistant also asked Fernandez to sign something. This is a death sentence for criminals. They betrayed their country and are currently being held in prison. Of course, Fernandez is willing to sign this. But then he stopped and remembered that David asked for support, so these criminals can be sent to him. In this way, they will help the younger brother, and they will not be involved in the execution of prisoners. The second prince of the empire was informed that these are unusual criminals. If they are sent to the south, they can cause serious problems there. Fernandez replied that his younger brother would solve all these problems, because otherwise he would die. He signed another order. The execution of 5 bandits will take place on the southern front. All this will be done by the third prince. Fernandez smiled and said that it is not easy for his brother now, so he needs helpers. Meanwhile, David did not even suspect all these evil intentions of his brother. He calmly enjoyed the spring weather and came to visit Demian and make sure that everything was fine with him. He apologized for making the boy work so hard. Demian replied that he didn't think the Lord was to blame for anything. There were simply too many enemies. This guy always remains humble despite having incredible talent and potential. After a few days of rest, his vision will return, so there is nothing to worry about. He did not promise that in the future he would not put too much pressure on the boy and give him a lot of work. Damian smiled and said that one day they will finally be able to rid this world of monsters. For the sake of such a goal, he is ready to pull the trigger, even if he loses his eyes because of this shot. Of course, David is also glad that he has such a character. Demian will have to go through more than one battle for the sake of a common goal. David decided to remember the promise that he should die by his hand. It happened when this boy with special eyes lost his best friend and completely lost the will to live. David then decided to use Demian's self-hatred as fuel to push him forward. Lord wondered what this talented young man was thinking about this situation. Does he hate the Lord for letting his friend die? Demian replied that since that time he had not thought about this promise. One day when the monsters will be defeated and peace will reign in the world, we must return to this conversation. Then he will think about it again and will understand whether he hates David or not. David is sure that this decision will be made sooner or later. Maybe it will happen in 3 years, when they will complete their journey. Whatever decision Demian makes, David is ready to accept it with joy. Loyalty or hate, kindness or resentment, player and cheater, their relationship will always be special. In any case, David wants this boy who helps him to become happy someday. Whatever the ending of this story, he hopes that he will not change his desire. At night, a day after completing the 3rd stage, David felt incredible pain throughout his body and could not rest peacefully. He needed to know the exact outcome of the battle for the fortress, in which he did not participate. Therefore, he had just returned from inspecting the city walls, artifact warehouses, various industries, and soldiers in the temple. A celebration was organized today in honor of the victory, but he did not go home immediately after congratulating the residents of the city. He is sure that everyone else will have a great time without him. There is a lot of food, drink, and music. He hopes that Jupiter will control the situation and also do everything to make everyone have fun. Part of him wants to go to sleep right now, but he still has important things to do. David opened the system settings and decided to check the progress of his team. He was surprised when he saw that Lucas had passed 2 promotions and now became a senior knight. This means that the second school has been unlocked. It takes a lot of mana, but increases mobility and gives Lucas wings. After Lucas unlocks other talents and gets signature gear, he will become a true god on the battlefield. Of course, there is still a long way to go, but the result will be really fantastic. David now began to analyze his characteristics. He used to be a first-level slug, but he had already reached 20. It's hard for him to hold back his emotions. His hidden commander class is really progressing. He also saw that he received the cheat skill of command gaze. This allows you to control the consciousness of the target by looking into their eyes. In general, it is a technique that spreads the magic of control over an area. It is difficult to use this technique for a long time, but now David will be able to control monsters in any case just by looking into their eyes. Of course, he was hoping for something more active, but he's still satisfied. He also got 4 chests after completing the 3rd stage. 3 chests turned out to be silver and 1 gold. This is a rarity, because you can get no more than 10 gold chests in the entire game. He hopes to get some kind of weapon, something active that doesn't depend on luck. He hoped to get a weapon that would suit him perfectly and be able to help in critical situations. He was surprised when he opened the chest and got a wand. It looks very similar to Harry Potter's wand. This item gives a very serious advantage in strength and power, creates magical swords, and allows you to control them in the air. The highest rank weapon already has all the unique characteristics and abilities imaginable, but this wand is one of the weirdest items in the game. She creates several magical swords and allows her to attack opponents with them. As long as the amount of mana allows it to be used, the weapon is really very useful. It helps to attack powerfully at mid-range. The wand can be used even without being a sorcerer. Also, this wand can directly give a powerful effect when attacking. During the game, David would force the character who had this weapon to hit his team members every time in order to give them strength. Of course, it will be difficult to do, and even more difficult to explain the reason, but it will be worth it. He hopes to be able to explain everything to the team members in simple language. I decided to rest and woke up with the first rays of the sun. Without a single pause, he began preparations for the next battle. First of all, the front base must be established. The forward base is a fortress built in front of the Black Lake in the south, where they fought the Black Spiders during their training. Due to the damage received, this base is now abandoned, but the time has come to start the process of its restoration. The front base requires a lot of money, but if David can properly organize its work, it can help stop monsters. You also need to produce a large number of anti-aircraft artifacts in order to prepare for the appearance of enemies from the air. There are several rules for the appearance of monsters in this game. Flying monsters will appear at least once every 5 stages. So, at least in one of the remaining stages in the next month, they will have to fight with flying monsters. Lily listened carefully to all the orders and promised to carry out this assignment immediately. She may not care. David is going to take her to more dangerous places, at least for now. Preparations in the City of Intersections continued for the next few days, almost without pauses. Everyone received a new assignment from the Lord. Sometimes it was something logical, and sometimes it was something very strange. In any case, David hardly rested and constantly led an active lifestyle. 3 days later, a portal appeared in the backyard of the estate. There are 7 days until the start of the next stage, so David wants information about the monsters. He hopes that they have all had time to rest, but if they haven't, then it's still time to start work. We all remember that between defense stages, the team goes on dungeon raids. Probably the same thing awaits us now. Evangelina began to behave quite strangely, as if she was ashamed of something. David doesn't quite understand her behavior. Maybe it's because they're on the same team, or because they fought for their lives together against monsters. Maybe because she shared her personal experiences with him. That is, there could be many reasons. It is very difficult to understand these children at a transitional age. David decided not to pay much attention to it. This is difficult to do because something similar is happening with Demian. Maybe it is because David came to him in the hospital, or there is some other reason. David could not understand anything, but guessed that Jupiter knew the real reason. She began to laugh and said that it was difficult for her to be old among young people. Lucas is probably the only adequate character in this team. Maybe he will explain all this. It turned out that Lucas doesn't understand anything, just like the Lord, so they decided to forget about it. This time they have to go explore the third area of the dungeon. They will go to the north wall of the Lake Kingdom. They are not going to turn anywhere. There is one long corridor waiting for them, and of course monsters that will attack them from time to time. Force against force, all they need is to move forward, defeating the monsters that appear on the way. Of all the possible zones, the third area has the simplest configuration, so research shouldn't take much time. It's unlikely they'll be back before evening. The team members said that they have no questions and are ready to act right now. The portal was activated, and a team of professional warriors entered the Lake Kingdom. It is always dark in this kingdom. It seems that there is no other situation here. They have been here before, but every time they come here, they still get scared. As soon as they descended to the outer wall, information about the research area immediately appeared in the system window. Compared to other dungeons, everything here is quite simple, but it does not make it easier. The difficulty depends on the appearance of monsters, but everything still requires great physical effort and a willingness to fight to the end. Soon they finally felt the monsters approach, and when they saw their first opponent, they almost died of fear. Everything before that seemed like a kindergarten compared to these terrible creatures. These monsters are called gargoyles. As expected, they can fly. The monsters are at the 12th level. There are 8 of them, and they want to taste blood. David asked the team to prepare immediately and act at full speed in order to break through the attacking power of the monsters. When you watch the battles where this team participates, you get the impression that these are updated Avengers. At the very beginning of the game, 2 types of flying monsters appear. Wyverns, which are also often called dragons, are the first type. They are not related to true dragons, but rather their degraded form. They are not very intelligent and do not have unique abilities, but because they are descendants of dragons, they can resist magic. They emit layers of fire from their mouths, as if repeating after dragons, and thus are able to attack from a distance. They also have their weaknesses, such as physical defense that can be defeated with guns and crossbows. The second species are gargoyles, which David and his team have now encountered, creatures that are the opposite of wyverns. They are good at defending themselves instead of resisting magic. They have no ranged attack ability, so they only attack in melee. So while the vanguard troops hold them back, sorcerers can attack. This requires the use of artifacts and a lot of work, but sorcerers are a weak point for the gargoyle. The flying monsters immediately start squealing like butchered pigs and try to escape. So when you go for walks with these flying guys, you must definitely take a wizard with you. Jupiter is showing its best qualities today. That's why you need to recruit sorcerers for your team. David watched this and understood that he pays her a large salary for a reason. Damian wanted to help with something, but the Lord assured that they were not participating in this battle. He still hasn't fully recovered his eyes, and David has an injury to his left arm, so they hope they won't have to intervene. Now 2 knights of the highest rank and a very powerful sorcerer are fighting in the team. This should be enough to stop these huge and nasty monsters. Each of them has a second boost, so that's enough to explore the third area of the dungeon. This means that David and Demian can calmly watch the battle and enjoy their popcorn. Thanks to their magical work, they cleared the room very easily and quickly. This grandmother is really cocky, but knows how to use her strengths. So soon after walking a long way, they finally reach the boss's room. Behind this door is hidden a descent to the bottom, and he hopes that they can finish the job quickly today. The boss is on the 30th level. It is a golden gargoyle centurion Malone. It is unlikely that they will be able to defeat him very quickly, because this creature crawled out of hell. According to the story of the game, this monster was a decoration of the Lake Kingdom estate, although compared to other bosses, this guy's abilities are quite average. David said that everything will go well and asked to prepare for battle. It seems that the grandmother has completely lost her mind, probably because of the gold rush. She saw that the boss of the monsters would dress in golden gear and forgot about everything in the world. David asked her to stop and wait for the other team members. It could be dangerous. This is what happens when you take your grandmother to work, but forget to take her medicine. The monster prepared to brutally punish this old woman for her misbehavior. It was at this moment that the Lord ordered to attack immediately and not stop until complete victory. They can't let Jupiter die. She will still be needed during the clearing of the 4th location. Also, her skills will be needed here, because if you don't use magic, it will be impossible to defeat the boss with the help of force. Grandma didn't care about his strengths and weaknesses. She was only interested in the gold she would wear on him. In this situation, even Demian will have to participate, because otherwise the team will not be able to win. He has to shoot accurately and attack the monster to make him forget about the grandmother. Jupiter was completely blinded by the gold, and because of this she did not see the trouble ahead. She missed a powerful blow from the monster and almost ended her life. After that, Lucas ran up to her and immediately took her back. Evangelina decided to distract the monster and called this golden bug. She uses the passive battle call skill, a technique common to all shield knights. It will not be easy for her to stop the powerful blows of this giant, but do not forget that this lady is the best student of the academy. She hoped that other members of the team would help her all this time, but it seems that they completely forgot about her. David hadn't been this angry in a long time. He was looking at Jupiter like he wanted to kill her right there. Jupiter apologized, but this is not enough. She must learn to control herself and not forget that she is a high-level sorcerer. Her experience should help with these problems. She can no longer make mistakes and risk her life and the lives of other team members. In the game, this problem only works on chests, but in reality, everything is much worse. David must figure out how to solve the problem with the gold rush. This can be done while Lucas distracts the monster. After a few minutes of motivational speeches, Jupiter's condition improved. She is again ready to fight for a common victory. It turns out that in the previous battle, she used up a huge amount of mana, and now she's in trouble. She is ashamed of today. It happens, but David is ready to support her. Damian wanted to replace the sorcerer, but the Lord ordered him to stay away. This guy has already shot 3 times using his special eyes. Given the nuance of whether or not he's fully recovered, he should be in a lot of pain right now, so David has to step into this battle himself. The prince decided that now was the perfect opportunity to test his wand. Magic wand. He used half of his health, and only 3 swords could be created. The magic leaving his body made him feel pain. If you analyze all this, this is the first time he has used magic since he entered this world. Now a lot depends on his new power. It is unlikely that the knights will be able to defeat the monster on their own. Every time Jupiter sees the prince, he is constantly inventing something new. This man is full of surprises. After a little training, he was ready for battle and activated his full power. The gargoyle immediately felt what sorcery meant. As we know, these monsters have problems with magic. The magic sword shattered into pieces after 5 hits, so the durability is at a weak level. In any case, it at least dealt a little damage to the boss, although on the other hand, it only pissed him off. Evangelina is still in the game. She used the first technique, damage save. After that, it was time to apply the second technique, damage payback, and it was very effective. His golden protection began to crumble into 1,000,000 pieces. That's what a knight's technique means. After that, Lucas came on stage. He likes to be the main character of the story. When this team works together, everyone supports each other and does their job. It is difficult for the enemies to avoid a crushing defeat. The monster was left without a head. The knightly power, together with the help of the Lord, won. They ordered Jupiter to make a report after returning, and also pay the amount of a week's salary to the city development fund for her bad deeds. Although she was against it, David showed with all his appearance that it was better to silence her. David knows about her desire to pocket everything that shines. But he reminded her about how she became a mercenary who lives for money. She was a noble soldier of the Everblack Empire. He hopes that next time she will remember her pride, which she has not yet completely lost. Gold rush is a problem that cannot be controlled. Even the Lord's passive skill will not help to affect it. We can only hope that Jupiter will be able to deal with this problem by itself. Despite the minor incident, they managed to successfully clear the 3rd area. They got a huge amount of gold, and in a chest that was lying in the boss room, they found part of a flashy set. Shout Mantle is level 30. It gives pretty good protection, and every opponent you defeat gives you health thanks to this item. The Scream set has 3 items. Last time they got a layer. So now all that's left to do is find the gauntlets for the full set. Everyone tried to make every effort for this result, and Jupiter received the main reward. In any case, they cleared all the chests and finished exploring the 3rd area. Now it's time to go down and find the next checkpoint, the same base camp they talked about last time. Although a small number of people live here, they often come there. There are shops and many other things. David said that their main goal is to find a new member of the team. If someone is interested in this, they should take him with them. This was the reason to quickly start research. Find a friendly and talented NPC and lure him to your side. Later, when the city develops, the mercenary guild will be crowded. But now, in the early stage of the game, there is a dire shortage of characters. That's why you need to develop a city in this game. It's as careful as fighting monsters. David asked to look carefully and look for someone talented, although Evangelina believes that talents cannot live in such a place. David said that it doesn't matter to them whether they find a person or some other creature. The main thing is the result. As long as this team member will destroy monsters, he doesn't care who he is. The Lord even agrees to take a zombie or a demon to the team. After a little rest, they continued on their way. They had to go down, so they were tired, but not as much as last time. After walking some more way, they finally touched the ground. Soon they came to the northern gate of the Lake Kingdom. This is exactly the gate that they saw as soon as they got here. Then they looked from the outside, and now they see this gate from the inside. They have come a long way because the gate was closed. Even now it is not known how to open it. Maybe it has something to do with magic. David said that this gate opens only in one case. They will be opened when the great battle begins, when the army goes to fight the human world. It seems that the children were not ready for such information, but now they know about it. David asked them to continue their journey and reminded them that the checkpoint was very close. Soon they will return home and continue to rest until a new battle forces them to fight again. They turned from the north gate onto the main road that would lead them into the city. Before long, a huge area was opened before their eyes, even bigger than they had seen before. There were a large number of stone monsters here. They are preparing to attack in the next battle. They gather here, and then, when the right time comes, they will go to the city of the crossing. Lucas had a logical idea in his head to destroy these monsters right now. Soon they noticed that even at this time, monsters from different parts of the city are flying here to join the army. This place is their heart, and there are only 5 soldiers. If you hit them now, nothing will happen. It will be much more important to do what they came here for, so David asked not to stop. Soon they turned off the main road and went deeper into another street. 5 minutes later they reached their destination. The road turned out to be quite fast. This is the base camp. It will become a springboard for future research. After a long stay in the dark, it is always nice to go out there and where there is light. Around you could see not only lanterns, but also a large fire. With him, the soldiers could finally feel warmth and moral reassurance. Nevertheless, Lucas still did not lose his concentration. He remembered that people must live here. Surprisingly, because no one is visible around, he asked all other team members not to relax. There is really no one around. David expected to see various NPC, but so far it is empty. When he came here during the game, he saw at least 4 or even 5 NPC. This could be a bad sign, and soon the team received confirmation of this. They were quickly surrounded by some unknown gang of masked men, all armed and ready to attack. Damien immediately raised his hands up and showed that it seems that David was not going to do this yet. He looked at these people and tried to understand who they were. Maybe he had seen them before. Judging by their clothes, the level of these warriors is quite high. They even brought a cannon with them, so they were carefully preparing for this meeting. David did not see a way to retreat, so they were completely surrounded, and this is his fault. He lost focus and hoped for the security of the checkpoint. Now the system said that they cannot use weapons in the safe zone. In the game, monsters cannot enter the territory of the camp. It is also impossible to start a battle here. But this is not a game, but reality. There are no restrictions and battles can occur between people, but why were there no warnings? Passover in the safe zone is always strange. David tries to understand what is going on and who all these people are. Although he panicked, he did not show it and stood straight. After that, he smiled and thanked for the warm welcome. He appreciates the enthusiasm, but would like someone to clarify the situation for him. He said that they were exploring dungeons, ordinary newbies who needed help. It seems that his joking words did not affect these people at all. They looked at them coldly and kept their weapons at the ready. David thought that this could be a ritual of experienced players for the discipline of beginners. He believes that this is a stupid practice, but some people did not like these words. David immediately tensed up when that nice low male voice started. Intimidation of newcomers is a custom that has existed for many centuries. It leads to respect for elders. The warriors believe that they should preserve this wonderful culture and develop it for the future, but David cannot understand who is talking to him. David said that he does not consider this delusional culture, so the senior researcher has a rather old view of life. This man has heard such statements for a long time, but he does not pay any attention to them. This is the same Bard. He said that a long life makes him miss things from the past. David recognized him immediately. Of course, they had already fought during the war in the second location. David called him the Rat King, a rather funny name, but the Bard didn't like it very much. He is a criminal who betrayed the state and now has to live in the Great Lake Kingdom. The only wizard left is a great musician and joker. His name is Crown, and he is very pleased to meet the last player. David couldn't believe he actually heard that. How does this guy know he's the last player? This Rat King has a name. His name is Crown, but he was not a respected person in the game. Even when he appeared on the battlefield, David never fought him, because the Crown only directed monsters and weakened players. Surprisingly, David still remembered one specific episode at the final stage of the game. Crown appeared in the first room of the last dungeon leading to the boss, but even then he had no combat skills. He was a weak opponent and lost after a few shots. Then David had an incredibly strong team. Then, all these guys in masks and cloaks were also with him, and they didn't really help him. It is strange that the Crown called David the last player. How could he know all this? Does this really mean that this musician understands the system of this world? David has an incredible number of questions, but at the moment he needs to avoid a dangerous situation. He tried to continue the conversation and understand why the Crown was hostile towards him and his team. The Rat King replied that they are constantly walking around this city and trying to reveal the secret of the monsters. Of course, this is not bad, but David and his team have no idea how terrible creatures are hiding in the dark. He wants to stop it because they are the last defenders in the territory of the kingdom. That is, they are one of the few who were able to survive. Crown said they call themselves the Night Watchmen, and this is their territory. The Night Guards are ready to destroy anyone who tries to touch the darkness of this city. David and his team can go to hell right now if the Crown wants it. As soon as this thief's hand goes down, his people will attack, and David understands this perfectly. The situation has escalated incredibly. They are surrounded, and the opponents have a high level of training and a lot of equipment. If they all start shooting at the same time, one of the team will die, and then a difficult decision must be made. In this case, David must show his maximum, and for this you need to activate the technique of the general's gaze. He needs to make eye contact with the target, and then his new technique can help. At that moment, the whole world seemed to slow down. David saw 12 goals in front of him, and was ready to activate his power. He understood what the order should do. Difficult orders have a high risk of failure, so he needed a simple but effective order. That is why, after a short pause, he raised his hand and ordered the Night Guards to return. The severity of this order is very low. It was enough for 7 Night Guards to carry out the order. Barda could not understand what was happening. He believed that these soldiers obeyed only him. Lucas noticed that the Lord had a nosebleed, probably because of the loss of health to activate the skill. He said that there was no problem and asked the team to flee immediately. If Lucas can clear their way, they will have the opportunity to return home through the teleportation gate. Crown guessed that David was using mind control. He really liked this interesting turn of events. He ordered his soldiers to attack immediately and prevent these rats from escaping. Evangelina is very lucky that she has a protective shield with her. Otherwise, everything would have ended badly for her. The problem is that there is only one shield, but there are hundreds of arrows fired by the Night Guards. The girl asked to rely on her. She knows how to protect herself and her friends and will do everything at the highest level. That's exactly how it turned out. Now David definitely does not regret letting her become a member of his team. Of course, deflecting arrows is not a very difficult task, but defending against a cannon shot will be much more difficult. Demian's help is needed for this case. David ordered him to prepare and act. This guy always hits the target, and if you shoot the gun and aim at the cannonball, you can see a wonderful firework in the sky. The escape continued. The team was almost at the teleportation port. They will be able to retreat in peace and prepare for the next battle, but the Crown will not give them that opportunity. It seems that sorcerers are not only with David, but also with this guy in a mask. Fire and air together have a much more destructive effect than you might think. It can't even be compared to a cannonball strike, because such an attack can destroy the Lord's team. Seeing this, David held his breath. He understands that he will hardly be able to stop this attack. This guy must have completely forgotten that there is a wizard of the highest level in his team. Jupiter stepped forward and activated a protective barrier. The old guard is never wrong at the right time. Of course, in order to restrain such a powerful attack from 2 sorcerers at the same time, Jupiter spent a huge amount of her health. At her advanced age, it could end very badly, but such are the current conditions, so it had to be risky. David knows that she will not be able to keep this protective barrier for long, so it is necessary to hurry. Only the incredible will help them avoid death and return home alive. As soon as the prince approached the stones, he immediately activated the portal for teleportation. Damian took Jupiter with him and helped her reach this gate, growing up a true gentleman. David noticed that the Night Guards stopped attacking as soon as they realized that they would not stop the opponents. They just stood and watched, and from the face hidden behind the mask, it was completely unclear what he was thinking about now. The terrible smile of the enemy makes one afraid, but David is sure that he lost only the battle, but not the war. David promised that he would return and beat the crap out of his new enemy. Research has been completed. Some characters have been leveled up. It was also reported that the character Jupiter was seriously injured. Several hours passed after returning from the expedition. Let's move to the city center, or rather to the temple. David tried to analyze the situation and understand his mistakes, as well as what he should do next. It was hard for him to believe that in the future he would have to fight with people. It was some kind of delusion. Do they really have to kill other people to protect the townspeople? Of course, during the game he destroyed the enemy NPC, but now the reality and everything looks completely different. In reality, you can't help but pay attention to the characters. They also live and breathe. Can he fight them the same way he fights monsters? Now he has the same dilemma as Damien. To survive to pass a stage or actually fight other people is normal. He must find answers to all these questions, and besides, he has very little time. Soon he saw that St. Margarita was approaching him. David hopes that the treatment is over. She reported that no life-threatening injuries were found. Although this is good news, Miss Jupiter has a magical overload due to too much use of magic. For the first time David heard about magical overload, he believed that it did not pose a threat to life. Of course, this is not entirely true. In this state, the magic goes out of control and begins to eat the user's body. Perhaps she will never be able to use her abilities again in her life. So for now, it is better to rest. Jupiter was the main force at this stage. It is hard to even believe that such an unfortunate situation happened to her. David tried to see Jupiter, but Margarita replied that the sorcerer was in a critical condition, so he could not go to her. Perhaps David was too cruel to her, due to the activation of the gold rush. Now his conscience is tormenting him. Everyone else has already left. They are probably trying to rest somewhere outside. David thanked Margarita, paid her generously, and left the temple to join the other team members. He made sure that everything was fine with them, and told that Jupiter was in critical condition. She would not be able to return to the front for some time. It was hard to believe that everything was serious with her, but this is the reality. They really almost died in the dungeon. Even the fact that they were able to survive did not please them very much. Mysterious enemies from the dungeon and an injury to a friend are always bad, but David will try to cheer them up. He is sure that they will be able to take revenge on their enemies and show them what the power of a team is. If the Night's Watch chose to attack the Prince of the Empire and his friends, they would have to make them pay for it. Although destroying the enemies will be another problem, they cannot forget what happened. In order to take revenge, it will be necessary to prepare perfectly. First, you need to go through the defensive stage and complete the preparations for the next location, and only then take revenge in the dungeon. Revenge is a dish that is usually served cold, so revenge should be approached with intelligence and caution, sharpen the knives and prepare the bullets. David ordered his companions to rest today, and not to burden their heads. After that he returned home. This place has already become his home. Now he needs to think about the strategy for the next defensive phase. Maybe replace Jupiter with Lily. He remembered how this girl begged to leave her alone, and said that she was no longer capable of attacking a large area with magic. At that moment he heard something very strange approaching. Turning his head back, he saw an aider. I had to teach this prodigal son a little, because he had already been told several times not to run in the corridors. This horrible headmaster had not left his room for the past few days, although he was hardly working. Aider replied that the city takes a lot of time, although it is not important now and he did not come for this. He explained that the problem that appeared is more serious than the crossing. This stage may turn out to be the worst. It's surprising what could be worse than the absence of the main sorcerer from the team, probably only the escape of bandits from prison. David did not quite understand what Aider was talking about. He needs additional explanations. Aider asked for reinforcements in the capital and was refused. Then he learned that 5 suicide bombers were sent to them instead of soldiers. While they were trying to transfer them to the city crossing, these thieves managed to escape. All this happened about a few hours ago. Not a single bandit has been caught yet. David was very angry and said that the director should have foreseen this. A potential escape is always possible. This should be known. Aider replied that he has absolutely no power and influence in this world. He cannot predict the future. It seems his passive skill is incompetence. It would be nice to strangle this scoundrel already. Aider said that he can give information about the criminals. He already put it in the system. The director also said that these criminals can really be useful if, of course, they manage this gift correctly. It is even necessary to find their current location, and he will do it in his power to drag them to his side. Even with their bad deeds, they used to lead the Empire's soldiers, so it's much better than ghosts or zombies. Their skills are very strong, but so far almost nothing is known about them. Mr. Incompetent Director must find out where the criminals have fled. He has a theory and rumors, so he said that the criminals must be somewhere in the mountains outside the city. It is not far, but the road there will be problematic, although the prince is very determined. He was also kicked out of the capital just like them, so he is sure that he will find a common language with them. All the surrounding land has long been cleared for the inhabitants of the villages. The land here is not very fertile, but it is enough to survive. The territory of the mountains has not yet been cultivated, so there is almost no road there. From the very beginning, David already experienced difficulties with endurance. It is really difficult to walk in the mountains. Lucas offered his help. He said he could carry the prince on his back. David was immediately interested in such an offer. He must have lost his conscience again. He would have agreed immediately if he hadn't seen the way Evangeline was looking at him. She will probably be jealous and want someone to carry her in his arms. It turned out that this is quite a possible strategy, although Lucas's legs will be angry with their owner. They soon met the captain of the prisoner escort squad from the Ever-Black Empires. He apologized for his careless behavior and inattention. David assured that everything is fine, sport is life, and thanks to the captain's inattention, David now has additional training in the mountains. The captain continued bowing to the prince and apologizing. He begged him not to be put in prison and hanged in the center of the city. One gets the impression that such punishments are the norm for the capital, of course. Everything is completely different at the intersection. The prince's life has never been a joke for David, although even then it is difficult for him to understand such actions. Soon the captain told that these suicide bombers fled to the very mountain in front of them. There you can find their traces. Now it remains to find their motivation, to flee to this very mountain. Evangelina said that robbers live in this area and have been creating problems for a long time. These are bad people. They attack traders and refugees in order to rob them. Given that the wheels from the car and a broken gun are lying around, it can be concluded that people were here very recently. Lucas believes that the suicide bombers went to the robbers to unite. They can join a gang. It's a good way to start a new life. David wants to make sure that the captain told him the whole truth. It seems that is the case. After that, they continued up the mountain for the next 10 minutes, during which time the prince almost died of exhaustion. Soon they finally came across a settlement. Probably this is where these robbers live. You can guess what Lucas has to do with bandits. He hates them with all his heart. He said he wanted to survey the situation and took out his sword. David asked him to be careful. It turned out that Evangelina decided to go with Lucas. Is it friendship or competition? Soon David came out with other soldiers. Everyone was tensed and expected the attack of robbers. It is surprising, because there was no activity. There were not even any hints of danger. The only thing that the third prince of the empire felt was the smell of blood, because this smell cannot be confused with anything. They soon opened the gates and prepared for a fierce confrontation. It turned out that there was no one to fight with, because all the robbers were already dead. Now it is clear where this smell of blood came from. There is real chaos around. Is it an internal conflict? Lucas informed the Lord that there was one man left who managed to survive. He was in a bad state and begged to be let go, although no one had hurt him yet. It was a young robber. David asked him to calm down and told him that they were part of the army of the Empire. For bad deeds, they can put this guy in jail or sentence him to death. The boy began to tremble with fear and assured that he had not done anything. They had only kidnapped the crew. They knew that the capital had sent a crew to the city crossing and decided to make extra money on it. They probably hoped to see gold, but met only traitors to the Empire. As soon as they opened this Pandora's box, they realized that it is better to stay at home and enjoy life. The captain said that the criminals escaped on their own, although this little robber tells a completely different story. Now it becomes clear that the noble detachment of the escort was ashamed to say that they were robbed by robbers. The captain immediately fell on his knees and began to beg for forgiveness for him and his assistants. David replied that he is ready to forgive accidents, but not mistakes, so he will punish all the guilty according to the law. There was no need to lie so obviously. They probably thought that the young principal was too stupid to understand the situation. Now the situation has become a little clearer, but the question arises as to where the 5 suicide bombers went. Evangelina called her lord and pointed to something interesting. It seemed that someone had visited them. Taking a closer look, David saw a girl with green hair. She greeted the lord and other people of the crossing city. After that, she said that she was waiting for them. There are 5 of them, so most likely these are suicide bombers. David immediately saw that the criminals put on handcuffs. They had a chance to escape, but they did not use it. This woman explained that they have no plans to run away. They want the court verdict to be implemented as soon as possible, and they told the emperor about it. First, all of this was incredibly strange to hear. And second, David saw her green hair, and only one race in this game has that hair color. Elves are born with green hair. Are these 5 suicide bombers all elves? They asked to immediately carry out their sentence. That is, to kill them. They are ready for the Lord to do it right now. All this is strange to hear. They could have escaped, and even tried to do so, but now they have put handcuffs on themselves and are asking for death. Of course, David cannot understand anything. He thought that he was not going to kill anyone. He had other plans for these criminals. He had long ago decided that all of them would become members of his team, so there was no need to rush. David found out that the main elf's name is John. These elves are the 8th unit of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps. David ordered all the soldiers to go for a walk for a while. He did not want anyone extra to eavesdrop on this conversation, so he left only Lucas and Evangelina. A few things are known about the counterintelligence of the Aegis. It is a hidden unit that does all the dirty work. We can say that they are a special operative group of the imperial family, which is engaged in mysterious operations. They are also called the shadow and hunting dogs of the Emperor, which is what the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps means. David said that he had already heard the story that these 5 elves betrayed their state. John admitted that 3 months ago they were tried in the capital and sentenced. David tried to find out if they were pleading guilty, but John avoided answering the question at all costs. She said that she did not understand his motives, and reminded that he should execute them. But David does not want to do it. He always wanted to make them work for him, so if they wanted to die, why not answer some of his questions? He reminded that he is the 3rd principal of the Emperor, and if he wants to know something, he will find out. He knows that the last place John and his team were sent to was the Duchy of Bringer. He explained that if he is stuck in the southern lands, it does not mean that he does not know what is happening in the world. Perhaps due to the fact that John is a member of the Secret Service, her profile has only official information. But even this information is enough to understand the picture as a whole. A year ago, they were sent to the Bringer, and 3 months later, the ambassador of the Ever-Black Empire was killed. After that, relations between the 2 countries worsened, and 6 months ago, a war broke out, which continues to this day. An Aegis reconnaissance unit specializes in infiltrating enemy territory and assassinating key figures. David said that now he has a theory. He roughly understands what actually happened to these elves. Someone close to the Emperor wanted to start a war with the Bringer, but there was no reason for war, so a plan was invented to kill the ambassador. The Empire then blamed the Bringer Duchy for this, enough to start a war. 3 months ago, after the successful completion of the mission, the Aegis team was arrested and without explanation received a death sentence. This is typical Secret Service behavior, to get rid of a special squad in order to silence them forever. It was obvious from John's face that David fully understood this situation. You are no less, she is not ready to confirm it, and said that if it were true, then they would not want death, although now everything is the opposite. David said that even this is easy to explain. Probably the enemies of the Aegis unit have hostages. Seeing how the hands of John and other members of the detachment began to tremble, David realized that he was completely right. In this world, humanoid races such as elves and dwarves are almost always enslaved. 100 years ago, their states lost wars against humanity. Those who survived began to follow people's orders. In that battle, the Ever-Black Empire led the people to victory and thereby established control. In any case, there are not many slaves left. Most of them are locked up in the elves area and live very poorly. It is strange that the elves worked in the hidden service of the Empire. Does anyone want David to believe that these people are patiently waiting for their death? Obviously, all this is just to save her race. The Elf Queen will appear in about 3 years. She will have the same goals. This way of using other races by the Empire, one of the most widespread, is called a sacrifice for the sake of one's own people. It really sounds very noble, but at the same time quite stupid. At least that's what the Lord of the Crossing City thinks. John replied that even if the Lord is indeed right, it is not enough to change anything. The sentence was pronounced officially, so the prince received an official statement that he should execute these criminals. John cannot understand what David wants from him. Is this how members of the imperial family have fun? He smiled and said that in the official letter it is written that he must fulfill the court's sentence, but there is no clarification as to exactly how this should be done. He can hang them or burn them at the stake, that is, do whatever he wants with them. He reminded that they are now at the front. The monsters here are like natural disasters. They attack in any case. That is why it is much more profitable for David to send the elves to the battlefield and tell the Emperor that the sentence has been carried out in this way. He asked for reinforcements, and they sent him 5 skilled warriors, so he thinks he can do anything with them. Before they return to Crossing City, David wants to know if the elves want to live. If nothing happens to their people, are they ready to continue their existence? The prince reminded that while they are alive, they can do anything, but John asked to give her too much hope. She allowed them to be cut into pieces and given their bodies to the dogs. They didn't care how to die. The only thing she wants is for David not to force her and the other members of the squad to feel a terrible feeling called hope. Probably for every person in a similar situation, hope will be the worst sentence of fate. Some get used to living in despair, because as soon as you start expecting something or dreaming about the future, you can be betrayed. But if you give up, at least it won't hurt, so some people give up hope. He did not answer that he has no plans to make them believe in a bright future. This is not at all what he can offer. He is willing to give these elves only the opportunity to live, although they do not understand why he wants to do this. David considers it quite obvious that this place needs such skilled warriors as elves. His words may sound rather strange, but he had to tell them what the reason they were really here for. He explained that they are constantly lacking soldiers. If they help, it will be much easier to protect the city. Getting stronger and stronger every day, If this front falls, the Elven district will suffer no less. That is, by defending this front they are also defending their brothers and sisters. David said enough. Now they have to make a choice. His official request is quite simple, as he wants them to live on and asks for help not only for humans but also for elves. John understood that there was no longer any point in hiding the obvious. She admitted that the Lord was completely right. In the counterintelligence corps, they did make a deal. After completing the task, they would be quietly destroyed, but their people would receive a year's supply of food and water. In fact, it can be called a sacrifice. This is the fate that these 5 warriors chose. Of course, none of them want to die, but the situation is so bad that they easily agreed to voluntary death. Although John apologizes for the lack of respect, I believe that if David cannot take responsibility, then he should kill them right now. But if he accepts them, no matter what, he must be ready to answer for them to the very end. David resolutely declared that he is ready to take on this responsibility. He is the 3rd prince of the Empire and swears by his name and blood. In that case, from this moment on, the 8th Squad of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps swears allegiance to the 3rd Prince of the Empire. In just a few seconds, they all broke the chains with their own hands, which already shows their incredible strength. John said that they can be considered a bullet or an arrow. They are also called a lone gust of wind. They ask you to use them mercilessly and, if they become useless, throw them away without any hesitation. David smiled. He thought that he was not going to throw anyone away, but on the contrary, he would use them very sparingly until the very end. After this conversation, they calmly returned to the fortress. After the punishment, David forced the detachment escorting the criminals to immediately leave the city. The captain asked that the elves be executed by order, but David explained that he was not going to talk to liars. The 8th Aegis Counterintelligence Unit was allowed to temporarily occupy the vacant rooms in the estate. According to the official version, these people are so dangerous that they are now kept in a prison in the middle of the house. Of course, with his power, he could turn a blind eye to it and give them a permanent home, but his eyes are not the only one here, so there could be a lot of problems. Humans have been at war with the humanoid races for centuries, so the conflict between them is much deeper than you can imagine. David thought a lot about where exactly to settle them, as well as how to take them to the battlefield. Actively thinking about it, he did not even notice how he approached the right room. When the Lord entered inside, he saw that the elves were surprised that they were given the opportunity to sleep on the bed. They had not had such opportunities for many years. Also, they were incredibly happy to receive delicious food, probably before that they only ate something very simple. As soon as they saw that the Lord entered the room, they immediately knelt down and greeted him. David explained that there was no point in behaving like that with him. It was too late for them to pretend that they were serious, because he saw how cheerful they were a minute ago. John replied that he did not understand what he was talking about, and reminded her that they are a special unit of the Aegis, cold and emotionless killing machines. Hai laughed and said he didn't want to hear all that, and explained that he came to give them something tasty before bed. It was at this moment that these girls forgot that they were cold killing machines, and remembered that they were hungry again. David said that they can take more comfortable positions for eating. There is no need to be afraid of this. Before returning to the crossing, John explained all the details of their abilities. John is the leader of the squad, also known as the Divine Hand. He is a sorcerer and specializes in iron. If the metal is made of iron, she can change its shape. A young elf with a childlike expression, her name is Dorothy. Her main specialization is the ability of telekinesis. She can freely lift heavy objects, carry allies around the field, or even throw weapons. The other 3 girls are archers. The close-range specialist is Nancy. Judging by her appearance, she is the youngest. She is the best at fighting against a large number of opponents and uses dual crossbows, and she also has experience hunting monsters. The only N-rank character is Thomas. It is not known in which battles he participated, but scars are already visible on his face. He is a long-range marksman and uses a longbow for this purpose, is adept at remaining silent, and excels at tricks and strategies. The last member of the team remains. She is responsible for the firepower of the team. Her name is Helen. Unlike other comrades, she continues to walk with a gag in her mouth. Her weapon is ballistics of her own production. David learned that she does not yet know how to control her abilities, but everything will change when she grows up. He shouldn't expect too much from them. They're just a team of kids after all. Their decision to sacrifice their lives for the sake of others was not made because of a good life. John said that he understood that the Lord had treated them incredibly well, so they would keep their love for him deep in their hearts. The meal was soon over. David wanted to give them something sweet from the start, and then ask a few questions. Soon he saw their mannerisms and fear of getting close. Then he realized that honest answers would be difficult to get. To begin with, he decided to find out how long they have been acting as a real team. It turned out that it lasts no more than a year and a half. Even when they were candidates for special forces, they trained together, so they know each other from the very beginning. They lost their state and lands, and therefore the only thing that remained with the elves was themselves. This gave rise to many ways to sell their labor force. Children who know how to fight, at an early age, went to undergo training in special units. The most talented are taken and united in special teams. They train to perform a single mission. It is not difficult to guess that after completing this mission, they are trying to get rid of them. From the point of view of the human empire, this strategy is very effective, which is why it is used. Even during dangerous tasks, they do not sacrifice any human life, and do not risk anything at all. If the elves succeed, it's good. If they fail, then there are no complaints against the people. Politically and practically, the risk is almost nil, but the potential benefit is always great. It is indeed very practical, profitably intelligent, but incredibly cruel. Only a heartless person can use other races as lifeless weapons. Soon David heard that for many generations the general of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps were members of the imperial family. Now it is Fernandez. Fernandez is the ever-black Ember Keeper, the minister in charge of internal affairs, and David's older brother, who sent him these elves. It was he who forced them to carry out these insidious orders and then put chains on them. Even during the first meeting, after they agreed to cooperate, John gave something to David. This button activates a choker explosion. If they are captured by enemies, David can destroy them. As soon as John mentioned Fernandez's name, it was noticeable that they all immediately started to worry. They are a special unit that is not afraid to sacrifice their own lives, but one name causes them fear. David must understand who this person really is. He will have to be very careful. In any case, David should not have asked these questions, because the atmosphere immediately worsened. He was hoping to change the subject a bit and talk about the living conditions they really like in this room. For the last few months they were locked up in a prison for death row, and after that they were traveling in a terrible carriage for several days. That is why this room now seems to them a real paradise on earth. It is so good that they would like to stay here forever. Yes, he explained that there could be difficulties with this. After that he decided to talk about food. Elves can eat meat, but behind their shields most of them are vegetarians, so I had to give the chef a special order. John replied that after what they ate in prison, this food seems to them to be the tastiest in the world. Some of them are still actively growing, so they must eat well in order to have the strength for battle. They thanked the Lord for the help and said that they are ready to do whatever David says. Now he feels quite uncomfortable. He is an average guy of the 20th century, so he cannot relate to a person as an animal. After that, they talked a little more about their future life, clothes, and line of work. After that, David thanked them for a wonderful conversation and wished them good night. As soon as he left the room, he heard that the elves started talking about him and saying how good a person he was. It's always nice to hear such nice information about yourself, but they better find a room where they won't be heard from. As a result, David never asked them what he really wanted to know, whether they really caused the war. The war between the Ever-Black Empire and the Bringer Duchy was a massive event even in the game. As soon as the duchy falls, a series of large-scale events will begin. Refugees, along with mercenaries, will begin to come to the city of the Crossing Fortress. A large group of enemy NPC will form. If David manages to lure them to his side, they will become a powerful help on the front. If he fails to do this, then he will have to fight not only with monsters, but also with people. In the game, everything was great for him in this regard, but now everything can change and go according to a completely different scenario. David left the elves and was satisfied that the team was formed. At that moment, Lucas scared him. He was nearby and took out his sword. It was as if he was following the Lord. Lucas explained that he was very worried about his prince. David went there all alone, so Lucas was there to protect David if necessary. The Lord reminded that he can destroy all the elves with one touch of his finger, so there is no need to worry about him. Of course, anything is possible. He shouldn't be keeping a close eye on each of the elves for Lucas' sake. From the very morning of the next day, he went to the forge. The chief blacksmith was already waiting for him. He followed his last order and prepared to show the result. The next stage is approaching. There are 5 days left, so it's time to increase the pace of preparations for the defense. It was for this reason that he decided to go to the blacksmith from the very morning. David immediately saw that this professional was very satisfied with his work. He must be so happy that he was able to get a special mana core of the highest level. David was surprised and excited. This item can help him a lot in the future. The equipment that David asked to disassemble was Evangelina's spear and shield, the same set that was destroyed when they met. At first glance, it may seem that destroying all these objects for the sake of obtaining one core is wrong, but everything is not so simple. The more the item is destroyed, the lower the chance of getting a mana core, which is why David is so happy. David gave the mana core of a giant rat to get the guns, and the result also exceeded all expectations. The gun is called a Cerberus. The last shot of each magazine will have a 100% chance of a critical hit. David called this weapon Cerberus. because that was the name of the dog with 3 heads that guarded the kingdom of the dead in Hades. Thus, David already has 6 different weapon elements that use mana. As soon as the blacksmith heard that all 3 of us pistols would be used by one person, he immediately reduced the load they put on the owner's body. He also reduced their size, making them ideal for melee combat. David thanked for the help and said that there was one more task. From his pocket, he took out the mana core of the golden gargoyle and the remains of its golden armor. This is boss gear, and you can also do something interesting with it. The blacksmith was very surprised, although he is interested in working with such elements, but it is always very difficult work. The Black Spider Queen's mana core was obtained after defeating the boss. At such moments, there is always a high chance of obtaining a personal mana core. The mana core can be used to craft equipment or artifacts, depending on your needs at the time. To craft the gear worn by the boss, that is boss gear, you must have a personal core and materials. This gear has high specs, so it's great to start crafting it while you still have the chance. Until this moment, David had not taken up crafting due to the mismatch of classes. The first boss was a ghost knight. His weapon is a greatsword, but none of David's characters use such a sword, so there was no point in creating one. In the later stages, the elite monsters replaced the boss monsters, so David didn't get any mana core. As a result, it was only recently that he had finally obtained the mana core and the golden gargoyle equipment shards. He can now craft golden armor and her signature gear. David asked a professional blacksmith to make all this equipment as light and thin as possible. It should also be comfortable to move in. Koval explained that due to this, the strength of the equipment will decrease. David replied that it does not matter. The main thing is comfort. He may have called it armor, but it's actually closer to a sorcerer's formal attire. After his visit to the blacksmith, David decided to visit the alchemist. He saw that the anti-aircraft artifact had been successfully cleared. This lifted his spirits again. Of course he didn't come here for that. A little later he saw Lily and greeted her. The girl guessed that she had to take part in the battle with monsters again, and her mood worsened. He had never let her sit on the sidelines and not participate in battles before. Lily should be used to that. Probably it is her own fault that she was born a sorcerer. Their abilities are too valued in the modern world. David could not believe that this girl is crying again. It seems that with every mention of battles, she loses her good mood. Soon Lily calmed down a little and said that she had a request for the Lord. As soon as the young wizards join them, it's not up to him to make sure that they all come to greet Lily. Although she is a professional sorcerer, she is not at all talented. In the ivory tower, she could not train under the guidance of a good teacher. She knows that in the future a large number of outstanding wizards will join them at the front, and she will be able to get a quiet job. She doesn't want these prodigies to look down on her, and she thinks about it almost constantly. She asks the Lord to do everything possible so that they treat her with respect. That is to say that Lily is a senior wizard. David assured that he would do everything in his power so that this woman would not feel offended. Anyone who thinks they can look down on a Lily will be dealing with a Lord. He will do his best to help her, unless of course it involves her retirement. In the near future, David must bring wizards from the Aegis to her. They will greet her and bow. Having completed all his affairs, after preparing for the defense of the city, David returned to the estate. At this moment, he remembered that his main damager, Jupiter, would not be able to fight at this stage. It's bad, of course, but on the other hand, he has a sabbatical and his main team has made significant progress. Soon he felt that the tracker of dark events was calling him. Maybe it was some kind of signal again. A stupid nuisance that is constantly thrown at him by someone trying to make this game worse. The system reported that a boss monster was added. That is, one more boss monster will appear on the battlefield. David tried to think positively and realized that he could get twice as many items and twice as much experience. As for the battle with 2 bosses, for the second half of the game this is a normal situation. If you know how to behave, then there should be no difficulties. As the legendary philosopher Nietzsche said, everything that does not kill us makes us stronger. Now David even wants to be given difficult events and tough enemies, because he understands that these problems have another, more positive side. He will destroy all his enemies and level up like crazy. That's his plans for the future. He will make his enemy regret that during all these trials he did not kill David, but only made him stronger. Along with the smell of rain, the 4th stage is approaching. You need to rest well before the upcoming battles. David continued to work from the very morning. He decided to visit the alchemist again. It seemed that the preparation was going well, if not for the constant screams of Lily. While preparing for a defensive battle, they faced an unexpected problem. Lily asked to bring the wizard with her so that he could congratulate her. But now Lily is crying again. This woman is always difficult to understand. A similar reason for her bad reaction is that John does not belong to the human race, but to the elven race. When she heard confirmation of her guesses, she decided to tell the story of how she got the fiery skin technique. David had already heard this story. Goblins came to her village, and in order not to die, Lila awakened this technique. The witch explained that the goblins who came to their villages were brought by her servant, who was an elf. Out of pity, they sheltered a family of elves, which was constantly hunted by slave hunters. These elves were given a separate house, and in the year when they worked for people, they received everything they needed. After some time, the elves said that they could not forgive the people, and opened the gates of the village so that the goblins could enter. A few hours later, the village completely burned down. Almost no one survived. Lily lost her parents. They were slaughtered like pigs, and she was left alone. If they didn't treat elves well, they would still hate humans. That's their nature. That is why she is sure that elves will always betray people. She just wants David to know about it. No matter what he tried to hire these creatures for. But they cannot be trusted because they can destroy this front just like the Lily village. Now it is clear that this sorceress hates elves as much as she fears the blade of a sword. She can't hate them because they are too different. Most likely the elves think the same way. Such is the reality. And this long chain of hatred stretches from the beginning of the history of this country. It turned out that John was standing very close and listening to this conversation all this time. It didn't turn out very well. She decided to have her say and asked to understand her. She used to be an undercover agent, so eavesdropping is a bad habit. She hates to say it, but she heard the whole conversation with all the details. As soon as John got closer, Lily's face turned incredibly white. Now it was obvious that she really didn't like elves. John approached the sorceress and said that he wanted to tell her something. For starters, she's not going to apologize because her apology won't do anything to heal Lily's inner wounds. She understands that any words will not make this girl with big eyes fall in love with elves. Before her country fell, humans and elves worked together to fend off monster attacks. Now they also stand side by side in the face of war. Now they have a common enemy. John is sure that they must put aside all personal feelings and fight together under the command of the Lord. These words can be called the embodiment of logic, but Lily cannot be changed. She has lost her parents and no longer trusts the elves. She is sure that John is the same as her. He also hates people for destroying their country and using them as slaves. They have been at war for thousands of years, and for centuries the elves have no voice at all. So obviously both races hate each other. Nothing will change until the elves or humans are gone, and it's not just Lily who will be upset by the presence of elves on the front lines. She said that hiring such warriors was a bad decision from the Lord, and she asks David to change his decision. The Lord said that then this would mean that she would continue to participate in the defense. Lily is not against this. Instead of fighting an elf, she agrees to go to the battlefield every day. Lucas was also excited that the Lord had hired elves. Most of the soldiers also shared this opinion. David must decide what to do to him. Maybe John will find the right words. She admitted that she also does not feel positive emotions towards humans, but now it does not matter because their state has fallen, and elves are slaves of humans. The lives of her team, as well as the entire race, are in the hands of the Empire. Without it, they are creatures that can die at any moment. Even if they have bad thoughts in their heads, the Lord's foot is still on their neck. John dreams of their people living another day, and her teammates being a little happier, that's all. She is sure that deep down Lily understands her and her wishes. Lily works here regardless of physical health. She does it in order to protect people. Elves and humans cannot be on good terms, but one must remember that they have one common enemy. They fight with this enemy in order to protect what is dearest to them. No other reason is needed to fight together, and believes that one day they will be able to stand against the monsters next to each other. But even so, she will never be able to forgive the elves. Lily said that she was ready to fight in this battle with the elves, but only this time. If they stay here, after the battle is over, she will leave this front. After that, she said that she needed to rest, said goodbye, and went to her room. Lily is a very kind person. She is attentive and knows how to take care of those around her, and she is also ready to make personal sacrifices for the sake of general success. It is hard to believe that she can show her hatred so clearly. These feelings sit deep in her heart, much deeper than it seems. They are closely connected with the history of this world. David brought John here to introduce himself, and as a result got a conflict. Lord was wrong when he thought that the presence of elves would not be a problem for others. Even in the eyes of people who belong to elves, you can clearly see distrust. It cannot be hidden. Oddly enough, in the eyes of David, John does not see this at all, so he is surprised and grateful. Probably all this is due to the fact that David is from a completely different world, although on Earth he is quite a simple person. John is sure that they will do well in the battle with monsters, and will show all other people that they can be useful too. David would be happy if his core team and support team found a common language. Sparks fly even before the battle begins, so he can't help but worry. The responsibility for resolving any conflicts lies with him. Be that as it may, the elves will participate in the battle as a support team, because without them, it will be difficult to stop the monsters. With 3 days left until the defense of the city, David came to speak with the elves again. From now on, they will all wear uniforms. The elves were immediately happy with this news. They are happy that they will be provided with everything they need, even uniforms. David explained that this is a prototype of special clothing for the military, which was formed for the soldiers of the crossing. There are many ways to strengthen people's belonging to a certain community. The easiest way is to issue the same uniform. In this game, there is a function of creating branded clothes. Of course, it costs a lot of money, because this uniform is needed by the whole army, but it is worth it. David does not regret at all that he gave the order to sew a special uniform for the soldiers at the front. He believes that the military uniform should look very cool and fit perfectly to all members of the army. It should be fashionable and technological. The military should be proud of this uniform in any situation. Other people should look at her and want to join the army. Ider said it was a great idea. Even Evangelina liked the design. David told the elves that they had better hide their features for now, which is why the hood is sewn into this uniform. This will help to avoid various conflicts before the battle. The Lord hopes that after the battle, no one will have a problem with fighting the elves. From this moment on, they no longer have anything to do with the 8th team of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps. All its members died in the mountains, so now they are the special forces of the 3rd Prince of Empires. Now they are the Shadow Squad. All of them are suicide bombers and must die on this front, so each of them will get a new personality. Continuing to treat them as an Aegis would be problematic, so he decided to change only the name, even if it is only a drop in the ocean. With David satisfied with his support team, it's time for the Shadow Squad to begin the hunt. 3 days passed after this conversation, and finally the day of the defensive battle for the fortress city arrived. A huge number of flying monsters appeared high in the sky. Now the sky looks black as pitch. Before that, of course, he gathered his 2 teams together to talk about strategy. All of them must be perfectly prepared, not only physically but also strategically, for the next battle. So when the moment of truth came, everyone knew what to do and was perfectly prepared. At the 4th stage, everything is quite clear. 242 ordinary monsters, 360 stone monsters, and 2 bosses are waiting for them. David has been waiting for them, so now he exudes confidence and is eager for battle. Lucas noticed that it was about to start raining. Maybe it would affect the course of the further battle. It seems that the rain may not be in favor of the people, although David still, even if it rains, even if it snows, you still have to stick to the plan. Their task is quite simple: kill all the monsters and protect the people. David decided to turn to his soldiers. They need to be given additional motivation. He said that he won't talk for long. Now they have to destroy all the monsters and have a party. If everything goes well, they will sleep peacefully, and that is what everyone around wants. He asked the soldiers to bring their weapons to combat readiness. The enemies are approaching. Soon everything will begin. As soon as the weapons were ready, the Lord of the Crossing City ordered an immediate attack. It should not be forgotten that experienced warriors, friends of Margrave Cross, are also fighting on their side. Before the gargoyles had time to fly to the city, they already felt a harsh encounter from the people. A large number of opponents were destroyed by this first attack, a wonderful technique performed by the soldiers. But after a few seconds they realized that this strategy is not working very well, at least not as well as they would like. The attacks were slow, and the enemies were getting close, so people didn't have time to attack multiple times to destroy a large number of monsters. And that was exactly what was calculated. But now it is too late to think about it. We have to adapt to new conditions. The Lord ordered to continue attacking without stopping. Now it is very important to destroy the enemy as much as possible in the first minutes of the battle. During the formation of the strategy, David said something about the corridor of death. Lucas was surprised, because their opponents can fly. Of course, the knight is right. Neither walls nor barricades will be effective against them, so the kill box should not be done on the ground at all. If you make the zone in the sky, it can really work. David said that they will fire cannons and ballistae without stopping, and will form walls of fire and arrows in the air. Of course, gargoyles are magical creatures made of stone and steel, and they have an incredibly high resistance to physical attacks. Regardless of how strong the walls are, it will not be easy to destroy them with conventional weapons. But you can force the opponent to change course, lead to the center of the defense line, where an obvious weakness is created, and turn this zone into a kill box. That is why the Lord now orders the soldiers to concentrate only on supporting the wall. From the beginning, the soldiers were frightened by the tenacity of their new enemies, but later they calmed down. In front of them stood a very clear vision, and this did not allow them to lose their common sense. They had to shoot and shoot again, the gunpowder and metal forming an endless tornado in the air. It really helped, although the monsters were not in a hurry to die, but they could not advance further, which was exactly what the Lord was trying to achieve. It didn't matter to him if they were injured or not. The main thing was that this opposition forced them to keep the right distance. As a result, physical attacks still gave results, because the excellent defense of monsters does not mean that they cannot be killed. The damage, of course, decreased, but it continued to accumulate. It is not much, but at least this strategy gives some result. His approach to this battle is definitely working. They're pushing the enemy back, so keep doing that. A squad of gargoyles approaching from the left and right changed their formation. They began to move deliberately along the open path. The monsters flew to the center and met no resistance. Although they are very strong, they are completely stupid, and people are ready to take advantage of this. Of course, luring them into the death zone is a fairly simple task, but I kill them after that. Jupiter cannot take part in the battle, so you have to invent something new and interesting. David has a plan. Although it's not perfect, it should work. Of course, everyone knows that gargoyles fly with the help of their wings, but it is difficult to lift such large bodies with the help of wings alone. So it is logical that they also use magic. Their wings are infused with wind magic. Another question arises. What will happen if two magical forces of the same element collide? Every sorcerer knows this. Magic of a higher level of absorption has a lower level. This is a classic. And now David wants the sorcerers to tell him what will happen if they start shooting high-level wind magic at such monsters. The answer is pretty obvious. So when the right moment came during the battle, Lily immediately activated the wind artifact. Magic against magic, power against power, a very serious and interesting confrontation awaits us today. An R-rank wind artifact in our eyes. It doesn't do anything extraordinary, it just shoots wind magic at the target. If you shoot these monsters with higher-level wind magic, it will absorb the magic on their wings, and they will lose the ability to fly. Gargoyles are made of stone and steel, and they are very heavy fellows. It is obvious that as soon as they fall to the ground from a high distance, they will be destroyed immediately. If they continue to attack the flanks, they will be defeated by artillery. If they try to penetrate the center, they will meet with the magic of the wind. David also thought that everyone should get their personal task. He knows that monsters act according to the same scheme. They always use the shortest route to reach a person and kill him. Before they lose the wind magic on their wings, they will use the force of acceleration to reach the target. The effect of the first artifact will be stopped after 20 seconds. David ordered to activate the second artifact immediately. They cannot afford to interfere for even 1 second, so they act as quickly as possible. The second artifact, combined with the action of the first, immediately causes a powerful gust of wind, which will be enough to destroy most of the monsters. Of course, some of them continued their way to the walls of the fort. It would be strange if they all died at the same time. Evangelina and Lucas were waiting for their prime time to demonstrate their talents. For them, destroying big and strong monsters is a pleasure. Lucas always shows an incredible level of training. This guy is always among the best. Evangelina is sure that she would be able to destroy the monsters without the support of an old knight named Lucas. This girl should be taught good manners. Right now, all the soldiers of the fortress city are participating in the creation of a wall of fire. This means that the time has come for David to engage in battle, the most accurate warrior in history. Damien is ready to do whatever is required of him. His goals are to destroy monsters in close combat. David will not rest either. He has already collected a large number of various magical items that can help during the battle. The first line of defense is formed from his personal team, and they must clear the walls of the remaining monsters. The battle of their squad started right now. Everyone knew what to do, and no one even had any doubts. Damien finally got his mana power pistols. The result was much more powerful than expected. He fights at close range, so he doesn't even need to be too accurate here. David fights with magic, and Lucas destroys opponents with his legendary sword. In this way, they were able to repulse the first attack. One must not lose concentration because this is only the beginning. The gargoyle army is divided into 6 large groups. The part that David's team just defeated was the first 100. Now a second wave is coming at them. Everyone must prepare to continue defending the walls. David also did not forget to drop monsters from a great height. Nowadays, this is the easiest way to destroy gargoyles. The Lord has been training for the past few days. This is probably the first battle in which he takes a direct part in the defense of the city from the first minutes. Due to the class debuff, I had to work hard and spend a lot of time. With this, the regular practice paid off. He can now easily wield swords and help the team. It would be great if this could continue forever, but the effect of the second artifact will soon expire. David said that everything was happening too fast. After that, he gave the order to activate the third artifact. In total, they decided to place 3 wind artifacts on the wall, but there is one problem. Lily said that each artifact works for 5 minutes, and the time for a full recharge is 15 minutes. This is where part of the plan is built. The first artifact will block monsters for 5 minutes, and then it takes 15 minutes to recover. The other 2 artifacts, activated without delay, will take 10 minutes together. This means that there are still 5 minutes left until the end of the recharge of the first artifact. A lot will happen in these 5 minutes. The sky will turn black and all the monsters will start attacking the city. That moment is steadily approaching, because the third artifact will be deactivated in a minute. 5 minutes until the artifacts can turn on again. Those 5 minutes can turn into an eternity. To prevent this from happening, the soldiers must restrain the monsters for all this time. But will they be able to do it? It seems that these huge gargoyles feel that now is their time to strike back. David understands that now is a very important moment in this battle. You can't give the monsters the opportunity to take the initiative. He must be collected and give clear orders. They have no choice but to win. Lukash understands that as soon as the effect of the artifact ends, the monsters will immediately begin to attack the center. He has a suggestion to move the firearms closer to the center, but David does not agree with this. He believes that the fire attack will become less powerful, and enemies will easily break through it, so it is better to attract the attention of monsters to the main team. He warned that everyone must prepare or a real war will begin. They have already managed to become stronger in past battles, and he believes that they will demonstrate this now. In real life, there are too many changing teams and anything can happen, so before starting the battle, David wants to hit them on the hands. Of course, at first everyone around thought that they heard it, or that the Lord had lost his mind. Nevertheless, David repeated his best man's phrase. He said that he wanted to whip them on the hands like little puppies. It must be explained that he means his special ability called Maestro, which was discussed earlier. Now is the time to use this power. He must hit his team members to apply the buff. He thought for a long time about how to explain this strange mechanic to them, and in the end, he decided not to explain anything. Lucas believed that this was a punishment for his bad deeds. David immediately ordered him to shut up and explained that soon everything will become clear. After a few seconds, Lucas received a high-level buff. His mana consumption was halved for 3 minutes. Now this knight will understand that the Lord always wants the best for him. He began to smile and said that in the future he hopes David will beat him with this stick more often. Evangelina did not want to interfere in this pleasant conversation, but she also wants to get additional opportunities. It wasn't long before she felt this magic on herself, and although surprisingly, she received a mid-level buff. She immediately felt the effect, but asked her to hit a different place next time, because if her hands were hurt, it would have an effect during the battle. Now he has to think about which part of her body to hit next time. The options are pretty obvious. It was a rather strange dialogue. The Evangeline asked the Lord to think about the battle. When it was Demian's turn, he was shaking with fear, but it was not known why. Thinking about it, David remembered that this boy grew up in an orphanage, which, according to rumors, is a terrible place. He probably has very bad memories related to punishments. Maybe now everything will change. The guy received a buff of the highest level. Now he will feel an incredible effect during the battle. It seems to him that he is now stronger than ever, although the effect will wear off in 3 minutes, so they should have time to show the result. In any case, everything went great. The main defenders got extra strength. Maybe Lily wants it too. It is not known whether she is shy or afraid, but David did not hear the answer. The duration of the artifact is over, so now the monsters are coming and you need to prepare for a fierce confrontation. This is the 3rd wave of their attack. The defenders of the fortress have already managed to get tired, but it is too early to rest. Half of the monsters managed to die falling down due to magic, so there were about 50 of them left. This means that 50 monsters will fight against the 5 main defenders of the fortress. These 5 minutes can change the world. The Lord's left hand is still injured, but now at least he can feel it. Now it doesn't matter what hurts you, and what injuries you have received in the past. Now you have to give 100%. David understands this perfectly, so he is ready to have fun with his soldiers. There are more monsters in this group than in the previous one. It may turn out that David is not yet ready to compete with them. Nevertheless, he remained calm and did not worry, because he knew that all the team members received the buff. If necessary, they can do the same as in the 3rd stage, that is, use their strengths. It turned out that this was not necessary. Lucas was so powerful that he alone could do all the work of the team. It seems that he became a real monster, although he was very strong without additional magic. Soon he saw that the gargoyle broke through the wall of fire on the left, and decided to deal with this problem on his own. He activated the persistence technique. It takes a very large amount of mana, but under the effect of the buff, it is almost not felt. David has only seen how Lucas destroys opponents in the east and west. He moves as easily as during the game. Internal competition is always present. Evangeline does not like when she is not in the center of attention, so she is ready to fight harder. She doesn't care about the number of opponents and their size. Now she is ready to destroy everyone around her. It's hard to even imagine what potential is hidden in this girl. Let's not forget that she only recently turned 16. She is quite a stable knight even without additional powers, but with the strengthening of her characteristics, she turned into a real tank. As the two gather the gargoyles into a pile, the magic bullets continue to destroy these monsters indiscriminately. Mana pistols deal a lot of damage, but having to physically absorb power with each shot makes continuous fire a difficult task. For this reason, it is difficult for Damian to cope with a large number of enemies, despite his accuracy. For these 3 minutes, Even taking into account all the disadvantages, he will be able to shoot a large number of times without much effort. The buff neutralizes Damien's low stamina and makes him an unstoppable monster. David thought that it is necessary to develop the endurance of this guy. It will make him a completely different character. In the game, even if a normal boost was dropped, it was random and only worked for one turn. It can't even be called cheating. In reality, David considered the Maestro's technique just a weak extra power for 3 minutes, but those 3 minutes could change the course of history. The effect turned out to be much greater than David imagined. To understand the true value of things, you only need to use it in the right situation. As soon as all the other monsters are destroyed, the third wave will end, at which point Lucas will have to lead the opponents to the right point. David asked Lily to return to her previous role. She was waiting for it to happen. At last she began to understand, and before she conjures fire, he can help her. Lord tried to improve her abilities and characteristics, but she was not happy with the idea. In just a few minutes, Lucas led the monsters with him to the right point. Now it's time for Lily to show off her talents. Don't forget that she's also a very powerful sorcerer. She is angry because she is not allowed to retire. In such moments, she is even more dangerous. This girl used the first fire weapon technique. She probably also got her buff. Gargoyles don't stand a chance against such firepower. They are too weak against magic. As expected of a fire mage, she spent all her strength on the first skill, but her strength was incredible. After that, the remnants of the monsters were gathered together by the Evangeline's taunting skill. She asked these miserable slugs to fly over to her place and have some fun. This is exactly what Mr. Accuracy was waiting for. He was already ready to send the monsters to hell. They used a technique. Damien fired non-stop at the Evangeline's protective shield, and the bullets bounced off the shield and killed the monsters. David was shocked. He had never seen anything like this and had not planned for it before the battle. Damien is so accurate that he was able to predict the future movement of the bullets after meeting the shield. Given the skills he's shown up to this point, his progress is steadily increasing, as is Evangeline's progress. It was in this way that they were able to defeat the last gargoyle of the third wave. It was really cool. Young characters should do it again in the future. They were able to destroy the third wave with much less effort than expected. Now it is clear that they are a truly elite squad. The Lord thanked them for their excellent work. It is always nice to hear words of appreciation from the prince. They bought time, and this was enough for the first artifact to be charged to 100% again. Lily looks very tired. Probably activating the fire attack and recharging the artifact takes too much energy. The artifact has been reactivated and is ready to continue defending the city. They really easily destroyed the third wave, but even these monsters were able to leave their mark on the walls and warriors. The Black Queen rifle and the Hunter's Revenge is now empty. All the bullets are gone. The small gun called the Woodpecker is also at the limit. Lucas's sword is no longer as sharp as it was, and Evangelina's shield is covered with scratches. If you analyze the condition of Lily, then it is even difficult to comment on something here. Surprisingly, the team leader still had a few ideas left. The core team did their best, so it was time to rest. Finally, we will see the elite Shadow Squad at work. They are ready and waiting for the Lord's order. He announced that now it was their turn to defend the city. They should block the enemies, as the main squad did. John said that they will do everything perfectly and asked the Lord to rest. They don't want David to use up all his strength. Finally, everyone around will be able to see with their own eyes the power of the elite squad of shadows. Lucas didn't take very kindly to elves, and there's no point in talking about lilies. Damien felt this tense atmosphere in the air. He realized that the relationship between the two sides was very strained. Nevertheless, the boy immediately understood that he does not even need to understand all the nuances. He just needs to get used to it. David is not going to give up on supporting Shadow Squad in the future. He understands that tension between old team members and new ones cannot be avoided. It would be much more surprising if these warriors immediately found a common language. I looked at them and hoped that now they would finally show everyone around why they should be members of the crossing army. John ordered everyone to get into position to fight the large monsters. He also prepared to use magic. The composition of the Shadow Squad is quite extreme. 2 sorcerers and 3 archers. David has never tried such a combination in the game. A squad built around firepower alone and without a tank or a healer can be easily destroyed. Sorcerers in the team perform a completely different role. They are more focused on supporting archers. They protect their allies and help, so this combination has a much higher chance of success. If this team works together, defeating the enemy with just firepower will be easy. The battle was begun. The elves began to attack the monster with sharp spears. It turned out that spears and arrows would not be enough to quickly destroy him. John gave permission to use the technique. He also ordered to combine the distance to act from medium and short distances. As soon as the permission to use the equipment was received, it became obvious that something interesting was about to happen. From the first seconds of the battle, it was obvious that elves know how to fight and fight. The first magical shot ended up being a headshot. It was really impressive and very fast. The accuracy of the shots was at a high level. A direct hit to the head from a long distance is always considered a confirmation of the level. They all supported each other wonderfully and acted as a real team. Archers skillfully used the support of sorcerers. This created a perfect balance. The most interesting thing is that there were almost no conversations among the team members. Everyone intuitively understood what they had to do. It was very difficult for the monsters to find the right strategy to face the elves. It wasn't long before everyone saw Helen's passive skill. It really is a legendary explosion magic. David immediately knew that this technique would be very useful in battles. If you use this power correctly, you can defeat anyone. The sorcerers kept the balance perfectly. Sometimes they let the archers do their thing, and sometimes they stepped in and played the main roles. Sometimes it seems that for the leader of this unit, the gargoyle is nothing more than a pile of stones. The fourth wave was destroyed in just a few minutes, so that's how real elves fight. Damien was impressed by the accuracy of these archers. David assured that in the future he would be much better than them. In any case, he will not be able to master the techniques of archers to the end. It is better for him to think about how to use his talents more effectively. The squad of shadows, by the way, turned out to be much stronger than David could have imagined. And as a result, by the time the third wind artifact was activated, the fifth wave of gargoyles was finished. So far so good, almost perfect, but that's it for now. Soon David saw that the information about the boss was updated. It is a monster of the 35th level, and he has the same companion. That is, there are two of them. In order for the information to be completely updated, the boss must appear on the battlefield, but he has not seen anyone until now. It didn't last long. After a few minutes, he realized that the boss of these monsters was really a very terrible creature. He appeared out of nowhere and immediately showed off his large muscles, his landing causing a large wall to collapse. Many soldiers and even elves were injured, and the boss fight hadn't even started yet. This is the general of her gargoyle army. He came with weapons in his hands, not to dance, but to destroy the intersection. If until this moment the elves seemed like real fearless warriors, then against the background of this monster they look like ordinary children. To defeat him, you will need to use all the power of both teams, as well as get support from the soldiers. Lucas immediately noticed that the elves had serious problems. He forgot about his attitude towards them, and immediately prepared to help. Because of the dark event, there must be two of these bosses. David immediately warned everyone else about it. This means that the second boss is somewhere nearby, and now he will finally show himself. Soon the motto guessed that the second boss was not aimed at the walls of the fortress, but at the wind artifacts. Next to these objects is a lily. She must immediately get out of there if you want to live. At such moments, everything always happens very quickly. It was loud around, so Lily did not hear the approach of the monster. Her chair turned into trash in a matter of seconds. It is not clear if the sorceress was able to survive. It soon became apparent that she was able to survive with the help of the fiery skin skill. The fact that she has just escaped does not mean that she will be alive in 5 minutes. The battle has only just begun. David saw that the boss was trying to activate a magical attack. He asked the elves to save Lily. Their magical power helped in this situation. If not for them, Lily would have turned into a monster's dinner. It's a strange situation. A few days ago she refused to fight with them on the battlefield, and now they saved her life. This is the irony of life. John tried to make sure she was okay, but it was obvious that even the rescue wasn't enough to change her attitude towards the elves. Dorothy used her magic to save the bodies of the other team members who were knocked unconscious after the boss attack. Boss monsters behave completely differently compared to normal monsters. They are smarter and more aggressive. To begin with, they try to destroy the strongest pieces on the field. That's why they attacked archers and artifacts in the first place. Even inside the walls of the fort, their main target will always be damagers, not tanks, and of course the lord of the city. They will try to kill him since his level is quite low and he is a commander, but he has his personal bodyguard. 2 bosses are a big problem for the city, but you can't even focus on the bosses, because the 6th wave is already around. The 6th wave of monsters will be the last, but even they will be hard to stop without the wind artifacts that have been destroyed. Now small gargoyles will be able to get into the city, if of course David can't stop them. David said he would do all the dirty work. Lucas immediately accepted his order like a true knight. David wants to know if Lily can activate the other artifacts. They were placed in other cities, so they were not affected. Just in case, he let the other artifacts be moved away. The alchemists control them remotely, and now it worked to their advantage. David asked Lily to activate them immediately and aim the magic booster at him. This can be a problem because Lily can't walk, so in that case John has to carry her in his arms. Of course, she is completely against this idea, but now is not the time to talk. Now is the time to achieve a result. They are at war, and the left must take matters into its own hands. Soon she finally realized this. The girl was incredibly ashamed of what was happening. but this is the price of victory. Meanwhile, David called 2 of the best knights of the south to him and ordered them to buy time before the artifact was activated. Defeating the boss will be very difficult. He is different from the representatives of his species that they have fought before. David asked not to lose attention and be smart. A lot depends on their future actions. Soon the Lord had a conversation with Demian. There were only 6 bullets left in each gun, so 18 in total. David said that the boy should use these bullets to injure the boss. The main problem is the armor and helmet. They seem to have high-level protection magic on them. Gargoyle General is dressed in armor with high resistance to magic, and his body is not at all afraid of physical attacks. He has everything the same as living armor, only on the contrary, so the external protection will have to be removed by physical damage. It should also not be forgotten that the Cerberus is a pistol, and its firing range is quite limited. David has no right to allow this young fellow to fight in melee, so it is best to deal with the support squad first. The elves are in trouble. 3 of them are seriously injured, and their weapons are also damaged. David asked Demian to do everything possible to improve the well-being of the elves. As soon as he heard that he would now be engaged in treatment, his face immediately became happier. But he told Dorothy to find a weapon. Their support will be needed very soon. The rain has intensified. Even the sky does not help the inhabitants of the fortress. It is very cruel. Both gargoyle bosses began to attack almost simultaneously, the kinetic connection between them immediately noticeable. Their every step terrifies ordinary soldiers, but Evangelina and Lucas have forgotten what fear is. All of them must act selflessly and diligently. Only in this way can a positive result be achieved. David ordered his best knights to fight at their maximum power. They must hold back the bosses or everything will fail. From the very first encounter, it was already obvious that this is a very difficult task. But if the boss monsters didn't hit the knights hard, they still continued to move forward and attack. Obviously, it won't be easy to contain them. This boss is really very strong. And at this point, he got his copy. David is sure that despite all this, Lucas and Evangelina will be able to survive this fierce battle. They are the best tanks in this game, so they just have to hold on until the help of wizards comes. The moment they've been waiting for so long has finally arrived. The artifact is ready to go. The magic effect of the target character has increased by 100%, and that character is David. He immediately felt these incredible feelings in his body, as if he could do anything. Now David plans to activate the use of the commander's gaze skill. For this, it is necessary to establish contact with the target. His internal system immediately saw target number 1. Now the command must be given. David decided to use a genius command. He ordered the monster boss to kill his copy. As soon as he said this, the energy left his body almost instantly. He even started spitting blood. This happened because the level of complexity of this command is very high, and the peculiarity of gargoyles is a low resistance to magic. This means that they are very weak to all kinds of magic, including the mind control that the prince has now used. If he really puts in enough effort, he will be able to double his effectiveness along with the magical boost. The comparison of all characteristics has been completed. It seems that everything is going well so far. David was happy that his hard order had worked. That's how this game should be played. Now these monsters started fighting each other. If they destroy each other, then it will be perfect. Lucas and Evangelina could not understand what was happening at all. They believed that it was their task to destroy the monsters. Now you can understand their surprise when they saw that monsters attack each other, and completely forgot about the knights. Monsters do not forgive betrayal. We have already seen this in past missions. They began to attack each other with huge weapons. The effect of such blows is no less than that of magical attacks. Despite the fact that they are copies of each other, the winner in this battle will be only one of them. One of the bosses landed on the 6th wave of monsters. This is called a perfect drop. Now there are rivals. In the future, the situation may improve even more, because an internal conflict was provoked. Now the monsters threw all their strength to kill each other. The boss, whose mind has not been clouded by David's magic, tries to stop his warriors. This is the perfect moment for the knights to step in and take advantage of the opportunity. While the monster controlled by David will destroy other gargoyles, the knights will be able to kill his twin, who was betrayed. This development made the task twice as easy and 4 times more fun. As soon as instead of 2 opponents, only one of them was in front of the knights, it became much easier to defend. Soon there was a problem. They defend easily but cannot destroy him. To do this, you need to break the armor. The knights try to do this. They go on the offensive, but they are counterattacked. If you don't break out of this circle, problems will arise, so you have to come up with something interesting. Soon, David saw that the Shadow Squad was ready to return to battle, so they could be the solution to the problem. John said that Damien cast a healing spell and helped restore their strength. Now they are ready to return to battle. The broken equipment has been temporarily restored. Right now they want to act. Soon David ordered them to attack and help in the fight for the fortress. Finally, the main team has joined forces with the support team. Together they are ready to overturn all the rules of this world. Already from the first minutes it became noticeable that the armor of the boss is beginning to collapse. The knights force the boss to stay in place as she destroys his armor with her physical attacks. Later, they will switch to magical attacks and do not cause him significant damage. The main thing is to act according to the plan. This is usually when problems begin, because in theory everything is perfect. But in reality everything always goes wrong. As soon as the young lady tried to attack the monster, her clumsiness skill was activated again. The most important moment was when she started to fall. David could not believe that it happened right now. She was very lucky to get an incredible reaction from her father. It helped her to defend herself with a shield in time. Of course, it saved her life, but it turned out that she still falls into the abyss, so everything is not as good as it seems. Knight Lucas saved her only at the last moment. The guy grabbed her by the mantle and didn't let her fall down. Many words were said about their enmity, but at the most crucial moment he saved this young lady. David was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It is unlikely that he would be able to survive the death of another person with the last name Cross. Although they managed to save the evangelist, it is too early to relax. The battle continues. The Shadow team is working in concert, but so far they're also having a hard time keeping this giant in place. With the help of a wizarding technique, John was able to fuse the monster's leg to the ground. It should not be forgotten that he knows how to control metal, but no matter how universal his technique is, even it is nothing compared to the power of hell. John tries his best to give the allies more time, but he is too weak for the gargoyle general. This monster is completely focused solely on killing David. He understands that it is the prince who controls this army. Neither the Shadow team's arrows nor Damien's bullets could knock the monster off its target. If they can't stop him right now, they'll turn into dinner, so you have to think, and think fast. At the last moment, Lily came to help. She regained her strength and activated the fire technique again. This girl knows when to act. She said that she is the senior sorcerer on this battlefield, and she will not let anyone destroy her friends. After this attack, it was not clear what happened to the boss. He does not look like he is dead, but something is wrong with him. He lost a huge amount of his health and changed his target to whoever hit the most. He feels the power of Lily and wants to destroy her. She attracted his attention. If the girl wants to be left alive, then she must run away immediately. But there is one problem. Her legs do not work. Not only can she not run away, but she has spent all her mana on activating the fire skin. Now she can only look at the monster that is approaching her at full speed. Lily began to scream and felt that she could not avoid this tragedy. It was at this moment, when it seemed that everything had been decided long ago, John came to her aid and asked the girl not to rush to say goodbye to life. She could not believe that he really came to cover her body with himself. She looked at all this with total incomprehension. Soon there was too much blood in front of her. John tried to do everything in his power to destroy the boss. He demonstrated incredible talent and skill as a sorcerer, which helped unlock the gargoyle's mana core. He now turned his head towards the lily and asked her to deliver another fire strike. The girl found the remnants of mana in her body and activated the last attack. After that, the boss finally stopped moving. He is a living creature, and no living creature can survive such an attack. After he died, it became apparent that Elf John was seriously injured. Lily was nearby and tried to help him. She did not understand why he saved her, so John replied that it was the most optimal decision. Only Lila had enough strength to deliver the last blow to the enemy. It seems that this decision is as practical as possible, but it seems that John wanted to show her that elves are different. The knights began to apologize for their mistakes. They believed that all this happened because of them. Of course, David is not going to punish them. He does not understand at all why the knights always try to give their lives because of mistakes. They could not avoid losses, but finally the bosses were destroyed, and all thanks to the general, who was under David's control. There are only 40 small gargoyles left, which is nothing for professional killers. They must make a final push and clear the fortress completely. It will not be as easy to do as at the beginning. They have already lost a lot of strength. Evangelina and Lucas fought for several hours without rest. Damien used up all his orbs, and the lilies as well as the Shadow Squad were left with no mana. In this case, it will be difficult to continue the fight. The forces are really not equal. David probably forgot that he still has an army of soldiers and experienced warriors who are ready to come to the rescue at a critical moment. They managed to charge their guns and started attacking the monsters. The soldiers attacked at the perfect moment. They surrounded the gargoyles and destroyed them. There will be no more monsters, so there is no point in maintaining a wall of fire. David thanked them for their excellent work and said that they did a great job today. Soon the rain stopped. Finally, this battle with the flying monsters ended in success. David admitted that he underestimated the enemy, but in any case, the strategy worked and they won. The sun shines again on the flag of the Empire, so they have time to prepare for the next battles. All the soldiers at the front looked at the Lord expectantly. He really didn't want to spoil the moment, but he had to say that all the wounded should be taken to the temple, and report on the state of the fortress. If someone made a mistake today, they should do their own analysis and correct themselves in the future. This is the only way to get better. After each defense, David thought about the mistakes he had made. He always tried to analyze what could be avoided, and recorded all these moments in his own memory. Only in this way will he be able to improve his analysis of the situation and become a better strategist. Only in this way, no one will die. The stronger the soldiers, the stronger the front. Over time, the front will become larger, so the commander should not stand still either. Each of them compliments the Lord, for which he sincerely thanks his entire army. After that, the time for talking was finished. David said that everyone can prepare for the festival in honor of the victory. He will pay for all this. Among the people who rejoiced at the dream victory, David watched as John was carried to the temple. Also, he could not help but see how Levi sat on the ground and looked in front of her, trying to understand the reasons for what happened. The next defense of the city is over. The fourth stage is completely cleared. MVP is recognized as Lily. John is in serious trouble. He has been seriously injured and is fighting for his life. Everything below his elbow was completely broken, so healing magic couldn't help. David could not understand what this meant. St. Margaret explained that amputation was necessary. She also said that the patient has given his consent, so now they are ready to remove the forearm. Outside, 4 Shadow Squad men waited for their leader's operation to finish. David came to them and told about John's current condition. What he heard in response surprised him very much. They said that the boss lost both hands 2 years ago. It was after switching to prostheses that they began to call him the Divine Hand. That is why John will be able to fight as before. But even if the broken part is replaced and functionality is restored, there will still be consequences. The Lord explained that not everything is as simple as it seems at first glance. Deep traumas cause wounds to the soul. They can never be healed. David explained this to all 4 members of the Shadow Squad. It made them think. If they have any suggestions, they should tell St. Margaret. We must not forget that the war has been won, so now it is time to rest. And you cannot worry about John. Everything will be fine with him. David invited all the members of the Elven gang to celebrate the victory, but they assured that they wanted to wait for the end of John's operation. Soon the Lord brought them food and drink. They won't be able to celebrate the victory together, but that doesn't mean they can't celebrate the victory separately. David thanked the elves. He acknowledged that they made an incredible contribution to the overall victory. He said goodbye and went to celebrate the victory. Finally, the elves asked to bring them 3 barrels of juice. They must be very fond of juice. In the evening, the whole city, as has become a tradition, celebrated the victory over the monsters. David was displeased that everyone else dared to start dancing before the Lord came to them. As soon as the warriors saw their prince, they immediately rejoiced even more. He congratulated them on their well-deserved victory, and said that today they are celebrating and not thinking about anything else. On such days, the fortress city really looks incredibly happy. All disagreements and sorrows are immediately forgotten. David still cannot get used to the strength of the local alcohol. Ader came up to him and offered meat and vegetables. He said that he can also sing if needed. David asked him to take juice and food to the temple. For the elves, they also deserve to enjoy. Ader was not very happy with this task, so I had to show him who was the boss here. A little later they met Lily. All this time she was nearby and watched the Lord. The girl said that she wanted to take the food and drinks to the elves. David was not against it. Then he went to the soldiers. Everyone around constantly says that he is a champion of drunk beer. Lord decided today to confirm all these rumors and show them their true level. As the margrave said, if the city only grieves, it will have nothing to oppose the enemy. Of course, it's good to think about funerals, but don't forget to make people happy. Celebrating with the survivors is also part of the Lord's job. David tried to celebrate with everyone and kept the atmosphere going. It was a really nice night. Meanwhile, in the temple after the operation, John, the leader of the Black Shadow Squad, woke up. He saw that he was left without hands, and also heard a familiar voice in the room. He was surprised when he saw Lily. The girl said that the operation was successful. She explained that his whole body will still hurt for a while. It will be along with a high temperature, but that's normal. There will be a new examination tomorrow. His joints are normal, so it will be easy to wear prostheses. The little elves had already had time to eat and drink, so now it was time for them to sleep. Lily said that she left some food and drink for John. He had lost a lot of blood, so he needs to eat well. John tries to understand why she is sitting next to him. Doesn't she still hate elves? It turned out that Lila also had a question for him, which is why she was waiting for him to wake up. She still cannot understand why he saved her, and wants to know the real reason. The monster boss attacked this poor girl, but John took the hit and sacrificed his hands. John already answered this question. In this situation, he decided to save her because it is the most optimal solution. The girl feels with all her heart that this is a lie. There is no need to pretend to be a rational elf. It is better to tell the truth. Shadow Squad only recently joined the crossing, too early to show such loyalty. Sacrificing hands and life for strategic goals is too stupid for a new member of the army. If he did not speak beautifully, the more you think about it, the more strange this act becomes, so something else is hidden behind it. She felt it, and decided to ask John directly, not even taking into account the fact that he lost his arms while protecting her. After a long pause, John decided to say something. He explained that there was no particular reason. At the moment when the monster boss started attacking Lily, John remembered his mother. She also couldn't walk. Her Achilles joints were severed by a slave hunter, and she spent the rest of her life sitting. She could not stand, but every time the master tried to beat John, she tried to cover her son with her body. For some reason, John thought about his mother. At the same moment, he looked at the lily, and he did not see her at all. The girl could not believe that this was the only reason for which John voluntarily remained without his hands. From a rational point of view, he did it for strategic reasons. From an emotional point of view, he did it because of thoughts of his mother. He believes that this is enough to explain his decision. Probably they are very different. John is rational. Lily is emotional. A stranger risked his life for her. It's hard to even believe that she doubts his motives. Lily turned out to be much more sensible than expected. They don't understand each other. The emotional wounds they have are too deep. But even so, they can still celebrate being alive. The festival in honor of the victory continued. Everyone around celebrated. Demian could barely stand on his feet. Lily said she hates John. It seems too cruel to the one who saved her life. She decided that they need to eat something. They can't starve in solitude while everyone else is celebrating. She prepared a meal but poured water for John. It would be wrong to drink alcohol after losing both hands. He thinks it's the other way around. He's lost both hands, so he deserves to drink some wine. Lily thought that it would be nice to hit the glasses alone. She must have forgotten that now John has no hands. The girl laughed and said that she would do all this instead of him. A human woman who can't use her legs and an elven man who can't use her hands is a really interesting situation. Instead of joining the festival, they sit together in this chamber. At least it will be remembered for a long time. An ordinary holiday will be quickly forgotten, and this evening will remain with them for a long time. Maybe it's a stupid thing to talk about, but John thinks they can find a common language with each other. Lily looked into his eyes in surprise. She didn't know what to answer. She soon resumed feeding him, and told him to concentrate on regaining his strength and health. When he is healthy, she will be able to hate him, so it is better for him to continue lying in the temple. After that, the two didn't talk about anything else. Lily fed him already cold vegetables, but he ate without any complaints. So they sat, listening to the military songs of already drunk soldiers from the festival. The night of victory continued. In the morning, David immediately realized that he drank too much yesterday. His head was spinning, and he also realized that he was not alone in the bed. He opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar woman sleeping nearby, a classic situation. At first, David could not understand who it was. He only saw long blonde hair. Then everything became clear. David began to try to wake up, because he thought it was just a nightmare. He looked around and saw a large number of almost completely undressed men. I don't know about you, but I did not expect such a turn of events at all. Soon the soldiers asked him to calm down and explained that he had drunk too much yesterday. David could not understand why they were all undressed, but it was explained to him that it was his order. At the festival, he said that you should forget about the old rules and drink like real men. This is what happens when you drink too much strong alcohol. Margrave Cross would be pleased. The soldiers admitted that this night was incredible. They had never gotten so drunk before, and they would remember it for the rest of their lives. Lucas came up to them soon. Maybe at least he would take his prince out of this hell. Lucas was only in his underwear. David had to forget that, or he would never be able to sleep again. Lucas explained that he did everything on David's orders. Everyone stripped down to their underwear. It seems that during an alcoholic intoxication, David decided to realize all his fantasies. If you look more closely, you can see that Demian is also among them. He was very cold that night. Last night's party turned into real chaos, and the more you think about it, the worse it gets. Even decided to forget about these memories. Men should only see other men undressed in the sauna. Lucas said that was where they planned to go this morning. The sauna is in a nearby building. They agreed to go there during the festival. Soldiers are contaminated with the blood of monsters every day. Of course, there must be a place where they can wash it all off. From the very beginning, the sauna was created only for them, but as the city grew, residents began to use it. It is surprising that it is so large, probably so that all the soldiers could fit there. Lucas and Demian had already gone forward, but then they saw that David was standing still. They tried to understand why he stopped. David explained that events with female characters usually appear in saunas. It turned out that he was wrong. There was nothing like it, at least not in this life. The city has always had problems with water, so it was necessary to invent a new way of supplying and using it. Lucas is not in a hurry to bathe yet. His duty is always to protect the Lord. Yes, he said that he was tired of hearing it every day, so he allowed himself to forget about all these rules today. Now David finally saw a huge number of scars on the body of this warrior. It is immediately clear that he had been in a large number of battles. Demian also enjoyed the comfort. He said that he does not remember what happened yesterday. Lucas replied that the past should stay in the past, as if he had done something terrible. After how many minutes, David saw a huge line of men. It turned out that the squad of Golden Years also came to bathe. These old boars go here almost after every party. You can say that this is their place. Soon they saw that the Lord was here and decided to say hello to him. It would be better if they didn't do it in this place. After that, they went to the restroom to catch their breath. David was satisfied with his trip to the sauna. He felt that for the first time in a long time he really relaxed. It's hard to believe that all this time there was such a progressive place here. Now it's clear that you shouldn't underestimate the world of fantasy. It turned out that Evangeline also rests here. She is local, so she comes here almost every week. It's the same story with Lila. The girls were very surprised when they saw the Lord in the sauna. It turned out that they have already become friends. It is natural for people to get close to each other after going through difficult moments together. From their team, Evangelina is the closest in age to Lily, so her desire to find a friend is understandable. But it is noticeable that Lily does not really want to make friends. She has long dreamed of leaving the squad and retiring. In addition, it is difficult to behave freely when the daughter of the legendary Margrave is next to you. Soon the girl said goodbye to the Lord and returned to the women's room. A little later, he saw Saint Margarita here. She was also surprised because she did not expect that imperial persons would come to such places. From the first seconds of the meeting, David did not immediately recognize her. He was used to seeing her in different clothes, so you can understand him. After a difficult operation on John's body, Margarita also deserves a rest. She said that everything is fine with John. She treated his wounds this morning and then she came here. Of course, she did not expect that so many people would gather here, probably because of yesterday's victory and the festival. David understands that Margarita is very tired due to the constant treatment of soldiers. War is terrible and cruel, but on this front it is equal to a holy act, because this war is for the survival of humanity. Margarita believes that she should give all her strength for the sake of a joint victory, and she is satisfied that she can bring benefit. Soon she said that other priestesses were waiting for her, so she said goodbye to the Lord and left. David considered such people strange, but it turned out that they are quite normal. Lucas and Demian said they would go get some water, but it was gone within an hour. Resting in the sauna made him remember an incredible drink called sika. Now it would be ideal to eat a boiled egg and drink a glass of psych with ice. At such moments, David begins to miss his past life. Soon the boys finally returned. I had to yell at them a little. Lucas said that they did not come empty-handed. They bought boiled eggs from a black dealer. Demian also said that they took chilled honey water with them. It seems that apart from them, David does not need anyone in this life. Evangelina immediately smelled something delicious. She said that people should share food and drinks with each other, like real friends. After a few minutes, they were fighting for food and honey water like real animals. They were very lucky that everyone was able to taste all this and lift their spirits. David should definitely add this place to any tourist guide around the city. Everyone should know about this paradise on Earth. After a divine lunch, he opened the system menu to begin preparations for the next defensive phase. The 5th stage is approaching with every second. The biggest nuisance in the radio stage of the game, the boss stage. Every 5th stage has such specificity. It is particularly brutal, and it is difficult to compare it with past locations. 28 days remain until the beginning of the 5th stage, which is why more time is given for preparation. David must foresee everything and make the perfect strategy. It will not be easy, but there is no other choice. A guy approached David and said hello. He said his name was Dion. David remembered this guy. He is one of the N-rank characters that the Lord hired to serve. Such characters are only slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers. Their characteristics are quite mediocre. Even during the game, David did not pay much attention to them. Although this guy's team is considered a support team, in reality he is nothing more than a backup option. Dion said that he has a claim. As soon as Lucas heard about it, he was already preparing to cut off his head. It's been a month since they were combined into a team, but apart from the protection of women and children, they haven't received any normal assignment. They haven't even fought monsters, although they are professional mercenaries, so their job is to use their skills during battle. This is quite a bold statement. The words of a real mercenary are felt. They want to get a normal task and show their strength. David smiled and thought a little. He understands that they don't want to sit idle, so maybe you can invent something interesting for these guys. Their stats are quite weak and their stats are average, but you can see the determination in their eyes, especially Dion's. This guy is very ambitious and wants to be paired against the Emperor's main squad. That will be enough. These are really incredibly serious words. Lucas and Evangelina said that they will destroy them in a few seconds. David likes this guy's self-confidence. He is ready to choose the place and time of sparring. It is better not to postpone this matter for later. It is necessary to solve everything right now, at the nearest sports ground. Rumors spread very quickly in the city. Everyone already knows that now there will be a fight between the newcomers and the personal unit of the prince. When something like this happens, all the people converge from different areas to see it with their own eyes. This sparring will take place in the arena for training matches. This place somewhat resembles a coliseum. Damien and Lily will not participate in this because their team can do without them. A young lady and an experienced knight will fight together. They are sure that this will be enough. Their opponents understand that the situation is not in their favor, and yet they must stick to the plan. David saw that they are ready. It will be a very interesting confrontation. Lucas does not understand what these boys have fantasized in their heads, but now he will introduce them to the cruel reality. The conditions for victory are quite simple. A complete knockdown of one of the teams. The inability to hold a weapon will be considered a knockdown. It is also not possible to go outside the site and refuse to continue the battle. Because safety is paramount, attacks that could lead to serious injury should not be used. Soon the battle was started. These brazen mercenaries decided to attack first. They have all heard of such a warrior as Lucascum, so each of them wants to feel his true power. At the beginning, it seemed that fighting him was not as difficult as they say. It was easy to defend against the first blow. But it is better not to anger this guy, because if he is in a bad mood, he will forget all the rules and kill the entire mercenary team. Evangelina always enjoys such battles. She smiles as she is attacked by 4 opponents at the same time. They probably think that she is 4 times more dangerous than Lucas. Now she wants to show them why she is called the best graduate of the academy. Despite being outnumbered, the mercenaries could do nothing against her power. Although they were incredibly motivated, this girl was made of steel. No one understood where she got so much strength, so the mercenaries decided to activate Plan B. The plan would be quite simple. You need to attack from the left flank and make the opponent lose his balance. Everything worked out and Evangelina fell to the ground, so everything is not as simple as it seemed to her. The girl said it was a scam, but the Lord noted that she was outside the site, so it was a knockdown. Even if there are 5 against 2, the difference in levels is still extreme, but they succeeded with the right strategy. It should be noted that they really acted as a real team. David is so far satisfied with their actions. The mercenaries wanted to help their leader Dion, but it turned out that Lucas had already defeated him. The legendary knight saw that these snobs defeated Evangeline. Now he will show them what the main unit of the prince means. As expected, the sparring was won by the Lord's main squad. Lucas proved to be too powerful for these warriors. In ranks and in conditions, the difference was incredibly large, so everything was quite obvious. Now the bow is at the 37th level. Its opponents have twice as weak characteristics. Dion has to admit that all this is a natural result. They didn't even have a chance. David approached him and said that in reality everything is not as bad as it seems. They came up with tactics taking into account the opponent's weaknesses, and were determined to put these tactics into practice. Most importantly, there is absolutely no fear in their eyes, which is an important quality for those who deal with monsters. To kill a giant, you need to be able to fight an opponent who is much bigger than you. Not everyone is ready to do that. David apologized to these soldiers for not noticing them. Now they made him respect himself. After they have shown that they can really be given difficult tasks, they can forget about the Lord's pity. David himself did not expect that the members of the team, which he had never noticed, now found themselves in important potential battles. That's what they wanted, so now they shouldn't be sorry if he forces them to fight against a legion of monsters. Each of them has a fairly average time, as in the game, they are the weakest of his entire team. But it seems that they are destined to become more important persons for the Lord. The next day, David continued to work. He sent the Dion team to farm resources. The ability to send a support team to a cleared area in the game is called auto-exploration. In the process, the characters can independently increase their level, as well as with a high probability of receiving some items. Evangelina went with them. This is the first experience of this team in such conditions, so David was pleased to have an experienced warrior next to them. Lucas is constantly worried about these guys. He thinks that the dungeon is too dangerous. Yes, there are indeed many enemies, and these enemies are not necessarily monsters. Lucas is most concerned about a group of hostile NPCs also known as the Night Watchmen. If the support squad goes after the Night Guards, it's unlikely they'll make it back alive. David said that he will not let Lucas go there. He is sure that the Bard and his people will not appear in the already cleared areas. Soon Demian entered the Lord's room. David had ordered him to rest since yesterday. He was very confused and immediately reported that Lady Jupiter had finally woken up. David immediately went to the central temple to talk to this grandmother in person. Meanwhile, important events were also taking place at the northern gate of the crossing. A rather interesting character with a big hat approached this gate. It seems that this woman is looking for Jupiter, but it is not clear if they are friends or enemies. David came to Jupiter in order to say hello to her and make sure that everything was fine with her, They really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jupiter was in constant sleep for 10 days, so everyone is satisfied that everything is fine with her now. Almost half of the meridians through which her mana circulates have been burned, and she is recovering very slowly. It can be restored 100%, but it will take time, although of course Jupiter is not sure that everything will be the same as before. She found herself in such a state after hitting only a few shots. It is clear that her years are showing. He wasn't the one who asked her to rest and heal more. During the last battle they almost died, all because she wasn't around. Attacking Sorcerer is very important for the team. Of course she wants to come back because it pays crazy money. She cannot retire yet, because she believes that she has not yet accomplished everything she dreamed of. David decided to talk a little with Jupiter. He is interested in the plans of this woman. Does she really want to earn money and build an estate for herself? When she heard about the big estate, she smiled. It seemed that she really liked this idea. David is not sure about the large estate, but he plans to build a high-quality hotel in the city. Jupiter is a member of the main team, so he will let her live there at cheap prices. For the first time, they talked so actively without wax and cigarettes. Almost all the time they talked about the hotel and the deluxe rooms, which do not even exist yet. Maybe the mercenary life is a constant day of chasing mirage-like dreams, or maybe it's the life of all people. There is a lot of time before the next battle. David asked Jupiter to try to recover his strength as soon as possible. He was about to leave and managed to say goodbye, but at the last moment Jupiter decided to tell him something. It turned out that she was waiting for some kind of gift. You can't come to sick people empty-handed. After that, David went to John, and after talking with St. Margaret, he left the temple. Jupiter's internal damage is severe, and she will not be able to recover for 4 weeks. It is very difficult to stay without such a powerful and strong sorcerer. Now Jupiter cannot participate in battles. Of course, if she more or less returns to her normal form, he'll find tasks for her in the future, but right now she's inactive. She'll miss the mission to capture the base level, and David isn't sure they'll be able to succeed without her. Just thinking about it won't solve anything. There is no choice. You have to find someone instead of Jupiter. All that remains for David is to hope that he will be lucky enough to find someone in the guild. David entered and immediately saw a golden glow. Was he a high-level character? He's forgotten all those rules about first impressions. There's no time to save face now. He approached this girl and asked her if she was a mercenary. She apologized, but said that she is not a mercenary, although for some reason she sits in the guild. The girl said that she was looking for someone. She came because she heard stories that her grandmother was in this city. Guild Granny, only one person could fit that description perfectly. This girl's name is Jupiter Jr., but her friends call her Yuma. She inherited her name from her grandmother. This is a fairly strong character of the 30th level. She is an elemental sorcerer. David had never seen her in the game before, and upon analyzing her characteristics, he realized that she was indeed Jupiter's granddaughter, as she also had gold fever. Elemental sorcerers obey all elements, although not all of them are equally strong. Such wizards can be used in almost any situation, and they are always at the top of character ratings. He decided to hire her in any way, and to begin with, he said that her grandmother did not talk about her granddaughter at all. Thinking a little, he remembered that several times Jupiter mentioned the name of his granddaughter, but did not say that Yuma was such a strong sorcerer. It is a little sad because such a granddaughter could be boasted about. The girl immediately noticed that her interlocutor occupies a high position in the hierarchy of the city. She became interested in who he is. In this way, they got to know each other very quickly, not to mention that he was the third prince of the Emperor of the Everblack Empire. Yuma immediately understood that he was the current commander of this front. She apologized for not recognizing him immediately. Yes, he assured her that she has nothing to apologize for. She just didn't recognize him. That's not a problem. He decided to get down to business and offered her to become part of his team. He explained that this front needs such a talented sorcerer. If she is already here, why not try to do something useful? David immediately said that he had the best terms of all the deals that could be made in the Empire. She told him that the only reason she came to this city was to meet her grandmother. She wants to think about this proposal after she sees Jupiter. David said that her grandmother is receiving treatment in the Central Temple because she was recently seriously injured. They agreed to meet later and said goodbye. David hopes that Yuma will accept his proposal. It is quite interesting. Outwardly, Yuma does not look much like her grandmother, but their energy is almost the same. Indeed, they are very different from the outside, but the same aura is felt. It is called the smell of coolness, or the smell of money. Lucas was surprised that Jupiter had children at all, to be honest. David was also surprised. When Jupiter first spoke about her granddaughter, it seemed that she was joking. It is difficult to imagine such an iron lady in the role of a mother. Whichever way you look, Jupiter looks like a person who has spent his whole life in solitude. Lucas was immediately interested. And who could be the husband of this woman? It is really very interesting, but it is not cultural to ask. In any case, David hopes that the conversation between grandmother and granddaughter will go well, and Yuma will agree to become a member of his team. At that moment, Jupiter looked at the sun's rays and felt that her end was approaching. She feels that her career as a soldier, mercenary, and sorcerer is almost over. She fought dirty and dishonestly for the opportunity to earn some more money and missed her time to retire. She would take any job just to get extra gold coins. And because of this, she was dismissed from the military forces to which she had devoted her life. She was expelled from the guild, where she was accepted with great desire from the beginning, and betrayed again and again, so she lived the last years of her life as an outcast. On no front did Jupiter linger for more than 3 months. She could not find her place. Her days as a soldier are coming to an end. She can rest now, but does she have the right to? At that moment, the door to her room opened and Yuma entered. She has been looking for a meeting with her grandmother for a long time. Jupiter could not believe that she was seeing her granddaughter. It all turned out too unexpectedly. Yuma started to laugh because Grandma's face doesn't look very nice. It looks like this battle was really hard. Jupiter was visibly excited. It seemed as if the girl who bore her name was about to eat her whole. It turned out that Yuma came here not to make sure that everything was fine, but to get money. Now it is clear that their love of money is a family affair, although this one is terrible. Jupiter gave her a money certificate, but it turned out that there was not a very large amount. She apologized to her granddaughter and explained that she had been unconscious for several days. Yuma does not really believe her. She knows that her grandmother served in the Imperial Army and constantly earned money in a dishonest way. She knows that the grandmother is a master in this dirty game and also wants to make some money. It was noticeable that Jupiter was very unpleasant to listen to all these words. She had already forgotten the last time she did something bad. Grandma asked not to underestimate this front line only because it is far from the capital. Everything is serious here. There are many eyes around and little opportunity for fraud. And of course the commander is the third principle of empire. In reality, he does not even come close to the rumors about him. It seems as if he can see the future. Jupiter said that it is better not to underestimate this lord. It is better to receive an honest salary and not to get into any problems. Besides, the lord pays his warriors very well, so Yuma will have to work for him for a while. She told her grandmother that she had already talked to David while she was looking for her, and he immediately offered her a job. Jupiter immediately started screaming and told Yuma not to even think about it. She had already promised that she would never use magic. To these words, the girl replied that it was necessary to worry about her much earlier, and reminded her about the scars on her face. It was very painful for Jupiter to watch this. We again witnessed a family tragedy. The granddaughter told Jupiter to rest, turned around, and went to the exit. Jupiter has always worked hard, done dirty work in order to earn more, so now it's her turn. Jupiter was very angry and blamed herself for everything. She believes that it is her fault, her karma. At the end of the working day, Lucas and the Lord returned to the estate. 8 hours had already passed. The support team had finished exploring the dungeon. There were no casualties, so everything went smoothly. Nephron was very surprised and started shouting when he saw that the team found special flowers. He immediately guessed that at the 5th stage they would have to face the Blood Clan. In other words, these are vampires. Together with their undead army, they are high-ranking monsters that appear only in the second half of the game. He could not believe that these vampires would appear on the 5th stage. Was it a bug in the system? If they really have to face the Blood Clan, then it will be difficult for them to beat them with the current composition of the team. David understands that now he needs to approach strengthening his army much more seriously. We need more soldiers, more leveled characters, more good items. He met Yuma and told her that she had 2 options. Either she would join him voluntarily, or he would force her to do so. The girl started laughing and said she wanted to go with him. The Lord immediately invited her into the carriage. The closer they got to the estate, the more clearly he understood what was waiting for them ahead, because real hell was waiting for them. It's hard to even call it the infernal difficulty of the game. It's something much worse, and it sneaks up quietly and imperceptibly behind your back. Crown opened his eyes. He must have fallen asleep and dreamed of the Lord of the Crossing City. He doesn't even remember the last time he slept properly. It was a long time ago. Crown has even forgotten how long he's been wearing this strange costume and makes everyone laugh at him. David called him the Lord of Rats. A similar tale was also told in the Lake Kingdom. Once the village was flooded by an army of rats, and the local residents hired a bard to save their lives. The bard began to sing and made the rats follow him. They went to the lake until all the rats drowned, so the bard saved the village. It's strange because the locals didn't pay him, so he decided to take revenge and made the people go to the lake until they drowned. An assistant approached the crown and said that the Demon King is summoning all the Legion commanders. It seems that there will be a meeting today. Crown did not expect to meet the king at all, but today he has to take part in it. We must not forget that he is a representative of the Lake Kingdom, even if this kingdom has descended into a colony of demons. The assistant asked him to be careful, But the crown knows that if he is not careful, he will die. Soon he came to a meeting of demons. There were very scary creatures around. He entered the room where all the representatives of this scary and cruel world were already sitting. One of the demons was unhappy that the crown was late again. He thinks that this miserable man has no right to it. This creature is really very scary. I would not like to meet him in a dark and deserted place. Crown remained calm. He reminded that the king was also born from the horrors of these same miserable people. The werewolf was asked to calm down. They reminded that the crown is a jester, so no other behavior should be expected from him. The king personally said this. He is also here and sits on his throne. Joking and mocking is his main job as a crown, so there is nothing surprising in this. In addition, the words of this joker are not devoid of truth, because everyone around is created from fragments of human horrors. The one who gave people the opportunity to see eternal dreams and then turned them into reality was the Demon King. For him, the people of the Lake Kingdom are nothing more than ordinary cattle, night terrors that demons need so much. These creatures are no different from the cows and pigs they keep themselves. There was nothing wrong with bowing to the king's authority. Moreover, during all these years of life, the crown more than once experienced much greater humiliations. The king gathered all his generals because the time of the great flood had come. They must all invade the human world. And since this is just the beginning, the werewolves, the weakest clan, must go first. At that moment, Silentian, the commander of the Legion of Horrors of the 5th rank, the king of the unclean, and also better known as Dracula, intervened in the conversation. The king was surprised at his desire to go into battle, because Dracula always hated meddling. The surface humans have already killed Orlop, so now Dracula wants revenge for her. That is why he decided to say his word and asked the king to give him this opportunity. The Orlop Black Spider Queen was the 6th commander, but was killed by a normal cannon shot. This happened during the opening mission, also known as the introduction to the game. And the death was so unexpected and strange that even the king could not have predicted it. The king assured his generals that they could not worry because Orlop would still have to return. Of course, they do not understand how all this is arranged, but the king is satisfied or it will be fun. He soon gave permission for Silentian to enter the battlefield, to be launched in 4 weeks. This matter was finished. The king wanted to move on to a problem of a different nature, but his servant intervened. He said that the Nameless came. She came alone and surprised others very much, although something in this world remains unchanged. Perhaps it would be better to end the meeting and close the gates for today, the king's servant had suggested. He didn't have time to finish because he was left without a head. That's what happens when you talk too much. Everyone was angry and could not understand who gave her permission to come to the royal meeting. She ignored it and went inside. Nameless greeted the lords as if nothing had happened. The king sees that she still cannot stop this senseless fight. It causes a smile on his face. Nameless replied that it was her job to clean up after him, and today she went to kill them all again. It is already difficult to calculate how long she has been swinging her sword. It can be 100 years, or even several millennia. She even forgot about the time she spent in this kingdom. It seems she will never be able to save this place. Her participation is an eternal stay in this hell, according to the Demon King. If this is true, then her struggle will continue forever. If this is her duty, then she accepts it. At that moment, the crown passed by her. It's hard to look at him in the mask, because you can't see his real emotions. A defiant woman and a boy who has surrendered, the two of them have wonderful nightmares, and it makes the king laugh. Crown said that there is no point in resisting. These nightmares will never end. Maybe deep down, Nameless understands this, but still someone has to keep the fire burning, and she is ready for it. For a moment, she thought about the huge number of people who had died trying to restore light to the Lake Kingdom. She also remembered the face of the Lord who was trying to do this even now. One day someone will come to this weak light and who will be able to kindle it stronger. She is sure of it. And no matter if she can do it or someone else does it, she will not stop fighting either way. The battle, which was repeated millions of times under the lake, was repeated again. Let's move to the Lord's estate. For now it's enough to look at these hellish creatures. After returning to the estate, Evangeline and the Dion squad were waiting for David. David thanked them for their help, but very aggressively began to ask about the monsters they had encountered during their research. Evangelina answered that it was the first time she had seen something like that. It looked like vampires, so David was not mistaken. Evangeline's words confirmed his guesses that at the 5th stage they would face an army of vampires. Dion also began to talk about how everyone was scared, but Evangelina fought like a real hero. If it wasn't for her, they would all have probably died or turned into vampires. It's scary to even think about it. Detachment Dion began to say that Evangelina is a real hero. The girl was very pleased to hear this. Under normal circumstances, David would be joking with them, but today he is not funny at all. Soon they will meet the Blood Clan. It's like in ancient legends about vampires. Among all the monsters in the game, these creatures are among the rarest and most dangerous. David explained to everyone in this room that the coming battle would be very difficult. He also said that the vampires will be led by the Lord, the supreme vampire Silention. Lucas was as surprised as everyone else. He said that the Lord appeared only once in history, and vampires have not been seen for 100 years. And although the vampires were indeed seen by the research team, perhaps they simply got lost among the Lake Kingdom. Lucas is sure that it is too early to draw conclusions, but he does not know everything that David knows. That would be the right thing to think. But this is a boss stage, so don't forget about another side of evil that tries to make this game as difficult as possible. A powerful enemy will appear. This is not just a premonition, this is a fact. When David played this game sitting at the computer, he managed to fight each of the strongest representatives of the Blood Clan. Each of their raids was very cruel and merciless, and the worst-case scenario was the appearance of the King of the Undead, Silention. The personal appearance of the clan leader only at the 5th stage seems impossible, but the difficulty of this game is already the maximum. This means that there is no point in hoping for the best option. It is all so absurd that it is even funny. David isn't sure if they can survive, but now is not the time to doubt. He has to find a way out. That's why he's here. Evangelina saw a woman in this room. She is seeing her for the first time, so she wants to understand who she is. David completely forgot to introduce the new member of the squad, the grandson of Jupiter, a girl named Yuma. She joined them as an attacking sorcerer, and now everyone should get to know her better. Evangelina seems to be very happy to have another member of the team, who can be called an older sister. As soon as the acquaintance was over, David sent the research group to rest. Although the beginning of their communication turned out to be ambiguous, they nevertheless quickly became close, which is probably a good thing. There are too many people around with big smiles. According to rumors, this front is a terrible place, but it turned out that this is not true at all. Even if the war against monsters is like hell, life is better lived in joy. Hume often saw how such young and happy people darkened step by step. War takes away not only life and everything that was earned during its time, it takes away joy with it, and that is terrible. David immediately imagined in his head how with each stage people increasingly lose their vital energy from monster attacks. He imagined how the faces of those who are constantly laughing now become more gloomy and sad. Now it's time for the younger Jupiter to talk about her sorcerer's skills. Jupiter Jr. never appeared in the game, and although David understood her characteristics through the system, it is better to listen to what she has to say about herself. The girl said that she is an elementalist. She is obeyed by more elements, but best of all, she controls 3 of them: water, wind, and lightning. It is immediately noticeable that she knows how to control lightning with the help of family ties. And it's embarrassing to admit, but her skill level is quite low. All she can do is shoot magic. So she means her first elemental explosion skill, that is, she knows how to strike with an elemental. Yuma is also sure that if she trains properly, she will be able to find another way to use her power. That is, she does not possess anything outstanding, so it is uncomfortable for her to demonstrate her strength, but David is still satisfied. When you meet an elementalist with 3 elements, there can be no talk of this wizard being weak. Now it's time to talk about the salary. Yuma has already heard that the grandmother received a salary in 1 year, as soon as she became a member of the team. The girl also wants to count on the same conditions, but the Lord said that now there are problems with finances. Besides, he can't pay enough money if Yuma decided not to say something. He knows that she did not tell him all the information at all. One of her features allows to underestimate the statistics or hide them altogether. It's called a foxhole, and similar skills present a lot of problems, since there's no way to know the character's true characteristics. Now he wants to hear from her everything she tried so hard to hide. After that, they will talk about the salary. She was shocked that the Lord found out about her tricks. Even her grandmother did not notice it, although she has a wonderful type. It turned out that there is at least some benefit from the system, but of course David will not talk about it. He asks her to reveal all her cards, and only then will he be forced to pay her a sufficient amount for the work. He understands that she needs money very much, and also understands that she loves money incredibly. As it turned out, the real characteristics of this girl look completely different from what was said at first. She reached level 35, passed the 2nd promotion, and unlocked the 2nd skill. But why was she hiding all this? Probably even now she kept silent about something. But it is better not to touch her. Maybe in the future everything will become clear, even without her words. The Lord and the Sorceress agreed on cooperation and salary. She is satisfied with the negotiations. Now she is very much like her grandmother. As soon as the conversation starts about money, both of their eyes start to light up. With each sorcerer in the team, the Lord's money becomes less and less, but this is the price for results on the battlefield. Now he wondered if Yuma had ever used magic against humans. He's not going to delve into her past. He's only asking because even though this is a monster front, they'll also have to fight against humans. Very soon, they will face a squad of night guards who have captured the base camp in the Lake Kingdom. David is worried that she might feel uncomfortable fighting against people, so he decided to ask this question. He was very surprised to hear that Yuma believed that magic was created for this very purpose. Swords, spears, bows, and arrows, most human weapons were invented to fight their own kind, so her words made sense. Of course she used magic against people just like her. That's what witchcraft spells were written for. It is even ironic that her first task will be the destruction of people, but she does not doubt herself at all. Only at this moment David fully understood how different their world is from his native world. Cruel, filled with warriors and deaths, it is not at all like the land to which David is so accustomed. The memories of the frightened boy who could not dare to shoot a person were still in his memory, and that is why he believes that even here not everyone likes murder, but they will have to kill anyway. It is necessary to protect people in order to reach the true end of this game. When there is no other way out, it remains only to give in to one's own principles, because killing is a necessity. There is no reason to hesitate when this decision is justified by the protection of the people, so David told the girl about their future enemies. He also said that one of their sorcerers had injured her grandmother, so there was really serious opposition there. Yuma said that if she had been there, this would not have happened, so the Lord cannot worry, because she will avenge her grandmother 100%. These words inspired him with optimism. He believes in her, and there are many reasons for this. He digs not even because she is a sorcerer of the highest level, but because her grandmother is Jupiter. The next day they returned to the Lake Kingdom, namely the third outer northern wall. Re-examination of the already cleared area was carried out for several reasons, one of the reasons being to test Yuma's abilities. It must be admitted that she showed herself to be an incredibly strong sorcerer. She was smiling because she perfectly understood that she had sufficiently demonstrated her skills. The answer is also satisfied. It is perfect for the role of attacking wizard of the main squad. In its destructive power, it is slightly inferior to the grandmother, but the adjustable range of attacks and the ability to use several elements improve the situation. With this, the first goal of their arrival here was achieved. Now it is necessary to understand the type of these vampires. Their characteristics depend very much on who controls them. These monsters were obviously endowed with the power of ice. Among all the vampire lords, only one possessed the power of ice, Silentian. So the last doubts were immediately dispelled. The undead king would participate in the battle. It is much better to have complete and no information, so they know what to prepare for. The squad of shadows is almost completely finished studying the area. This is the order they received from David. All 3 tasks have been completed, which makes it possible to plan for the future. Since the next area is unreachable, you will have to return to the teleport at the beginning of the 3rd area. Somewhere out there, behind these dark streets, hides a base camp captured by enemies. Yes, he immediately remembered the unit of night guards and the Crown, which is the leader of this bandit group. Not sure if they will get there anytime soon and take base camp back. Revenge will be very sweet. Soon the portal home was opened and they all returned to the estate. Yuma was supposed to be the last to enter the portal. She was a little late and saw blood on her hand. It seems that she did not tell the Lord about everything, and it is unlikely that she will tell about these health problems. In any case, the research was completed. All team members were leveled up. 5 days after that, David came to the alchemist's workshop. It turned out that John got new prostheses. They are much easier and more comfortable to use than what was before. These prostheses are made of the most valuable metal that the master had. John immediately thanked Lily. He wanted to pay her, but she replied that he almost gave his life for her, so she would never accept money from him. John is fully recovered and ready to return to the team. David was glad to hear that. Putting on gloves, John hid the last reminder of what had happened, but one must forget that he had lost 2 hands. David would like to give him more time to rest, but his schedule is tight right now, so it can be expensive. The Lord decided to gather all the members of the Shadow Squad in the evening at his estate, but for this they must sleep in the afternoon. After bowing to the Lord, John took one more look at the alchemist's workshop and headed back to the temple. After that, the Lord entered the building. He did not forget the promise of Lila that the new sorcerer should fly with her. Lily said that if the Lord is going to make Yuma suffer, then they can strike against it together. Wizards should help wizards. At this rate, they can generally create their own guild and refuse to serve the Empire. Lily said that if she is needed on the battlefield, then she is ready for it and can be called. No one expected such words. David had already said that from the next time they would fight the Blood Clan, so it is unlikely that he would allow someone to retire. After that, they agreed to leave in order to continue preparing for the battle. The other members of the team were also ordered to come to the Lord's estate, which means it's time to return to base camp. Everyone gathered decided to discuss the nuances, and suddenly saw that Jupiter was coming to meet them. She still hasn't recovered her health, but for some reason she decided to forget about rest. The grandmother said that she heard that they were going to the Lake Kingdom and wanted to be taken with them. Of course the Lord would be against it. Jupiter said that she wants to go instead of her granddaughter. It seems that the family conflict will be too obvious now. The grandmother asks to give her a chance to take revenge on the one who made her like this. She is ready to beg the Lord for it. She also asked not to give her granddaughter the opportunity to participate in the war, which is strange to hear from a person who can barely stand on her feet. Then Jupiter turned to her granddaughter and said that she should stop before it is too late. She tried in every possible way to protect her, and always did everything to prevent her from drowning in this swamp. Yuma must perfectly understand what kind of life her grandmother lived all these years. The granddaughter approached her and explained in a calm voice that she had already signed a contract with the Lord. Today was the day to fulfill her obligations. Yuma does not understand why the grandmother behaves like this. She puts everyone in an uncomfortable position. It is better to return to the temple and rest. The grandmother asked if her condition was not a problem, and she turned out to be stronger than her granddaughter, if that would be enough to take their dungeon. At first David could not understand what Jupiter was hinting at, but then she clearly said that she wanted a duel. David had no right to refuse, so soon the duel was officially appointed. Lucas tried to intervene. David also understood that it was wrong, but it would be difficult to stop such strong wizards. Yuma couldn't believe that they really had to go this far, but Jupiter replied that she couldn't back down. If she is really weaker than her grandmother, then she has no right to risk her own life. In the world of mercenaries, strength is respected. That's all that matters. Yuma accepted the challenge, so it was time to show off the skills she learned behind her grandmother's back. You don't have to be too confident, especially when you have a legendary sorceress warrior standing in front of you. Yuma is very talented, but her abilities may not match what her grandmother went through in her lifetime. The battle was started. Lightnings appeared out of nowhere. If anyone wants to interfere, they can quickly be roasted like a pig on a barbecue. Yuma said that the grandmother is already too old for such things, and her power is already easier to restrain. David was not worried about their health. He was worried about his garden, which was damaged by lightning. He wanted to suggest firing force elsewhere, but the fight ended almost immediately. Are the younger ones always not enough? Is it not enough just to take revenge? Yuma replied that this would always not be enough for her, and asked her grandmother to return to the temple. Lord was the first to approach the experienced warrior and helped her to her feet. Jupiter asked to look after Yuma. No matter how much they quarrel, the grandmother will always think about her granddaughter and protect her. Jupiter was not in the best shape, but still she tried with all her might to prevent her granddaughter and go on a mission. I couldn't even understand what happened between these two. There was no time to understand this situation either. The mission must be completed according to the plan. Despite the small conflict, all three squads were standing in the hall, as expected. There were 15 people in total, the main squad, the shadow squad, and the second support squad, Dion. This is a record number of people who have ever simultaneously entered the dungeons under the lake. They discussed all the nuances, strategy, and prepared to go on an adventure. David ordered the knights to enter first, and Yuma to follow immediately behind them and prepare the spell. After that, David and Demian will come. By that time, the perimeter should be cleared. The boy said that he will shoot if the Lord gives him such an order, but David does not want to put pressure on him and destroy his convictions. Demian explained that he is afraid to shoot by pointing a weapon at a person. It seems to him that at this moment something in his heart will change forever. The Lord explained that it is not necessary to kill. You can only make the opponent unable to move for a while. It is not known what Sniper Demian will become in the future, but in any case, he is a special member of this team. These words encouraged the boy and gave him some motivation. Now his condition has improved. David made sure that everyone was ready and said that the journey to the Lake Kingdom was about to begin. The system gave a hint. The NPC in the dungeon have different relationships with each other. You need to use it correctly to succeed. The first team immediately entered the dungeon, all of them ready for anything. Not a single living soul was visible around. It seemed that an ambush was waiting for them. David can't believe that these night guards and their boss Crown have left the safe camp. On the contrary, soon the theory about an ambush was confirmed, so they were waiting for them. And this is quite a familiar picture. Everything was the same last time, but now David and his friends are prepared. Crown greeted and said that he did not expect that David would come again, but now they saw each other again. He tries to understand why David has gained extra courage. He constantly calls the Lord a gambler, although he does not like it. Lord said that he has a name, and reminded that he is the third son of the Emperor of the Ever-Black Empire. This means that when he meets people, they must kneel before him. Crown remembered this small settlement in the north of the country. He can't believe that this part of the land is already called an empire. Such moments make him feel really old, even though 100 years have passed since the empire seized power on the continent. Now Ever-Black is a superpower that rules half of the world, but he called it a small village, so his knowledge is so outdated. Soon the conversation was finished. If people from the outside world came to this area, then they are ready to die. The Crown ordered his men to prepare their weapons and be ready to kill these insolent snobs. They probably think that David is not at all ready to meet with them, but this time everything will be completely different. Damien sprang into action almost without hesitation. He drew his weapon and destroyed the cannon on the far house. As if out of nowhere, the Dion squad appeared. These guys have been waiting for an opportunity to show their strengths for a long time. Now the time has come for David to smile. He is sure that the Crown did not expect such an attack at all. They came not only with additional powers, but also with various artifacts that will help win this battle. This can really be called professional training when we talk about strategy. David is the best at it. The Night Guards have no choice but to turn and run for their lives. The defensive artifact allows you to activate a barrier. It is one of the best defensive artifacts. Crown admitted that his opponents had really prepared well for the final battle. He said he respects good training, but he also has something to say about it. Millions of arrows started flying at the opponents. The barrier made them slow down, but it was still dangerous. Evangelina started to laugh and said that she expected more from these guards. Now she is sure that she will defeat them even without support. Soon something strange happened. A flash of bright light clouded everything around. This means that the Crown called for the help of its sorcerers, the same ones who seriously injured Jupiter. So soon we will see if Yuma can avenge his grandmother. She has been waiting for the Lord's order for a long time, and now she is ready to demonstrate all her talents. The battle of the elements has officially begun. Water will always beat fire. The wizards must have expected a battle against lightning, so they were surprised to see an elemental wizard. They didn't order tickets to the water park, but today they have to get used to the unexpected. Damien decided to support the new member of the team with his accurate shots. When needed, this guy is willing to do anything for his team members. After exchanging vicious blows, there was a silent pause between the two sides. Not much time has passed, but David was able to perfectly prepare for the battle. The Crown said that the player surprised him. He deliberately calls David a player because he knows that he does not like it. These are mental games. At the bottom of this hell, the Crown more than once met incredibly talented people like David. Every such meeting makes him sad, and of course the Lord wants to understand the reason. Crown believes that it is much better to meet such a character under other circumstances. Have a drink, talk about the outside world, share old stories. They would be able to do much, and if the Crown would now abandon its weapons, then David was prepared to accept his offer. In response, he heard only loud laughter. The Crown replied that unfortunately it is impossible, he cannot retreat from his goal. He can't let adventurers like them unlock the secret of this city. David tried to make contact, but it didn't work. So now he's ready to join the battle as well. As soon as David disappears, this hell will finally be completely plunged into eternal darkness. After these words, the Crown took out a flute. David replied that this will never happen. He's going to light an eternal fire here. A little later, it turned out that he was speaking absolutely seriously. He wanted to set fire to everything around him in the literal sense. The Crown had no choice but to order their men to take cover and raise their shields. Everything happened very quickly, of course. Most of his people did not have time to do it. Yes, it wasn't hard to guess that it was done with the help of a squad of shadows. They had been waiting for their chance for a long time. These warriors proved to be very stealthy and intelligent. They waited for the perfect moment to attack and waited. Crown could not believe that a sabotage group broke through the third sector and reached here on foot. The Shadow Squad got its name for a reason. They perfectly perform mysterious operations. Now the enemy is completely surrounded. Why not run away? And the number of soldiers is at a minimum, so there is no point in continuing to fight. David said that he is ready to listen to the Crown's last words, because he is sure that he will not beg for salvation. Barda really admitted that he was driven into a dead end. He admits his defeat, but is sure that they will not be able to kill him. As soon as he said these words, David immediately gave permission to begin the attack. Powerful spears and arrows killed all the remnants of the Night's Watch clan and their commander. David approached him and said that now he is definitely dead, but the Crown still believes that this will not happen. He asked the prince to look around and finally understand what was happening. All these bodies turned to ash. It was as if Thanos had collected the Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers. The darkness of the Lake Kingdom is much deeper than it seems at first glance. People are not even allowed to die here. David could not believe what he was hearing. He thought it was just a joke. Barda explained that they really cannot die. Now the last player knows about it. Such is the fate of a foolish people who took a curse for a gift, although these words are still difficult to understand. Crown said that now he is ready to admit that David has a chance to reach the very end. The prince was incredibly angry. He ordered to stop talking in riddles, and to explain the whole situation normally. Crane began to disappear. Finally, he said that they will have something to talk about when they meet again. After just a few seconds, he completely turned into ashes, so this whole story becomes more and more mysterious. David stood as if hypnotized and could not understand anything. What other secrets are kept in the dungeon? He did not see it, but behind him, in the darkness, someone was watching him. Enemies of the teams that had to make maximum efforts to win just dissolved in the air. Finally, a man came out of the darkness. It seems that he has been waiting for a long time for David to come and destroy these night guards. He explained that there was no way they could expel them from this territory. But finally, it is possible to live like ordinary people. It turned out that the night guards completely extinguished the fire in his forge, so he is a local blacksmith. Elder Dwarf Blacksmith Hummingbird, an NPC that is always available in the base camp. 50 years ago, he went down into the dungeons in search of liquid ore, but never came back to the surface. He is a friendly man. That is, he is one of those characters who, no matter what the player does, will be on his side until the very end. Lucas immediately intervened and said that he could silence this dwarf for good. David explained that even if this man looks strange, it is better to act according to his instructions. Now this camp is their base. They need to start a fire and fix everything that the night guards destroyed. David met the dwarf, and out of politeness asked his name. Of course the Lord knows everything, but these are the rules. Usually the hummingbird only shows it to proven friends, but David looks promising, so he is willing to talk about it. He gave his name and said that he is the best blacksmith in the world. Probably anyone. He calls himself the best. They call him too self-confident. That's true, but not in this case, because this old man is the only one who can create exclusive equipment of the highest rank for the character. He's also the only one who can make a special type of magic weapon, so David immediately started pretending that they were best friends. The dwarf very quickly guessed that David wanted to get something from him. David decided not to lie and told the truth. He is not going to play games. From this moment on, the dialogue between the blacksmith and the customer has officially begun. He even said that he needed a weapon of star silver. This unexpected reminder of a weapon of the highest level made the dwarf surprised. David said that he wants 15 copies, but if there is an opportunity to make more, then he is also ready to pay extra. Star silver is a first-rate weapon for exorcising demons. Even making one requires an incredible amount of effort. They barely know each other, but David decided to tell that Silention is preparing to strike, and he must be stopped. As soon as the hummingbird heard about the king of the undead, his appearance immediately changed. Among all the ways to defeat a vampire, the easiest is to use a weapon made of silver. In a battle against higher vampires, the effect of such a weapon is halved, which is why star silver was invented. It increases the damage dealt by a vampire and bypasses any defenses. This weapon can only be crafted here in this magical forge. Usually this doesn't happen until the middle of the game, but the Vampire King will appear in the 5th stage, so you have to hurry. When Hummingbird entered the dungeon for the first time, there were 2 brothers with him. They found rare minerals that had never been seen before. Trying to find even wilder materials, they went further and further, and completely forgot about fear. It was because of this that they soon met the vampire lords, and of course Silention in his own person. It is their own fault that they went so far in search of useful minerals. When they realized that deep underground they are weaker than all the others, it was already too late. As a result, only the hummingbird was able to escape, but he had to leave his brothers to die. Since then he does not go too far. He asked the Lord if he understood why the brothers decided to give their lives for him. Probably because he is the best blacksmith in the world, because he is the best at making weapons to destroy these monsters. He showed the Lord a piece of sacred metal that he found in the depths of the dungeon, thanks to the sacrifice of his brothers. This is the star silver that fell from the sky. David asks the dwarf to turn his brothers' lives into weapons, but can David pay for it? The young lord replied that he was ready to pay with the vampire lord's head. Now the dwarf understood that he was in front of a real madman, although the offer was really interesting. To begin with, he wants to know the full name of this guy. David called himself without any problems. After hearing that a member of the family of the Kulibe Emperor understood a lot before him, he agreed to all these conditions, but said that the material would not be enough for 15 copies. He is willing to make 3 top-grade star silver weapons, if only something. In this way, they agreed and concluded a contract. The quest for the manufacture of equipment was launched. Kulibe said that the next time he meets the local people again, they will definitely return. There is no better place in the dungeon than this, and David destroyed their masked enemies. David immediately remembered the crown. The boy is not at all sure that he destroyed this Lord of Rats. Soon the Lord told the hummingbirds about what had happened to the night guards. He said that even though they were supposed to kill them, the guards turned into mist and disappeared. Of course, this dwarf has lived here for many decades, so he knows that the reason is the curse. David very quickly realized that he knew absolutely nothing about the 3 curses that were imposed on the Lake Kingdom. Almost nothing is known about 2 of these 3 curses, but the 3rd affected all local residents, all survivors. The locals are forever walking around the same lake like ghosts. Of course, this can only mean the curse of immortality. David soon returned from the dungeon and immediately went to his estate. It's time to gather your 3 teams again. Everyone is tired after the night battle, but you need to discuss what happened in order to move on. According to Kolibi, after the death of the inhabitants of the Lake Kingdom, they are reborn in certain places, which are assigned to each individual person. It takes some time before they can move again, but they do return, regardless of how many of them die. They do not age at all and do not die as if fixed on the same timeline. Therefore, such a curse must lie on all the inhabitants of the Lake Kingdom, although there are not many of them. Looking at the fact that the population of the kingdom is only a couple of 100,000 people, there are only a few dozen NPC from the Lake Kingdom in the game. In the dungeon, you can meet about 100 non-player characters, half of them adventurers. There are a maximum of 50 real citizens of the Lake Kingdom, but the question arises, where are all the others? Evangelina, who had already eaten 3 burgers and started eating the 4th, said that it was hard to believe, as if it was all a fairy tale. Everyone tries to live a day longer. If there is an opportunity to live forever, then it can be considered a blessing. Damien said that he would not like such a gift. He does not want to die, but he also considers living forever a curse. Everyone had their own view on life and death. Everyone sees this situation in their own way. Shadow Squad and Dion Mercenaries started talking about this topic as well. Soon the room became loud. David smiled when he heard all these conversations. No one offered them to live forever, and they had already fantasized about eternal life. As the discussion began to drag on, David ordered everyone to separate and rest. They had been fighting all night, so it was time to relax. He was about to go to sleep at home, but he saw that one of the members of the main team still hadn't gone home. She threw away her hat and hugged the Lord. This is really not an expected act from this girl. She began to cry, and David tried to understand what was happening. At some point, quite different thoughts arose in her head. Maybe she needs money, or she wants to make a lord fall in love with her. Soon she apologized to David and said that she felt dizzy. Of course, these are strange words, because if you are dizzy, why hug your general? Lucas believes that it is not possible to violate the Lord's personal space, but Damien was scared and tried to help Yuma. He can cast a healing spell, but the girl assured that everything is fine with her and everything is not so serious. After that, she immediately took her hat and ran out of the room. It was all very strange. He could not understand why the knights behaved like that with a sick person. He said that Lucas would change his attitude towards Yuma. Evangelina felt that the magic in this girl's body was boiling in such a way that it was ready to break out at any moment. From the moment they first met, Lucas feels that she is hiding something, that magic is always at a different level. Lucas didn't say that because the Yuma always acted prudently, but if she was a threat to the Lord, then he would have to intervene. Damien also admitted that the witch looked sick every time she puts a smoking pipe in her mouth when she uses magic. The problem is that there is no tobacco in her pipe at all. There is grass with a pain-relieving effect. Tobacco smells completely different, so Damien personally saw how Yuma filled the pipe with grass. David cannot understand why all the sorcerers are always sick in one way or another. David said that instead of reading books about spells, it is better to do sports. At that moment, Lucas added in a low voice that the same applies to the Lord. Everyone needs sports. Evangelina completely agreed with his words. The Lord really looks pale because he is constantly sitting in his office. From this moment on, she is sure that they should train together. This is the only way to strengthen body and spirit. Lucas said that he was ready to take responsibility for the Lord's health, but David assured that it was not necessary. And the next morning, David came to his office again. He could barely walk. It seemed that his legs would boil now. In the morning, this duo of knights found him and made him do exercises. Do they really train like this every day? At that moment, an aider entered his room. He told that their envoy had returned from the capital. The news is not very comforting. There will be no reinforcements. These capital pigs are never ready to help. As soon as it became known that their next opponent was a blood clan, David once again sent one request for reinforcements. David wrote this request personally. It was very long and dramatic, so the Lord expected to see reinforcements. The imperial forces have already captured the capital of the Bringer Duchy, and now they are gradually conquering the remaining territories. So until the situation in the west is completely stabilized, they cannot help David. They do not understand at all that if the southern front is lost, the entire human world will be destroyed. The refusal was personally signed by the Emperor's second son, Fernandus Emberkeeper Everblack. This made David very angry. He tore up this letter and began to speak very harsh words about his brother. He ordered the aider to send another request, but this time with an ultimatum. If they do not send them help, then the youngest prince of the Emperor will show what he is capable of. Aider was upset and suggested not to do it, but David is not going to back down. Soon they set out again for the safe camp of the Lake Kingdom. The atmosphere there was already much better. There were no visible enemies around. But still you can't lose concentration. Kalube asked to forget about these bastards in masks. They will never come here again. Of course, David and his friends promised to come often, but the dwarf still wants to understand the purpose of their visit. He is definitely happy to see them, even if he does not want to show it. At such moments, he is like a grandfather waiting for his grandchildren to return home. David does not understand why the night guards can no longer enter here. Their squad is very strong and powerful. It is illogical. It was at this moment, during their conversation, that a female cocoa cutter returned to the safe zone. This is an old grandmother. David recognized her immediately. He had already met her when he played this game on the computer. She saw that new meat came to the safe zone. In reality, this grandmother is much more than in the game. She would be very happy to meet new people in this area. She is here to help the adventurers. She does not understand why they are so thin, so she immediately took out food and offered them to eat. She made this delicious marmalade personally for little children like them. Although the woman seemed kind enough, what she offered looked very bad. Cocoa Cutter cuts everything in two. She got her terrible name for a reason. This grandmother is a sorceress who can cut through space. In other words, she is a teleporter NPC. All of the teleportation gates in this dungeon were set up using Coco. Now she said that she cut off the night guards from here and now you cannot wait for their appearance. If her words didn't sound scary, she only meant that she had put up a barrier trying to get closer to the safe zone. Apparently the stone slabs she was standing on earlier were made for this very purpose, so now the safe zone is protected from a squad of night guards. And although there is always a chance that another enemy will appear, now that Coco, a strong and friendly character, is back, you can relax a little. David carried with him the metals for the manufacture of weapons that the hummingbird requested. The dwarf was very surprised that this lord got all these materials in just one day. He bought most of it at the forge in the city of Intersection. It was not for nothing that he leveled it up before that. It seems that David brought too much material, but it is better than nothing. There are only two types of materials left, which are 3 high-level mana cores and the same number of darkness crystals. Today, David wants to bring mana cores, although the dwarf is not sure that such items can be obtained quickly. In general, David was going to use the coma cores he already had, but thanks to the appearance of Coco, the plans changed. He approached her and said hello. She thought that he also wanted to taste the marmalade. David refused and said he had the key and he thought she could help him open the door. He got the key to the golden room by defeating the golden gargoyle. Coco replied that she could help and took this key in her hands. Soon she opened the door. All rooms that can be opened with keys are one-time dungeons. Among them is the Golden Room, a dungeon where high-ranking items are found in large numbers. Damien wasn't sure that they should go there alone, without Yuma's help. David didn't take this sorceress because her gold fever could cause problems. Besides, a sorceress is not needed in this dungeon. David immediately gave the sacks to the knights, although from the beginning they did not quite understand why. He said that by the time they returned, those bags would already be full, and the weapons would only add unnecessary weight. He assured that they would see everything themselves, so they would not need weapons. Thus they went on an adventure and ended up in a golden room. David immediately began to explain that in this golden room the rules are quite simple. If you catch monsters, you can get items. There is a limited time for this, 59 seconds. There are 3 goblins in the room, so the task is quite real. These goblins came here to find gems and gold. These guys are very fast and strong. Usually catching all 3 is quite difficult, but in this case, Damien can help. His bullets always hit the target. Just like in the game, goblins have gold coins instead of blood. Evangelina is always surprised when she sleeps looking at Mr. Sniper. She does not understand how he does all this. Lucas said that he and Damien the Lord have been friends since the battle at first base. It was then that their relationship began, although before that they were not so close. It is not surprising that for Evangeline, some points concerning their unit are unclear. David asked this chivalrous duo to shut up and not distract from the main work. They are very lucky that there is no Jupiter or her grandchildren nearby, because now serious problems would start here. The dungeon of the Golden Room has been cleared. There is just under 5 minutes left until closing, so you have to hurry. During this time, they must find everything they need, and David very quickly found a special mana core of the highest level. 5 minutes passed faster than expected, but they managed to complete their task. Of course, this is not enough to take everything with him to the last cent, but the Lord has enough money anyway, so it's okay. At the last moment, some unknown creature appeared from the portal, something similar to a demon made of gold. They had to hurry, because that's probably how they were forced to leave the Golden Room. David now has the mana core of 2 gargoyle leaders and a special mana core. It remains to find the Crystal of Darkness. The hummingbird hopes that David knows where to look for this item. Of course, the Lord knows what needs to be done in the neighboring area of the Lake Kingdom, and how the Crystal of Darkness is in the stomach of the boss monster. It's time to leave the safe zone and go to another area, but first you need to get back to the estate. The prince decided to reward the team members. They were surprised, but for all their work, they received a decent payment. As for the other soldiers, Notfrom decided to give them a bonus along with their weekly pay. Bonuses were over, now you have to come to other team members. David went to the only hotel in the city, where he was immediately met by the administrator. David came to find a girl named Yuma. He was immediately informed that the sorceress lives on the 3rd floor, in the far room. Today she did not go anywhere, although not only today, but all the days before that. David began to worry that the girl might still be unwell, probably hiding her illness. Lord asked his bodyguard to wait on the 1st floor. Lucas was against it, but David explained that he needed to talk to Yuma alone. Lucas accepted this order, but warned that if anything happened, the Lord should call him immediately. After that, David went up to the 3rd floor and found a room at the end of the corridor. He immediately heard a cough, so the witch was still sick, which was too bad. He tried to hear at least a word, and soon she said that she would come out to him soon. David did not wait for this moment and kicked the door. He realized that the situation was critical. When he went inside, he could not believe his eyes, so her health is really in a terrible state. To this day, for the first time he saw the burns on her face. Now it is clear that she hid behind her hair. The girl immediately covered the burns with her hair and continued to cough up blood. Yuma tried to smile and talk about the Lord's well-being. It looked terrible, because there were obvious problems with her health. 20 minutes later, they went down to the 1st floor to have dinner. She is very ashamed because she forced the Lord to see all this unpleasant picture. Now the girl admits that she is sick. David replied that this is an unusual disease because it seems as if she will die soon. Yuma hid it for a long time, but now she is ready to admit that she really has no more than 3 years left to live. This information shocked the prince. When he was coming here, he could not believe that he would hear something like this. Then the witch continued to cough up blood and smile. It was hard to watch. David could not understand why she was silent all this time and did not tell him anything. Maybe they would find a solution to this problem. She explained that she did not speak because she was afraid that David refused her services. No one needed a sorcerer who would die at any moment. These words really made the Lord surprised. Probably he would have hired her anyway. After all, there were not many wizards around. But of course after that, he would hardly make her a member of the main team. Members of the core team must be able to lead the game in the long term. Yuma said that she needs money. After her grandmother got sick, the whole family expects her to earn money so she can't die now. She asked the Lord not to worry and assured her that even in such a difficult condition, she would not be a problem during the battle. She is completely confident in her talent and abilities, so soon she will be able to demonstrate her skills in the defense of the city. This is her trial period. If her health will really affect the battle, then the Lord will be able to release her. But she is sure that this will not happen. Yuma also thanked the prince for the award, and it's especially nice to get some gold. She thanked David for coming to visit her, and also asked not to tell her grandmother about this blood. This strange conversation soon ended. David left for the mercenary guild. He decided to drink whiskey with his grandmother, who is still unable to do her job. She has done so much for him that he does not feel sorry for the money to thank her. Today, luck smiled at him again. Although Jupiter sometimes creates problems, she is still proud of her contribution to the front line of defense. Diod admitted that this was true, and without her help, they really could not have avoided being destroyed by monsters. I would like to tell something about myself to someone if, of course, the Lord does not mind. And sorry for herself. She lived her life in such a way that in her old age there is no one with whom she could talk frankly. She has really lived an interesting and full life, although she does not have many close people around, not counting the team. David said that he is ready to listen to this whole story. He is in no hurry. The Lord probably already guessed that it would be a story about her granddaughter. 15 years have passed, but she remembers that day like it was yesterday. It's time to go back in time and see what happened on the northern front of the Everblack Empire. These events began at the military base of the 1st Magic Corps of the Imperial Army. Jupiter was still quite young. She was the commander of the 2nd Division. She liked to light her cigarette with lightning. Just for that she had to study magic. She was approached by the commander of the 1st Division. This woman's name is Reina, and she forbade the use of magic on the territory of the military camp. Peter replied that she was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Corps and could do anything. Reina approached her and asked for a cigarette. She does this every time they see each other. The supply of cigarettes has stopped for a month, but Jupiter always has quality products. Jupiter replied that she knows how to stretch her pleasure and is not going to share it with anyone. At this time, ordinary soldiers approached them and greeted the commanders. Talking relaxedly, these two women resembled two bandits, but in the eyes of the soldiers looking at them, you could see respect. These are the two strongest sorcerers in the Magic Corps, Storm Reina and Lightning Jupiter. They were the only reasons why the Corps was able to occupy them. Over the past 20 years, since its inception, the Imperial Army has not lost a single battle in which they have participated. Somehow they started talking about the fact that the faces of commanders and other units are covered with scars. They must have reached their ranks, passing an incredible number of battles on their way. The skin of wizards is clean. They are so pale as if they have never seen the sun, such is their role in today's war. They have to shoot sorcery from afar. A simple but comfortable job that Jupiter likes. She decided to get a tattoo on her face so that she would no longer be ignored by her managers. Probably the reason she is ignored at meetings is that she is always asleep at these meetings. This happened once a year ago, but the Emperor was present at this meeting. Suddenly, one officer approached them and said that there was a message from the command post. A building was found at the foot of the northern mountain range, which is the base of the enemy forces. The war has reached its final stage, but the resistance has not yet stopped. So the Magical Corps was given a dirty and uninteresting mission to wipe out partisans throughout the country. It seems that there are millions of these partisans. No matter how many are destroyed, they still appear. Tomorrow, at 5 in the morning, the sorcerers must strike at the opponent at the same time. Jupiter offered his friend to go to the southern lands after the end of the war, together. Reyna replied that 2 old women should not travel, although they are very rich and talented. Jupiter said that they might be lucky enough to find hot guys, if of course they were blind. Due to the fact that they work in this cold and damp region, Reyna's thoughts become too pessimistic. The south is the perfect option for her. When Jupiter retires, he wants to live there to enjoy the warmth of the resort next to the pool. Regardless of Jupiter's goals, her friend Reyna agreed to go with her at least once. That conversation was as far from the south as it was from reality. The 2 wizards talked for a while about old age and retirement and just laughed. From the very morning of the next day, they were already ready to act, and were watching the enemy base of the partisans. All this looked like an ordinary village, but they received an order, so they must act. Reyna said she doesn't see any weapons or soldiers, so it all looks very strange. Jupiter suggested contacting the command post. You need to get confirmation that this is really an enemy camp. Soon they were informed that confirmation had been received, so everyone was waiting for the attack. The tactics of the Camila partisans have become more brutal. Now they disguise themselves as ordinary people. So this village has been captured. There is confirmation from the leadership. In this case, they have no choice but to attack and carry out the order. Reyna remembers the words about the south. They can go there after they solve this problem. The command unit has never been wrong in its decisions before. In addition, Jupiter also did this all her life. She always followed orders like any other soldier. A few seconds later, the attack was executed. It was a slashing bolt of lightning. The highest level sorcerers leave no chance of survival if they decide to kill someone. The operation is over. The commanders were thanked for their work. The knights will clean up the remnants of the partisans and conduct an investigation. They were allowed to return to the base and get a well-deserved rest. It's strange, because Jupiter said that she wants to come down to make sure that everything is fine. Reyna reminded that the Magic Corps is forbidden to approach the theaters. They specialize in the introduction of combat operations from a long distance. If she goes there and gets ambushed, the combat power of their corps will immediately decrease. Jupiter heard all these words of her friend, but decided not to pay attention to it. The officer should have stopped her, but who would dare block the path of a high-level sorceress? Jupiter came down and entered the same village where she had shot lightning a few minutes ago. She saw ordinary people, old women, children, and civilians. There were no armed forces. She couldn't believe that those bastards from the command post had actually ordered her to do this. Reyna asked her to calm down. But how can you calm down when you see something like this? The order was given without confirming the information, which should not be at the highest level. Reyna explained that partisans can hide in any village, so there is no time to check every settlement. 6 months have passed since the war with the Camila Kingdom began, and winter will soon begin. Only the frontline support has pressure on the command post, so this needs to be done quickly. Reyna believes that this is an effective strategy, although it is difficult to agree with it when you see the dead body of a child burned by fire. From the point of view of killing civilians, it is very effective, but it cannot be done that way. Jupiter knows how many countries they destroyed while serving in the Magical Corps, and also guesses how many ordinary people were killed during that time. Of all the military bases they destroyed in 20 years, it is not known how many were real. Jupiter was only now finally realizing the truth about what she had been doing all these years. Jupiter did her job perfectly, so she shouldn't throw tantrums and complicate things. Reyna tried to calm her down, but Jupiter wasn't listening to her at this point. Throughout her life, Jupiter never doubted. She attacked with magic on command, and she was paid for killing people. She was proud of her work, proud of each new medal that adorned her uniform. Jupiter was always happy to help her empire grow. All this, in which she believed for so many years, turned out to be delusional and shattered into a million pieces. Earlier, she herself said that she understands how organized war is in the modern world. No scars, just need to shoot magic from a distance. Simple and calm work. If you look closely, you can understand that all these years she just did not want to notice this. At that moment, she saw that someone was able to survive this attack. She approached the house, which continued to wards, and saw a child who was constantly crying. Soon she was able to save this child, but her face was scarred. Jupiter began to apologize and admitted that all this was only her fault. A man came out to her and asked if she was part of the rescue team. He did not come out alone. Behind him stood a large number of children, all of whom also had some kind of injuries. He thanked her for coming to his aid and said that lightning suddenly started attacking them. He thought they would all die. Jupiter started screaming and asked them not to go outside under any circumstances. Nevertheless, the officer saw that there were people who survived. It's strange. After such blows with magic, there is almost no chance of staying alive, especially if you are a child. Reina believes that luck is on the side of these people, but things can change very quickly. Jupiter began to feel what was about to happen. She asked her friend to stop immediately. Nevertheless, the order was given to remove these people from the village. They gathered all the survivors, checked all the buildings, and realized that there were no more escapees. The priest begged to give them the opportunity to continue their lives in peace. These children are not guilty of anything. They cannot be destroyed. They lost their parents just an hour ago, and they don't deserve to die. Reina asked the priest where he was hiding the members of the Camille guerrilla unit. Of course, he answered that there is not a single soldier in the village. All the young people were taken to the army a long time ago. None of them returned. He swore to God that he was telling the truth and said that he had nothing to hide. As soon as Reina heard these words, she immediately shot him in the head in the shelter. The priest had no chance to survive. After such shots, not even Batman would survive. She apologized to him and said that she does not believe his oaths at all. Everblack and Camilla believe in different gods. After that, she activated her magic and prepared to destroy the remaining children. At the last moment, Jupiter managed to protect these children with her body. She activated magic for this. And that's when she lost her left eye. This battle took away a lot of her health. You can forget about the fact that they burned this village, but you can't kill these Kola children because they are not guilty of anything. She does not understand why Reina is trying so hard to kill them. Maybe she has destroyed so many people that she has completely lost her mind. Reina replied that everyone knows perfectly well who is in charge of this war. The command decided that this village is an enemy base. Does Jupiter really want to call and tell them that there were normal people there and they were destroyed? This will mean that she will damage the Emperor's reputation, because this is an incredible mistake. Reina asked her friend to forget about all this and calmly step aside. She explained that she does all this not because she wants to, but because it is a necessity, the need to kill children. At that moment, Jupiter said that she decided to leave a bad mark on the Emperor's reputation. She is ready to file a complaint with the management and report that the decision of the commander's unit was wrong. She will tell that there were only civilians in the village they burned, and she is also ready to testify that the order was illegal. Does Jupiter want to kill his girlfriend now? In which case she will have to destroy the Magic Corps soldiers as well. It must not be forgotten that middle-ranked knights also witnessed this incident, so she would have to destroy them all. More than anything in the world, Jupiter believed that Reina, her close friend, would not shoot her under any circumstances. In this she was not at all mistaken. Heaven did not allow her to do as she wanted, and said that she did not care. She is ready to close her eyes to all this, but Jupiter must remove the form and leave what she has built her own life on. She can pretend she's right and act like a hypocrite all she wants, but it won't change anything. She correctly said that it was terrible for her to work with Jupiter, and she hopes that they will never see each other again in their lives. Jupiter calmly watched as her friend, who had shared joy and sorrow with her for 20 years, left. Turning around, she saw the surviving children, new lives for which she must now be responsible. Jupiter soon officially filed a complaint with the leadership. She would say that it was the first official mass killing of civilians. This was the first major mistake of the Imperial Army during the operation to capture the Kingdom of Camille, and it also damaged the reputation of the Empire. From that moment on, the Magic Corps was never again involved in the operation to wipe out the partisans, which is why the war ended much later. After capturing the kingdom, several more years were needed to destroy the guerrilla forces of Camilla. It didn't take long to get Jupiter out of the magic enclosure and into the countryside. A month after the operation, Jupiter's new place of work was a small guard unit in a village on the Eastern Front. Seeing as she served in a security unit with less than 5 people under her command, a demotion had occurred. She was also demoted, but to be honest, she didn't care at all. She spent all the money she earned over the years to build a house. She took all these children with her and told them that now they will all live together. She got to know them better and said that now they can call her grandmother. Until that moment, David was sure that Jupiter and Yuma were relatives. The two of them had a lot in common. Jupiter is pleased to hear that they are similar, but she is not sure that she performed the role of grandmother well. She raised these children and took responsibility for them, but she remained an enemy in their eyes. She tried to apologize properly, but it seems she didn't succeed, and it worries her. Yuma is a very talented child. In many ways, she is better than her grandmother. This girl has already reached the highest rank, like a real genius. But due to being struck by lightning when she was a child, it weakened her body. Every use of magic takes a life from her. If not for Jupiter, Yuma could have become a great sorcerer and entered world history. Also, she could live a normal, happy life in a small town. 15 years ago, Jupiter burned both opportunities for Yuma. What has been done cannot be undone. There is also no way to compensate for her mistakes. Now Jupiter is even afraid of Yuma. One day she may come for revenge. Every time he looks into her eyes, Jupiter becomes fearful. David listened to the whole story in silence. It was difficult for him to find any words in response. This issue is too complicated for other people to intervene. David was afraid to even offer a solution to the problem. Jupiter is proud of the fact that she served the Empire, but at the same time she hates everything she did. She was like a drunk soldier. He is at the same time the captain of the 2nd Division of the Magic Corps. She was too stupid, and she hates herself because of it. She noted that David should not allow himself to be absorbed. Neither the role of the third prince, nor the role of the commander, nor the role of the lord. One should not succumb to these roles. All this is not a real David. You must always remain yourself and live your own life. Although this is rather old-fashioned advice, it is all that an old grandmother can give to someone who is still very young. Jupiter's advice burned David like a strong drink running down his throat. Probably for the first time in his life, he thought about the question of who he really is. The third prince, a lord or a player of computer games. Jupiter thanked the Lord for listening to her. Now she feels much better. She promised to talk to Yuma as well, because she is her granddaughter after all. If they talk to each other, then the problem will be solved. Jupiter wanted to believe it. After this conversation, she really became more open to life. David smiled back at her. It's always nice to see friends with a smile on their face. Whatever the end would be for these two wizards, he hoped they wouldn't regret it. After that conversation, several days passed. The first samples of silver weapons were delivered from the forge. The sword was quite well balanced. David was satisfied and waiting for the next batch. Lucas was satisfied with the weapon. Evangelina also said that the sword looks quite expensive. She likes to train and show off her skills even on normal days when there are no battles. Although she asked the boys not to react too actively to it, they still marvel at her skills. The silver spear also turned out great. Evangelina said that she herself would destroy the demons with its help. Then she said that she knows how to fight with a sword no worse than old Lucas, but he has a completely different opinion about it. After a few seconds, these two did not kill each other. David was already tired. Look at all this. He asked to be more careful with weapons, and reminded that it was time to explore a new area of the dungeon. They returned to the Lake Kingdom. He decided to take only the main squad with him for free exploration. Since the main team will be fighting the Vampire Lord, David wants to raise their levels and feed them experience points. He wants them to reach the level when the ultimate is unlocked. For this you need to reach the 50th level. Of course, for this you have to overcome a long way, especially David and Demian because they are the weakest. Soon they immediately met Coco Razak. It was the grandmother who recognized her old friends. As soon as she saw them, she said that they looked even slimmer than before, so they should be fed again. David and his team refused the food and started looking for the hummingbird, when Coco told him that he had gone to get the materials. Hummingbird is a permanent NPC that protects the safe zone all the time. David didn't know that he sometimes leaves his post. In any case, this dwarf is a level higher than David and his team, so nothing bad should happen to him. David approached Coco and said that he has a request. No, he doesn't want to eat marmalade. He wants her to help remove the seal. When she saw the seal, she said that this is the passage of a notorious loser. Going down, you can lose your will. David assured that you cannot worry about him, because it will not happen to him. I do not yet know that if you do not win the battle at the end, then you will not come back. When Coco told him about it, the Lord assured that he had a team and they would win any battle. Kolobe already told Coco that the newcomer is very capable. Now she will wait for his story from this place. This is how he got to the path of the loser. Sounds interesting enough, but in reality it is just a hidden passage. The difficulty on the 5th depth is much higher. A beginner will not even be able to understand how to win, but in fact it is the easiest place to clear. Before going down, David talked to his team and explained all the conditions to them. In the path of the loser, all skills are blocked. If you do not clear the area, you cannot go back. Only the fearless can pass this test. When it was time to go, it was noticeable that each of them was worried, even Lucas, and this is expected, because it is a natural reaction. David illuminated this path of the loser and realized that it was very deep. He saw the excitement in the other team members and decided to go ahead. This would definitely make Lucas act. They got into a very dark place, and immediately he felt the darkness trying to get into his ears. The deeper he descended, the more the sounds of darkness became like some ancient language. For the first time in a long time, David felt such fear, so scary that he can't even take a step, but he has to. This is the only way to complete this mission and clear this place. It is dangerous to act here, but there is no other choice. As soon as his feet touched the floor, The sounds coming from the darkness immediately stopped. He saw the path of the loser, a path often used by speedrunners trying to get through the Empire's defenses as quickly as possible. It helps to break through to the Colosseum, so David learned the way of the loser a long time ago. While Lucas was descending, something happened to him. He asked to take a break. Probably fear takes a lot of strength. David has blocked the skill of an irrepressible general, so he hopes that each of them will be able to cope with their emotions on their own. They were waiting for all the other team members to come down. Demian had problems. He fell and began to scream. The boy apologized to his best friend Van, apologized for continuing to live without him. The Lord approached him and reassured him. He explained that everything is fine and he is near his friends. Surprisingly, Yuma went down quite calmly. On the contrary, she likes this ancient spell, because it is quite interesting. I even saw that her legs were shaking, but the girl assured me that an earthquake had definitely started. Sitting next to each other turned out to be much more pleasant than one could have imagined. Soon Evangelina came down. At first glance, it seemed that she was not scared at all. But the girl said that everything in her body was covered with cold sweat. She can't even believe that she is really scared. She probably thought that she was the only one who was scared, but in fact, all team members feel these emotions. The young knight immediately abandoned his weapon and ran to embrace his friends. He even said that there is nothing to be afraid of. They are ready to sit with each other, so there is nothing wrong with this. Damien was the most scared of them all. The others tried to calm him down and used the boy as an excuse to overcome their own fears. Each of them has a terrible past, and no one understands how deep the other's wounds are. If they all got together, it would be nice to try to overcome all the difficult memories in the same way that they fight monsters. They rested for an hour near the entrance, and then continued their way to the Colosseum. They have to go a long way into the depths of the dungeon. During this time, David decided to tell all the team members about the nuances of the dungeon. After several hours, they finally reached the end of their road. This time, they should not hear the curse. David assured that they can climb confidently and not be afraid of anything. Soon, Lucas and Lord climbed the stairs and ordered the other team members to hurry. Lucas immediately felt that everything around looked like enemy territory. He reported this to Lucas, and also in his own words, he made Evangeline worry. An unknown figure approached them. This creature said that too much time had passed since the last participant was here. Soon something very bright began to shine on them, which means that they entered the fifth area, the Colosseum of brutal battles. David did not warn the others that they would immediately enter the arena, probably because he himself did not know this. It turned out that the road led directly to the center of the arena. David thought it was only during the game, but in real life, everything is the same. The young soldiers were greeted and immediately forgot when the last time they were guests in the Colosseum. Gladiator King Jackal greeted them. He said that waiting made him too bored, but finally it was over. David understood that now they were facing a very difficult test. Unfortunately, they did not have time to prepare for it mentally. Jackal Gladiator is the NPC boss of this Colosseum. They came here to destroy him. He is not alone here. There are a large number of goblins around who want to watch the real show. Today's first matchup will be a battle involving a pitiful human team. They will have to fight against a chimera. This is the gourmand of this Colosseum, who has not tasted something delicious for too long. Now it's time to see who will come out victorious in this battle. The chimera is at level 45 and is a big favorite. David told us that the Colosseum system is unique. It has betting mechanics. Each of the 100 goblins sitting in the arena is ready to vote for the one he considers the favorite. The odds are calculated based on the results of the poll, and now almost all goblins believe that the chimera will win. It turns out that the coefficient is not at all in favor of David's team, but maybe this does not mean anything. They received the least importance in history, which means that the goblins do not believe in their victory at all. David does not like it when they try to insult him in this way. He will show these pieces of crap what his team is capable of. He asked Demian to get the Black Queen. Probably David completely forgot that a huge monster was approaching them. Still, these numbers have an important factor. The damage that each of the opponents carries increases the probability of victory. This means that the advantage of the first shot will affect the team that is considered an outsider. This is the key to victory in the Colosseum at the moment. You can call it an unexpected attack of a loser. The force of the blow will be increased 100 times. This is an advantage that the outsider will get. Who wants to take advantage of it? A chimera's skin is thicker than an ice giant, so even if these people gained the advantage of the first attack, the jackal was sure that it would not be enough. David asked him to shut up and fired a well-aimed shot. Surprisingly, he was the one who shot, not Demian. As it turned out later, the Lord also knows how to shoot. He was very accurate and demonstrated the power of his weapon. After that, there was a moment of silence. Although in the game, this jackal could never shut up. All the experience points for defeating the high-level boss went to the Lord. Now he is ready to face a new opponent. Now they will fight the Ice General of the Giants. He is even stronger than the Chimera. This big guy is really a very strong and powerful warrior. You have to be careful with him so as not to turn into his dinner. Jackal hopes that this giant will demonstrate the incredible power of his fury today. He was sure that the giant would destroy people, but everything turned out to be completely wrong again. The odds of winning were 9-1, but that was enough for David and his team to win again. After that, they will have to fight the daughter of the Black Dragon. Now, after the past victories, the probability of their victory becomes higher. The daughter of the Black Dragon does not look like a very nice woman. Nevertheless, she is incredibly strong. Her name is Collision. This monster couldn't even survive the first attack, so she was no match for her father, even though the odds were in her favor. After that, the Jackal summoned the Goblin God of War to the arena, and the audience was satisfied. This green giant controls cold fire, has 8 arms, and is ready to chop anyone into small pieces. After a few seconds, this giant fell to the ground with a huge hole in his stomach. David is fearless today. This victory broke the hearts of many goblins. It is too cruel even for them. Now David and his team are waiting for a meeting with the Blood Clan. This is already something more interesting. These creatures from the Blood Clan are really very terrible. They are cruel and merciless. They are also called Fallen Blood. They did not drink human blood for a long time and gradually degraded, lost the ability to speak and the ability to think, that is, they became wild animals. There is no point in talking to these guys. They only understand the language of power and might. Fallen Blood is a worthy opponent, although the audience has much more faith in people than before. These vampires explode only after the first shot. Even with the advantage of the first attack, the effect is still powerful. All the Blood Clan monsters they had already seen were not of a very high level and died quickly, so the Fallen Blood would be a good object to study. David got tired and asked his team to make a final sweep of the arena. The odds of victory 60-40. The team of warriors has long been waiting for the Lord to punish them to act. Now they want to show the Goblin that they are the main favorites here. It didn't take long to destroy the vampires, although Evangeline decided to play a little at the very end. These vampires turned out to be 2 weak opponents, should have been fast and strong, but their movements turned out to be too predictable. Jackal was furious. He said it was time to release the freshest and most muscular monster of the season. They will be fighting a level 50 vampire. Now the odds of winning are equal, so no one will get the first strike advantage. Jackal said that there were no such vampires in his arena yet. He is a real aristocrat and a very respectable person. Soon he finally summoned the world-forsaken vampire Bernardo. Bernardo is not in a very good mood. He did not like the way the Jackal King addressed him. The only reason the Jackal is allowed to run games in the arena is because the dungeon authorities allow him to do so. Bernardo is a representative of the great Nosferatu family. He is a member of Lord Silentian's family, so you can't treat him like that. Bernardo said that he would tell his lord about all this, and it was at this moment that he lost his hands. This was done by the Jackal. He ordered this dirty vampire to shut up, and said that he was not afraid of Lord Silentian's relatives. If he caught him and brought him here, that means Bernardo is worthless consumables for the Jackal Colosseum. In whatever family he was born, the king doesn't care. The next time he will take his head off for such conversations. Bernardo must fight in this arena until his mouth is stuffed with garlic. Jackal hopes he made himself clear enough. It is immediately noticeable that the vampire is incredibly angry, but he understands the situation he is in. At that moment, this vampire's arms almost immediately returned and became part of his body, just like before. He looked at the team of people where he said that he must destroy them, and if they do not interfere, then he will do everything quickly. David thanked him for these kind words and said that for the first time they have the right to fight a vampire in a real fight, so they want to practice a little. Well, he took out his wand and said that before everything started, he should give them energy. Everyone was satisfied because they already knew about the effect of the wand. It was the first time Yuma had seen something like this. At first she was against it, but then she felt an incredible energy. The sorceress looked at the other team members and understood that everything was under control. David said that this opportunity was only available once a day, so she should take advantage of it. David doesn't want to teach them to rely on buffs all the time, otherwise they'll relax completely. Bernardo was angry because these people are talking calmly in his presence. He is sure that now they are waiting for a terrible death. He threw off his chains and ran forward to deliver the first blow. The team concentrated very quickly and prepared for a fierce battle. Vampire skills, to put it simply, are divided into 2 types. Blood magic uses the blood of the vampire and the blood of the people he ate. There is also a body skill, focusing on an incredible way to regenerate, as well as great physical strength. Most vampires focus on one branch of this tree. They try to learn one of these techniques and become a high-level monster. Bernardo was not very lucky. He did not become a professional either in blood magic or in physical strength. The whole arena was covered in blood. At first glance it seems that David and his team are winning easily, but this is not quite the case. He has incredible regeneration since childhood. Vampires are born with this skill, so it is very difficult to kill him. Damien said that he could see the spiritual core of the monster. His whole body seemed to be made of blood. Oddly enough, the core of a vampire is not static at all. It disassembles into parts and then unites. Battles with vampires in the game usually start in the second half of the plot. David added artifacts to reduce regeneration and destroy them with star silver. But it is too early for that. There are no such items as such artifacts yet, and the crafting of weapons is still not complete. They can't kill him in one hit, because now there is no first attack advantage, so they have to come up with another way. It seems that Bernardo is looking at David for too long, but what is he waiting for? Soon the vampire finally began to attack, and David realized why he had waited so long. Bernardo was looking for the perfect person from whom you can suck the blood. Probably he chose David because this is the weakest link of the team, as always. Now this pale boy prepared his teeth to suck out all the blood of the third prince of the empire. The problem is that he earned it too predictably and immediately paid for it. He had to hide his intentions. Damien intervened in time and saved his lord. The team of people does not respond to the blow. Seeing that the lord was being attacked, the knights completely lost their minds and turned into real monsters. They immediately began to destroy the vampire and do everything possible to send him to hell. David asked them to put down their weapons and move away from the vampire. Now they would understand why. Bernardo was confident in his own strength and said that such wounds are not terrible for a vampire. At that moment, Yuma started to act. She added some lightning to this knight's weapon. They must have decided to taste the fried vampire, although it is unlikely to be tasty. Damien waited for the perfect moment to attack. He always knows when to shoot. In the last seconds of his life, Bernardo screamed terribly in pain, which is exactly what he deserved. And although he was quite weak for a vampire, the team gained the necessary knowledge and experience. After they defeated the vampire, the jackal couldn't wait any longer and wanted to feel their power on his own body. If they are here, David knows one way to bring this boss to his knees. He turned to the Jackal King and said that Everblack had not forgotten him, and at that moment the messenger's face changed. Several decades ago, Jackal was an exiled special agent of the Everblack Empire. During the exploration of the dungeon, he was kidnapped and sent to the Colosseum. Unfortunately, he was alone for a long time. In the game, the battle can be skipped. If you show the relic of the prince, it made the Jackal think that Lucas is a member of the royal family, and the battle was avoided. Now everything is happening in reality, so David must figure out what to do. Hearing these words, the Jackal asked David who he was. The Lord immediately gave his name and said that he was the third principal of the imperial family. It was enough to say your name so that the boss of the Colosseum immediately threw the sword out of his hands. He fell to his knees and began to cry. He always thought that Everblack forgot about him, so he decided to forget about the Empire himself. Even if he forgot the Empire never forgot its warrior. Even if he is really telling the truth, David is ready to forgive him for all this and keep memories of him for the rest of his days. With tears in his eyes, the Jackal thanked the prince. He said that the time he spent in this place was not in vain. As soon as David saw how happy and sad the Jackal was at the same time, he immediately felt guilty. In any case, now the boss will really remember that the Empire has not forgotten about him. David told several stories about why he came to the Colosseum. The Jackal believed his explanation. It's strange that the Jackal changed so quickly. He was a boss and became an ordinary NPC. Is it the same person? David decided to seize the moment and ask this character for help. Jackal is a very strong NPC of level 75. If you manage to recruit him, he will make life much easier for David and his team. Jackal explained that from the moment he became the King Emperor, his body belongs to the Colosseum. If he leaves this place, he will become weak. He began to apologize for this, but in fact there is nothing wrong with it. David understands that he wants too much. The Lord said that he is looking for an object called a Crystal of Darkness. Maybe the Jackal knows something about it. NPC said that he can easily make them for David, so he makes them with his own hands. It's amazing. In the game, if you miss the Jackal boss battle, he turns into a merchant NPC and sells dark crystals. It looks like David will be able to get them for free this time. 3 crystals will be enough to start. These crystals are the best material for weapons. It was the first time he got something so valuable for free. Now he has everything to create star silver. The Jackal said that he is the best at fulfilling requests and can do anything the prince asks. He decided to use the opportunity and said that they were very tired and would like to get some sleep. This darkness and battles have taken too much of their strength, so the team needs some rest. The girls had already prepared to sleep on the hard floor, but now it felt as if they had entered heaven. Inside the Colosseum there are gladiator barracks. They got access to them thanks to the fact that they became friends with jackals. David came up with a really original strategy. This time he proved himself 100%. Evangelina continued to play and said that now they will have to sleep together. Formally there is only one free room here, but sleeping with 2 ladies is not very ethical. Then David looked at Evangeline. then said that he sees only one lady and one small larva. Evangelina did not like the comparison with a larva, although now she is very similar to it. David decided to show her who is the boss here. He said that in his grandmother's garden he destroyed larvae every day. After how many minutes Demian and Lucas finished bathing and came to the restroom. They were surprised when they saw that the little white larva was defeating the third prince of the empire. Lucas immediately understood that the Lord had to be saved. At such moments he operates on autopilot. Finally, we see the knightly battles we deserve. Instead of swords, these warriors took pillows in their hands. Yuma decided to use magic and help the girl, so the girl team will fight against the boys. They all tried to sway Damian to their side, but this little warrior is already asleep. Although there was an obvious favorite in the battle, sometimes the outsiders win quite confidently. David assured that Lucas is not guilty of anything. All this happened because of the alliance of evil women. David saw for the first time that Yuma smiled so much, unlike her usual fake smiles. This time it was for real. Jupiter Jr. opened up step by step for her team. It can't help but be happy. David mentioned how he started streaming and his channel gained popularity. He was happy to receive millions of messages every day. He felt famous. Suddenly he woke up and saw that Yuma was also awake. She was smoking her pipe. There is something David regrets. Maybe that's why he dreams these dreams. The witch replied that he is not alone in this, so she has a similar problem. She also has bad dreams and regrets a lot, and every time she is afraid to close her eyes before going to sleep. Everyone else sleeps without any problems. They never have nightmares and monsters. At that moment, a jackal entered the room. He apologized, but said that he had to get up immediately. David tried to understand what happened, and then the NPC explained that they were attacked. The vampires are already here. A huge flock of these monsters came to the Colosseum. The monsters of the arena were ordered to stop them. The huge ice giant was the first to attack the vampires. Soon other monsters joined him, and a real war between demons began. David couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this. It had never happened during the game. He had previously thought that the vampire they killed yesterday was lying about his origins, but it seems he is indeed related to Lord Silention. Even if they are under the command of their leader, this is still Jackal territory, so it won't be easy for them to break in. Jackal assured that he had problems much bigger than this. That's how he got the title of King of Gladiators. The battle can become even more fierce at any moment, so David and his men must hurry and return to the underground tunnel. They have already passed the Colosseum mission. The loser's path will open in a different direction. David thanked his new friend and asked him to be more careful during the battle. As soon as the Lord and his team leave, the King of Emperors will be able to fight with a calm soul. Finally, the Jackal thanked David for remembering him. This is very important. For jackals, this is more than enough to feel that someone needs him. The Lord asked him not to speak as if he were about to die, for the King of Emperors must continue on his way. Jackal laughed and said that he wanted to be sincere. They will see each other in a much better environment. The Jackal said that he was waiting for the next meeting and gave the Lord a small gift. After that, he closed the hatch behind them. That's how the boss in the dungeon became a friend for David and his team. It turned out to be quite a precious gift. Now it looks even more like a farewell before death. David asked the team to hurry. They still had a lot to do before they could destroy the vampires with silver and lightning. When they continued their journey, they felt that yesterday it was warmer in the tunnel. Today, everyone is feeling the cold around, and it is hardly a common coincidence. Soon they saw that some unknown creature was approaching them from the front. When this creature came closer, David and everyone else realized that they were about to meet the king of the undead. The Lord was shocked. This is their first meeting with Lord Silention in real life. In less than a second, the vampire walked through them and apologized. Everything happened so quickly that no one could react. With the help of unknown magic, the vampire made almost the entire team lose consciousness. The witch was still in a normal state and tried to protect the Lord. After a few seconds, it became clear that she had no chance against Silention. After that, the vampire approached David and told the player to start talking, because he was interested in him. Silention studied him in silence, studied him with his bright red eyes. His attentive gaze was like that of a child watching an ant, and it frightened David very much. He should not pay attention to the vampire's appearance because it is a monster that has lived for more than 100 years. I offered to get to know him better, and again called David a player. David doesn't like this very much, so he loudly called his real name in the game. They constantly forget about it. They call him a player, but a vampire thinks that when you see an ant, you call him an ant, and don't ask what his name is. In any case, he apologized for his behavior, and explained that he did not want to offend David or anyone from his team. It's strange because that's exactly what he did. Maybe this vampire has his own ideas about dating. David explained that obeying his own will and not killing is quite a difficult task for him, but he came to talk. If Silention wanted to, they would all be dead long ago. His motives are unknown, but he didn't come to kill. If he is really ready to come for a conversation, then there is no reason to deny him this. David said that it is not very comfortable to talk while standing, so he offered to sit down. A rather strange atmosphere prevailed. It seemed that two monks were preparing to meditate. Selention came to understand how David killed Orlop, the commander of the army of black spiders, the queen of tarantulas. Only after a few minutes, David realized that he meant the Black Queen who was killed on the first mission. So she's an unusual boss. The Queen of Tarantulas is a serious title, although David used to think she was an ordinary entry-level boss. That is, the monster from the training mission turned out to be a very serious figure in the game. No wonder it was so difficult to kill it. Look, he said that he remembers this terrible woman. He almost died in this battle then. Normally, Orlop never went to the front line in person, but then it was a different season. She must have wanted to taste human flesh. The vampire knows that the Queen of Spiders died. David did it personally, with the help of a cannon. To be more precise, Damien did it. But why talk about it at all? Didn't Dracula come to take revenge? Hearing the words about revenge, Selention smiled. He said that he was not going to take revenge for this terrible pig. He told the king that he wanted revenge, but this was only a cover, because he never felt pity for this terrible woman. It turned out that the reason is completely different. In fact, the Selention wants to die. Strange, isn't it? David asked him to repeat his request. There was no problem with that. The vampire wants to meet death finally. Reborn more than 500 years ago, he is always looking for someone who can kill him again. So he came back to life and wants to die again. A strange request, but no one can even scratch him, let alone kill him. Orlop, who commands an army of spiders, died unexpectedly from a shot of a human weapon, and then Selention had hoped that David would be able to kill him as well. Dracula really hopes that this person will be able to free him from the endless sleep and return him to the topic. A rather strange request. Usually monsters do not ask for this, so David is very surprised. The Lord replied that this is exactly why he came here, to cut off the heads of the monsters and cut their bodies into pieces and grill them. He remembers how people fell in a pool of their own blood because of the claws and teeth of terrible monsters. After all these memories, he has no doubts. He is 100% ready to destroy Selention, and not only him, but also his entire family, and even the Demon King. David perfectly remembers the Margrave, who fought all his life with monsters and died in his own hands. After that, there can be no doubt that David will destroy all the monsters and will not leave any of them. No one will be able to hide from revenge. He remembers more than 3,000 bodies on the field, and a bright blue flame between them. This is what he does on the front line, even if he risks his life. This is the only goal he has to achieve. He remembers all these burials of soldiers, as well as the loud tears of their family members. It will be difficult to forget. He remembers special warriors like Ken who gave their lives to save humanity. He didn't forget Gia, the girl who was supposed to continue her life and start a family but couldn't do it. He remembers a young guy named Peck who deserved a second chance but didn't get it. He also did not forget about thousands of soldiers whose names remained in the past, who will never return home, never hug a wife and kiss a child. Through all these memories, he understands that it is his duty, as the general of this front, to hate monsters so much. Even if Dracula hadn't asked for it, he would have sent him to hell anyway. It is probably interesting to listen to such stories from an ordinary person. Even if David plays his role too much, Dracula is still satisfied. The Lord's hostility seems genuine, but he does not understand how these worthless people will find a way to kill him. David explained that in the game he left Dracula without a head a huge number of times, so he will do it now. Ask to wash his neck and come to his fortress, and then he can easily keep his word and end the life of Lord Selention. In response, the vampire smiled. His eyes again began to glow with a bright red flame, and said that soon they would see each other again. He felt that the knights were trying to attack him from behind, so he advised David to stop them. He did not want anyone to be out of shape on the day of the battle. David ordered the knights to stop immediately, because if they started to attack, the Selention would destroy them. The vampire called him a player again and said he would look forward to the day he could die for real. After that, the creature disappeared. This conversation happened rather quickly, but it didn't change much. The prince helped his warriors to their feet. They should not be upset by the difference in strength. They would still sink their teeth into this vampire's neck. Now they have to go back and recover, and then they have a lot of work to do. Soon David met with the hummingbird and gave him devil's mistletoe. It grows only in the deep level of the dungeon, and is also called mistletoe. This is a rather rare material that can only be obtained at the very late stages. Crafting it into a weapon can create a cursed sword that will reduce the enemy's ability to heal, perfect for fighting vampires. Calybius says that he can add a regeneration reduction effect to the Star Silver weapon. If he does, David will be a formidable opponent for the vampires. The Lord immediately noticed that the dwarf was damaged, but the hummingbird replied that it was no problem at all. The dwarf said that he would do everything so that David could destroy this monster, the face of the blacksmith, who had lost all his brothers to a vampire. immediately became serious. After returning from the dungeon, David began to review the rewards received. The dungeon was full of work, so he expected to see something of value. As a result, it was so. He received another glove, and now collected a complete set. The set is collected. Now each opponent who lost a battle to them activates a state of fear in a separate area. David also ordered some items from the forge. They can be distributed to the rest of the team when everyone is gathered. After reviewing all subjects, David decided to come to the director. They had not seen each other for a long time, so the Lord said hello and said that they had something to talk about. He was in Ader's room for the first time. You can't even say that a person can live here, not taking into account the documents that need to be removed. The room is almost empty. Ader was very surprised when he heard that Silentian personally came to meet David. The Lord said that there was no problem because this fool had completely lost his mind and asked to kill him. David wouldn't say a word if it were some ordinary monster in his place, but when such a request is made by an army general, it goes beyond all limits. A Legion Lord leaving his domain to meet the player directly would be against the rules of the game. Monsters, humans, and the Lake Kingdom, along with the Empire, operate within the boundaries of the game, so some points are permissible. David also uses some techniques that could not be activated during the computer game. Although of course he is worried that there is no guarantee that he will not be attacked again next time, the dungeon is becoming more and more dangerous. If David loses attention even for a minute, at that moment everything can be over. Ader asked the Lord to wait while he added some new items to the achievement store. If David buys them, he will be able to avoid similar situations in the future. The Lord entered the system of the achievement point exchange store and saw an item called a locator. He can help to see the boss. There is also an extreme escape bomb to escape during a difficult situation. That is, the director, instead of avoiding violations of the rules, advises him to run away. Ader believes that this is much better than nothing, so it should be used. David decided to buy all these items at once, for which he has the necessary number of experience points. The director said that even if all this looks dangerous, it can be an advantage in the future. If the monster boss of the next stage can find David in the dungeon, then David can also find him. Everything depends on the approach, which is why the director will not block what happened today in the system. The upcoming stage will be difficult, but the director believes that my lord will complete all his tasks, and luck will smile on him again. Amazingly, but for a moment, he looked like a real headmaster instead of being stupid like usual. The next day, David went to meet the local blacksmith to make sure that the task was completed. As soon as Jupiter saw the golden armor, she almost lost her mind from happiness. David gave her this armor and said that now she can fight in it. This is great armor, but the problem is that it gives the negative quality of Jupiter, the gold rush. At such moments, problems may arise, but David and his entire team are ready for this. The kit is fully assembled. It will make the sorcerer even stronger than before. Jupiter thanked the Lord for his help, but said that she was not yet able to return to a full-fledged battle. It would be great if her granddaughter could wear her gear all this time. Yuma is often at home. She rarely goes outside for training, or even for a simple walk. All this is due to her state of health. After every battle she gets worse and worse, and it is not known how to stop it. In any case, she has learned a lot lately. Experience is always invaluable. A simple but profoundly magical principle was laid down in the Vampire Lord's dispelling spell. If she learns this technique, she can make progress. New knowledge is right in front of her, and her magic is close to reaching a new level. Of course, there is one big problem, and that is her health. It is not clear how much she will enjoy these skills until she dies. Death is getting closer and closer, grandmother always asked. Not to study magic, but without magic, Yuma will die sooner or later anyway. Extra 10 years will not change anything. There's no point in even thinking about it. The girl heard that guests had come to her and forgot about her gloomy thoughts. She opened the door and saw the Lord in front of her. Again she appears before him in not the best form. The girl tried to smile and joke, but blood kept coming out of her mouth. It turned out that the Lord did not come alone today. He took his grandmother with him. As soon as Jupiter saw the blood on her granddaughter's body, she immediately changed her expression. Let's go back 10 years, and move to the eastern front of the ever-black empire, to the blooming and sunny countryside. Young Yuma tried to wake up her grandmother because she had to eat and go to work. Jupiter must have drunk too much whiskey before bed again. It is very difficult for her to get up in the morning after such evenings. She said that she will go to work a little later, but now she needs to sleep. Work in the guard's rural unit was the only source of income for the family, although they paid very little for it. Yuma made breakfast for her grandmother, and even though Jupiter wanted to skip a week of work, she couldn't. Now she has a huge responsibility. When you have children, you can't act like a child. She promised to be a good grandmother and work hard, if of course Yuma feeds her. This was never a problem, probably because they were similar in many ways. Although Jupiter pretended that it was delicious, in reality the granddaughter is a terrible cook. Jupiter spent her entire life on the battlefield, where her food was prepared by professional cooks. she was also cleaned and cared for, so she is not adapted to life. The only thing she really knows is magic. She doesn't seem to fit the role of a grandmother at all. Soon the sorceress got dressed and went to work. A new day, new tasks. All the children in this room were still asleep. Yuma usually woke up before everyone else. She did this in order to wake up her grandmother and prepare food for everyone else, because she was the oldest. Grandma always liked that she had such a granddaughter, a little helper in this cruel and selfish world. But this little helper kept asking for money because in order to eat, you have to buy groceries. Jupiter seemed that she only recently gave money for food, but there are too many people in their house. They do not have enough of it. In total, Jupiter sheltered 10 children. Even if you forget about paying for treatment after a lightning strike, there is still a lot of money to live on. The money was running out at an incredible rate. All the savings were spent in the first year, so it was almost impossible to live on the salary. The children didn't care how Grandma earned a living. They needed to eat, and that was all they cared about. After talking with her granddaughter, the grandmother went to her work, where she was treated like a real general, although it was not necessary. No one follows up with them, so all these formalities can be left. She was told that a smuggler was arrested yesterday. Now he is in this room, in an iron cage. He tried to free himself and promised 40% of the profits if they would turn a blind eye to his crimes. He knows that the salary in the guard villages is incredibly low now, so everyone needs additional income. He said that everyone will benefit from this deal, especially Captain Jupiter. With its help, they can expand their business and earn more. She didn't like listening to all these suggestions, so she struck him with lightning. The woman recalled that she was the captain of the Imperial Magic Corps. She is called Lightning Jupiter. Even if she doesn't have a single penny left, she won't smuggle anyone, and she doesn't even want to talk about it. Soon, another body was found on the shore, which has been happening all the time lately. 5 years ago, everything was calm in the village, but now it is becoming really dangerous here. All these wars of the Empire have created a huge number of refugees. The security of the borders is now in question, and this has an impact on the state. Jupiter wants to live quietly and peacefully until the children grow up, but the money is running out, and the work as a captain of the guard is getting tiring. Suddenly, she wanted to smoke. She gave up tobacco a long time ago, as soon as she started living with her children, because it was just a waste of money. Almost nothing remains of the past and legendary version of Jupiter. She thought about the tobacco. It might be among the boxes that were taken from the smugglers. At that moment, she saw that someone was using magic not far from the village. She went to meet the lightning and realized that someone was using magic in her house. Some unknown people entered her house and said that they would kill all the children if they did not give them money. Yuma was very scared. She didn't want to do it, but she was forced to protect the children. Thus she awakened her talent for magic. Jupiter immediately calmed the girl down and assured her that everything was fine, and there was nothing to be sorry for. It was at this early moment that Yuma started having health problems, right after using magic. Blood came not only from her mouth but from her nose and eyes. It was really hard to watch, but there was no way to help. They went to the central hospital for a serious examination. They were informed that this is only a temporary treatment. Because of the scars on the heart, the flow of magical power flows in the opposite direction. An even bigger problem is that she has talent, but because of her scars, she can't control her own magic. The doctor also said that the girl would not die, but she would not have long to live, like all other children who were burned by lightning. In order for Yuma to live as long as possible, she must be taken to the great temple of the capital, where she will receive the highest level of healing from the head priest. Of course, it will cost a lot of money, otherwise the girl will die soon. She won't be able to live long, so if there is no money, you have to feed her at least something tasty, because she is already too thin. At that moment, Jupiter thought, yes, she gave these children a home, but in reality she is slowly killing them. She did not have the opportunity to give them full treatment, and made them suffer from poverty. All problems always arise because of money. Humanity should have found a solution to this a long time ago. Late at night, Jupiter came to the imprisoned smuggler. She held a cigarette in her hands and said that she wanted to hear all the nuances of smuggling. A few days later, she returned home, but not empty-handed. She brought the children a huge pile of toys, clothes, and of course food. She also remembered that Yuma likes to read, so she bought a new book for her. The little girl wanted to make sure that the grandmother did not do anything wrong. Payday is not soon, so she is wondering where the grandmother got the money. The child's very sharp intuition worked at the right moment, but Jupiter found the right words to explain the situation. She assured that there was no need to worry and said that it was a bonus at work. After that, she invited Hume to cook dinner together, because everyone must be very hungry by now. They both cooked dinner together for a long time, to the sounds of children's laughter that filled this house. It was a rare evening of abundance. After that, she went outside to smoke. As soon as she returned to this matter again, she could not stop. The guilt of complicity in smuggling made her suffer, but the tank helped to silence this anxiety. At that moment, the door of the house opened. Yuma decided to show something to her grandmother. Jupiter thought it was some nonsense again, but soon she saw real magic of a high level. She had learned a lot since that day, and it began to frighten Jupiter very much. She immediately remembered the doctor's words that something was wrong with the sorcery source inside the child. Yuma dreamed of becoming just like her grandmother when she grew up, becoming a legendary sorceress who would earn a large amount of money to help others. Jupiter began to scream and said that she herself will always be able to feed the children. She asked for her sake never to study witchcraft. Yuma could not understand anything. She wanted to help, but it turned out that she only angered her grandmother. After that, Jupiter cried and hugged her granddaughter. It was a difficult moment from the point of view of psychology. Life with prosperity did not last long. They felt satisfaction only for a month. Soon, during the investigation of the imperial estate, it became known that Jupiter was involved in smuggling. The investigation began after someone found out that she was treating children in an expensive hospital. They immediately understood that this was impossible because Jupiter's salary was minimal. Upon smelling blood, investigators from the capital immediately went to the village and conducted an investigation. Caught at the scene of the crime, the smugglers immediately told everything about Jupiter. She did not refuse their words and accepted all the accusations, because it was the truth. As a result, she was shamefully discharged from the service. All the years she devoted to military affairs turned out to be wasted. She reassured herself and said that it was her karma, and by the way, she never regretted her act. If Jupiter had not acted on this, the children would not have received the necessary healing, and perhaps they would all have died long ago. After that, she tried to figure out where to get her money now, maybe start fishing. At that moment, a team of unknown people approached her and congratulated her on her freedom. She could not understand why they mocked her, but it turned out that they were not so stupid as to be offended by a wizard. She was immediately offered to become a mercenary, that is, to fight with others for money. At first it made her very angry. To suggest something like that for lightning, Jupiter is the same as a direct insult. In her current state, she needs to change her attitude towards some things. Otherwise, her children will remain completely hungry. A high-level wizard can earn a lot of money, so you have to make the right decision. Jupiter had no choice. Soon she was congratulated on getting a new job. In the evening, the grandmother told that she was being sent to the west for work. Probably there would be another war there. Of course, the children want her to stay with them, because it will be quite scary without her. Jupiter assured her that she will return as soon as she earns a huge amount of money, and asked her not to be afraid of anything. Jupiter the younger understood that the grandmother had no choice but to leave, but she could not help but be afraid. She hasn't been sleeping well lately and has constant nightmares. But today Grandma is around, so everything will be different. Jupiter asked her sweet girl to sleep peacefully and not to worry about anything, because Grandma will take care of everything. Jupiter traveled the continent for a long time, constantly participated in various wars. Earning as a mercenary was not very easy. Soon, Jupiter began to work not only as a mercenary, but also took on any dirty work. The honor she earned as a soldier could not feed her grandchildren. The reputation she had earned throughout her long life was destroyed, replaced by a new one. Now everyone knows her as a soldier who can be bought, who is bent on money. She is known as a person who is ready for absolutely anything for money. The younger Jupiter was always a naive and weak child, but she always felt responsible for her brothers and sisters. Her character began to change. Most of the neighbors, to whom the grandmother used to turn for help, refused to help her. On the contrary, they demanded money, insulted and humiliated her. Yuma had to become stronger, had to become strong, and even had to learn magic, despite the word of his grandmother, in order to protect his brothers and sisters. She understood that she had an incredible talent, and it would be foolish not to use it. To be honest, she had no other choice. In order to survive, she had to do something. The next 10 years flew by like 1 minute, during which time Jupiter and her grandchildren grew distant from each other, not only physically. With the exception of rare letters, their communication gradually decreased, although Jupiter always sent money, and Yuma sent letters. Jupiter the younger then had already become quite an adult, and she understood something. The girl guessed what happened 15 years ago, understood what Jupiter did when she was a sorcerer in the service of the Empire. During this time, Jupiter turned into a grandmother with gray hair, and began to fear the anger of her granddaughter. Yes, she sheltered and raised these children, but none of that made the scars on their hearts go away. Let's return to our days and move to the city of the intersection. There is a restaurant on the first floor of the Central Hotel. Today there is not a very pleasant atmosphere. There is a family conflict. David tried to relieve the tension and make a little joke, but nothing worked. Now even eating is difficult. The hostess brought everything and brought food. It seemed that in her refrigerator you could find food for the next 10 years. She probably wants to appear before the Lord in the best light, although now it does not help at all. On the contrary, It is annoying. Jupiter could not understand why her granddaughter is doing this. She vomits her own blood every day and is approaching death. Why be a sorcerer in such circumstances? Yuma replied that being a wizard was always her dream. She tried not to start a conflict and talked about food and weather. It was unpleasant for David to listen to all these conflicting conversations. He regretted that he came here today at all. Soon Jupiter took her words back. She will take the equipment that the Lord gave her, because there is no sense in giving it to a child who wants to die before her grandmother. These were cruel words, but even in these words there was a drop of truth. After that, Jupiter could not stand it and said goodbye. She said that she had urgent business. Yuma said that never in her life did she consider Jupiter to be her real grandmother. David had no right to interfere because in their stories he was only the third extra, like Ted the bear. He understood that, but he couldn't close his eyes to the constant blood on the Yuma's body. Her condition was really getting worse every time she used magic. The girl replied that their future rival was a vampire lord, and without her they would not be able to win. In this regard, she is absolutely right. Now we have to call a spade a spade. The Lord must push this girl to the limit, regardless of how much blood she spits out of her mouth. Everyone on this front is fighting and risking their lives. She is going to do the same. After that, the girl smiled and reminded that they pay very well for it. Sometimes she makes really good jokes. This conversation made David think that his character also had a lot of family problems, although probably everyone has these problems. A week passed after this conversation. The characters returned to the safe zone and came to the Hummingbird Forge. He finally made a weapon. The bow said it was the best sword he had ever held in his hands. This is the Sword of Death. The word death means that the weapon has the strongest effect of reducing recovery. This is double damage to vampires, ignoring shields and even reducing the ability to regenerate. A real horror for bloodsuckers. Now it was time to give the weapon to the lady. Her request was the most difficult. The Star Silver Evangeline weapon was created by adding a blade to the spear of the Cross family. One of those tricks that works in real life but not in game, so they kept the gear buff and added the Star Silver effect. This whole idea turned out to be really very wonderful. The execution from the hummingbirds is at the highest level. No additional nuances need to be changed. It became a little heavier, but Evangelina is satisfied. This weapon has incredible power. It is difficult now, but in the future the necessary materials will appear, and it will be possible to unlock the true potential of the spear. David did not expect anything else from this dwarf. He easily recognized the evangelist's signature equipment. He will be able to upgrade in the future, but for now let's talk about Star Silver arrows for Demian. The dwarf saw that this guy has incredible eyesight. He even looks at weapons differently. Demian thanked for this gift and said that he will use this weapon and remember the hummingbird. After that, he also received a bonus from the dwarf. A small amount of mistletoe was left, so he decided to use it, thus creating a crossbow. But he looked into the system parameters of this weapon and saw that the crossbow can impose status curses that exist in the game. It's too cool a weapon for a bonus, but you don't expect anything else from a master of his craft. David wanted to pay for all these bonuses, but the dwarf assured that he did not need anything. They had already agreed on the price. David promised to cut off the head of the vampire lord, and all the materials that will be received for killing the Silentian should go to Culibay. If he paid now, there would be no point in fulfilling his duties, so everything is logical. Culibay wished them luck on the battlefield and said he would worry about them. The weapon is finally received. All that remains is to form a strategy for the upcoming battle. David said that after returning to the crossing, you need to visit the blacksmith and pick up the evangelist's armor. The girl didn't know this, but he recently placed an order. She's a tank, so she must have some serious armor. Evangelina hopes that this armor will be very good, although she has to worry about the efficiency. Girls are always like that. Information about the 5th stage has appeared. They will face 5 different types of vampires. There are 9 days left until this battle. They returned to the crossing and went to visit the blacksmith, all according to plan. It was discovered that Evangelina was not at all satisfied. David replied that he had chosen these armors after many hours of thought, and I will like it. But she said that this is the most terrible armor in history. These armors are the result of researching the armor fragments of the Golem army, which were obtained in the 3rd stage. In exchange for increased physical and magical resistance, they reduce attack and movement speed. Fortunately, Evangeline has the characteristic of unrestrained, which gives 100% protection against a condition that prevents normal movement. Instead of lamenting their appearance, she should appreciate the armor's potential benefits. The girl began to cry and said that they died. Her fantasies about the first armor. Cute armor is the last thing she should think about. You should always pay attention to practicality. Angelina answered that stylish appearance, shining armor and a cool helmet are now in fashion among knights. She asked in the future if there is such an opportunity to find something nicer for her. This girl still does not understand how in the future the final armors are waiting for her. They are called Snow White. They are incredibly beautiful. Her image in this armor was even used on the promotional banner for this game. So now she must forget about her aggression and concentrate on the upcoming battle with the vampires. Lucas couldn't help but take the opportunity to laugh at Evangeline. These two always try to outdo each other at anything. David said that today they will talk a lot about the strategy of the defensive battle during the break, but soon everyone should gather at the estate. Towards the evening, David was waiting for his team members. He was standing at the gate of the estate with the director. He did not expect Jupiter to come to him at all, and she did not come alone. She talked about the spread of rumors across the continent, especially that the front was well paid. They talked about this a few months ago when David met her in the guild. She promised that she would spread rumors throughout the continent that the new front commander knows how to spend money. It worked, and now past colleagues have come here. 5 people together with Jupiter. This is a full squad. She said that she would like to call them old hunters. They are really experienced and have been to a lot of different battles together. David said that she is not fully recovered, so he cannot allow her on the battlefield. Jupiter said that she had already heard that they would have to fight vampires, so the Lord needed all the experienced wizards he had. She asked not to worry, and reminded that she was not stupid enough to let magic burn her from the inside. She asked to give her this chance, to show that she is not completely helpless. David invited everyone to the estate and said that now they will discuss the strategy. A really large number of people gathered inside the house, and unusual people, and real masters of war. Of course, the atmosphere was a little tense due to the wizard's family problems, but this did not affect the strategy discussion. David greeted everyone and said that from the beginning he had been thinking of getting some food before discussing the defense of the city. But since everyone came earlier, first they will discuss the strategy, and then they will eat deliciously. David warned that they might lose their appetite, but Evangelina replied that her appetite would never decrease. The most important thing to know at this stage is that the boss of the undead is the vampire lord Silencian. He has 1,000 lives. David warned that this information can be a little shocking, so don't be surprised. It seems that they have to destroy this incredible monster 1,000 times. David replied that he was not sure that they would be able to kill him even once. Of course it would not matter if they did it 1,000 times. That is why it is necessary to find a completely different way of solving this problem. Because vampires, monsters who, with the help of vampirism, take the lives of others and appropriate them for themselves. The king who rules the entire vampire race owns the lives of the soldiers in his army as if they were his own. In the past, for unknown reasons, the Silencian army was already completely destroyed. David does not know how this happened. In a situation when all his assistants were dead, the Silencian who remained alive did not abandon them. He showed nobility. A ruler is responsible for his subjects. He divided his 1,000 lives and gave them to his army and revived it. He acted like a true lord. Now it is clear why the vampire army is so strong. David reminded them that they must face a large number of vampires, and until they destroy every single one of them, Silencian will be immortal. On the other hand, this means that they do not have to fight this monster directly. The tactics developed by the Lord will help win the war. For this they must limit the king, while their soldiers will destroy the other vampires. After this task is completed, they will be able to throw all their forces at the Silencian, which will remain completely alone. David will teach the soldiers to destroy these vampires. He will tell the tactics of the battle with each group of monsters. But you need to remember everything. It's time for a lecture from a typical jerk. This information should become the basis of life, so you need to listen carefully. Evangelina suggested a lecture after dinner. This little pig always wants to eat. Of course, after that, David shouted at her very loudly and continued to lecture for 3 hours until the very evening. After these stories, no one wanted to eat because it was really hard to listen to. Now, confidence in their own strength has become less, because everyone understands that they will face a monster that is stronger than all previous opponents. This animal is really incredibly powerful, but that time they were in a dungeon, in his territory. In the future, they will fight right next to the walls of the fortress, and this will completely change all conditions. The vampire's characteristics will be lowered, and the task will become more realistic, so they can win. All past battles were difficult, some even seemed impossible, but people still won. Now David is sure that nothing will change. Their strategy will allow them to pass this difficult stage. Another question remains, whether the Lord will be able to save the lives of all the people important to him. David mentioned that when he finished the game, there was only one character left, the legendary knight Lucas. All the others had died by then. This really makes him worry, even though he tries to calm down and pull himself together. The Lord is sure that this time everything will be completely different. He will not allow the game to end the same way as then. He will do everything so that the archer, who reaches the end of the game, will not stand alone, but with his friends. They have 9 days left before the start of the stage. Since the strategy is already formed, everyone will spend the rest of the time on training. Now it's time to eat. Everyone must gain strength and energy, because from tomorrow they will not have time to rest. Something interesting was also happening in the vampire estate, although David did not even know about it. It happened 6 days ago in the Lake Kingdom dungeon, 10-city area, Blood Estate. The vampire's assistants came and saw that he tried to commit suicide again. This was not his first attempt. Today, as before, he did not succeed. The assistants are already tired of seeing this every morning. Last week he tried a completely different method. His servant barely managed to wash the entire room of blood. He constantly invents some new ways to die. Maybe it's time to understand that this is impossible. The best attempt was when he tried to die of hunger, because then there were no problems with washing the room. The worst way was trying to crash when the Silentian jumped from a height, had to clean the whole garden of blood. Every day this little Dracula tries to die, but he keeps failing. Due to the incredible ability to regenerate like a Wolverine and the infinite lives shared by his entire army, any attempt ends in failure. He does not understand how much more time and circles must pass before he can finally die and end all this suffering. The people of the Lake Kingdom have always tried to become immortal, but the Lord only suffers because of this gift. The irony sometimes really makes you smile. Silentian never asked to be immortal in his life. He thought that his sad life would end sooner or later. He hoped to finally fall into an eternal sleep. 500 years have passed since the king resurrected him. Does he really think that people can kill him? Vampires have been accumulating strength for a long time and were preparing for a great flood. Silentian knows that all vampires dream of their own death. He apologizes for his words, but he is sure that they will not be able to do it. They ask that he remain their master forever, if that is an adequate request. He said that they will have to fight not quite with ordinary people. The third prince of the emperor was a man, but Dracula looked into his eyes, and David was not afraid at all, but on the contrary continued to show hatred. It reminded him of the creatures that killed him 500 years ago. They behaved the same way. Then the last time his heart beat so hard in his chest, maybe this time it will be the same. Maybe this person who hates monsters so much can finally bring him back to the realm of the dead. The Lord was informed that the army is already in combat readiness. Soon they must go into battle. More than 500 years have passed since Silentian woke up in the Lake Kingdom. During all this time, he managed to increase the number of his legion, because he gave them the opportunity to feed on horrors. 1,000 different types of vampires have come under his complete control, and are now ready to do whatever the Lord commands. Dracula's legion was constantly increasing, but the main forces became the elite 1,000, among which the Silentian divided his life. A lot of time has passed since he last came to the surface. They are going to go through the main gate of the Lake Kingdom, but it is already known that the Nameless is blocking the exit. The last representative of the resistance in the Lake Kingdom, she single-handedly holds back most of the monsters of this hell. She is indeed the embodiment of nobility. But why does she do all this? Silentian thinks that it is time to give up and rest. Nameless would soon reach her limit. For the past 500 years she had worked 24 hours a day without support. It had taken all her strength. Dracula is sure that they will be able to break through the exit. The main part of the Legion is standing in the main square on the north side. As a decoy, they would attack the main gate and engage the Nameless, while the main force would break through the gate and head towards the human city. It's a shame to admit it as a vampire, but few monsters manage to get beyond the realm, having to sacrifice their warriors for this. If it weren't for Nameless, tens of thousands of monsters would attack people almost non-stop every day, and without her help, they would already be dead. The Lord believes that in order to destroy the human race, it is not necessary to make so many sacrifices. 1,000 special vampires are capable of this, so they are not going to waste extra resources on pointless things. 10,000 ordinary monsters and 1,000 elite vampires. This is more than enough to create hell on Earth. It's time to do it. Dracula can't wait to get a breath of fresh air. The legions of vampires began to do their thing and distract the Nameless. She went out, took out her sword, and began to send them to Satan one by one. They consider her a traitor, but she doesn't care because she does what she believes in. These horrible mutants have no right to go outside this dark place. She won't let them. Seeing this, the Lord thought that this was one of the few weapons that could take his life. Fighting this woman is Silentian's favorite way to commit suicide. The problem is that as soon as he died, the Demon King immediately brought him back to life. Usually the king is completely indifferent to the deaths of his legionnaires, but he did not allow anyone to die by the Nameless sword. This heroine saw the Lord and understood that he was going to take a walk on the ground. He asked her to calm down and stop trying to destroy all the sins of this hell, because eventually it would take all her strength and eat her from the inside. Nameless will do anything to stop his circle because he understands how dangerous he is to the world. She does her best, but the number of monsters attacking her at the same time is too high. Soon the Silentian finally felt the fresh air of the surface. He hadn't been here in a very long time. Now he is ready to finally destroy this world, and the preparations are complete. All that remains is to do it. His army is ready to go forward and carry out any orders of the Lord, Whether David and his team can stop them, we will find out in 4 days. Now it's time to go back to the intersection and see what's going on in the central temple. It was so late that David came here and met with Saint Margarita. He came to pray for future salvation. He is not a very religious person, but he still decided to do it. He wants to win the upcoming battle and protect the city. He wants people who want to live to continue to enjoy life. Margarita doesn't see any team members in need of healing, but David still brings a donation with him. The Lord reminded her that the battle is considered holy, because they fight for people's lives, so Margarita said. She said fighting monsters to protect people is a noble cause. That is why he came to ask her not to close her eyes to this holy battle and help them. In order to hire Saint Margarita, you need to come to the temple often and make a donation every time. Having reached a large amount of donations, you can convince her to fight on the side of the people. Instead of trying to heal people who are already injured, it is much more effective to do everything possible to prevent them from being injured. This will be possible if Margarita becomes part of the army and helps them stop the pure evil. They need help right now. With a skill set, heal, and defense specialization, she is the best healer in the world, so getting her on your team is a great opportunity. Margarita began to look very determined and asked the Lord what she could do for him. In the morning, 2 days before the battle, all 4 teams under the command of David stood at the bottom of the Lake Kingdom. All last week they were actively clearing the dungeons in Area 4. There were too many vampires there. Through battles with these monsters, all team members gained enough experience. During this time, the Dion team has significantly improved their skills. They are already on a completely different level. Old hunters, that is, a squad of retired mercenaries, joined them very recently, but already managed to show excellent results. Now they have cleared all 4 areas of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. The main work is done. They did everything they could and finished setting up the equipment and installed various ambushes and artifacts on the walls. Now they will either live or die because the maximum difficulty level has been reached. The system has already informed the Lord. The battle would begin in 2 days. Until then, he allowed all the team members to gather strength and rest. David analyzed the progress of each soldier because he does not know how many of them will remain after the coming battle. He hopes that they will all survive, but of course he has to prepare for the worst-case scenario. There is 1 night left before the start of the defensive phase. Let's move to the center of the city, the room of the Dion squad. They know that this is their chance. They have never been treated fairly before, and they have always played the role of cannon fodder. Before they found themselves at the front of the teams, these 5 were mercenaries. From the very beginning, they were sent to the most difficult areas and exposed to danger. Lack of talent and lack of good techniques are reasons enough to give them the most difficult missions, but the Lord changed everything. He gave them the opportunity to prove themselves and also sensed their potential, gave them excellent weapons and reliable silver armor. Dion no longer doubts and fully trusts David. He wants to show during the battle how grateful they are for the Lord's support. For this, they have an ideal chance to prove themselves, so everyone must give their best in the battle. They also understand that in case of success, they will earn a lot of money. Each of them will be able to realize their long-standing dreams. Someone will open a store and start doing business. Someone, on the contrary, wants to invest this money in their own wedding. There are enough reasons to spend money. Only the team leader has rather strange thoughts about it. When he got a job as a mercenary, he couldn't stay sober and went to drink something strong. Whiskey turned out to be too expensive. It didn't take a lot of money, but still he didn't have even that. If Dion succeeds, he will buy himself a bottle of whiskey every week, an odd goal, but better than nothing. He was advised to drink a bottle a day. Probably he heard this advice from Jupiter. Dion asked his team members to rest and do their best to make the prince proud of them. They will be able to prove themselves, earn a lot of money, and finally realize all their dreams. Now let's move to the Lord's estate and see what the elves are doing. The Shadow Squad is also awake, all in good spirits despite the very difficult battle ahead. By the way, I thought that she needed to calm these children, but immediately forgot about these thoughts. They haven't had a day where they can fully focus on rest for a long time, so it's no wonder the archers are so excited. They noticed that John had gone somewhere. Dorothy decided to find her leader. He was talking to someone, and he became very worried when he saw her standing next to him. Dorothy said that she went out to get some fresh air and asked John who he was talking to. It turned out that she did not come alone, so the whole troop of shadows gathered in one place. John felt that they were all very hungry, and suggested that they attack the Lord's kitchen. Only Dorothy wasn't too happy about these words, and it still seemed strange that John hadn't told her who he'd been talking to a minute ago. He looked at the girl and said that she needs to eat. Tomorrow is a long day, so you need to be strong. Everyone is preparing for the big battle in their own way. Let's see what Demian is doing in the temple room. It turned out that he had been practicing shooting since the morning, repeatedly taking the aiming position. He wants to be at least a second faster, in order to help people at the most important moment. Suddenly he felt dizzy, probably because of the long training, so he decided to go out and get some fresh air. When he went downstairs, he saw that St. Margaret was also awake. She was praying and asking the Lord for strength. He understands that it is wrong to eavesdrop on other people's prayers, but he could not tear himself away and not listen to her sincere prayer. In the central hotel of the city, some also continued their hard training. Yuma remembered the confrontation with the vampire lord and tried to learn his techniques. At these moments, she was disturbed by thoughts about her grandmother. Their conflict is always in the head of each of them. Of course she doesn't want to die, but she has nothing else to do but use her own life as a bargaining chip. In the mercenary guild, Jupiter is still awake. It must be difficult for everyone to sleep tonight. She was never able to fully recover from magical overload. The grandmother does not listen to the recommendations of doctors, so this worsens her health. She had been told many times before to not use magic during treatment. She had not listened to that advice, and this was what it had led to. She also remembers a conversation with her granddaughter. Jupiter thinks Yuma is too cruel to her. It seems that the younger one hates her too much. Maybe someday everything will change. But for today. In the backyard of the Lord's estate, fierce training continues even in the evening. These two do not know how to rest. They want to prepare flawlessly for the upcoming battle. Since the very day they lost to Celenton, Lucas and Evangelina haven't missed a single practice session. At first, Evangelina lost in these battles, but then she learned to listen to her intuition and was able to easily defend herself against the opponent's blows. Now this girl is finally on the verge of enlightenment, that is, on the way to the ultimate. There remains the last step, but sometimes the last step is the hardest to take. For a second, she lost her concentration and missed a powerful blow from Lucas. This guy never forgives inattention. He doesn't care if a teenager is fighting him. She couldn't dodge even using her intuition and now wants to understand what technique he used. These two are ready to go to the end in order to get at least a minimal advantage, true knights of light. With the first rays of the sun, David was already on top of the fortress wall. He was the first to see that the enemy army was approaching, but the Lord was ready for this. If you look more closely, you can understand that Celention also sees David. This guy must be happy today, because he will die. David was angry when he saw his smile, but he did not forget the promise in the dungeon. After that, he turned to the soldiers and ordered everyone to get ready. Soon everything would begin. Warriors know what awaits them. They know what strategy was chosen and are ready to do anything. In these moments, everyone should look inside their soul and answer some questions. They must understand what they are fighting for today. For some, it may be an opportunity to protect their family. Someone believes that he is simply protecting humanity and fighting the darkness. It doesn't matter what motives each of them has in any case. It is this motive that makes them fight and go forward no matter what. In front of them is the elite army of the King of the Undead. It would seem that what else is needed in order to die of fear? Almost 1,000 ice bloodsuckers walking next to the fallen blood. There are about 20 of these guys. Even that's not all. There are also elite vampires, 7 of them, and they are confident in their own abilities. The Alpha Vampire General is already known to us. He was an assistant in the Lord's estate. There is also a Beta Vampire General. This is the same girl who dissuaded the Lord from committing suicide again. And of course the main king of vampires, Lord and real Count Dracula, His Majesty Celention. David is not worried about him at all. He is sure that his strategy will win today. Their human army is also ready. 300 soldiers of the Golden Age Squad and 900 mercenaries behind. This is no joke. Not far from them are the Team Lily and Margarita. They will manage the artifacts. Team Dion did not sleep through the battle. Yesterday they said many motivating words to each other, and today they will act, not talk. The Shadow Squad is also in the meeting. For them, this is another opportunity to show people that not all elves are bad. The old hunters have already seen many battles, but today even they are nervous because something incredible is coming. The core squad have made a lot of progress in recent weeks, and today they will be expected to do even more than usual. If the vampires are really very brave, then let them come to the territory of the fortress. Thousands of monsters of various types have been killed here in recent months. Unlike these stinking vampires who have been poisoning the planet for hundreds of years, these soldiers are the elite of the human race. They are young and fresh. It is symbolic that they will fight under the bloody rays of the sun, but David is sure that even this will play in favor of the people. The third principal of the Empire reported that the vampires were preparing to attack, so it was time to take up defensive positions. The cannons have been put into combat readiness. A lot will depend on these weapons. Celention smiles again as he orders the first squads of bloodsuckers to begin battle. It seems that for him it is just a game. Probably when you live for 500 years, everything around loses its meaning. His army immediately began to carry out the king's order. These terrible monsters do not think. They only do what they are told. David has no time for additional speeches and motivation. He just wants to win. This army is all that ordinary people of the intersection have. They must stand strong and protect humanity until the very end. As soon as the monsters got to the kill box, David immediately ordered to start attacking immediately. The first bloodsuckers immediately felt what cannon fire was like. They hardly liked it. Under constant attacks, they instantly turned into torn pieces of flesh. None of the soldiers looked happy. They remained focused and serious. David immediately explained the principle of life and death of these vampires. That is why the soldiers are not so happy. They understand that when the object dies, its life immediately returns to Silention. Silention, in turn, infuses the dead body with life again, thereby restoring and restoring. A whole 1,000 monsters share their life and blood with their king, thus the zombie-like phenomenon is born. To stop this vicious cycle, each of the cores of the soul must be destroyed one by one. Alpha expected this battle for a long time, but it turns out that it is too boring. Everything was different before. It turns out that while they were sitting below, human strategies did not develop much. Although rather, in all these years, they did not have enough opportunities to gain experience. Alpha thinks it's possible they won't even have to get involved in this battle. If these monsters reach the walls of the city, then the people will not have a chance. At the moment, the vampire army has 1,000 soldiers, but if they kill soldiers, then their number increases immediately. By allowing them to build up their powers in this way, the human side is the only one who will suffer the losses. Tactics to defeat the vampires must be done from a distance, but these vampires keep getting closer, and that's a problem. Of course, the Silentian understands that it is unlikely that he will be able to defeat the person who destroyed the Orlops so easily. Maybe the vampires overestimated the enemy. The Spider Queen was killed with a regular cannon, so maybe the people were just lucky. In any case, everything will become clear soon, but for now it looks like the vampires will win easily. Much has been said about the Lord of the Crossing and its strategic capabilities, but it has yet to be seen. Soon the vampires reached the walls and began to climb the mountain. Seeing this, the soldiers felt real fear, because they know what will happen when the vampires get to the city. Silentian watched and tried to understand if humans were really that weak, if this was really the end for humanity. It is surprising that he met them only with cannon shots. It seems as if he is easily giving up his fortress. In fact, David foresaw all these events. He waited for the right moment and ordered to act. So far, this strategy looks quite strange. The soldiers brought the bodies of dead pigs. After that, they started throwing these pig carcasses down on the ground. It is not clear what they planned, but it seems that they opened a restaurant and want to feed vampires. Monsters of the Blood Clan are in a constant state of hunger. This has been known since ancient times. Bloodsuckers always crave meat. Vampires always want blood, without which they cannot exist. The higher a vampire's rank, the better he is at subduing his own instincts. These monsters, called ghouls, cannot afford such a thing. They are cannibals who feel insanity when they smell flesh and blood. Such people struck at the weakest point of the vampire army. Such a scenario did not occur to anyone. Earlier in the war, more attention was paid to honor. Silantian believes that this tactic will not help them. They are just the bodies of dead pigs. The ghouls will destroy them in 10 seconds. If this is the only trick prepared by David, then he will only be able to buy a little time. And that's it. At that moment, there was another explosion. It was a slightly different color. Dracula thought it was cannon shots again. He got bored because nothing interesting was happening on the battlefield. Then strange things began to happen. Silentian said that the souls of vampires do not return to him, and he does not understand how this is possible. He smiled and said that the soul core of 300 warriors had been destroyed. So the tactics used by David have definitely started to work now. David understood that the vampires did not recover. They destroyed them for real, and now they will not return. It's hard to even imagine how long he tried to come up with a strategy before finding the right answers. While exploring the dungeon, he came up with a plan to destroy the soul core. In short, you must first kill the monster with a silver sword, and then attack it with magic. In a real battle, it is very difficult to do this. There are too many enemies, so difficulties arise. After some time, David had the idea to put silver in the bodies of pigs and throw them as bait. After that, the upcoming powerful magic attack will quickly destroy these devil minions. Since wizards need to conserve energy to fight vampires, David invented a special artifact. He used up all the mana cores and created a mana cannon. The soldiers perfectly coped with their task. Everything was done quickly and clearly. Now vampires will finally understand that people are also well prepared and have their strengths. They deliberately let the vampires get close and opened fire with regular guns, knowing it was ineffective. If the vampires had realized what the humans were up to, they could have changed their strategy. But these monsters proved too stupid and continued to move forward. 300 bloodsuckers were taken out with almost one shot. A really great job. Even took his step forward. Now Silentian must respond to it with something. In a matter of seconds, his army lost 30% of its power. Now we have to wait for his next move. Surprisingly, this crazy teenager was also satisfied. He thinks that everything is exactly as it should be. Now you can enjoy the battle. As expected, very quickly he sent the second wave of his army to the fortress. The elite vampires were bloodied. It seems that they want to break through the walls of the fortress with their heads. They are so angry after what they saw. David is ready for any scenario and knows how to destroy these heathens. He asked the soldiers to load the silver cannon immediately. As soon as everything was ready, he gave permission to attack the enemy. Everything happened clearly and quickly. Excellent preparation. They added various pieces of silver to all the extraordinary cannonballs, which turned the weapons into special silver projectiles. Very quickly, David saw that even after losing limbs, monsters still begin to recover. This means that the old hunters must show everything they are capable of. This was enough for these old men to immediately prepare to act. They had long been waiting for their chance to defend the walls of the fortress again, especially Jupiter. Covered in silver dust and shrapnel, the bloodsuckers burned alive along with their cores. Those who remained did not pay any attention to this and continued to attack. Now it's time to use the Shadow Squad in battle if they were always ready to help. Fire arrows began to attack the monsters. The number of these attacks is even difficult to count. Silver arrows and explosion magic. This is an incredibly effective combo, a cocktail of death for any vampire. With Jupiter's powerful magic attacks and Helen's silver arrows, more than half of the bloodsuckers of the second wave were destroyed within minutes. Now only the second half of the army remains. The closest moment of the battle is approaching. Bloodied, hideous-looking mutants, they keep running even with their arms and legs torn off. Such moments you can always turn to Damien, and he asked him to clean up these elite vampires. Now everyone will see that training and honing skills always leads to an improvement in the level of a warrior. His shots will become even more accurate. Finally, the vampires will also feel it on their own body. With the help of additional training, Damien started to shoot faster. His stance improved, as did his reload speed. He destroyed 5 elite vampires and didn't even get tired. This guy's progress is faster than his arrows. The Lord gave the order only a few seconds ago and the task is already half done. Asking him to take out all the other vampires would be too bad a strategic decision, so David told the boy to rest. David ordered the soldiers to throw down the remains of the carcasses of domestic animals. He also asked all the archers to get ready. Her help would be needed soon. Bloodsuckers have started eating the bodies of dead animals. These guys will learn from their mistakes. This is what David was waiting for. This is exactly what he expected. So now he ordered to attack. The archers immediately started shooting at the monsters with arrows with magic. Everything ingenious is the easiest. After that, the mana cannon was activated. The explosions after attacks from this weapon are always incredibly good. The human army performs its tasks well and almost completely destroyed the second wave. There were only 5 elite monsters left. The blood fell. They didn't pay attention to the animal bodies and continued to move forward. Of course, this already shows that their level of intelligence is a little higher, but weapons made of star silver will not allow them to reach the target. Double damage deals real damage. It ignores the effect of protection and reduced regeneration. The perfect symbiosis for killing vampires. At such moments, he realizes that all their hard training was not in vain. All this is done to look perfect during the battle. The knights began to count the kills of the monsters. They killed 1 vampire each. Damien immediately reminded that he had already destroyed 5, so for now, he is in the lead. The winner of this competition will get a chance to dine with the Lord. David doesn't mind. He is willing to feed them like pigs if they win this battle. Of course, everyone needs to stay alive, even though it is an incredibly difficult battle. But I don't want to arrange funerals again. Silention longs for death for many years. He dreams of it. He dreams of death when he sleeps. He is looking for someone who can put an end to his long and tiring eternity. Of course he wanted death, but he hated to lose. Instead of voluntarily giving his life to the enemy, he tried to commit suicide. Dracula considers it a more noble cause. He does not like mercy, and he is not going to give in to anyone. He only needs a fair fight, in which both he and his opponent will risk their own lives. In such a battle there will be no shame in losing. For him, this is the perfect death, the death that Silention always dreamed of. He watched and saw his legion of soldiers die like ordinary ants. He perfectly feels that their lives are not coming back. They are running away from his fingers like sand. This vampire lord, for the first time in hundreds of years, finally felt real excitement. He had been waiting for this for a very long time. His heart began to beat faster, and he finally felt alive. Over the years, he had forgotten what it was like to see the precious lives of his warriors thrown to the ground like trash. He has completely forgotten what it's like to play this game with death, and of course he enjoys it immensely. The first wave was destroyed near the walls of the fortress. The second wave was more successful, but was still killed. Silention ordered everyone else to let them go. Let them continue to make their way at the cost of their own lives. Vampires always do this. They are ready to sacrifice their warriors for the sake of achieving a result. There is nothing new in this strategy. The third wave is ready. The battle will continue for as long as the Lord wishes. They do not hide that they want their warriors to pave the way for them from their bodies. Everyone here understands everything. David destroyed the second wave of vampires and waited for further actions of the military rival. He had already destroyed 60% of the army, but strangely enough, the Silentian only smiled. After losing a huge number of soldiers, he laughs like a joker, as if he sees something funny in it. Surprisingly, a new wave is attacking again. It seems as if Dracula did not see that the first and second waves were completely destroyed. It seems that he did not understand at all that it makes no sense to attack a human fortress in this way. The vampires will be destroyed just like their predecessors, without achieving any goals at all. The Prince of the Empire is trying to understand why the Silentian uses the same tactics, but so far it is difficult to find an answer to the question. It seems that Silentian is asking David to destroy his soldiers, as if begging him to do so and forcing them to run into a deadly ambush. Lucas saw that the vampire army was approaching and said that they were waiting for the Lord's orders. Now is not the time to get lost in your own thoughts. David leads the army, so you can't lose concentration. He looked at the artillery and ordered to start the attack. You can't give the vampires a chance to get close to the army. Cannons, arrows, and bullets had a simple purpose. They had to destroy the maximum number of the enemy. It partially worked, but the bloodsuckers are huge in number, and that's their advantage. Even though they were seriously wounded, they continued to move forward as if hypnotized. David perfectly understands that if these monsters get inside the fortress, then the game will be over. Basically, the third wave consists of reinforced bloodsuckers. These were tanks that stopped silver arrows with their own bodies. They were destroyed in the air almost immediately, but the monsters behind them did not take any damage. There were also quite cunning and fast ghouls who acted as the main force. And of course buffers. They imposed berserker status on the entire army of the third wave. And now the bloodsuckers, which from the very beginning moved on two legs, began to run like real animals. David does not remember that he agreed to play a zombie shooter. Because of this, tactics need to be changed. He immediately ordered to activate all the artifacts that the army has, to be flexible, and use all available methods. Soon the magical power also began to defend the city of the Crossing Fortress. We even had to use the automatic defensive turret, which was in standby mode until that moment. Surprisingly, despite all these magical things, it is still not enough. They need a strong blow with magic on the enemy. If you look at Jupiter, you can see that from the very beginning it looked quite lively, but now it is noticeably tired. There is no way out. Junior Jupiter must step forward and help the army. She felt that her turn would soon come, even in spite of her illness. Today, she must give all her strength. Yuma was given a crucial role in the battle with the vampires, but if she is loaded now, she may not last and get tired before the final battle. The girl asked the Lord not to worry and said that she is 100% ready. Family conflict always makes itself felt at the most inappropriate moment. Jupiter said that she should deal with this matter. David reassured the grandmother and told her to focus on regaining energy. The fight will continue long enough. Everyone will be able to prove themselves. Helen reported that in a minute they would load their weapons and be ready to continue the attack, which was great news. The monsters have already reached the walls of the fortress and started to climb the mountain, so there is no time. You have to act. It seems that Demian has rested a bit and is now ready to destroy blood for Nepal again. Of course, at a critical moment one cannot do without the help of knights of the highest rank. Lucas and Evangelina will not be alone. They will be helped by the Dion squad. All of them are already ready to engage in close combat, because no vampire should overcome the wall. The Dion squad has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Today they must write their names in history in golden letters. Soon the first faces of the monsters appeared on the wall, which means that it is time to act. Evangelina decided to strike first. She still continues to compete with the others and count the vampires killed. Lucas believes that she is not playing by the rules. He does not give her a second point. Dion squad also wants to participate in this game, although they have little talent, but they are very motivated. If they act as a real team and connect their minds, they will show that this is also enough to be among the best. Soon the Shadow Squad also joined this game and activated their arrows. Vampires came here to destroy and kill, but it turned out that real hell awaited them here. They were very lucky until this moment. But now Yuma has appeared on the battlefield, so you can expect a battle of the elements. At first the vampires saw that it had started to rain. It seems that this is an ordinary change of weather, and there is nothing wrong with it. But in just a few seconds, lightning struck the army of monsters and fried 100 vampires at once. The combination of water and lightning destroyed monsters instantly, a perfect strategy. This is the beauty of wizards who can use several elements at the same time. In the area of one particular element, they don't seem to be as strong as normal sorcerers, but the ability to combine skills narrows the gap in strength. Despite family problems, they still stand by each other and fight for a common goal. David asked these ladies to forget about family troubles and fight as one. The bloodsuckers, who were on the walls at the time of Yuma's attack, continued to climb the mountain. Here they will be met by a squad of golden years, These experienced warriors have taken pain pills from their joints and prepared for a fierce confrontation. David didn't want to order ordinary soldiers into close combat. Their mortality rate would be much higher than that of game characters. Even from a tactical point of view, he couldn't let the Blood Clan get people's lives. But to be honest, the Lord just didn't want to see ordinary soldiers die. He knew and understood that this was not a battle from which you could get out without casualties, but he still tried to avoid it. This could not last long. David saw that the monster was approaching, so he was forced to give the order to engage in close combat. They must destroy every one of them, otherwise these monsters will enter the city and kill women and children. Lore also did not stand aside and took part in the battle. They soon repulsed the attack, although there were enough losses on both sides. At this point, most of the vampire army is killed. If they continue like this, the humans can hope to win. Soon, David saw that the most difficult part of the battle was coming, because something much more serious was approaching them. The king of the undead has begun his march, which means that now David needs not only his warriors, but also luck. So far, things are looking pretty weird. At first, the Silentian chose a stupid tactic and decimated his warriors. Now that most of his army had been destroyed, he decided to act. Just like in the game, some show of confidence in victory even after losing a huge army. As soon as the vampire army came close, David ordered to open fire immediately. Beta was one of the first to come within striking distance, and was immediately attacked by the crossing soldiers. So far, she had confidently dodged all of their attacks. This was no longer an ordinary vampire that could be easily destroyed. Beta is a vampire with strong physical skills, the strongest in the Silentian army. We can say that she is a living, breathing tank in the body of a person who has mastered one of the main skills of the game. Satisfied with her actions, Silentian ordered his army to move on. David is not going to watch this silently. He ordered Helen to attack. Magical arrows in large numbers began to fly towards the vampires. A little more, and it would be enough to send the monsters to hell. It turned out that this is a completely different level of vampires. These guys also know how to use magic. This is not fallen blood, and also an unusual bloodsucker, so here you need a completely different tactic to win. The worst thing in this situation is that the Alpha not only stopped the arrows, but also turned them towards the city. The soldiers could not understand what was happening. They definitely did not expect such a turn of events. We were flying in the opposite direction. We had to hide, but everything was happening too fast. The Lord was not hurt, although of course he felt that the initiative was slipping out of his hands. Everything was much easier in the game. So now that they're in reality, the Alpha uses magic with gusto. No wonder he's the strongest blood mage in the Silentian army. A monster that has fully mastered the second technique of the main skills. But David also knows how to stop it. Defense barrier has been activated. It is the best defensive artifact for local battles. It slows down enemy attacks and reduces damage to soldiers. This is Lily's personal initiative. It is immediately noticeable that her experience makes itself felt. Thanks to her intelligence and experience, they took minimal damage. It's great that she is a member of their army. But no matter how smart Lily was, even this was not enough to protect every warrior of the Empire. David called Margaret and asked her to focus on helping the wounded, especially Helen, because she was still needed on the battlefield. Margarita is one of the best healers in the game. She is truly a master of her craft. Thanks to Margarita, they were able to immediately help all the victims. It is wonderful that David was able to pull her out of the temple to the front. During all this time, while they were busy helping the wounded, the vampires had already approached the city walls. David cannot understand why Silentian ordered his soldiers to die and stood by and did not help. It is difficult to understand this idea. Alpha and Beta may have been the exception to the rule, but why not add 2 or 3 regular vampires to these warriors? To the higher vampires, all these low-grade vampires are no different than normal house dogs. Of course, Silentian loves them and tries to keep them under control, which is why he gives them a part of his soul. They are all his loyal army who fight for him to the very end, but they are not allowed to sit at the same table with him during dinner. Humans are the main food for vampires, so when a Silentian talks about dinner, he means eating soldiers. Those weak vampires who died are ordinary dog food, but those who survived showed what they are worth. Silentian looked at the people and said that they should be grateful and happy. Now all these warriors would make great food for the true high vampires. It is no longer possible to listen to the speeches of this teenager with a headache. David called Demian and asked him to get ready. He ordered the boy to make sure that these merciless bats would never smile again. It seems as if Demian has been waiting for this very order all this time. He is also tired of listening to these stupid speeches. He fired his arrow, although it seemed that the Alpha would easily stop it. The impression was that this attack made no sense. Alpha called the people fools, but a second later lost his finger to that same arrow. He definitely didn't expect this. His magic didn't work. But how could that be? Silentian smiled. He thought that the Alpha didn't get enough sleep today, and that's why he couldn't stop the normal arrow. The best sorcerer of the vampire army said that something was wrong with this arrow. It was not like all the others. It's even an unusual silver arrow. It's completely different, and it's almost impossible to stop something like that. Vampires were still thought of as cheap tricks by humans. They smiled and continued to feel safe. Now finally Damien removed the smiles from their faces. It was about this, and about the strength of the Lord. Now the Alpha guessed that Damien was attacking with arrows made of star silver, and devil's mistletoe was added to these arrows. This means that people are really well prepared to destroy vampires, but this is still not enough. Hearing that the arrows might not be enough, David ordered the mana shells to be activated. Selenchen immediately stood up from his throne and grabbed one of those mana orbs. Dracula sensed the energy of the Orlop, a weapon that was created from the soul of the Nightmare Legion commander. This weapon could actually kill him, and the sense of his own death coming near sent the vampire lord into ecstasy. The tactics of the people are very simple. You need to pierce the vampire with silver and finish it off with magic. Surprisingly, this entire strategy can be performed by Damien, for which he does not even need support. Now the guy can rest a little. Today he rarely acts, but very effectively. Soon Dracula allowed to continue to the top of the fort. Alpha and Beta go hunting. These two are the best warriors in his army. No wonder he ordered them to do the main work. Seeing this, David ordered all his soldiers to arrest these two vampires. He understands how dangerous they are. It will be very, very difficult to do this. Normal and primitive attacks will not hurt these vampires at all. Beta climbed the wall so fast that she must have set a world record, because the other monsters took a lot of time to do it. As soon as people made eye contact with the monster, their faces immediately showed all their current emotions. They did not understand, were surprised, and were afraid of this woman. This is the natural fear of death. For a vampire, all the joy of human existence in most cases comes down to sucking blood and eating bone marrow. Although there are also ideas of what pleasure it is to watch people scream from fear with a smile on their lips. Also, vampires like to taste the tears that people shed when they plead for their lives. But the Beta was left tongueless in the past, so she doesn't need it. The battle had just begun. She felt that she would still have enough time to enjoy the battles with the humans. Now she is fully ready to concentrate on her instructions. She came here to fulfill the boss's order, to destroy the wall, and that's exactly what she's doing. Beta always does her job. Even if she is ordered to bring the heart of the devil, there is no doubt that she will do it. After that, the Alpha is ready to go to the front line and help his sister as well. We remember that he is the best sorcerer of the Blood Clan and knows many things. From the bodies of destroyed monsters, he created an ice road to the fortress. This guy is really a great inventor. He should work for the Tesla company. The Lord of Vampires wants to go up to them along this road. It can be said that this is his way to victory. It is strange because the main gate opened and the third prince of the empire came out. But he ordered his soldiers to immediately set the table. It seems that he plans to eat a little. The soldiers immediately went out, brought out the table and chairs, and set out wine and glasses. David invited the undead king to the table and offered to talk for a while over a glass of delicious wine. Up until this point, the Selenchen had been enjoying the process. It was fun and interesting, but now he was really surprised. During the last meeting, David had a lot to say to his team members. He said that using the tactics he had prepared, he wanted to isolate the Selenchen, while the soldiers had to destroy the other vampires. So from the very beginning, David knew he had a hidden weapon to keep the vampire lord out of battle. This weapon is called Commander's Talk, a special event that only activates during boss stages. The idea worked immediately. In the game he had a 100% chance of success, but now it is real. When Selenchen looked at David as if he were obsessed, the prince was scared to death. The encounter is activated, and now the commanders cannot join the battle. They can only sit and talk to each other for 10 turns. This secret conversation will either reveal the secrets of the world or change the course of the battle. Lucas was the commander in the game, so David did not activate this function very often. It was difficult to take a knight of the highest rank from the battlefield, but now the commander is David, so everything is different. He does not participate in the battle directly, so he will be much more useful if he can fence off the Selenchen for at least 10 turns. 1 turn in the game is about 3 minutes in real life, so the Vampire King can only return to battle after half an hour. Selenchen is not sure that he should raise his glass. After all, they are not very close. The Vampire Lord said he likes to drink wine and watch life wither like flowers. It's a pretty picture. David agrees. Nothing makes alcohol taste better than the screams with which monsters die. 2 asked Dracula to wait a little. Soon he will see how the soldiers of the fortress will not leave a wet place from the vampire army. Lucas, meanwhile, was in charge of the human army. He had already given the first order and told the soldiers to retreat. In the battle against vampires, the number of people does not matter at all. As soon as they become a target, they become a means of restoring health. It is better to remove ordinary soldiers and fight with a small elite squad. These were David's words, and Lucas agreed with them. So now they are sticking to the plan. Lucas ordered the soldiers to rest, and everyone else should prepare for battle. The vampires looked confident. They haven't had anything fun in a long time, and today is the day. The soldiers did not have time to escape, and the vampires had already climbed the walls of the fortress. Lucas knows that he cannot allow vampires to attack ordinary soldiers, so he must act. The main force must be thrown into battle with the two best warriors of the vampire army. Lucas and Evangelina knew their opponents in advance, so they trained every day with each other. The Dion squad wanted to take on the remaining vampires, even though it was a very dangerous thing to do. Detaining ordinary vampires and buying time was their task from the very beginning. They trained for a long time and were sure that everything would be fine. Dion is right, but now a lot has changed, so they will not only have to fight monsters, but also protect ordinary soldiers. Considering the power of these vampires, it is safe to say that this makes the task much more difficult. Would it be right to entrust such an important and serious matter to the Dion detachment? Lucas has to make a decision. At this point, he thought of David to say Lord now. After a few seconds, Lucas ordered everyone to stick to the strategy that was approved by David. Lucas and Evangelina will fight Alpha and Beta. John and Dorothy must secure them. Jupiter, Damien, Yuma, Thomas, and Nancy must attack, choose a target, and do everything to destroy it. The remnants of the old hunters and the entire Dion squad must fight ordinary vampires. Of course, there is no need to risk life once again. The current situation is different from the one they were preparing for. Now the vampires will try to attack the soldiers who have not yet had time to leave, so they must be protected. Human lives will always be a priority. Vampires are cunning and cruel. As soon as you show weakness, you will immediately become their target. It is necessary to detain them for the maximum amount of time and respond to all their actions very clearly and harshly. After all these words and advice, the battle has begun. Soon everything will be decided, and we will know if the people can stand this battle. The battle of good versus evil is a classic, but it often happens that evil has more chances to win. This situation is no exception. In order to do the impossible and win the battle, one must make maximum efforts. Meanwhile, Silentian suggested that David make a bet. The vampire lord is sure to win when this bottle of wine is finished. If David wins, the vampire will save his life and give him the opportunity to watch the end of the world until the last moment. So he hints that even if all his warriors die, he will be able to bring this world to an end without their help. Silentian said that they still have a lot of time to think about what David will do if he loses in this match. The prince is sure that his people are strong. They are enough to destroy all the vampires and cut off Silentian's head. At this very moment, the battle was still going on. There was a large amount of blood and body parts of vampires and humans all around. For now, the initiative is in the hands of the vampires. They are too strong, even for the best warriors of the fortress. The Dion squad really wanted to show their best side, but it will be difficult to do that when you don't have enough talent. Mid-rank warriors must be able to prove themselves. They only have one chance to do so. While rare characters get this chance over and over, even if they fail, mid-rank characters don't have that luxury. The moment they are thrown into battle, they must seize their first and last opportunity to demonstrate their worth. They must show not only utility, but ingenuity and value to the world. They must show that they are more than ordinary shields. Each of them wants to come out of the shadows and become a real hero. This is a normal desire. Each of them wants to bathe in the rays of glory, and also each wants to become the main hero of humanity. Dion has always lived with this purpose in his heart, since childhood. He dreamed of becoming a hero, and today he finally got that chance along with his team. Let's go back 30 minutes and see what happened at the top of the fort walls. It was a tough battle. Evangelina and Lucas led the other knights forward as true leaders. Dion reminded his team that they must always stay in line, because if they split, they will die. All members of the Dion plant perfectly understood that they did not pose a particular threat on their own. When they fight together, these five create a real synergy that can give them the opportunity to defeat even the strongest enemies. But as Lucas said, vampires are very smart and cunning. From the very beginning, they don't care about a squad of 5 mercenaries. They don't care about their dreams and desires. They came here to destroy, kill, and eat human hearts. When people see such cruelty, even the most experienced warriors who have been in a large number of battles begin to feel fear. Only the best knights are willing to raise their swords and give the other soldiers a chance to escape, and try to buy them some extra time. Captain of the Golden Age Legion, a veteran among veterans, he has been commanding ordinary soldiers since he joined the Crossing Army in the second phase. Today, unfortunately, he fell like a proud knight because he could not withstand the attack of the vampire. Despite his great desire, he could not win even a minute of time. Some would even say that he died in vain. Seeing the dead captain, he will die as if he has lost his mind from anger and hatred. Dion tried to calm them down. He said that now is not the time for emotions. We must retreat. It's probably easy to say when you haven't fought a human together in decades. So the Golden Age squad didn't listen to Dion. They went straight for the enemy. This is exactly what the vampires were waiting for. It seems that they deliberately set up an ambush for these warriors. Of course, the old soldiers knew that they had no chance of winning the battle against the vampires. But after their captain died, they lost their minds because they had been with him almost all their lives. It was impossible to turn away from death and go towards life, probably because they were already too old. For this, they had to pay a very high price. It seemed that they were ready to do it. Faced with the death of all those who were their comrades yesterday, the Dion squad also began to lose their self-control. They forgot about the plan. They forgot that only when they act as a team can they be dangerous, and they shouldn't be judged for that. The Hessian was level 25, and maybe deep down he was overconfident. In vain, he thought that one good blow would easily defeat such a strong opponent as a vampire. Even for minimal mistakes, you have to pay with your life on the battlefield. In the last moments of his life, he realized that he had made a mistake, so he apologized to his team. After a second, he was left without a head. It is hard to even imagine how difficult it was for his team members to watch. Dion could not believe that he had lost a close friend. Yesterday they were planning the future together and telling their dreams. Yesterday he talked about what he wanted to do after defending the Empire, and today he ended his life's journey. It seems he said he wanted to earn money and open a small business. All of that doesn't matter now. All his dreams destroyed and trampled by vampires, as well as his life. Alpha enjoyed when he tasted Hessian blood. He said that this blood is very fatty. That's what he likes. Vampires deliberately play this game. They do everything to make the soldiers forget about strategy and plans. They do everything to create real chaos. It must be admitted that they manage it perfectly. Even Dion cannot take the situation under control. Their team completely lost their minds. Usually the front does not forgive such mistakes. It must be very difficult for people to suffer so much because of the death of their friends during the war. After only a few minutes, the Dion squad was almost completely destroyed, their eyes filled with despair. The vampires were enjoying this moment, probably why they had waited so long in the dark. Dion was forced to watch his best friends being cut to pieces like pigs. He understood that he had lost control over the situation, and now the tearful eyes of his best friend would look at him forever. She apologized for running ahead, and also apologized for dragging him into the world of mercenaries. They apologized for this journey to success that ended so tragically. She probably doesn't show it, but these words won't help her now, just like any words won't help Dion now. Did they want too much? Starting a business? Getting married? Financially helping parents and relatives? They just wanted to earn money. It seemed that these were ordinary human dreams. It can hardly be called a manifestation of great greed. Dion gave up on his eternal dream of becoming a main character a long time ago. All he wanted so badly was just to stay on stage, even as a nameless character, a supporting character. There is nothing greedy about it. He was born human and people are allowed to dream. As a child, from the mud in which he grew up, the starlight seemed beautiful. That starlight always beckoned, but it was so far away that it was impossible to reach out. Instead, he turned his attention to another glow. It was much closer, close enough to reach, but not close enough to burn. Knights and mercenaries are not at all butterflies that fly to the light of fire. They are people, and there is nothing wrong with their dreams. There's really nothing wrong with dreams, to be honest. It's not dreams that kill people. Monsters kill them. The battle is not over yet, so the Dion squad died not in vain. Now Dion understood. His men managed to injure the vampire with silver swords. If you do this with other vampires, you will only have to wait for the help of sorcerers, and the job will be done. Dion has to take responsibility and do it. He has to finish what his team started. He will not allow the names of the members of his squad to remain written on the graves of young men who died in vain. He is going to destroy these monsters and inscribe his name in history, forever cementing his heroic deed. As long as the last night remains, the vampires cannot celebrate because the humans will fight to the very end. Vampires also have enough magic to stop magic, so this battle is unlikely to end quickly. There was no sorcerer among the people who could stop the blood magic of two vampires at the same time. Even the battle of tanks from the squad of old hunters did not change anything. The result is still the same. It seems that they die in vain, but it is not quite so, because thanks to them, Dion was able to buy himself some time. His goal is simple enough to wound 2 more vampires with the silver sword and then summon a sorcerer. He did it with incredible confidence and zeal. He must have been thinking about his friends at that moment. The sword entered the Alpha's neck, but he did not attach much importance to it, because he considered it just a child's toy. Dion, like his friends, was left without a head. His path in our history ended like this. Vampires began to finish off the remains of people and prepare to attack the city. They had planned to eat a lot today, but suddenly they heard loud laughter. At first, the devil's minions didn't understand who was laughing. Was someone from people so unafraid of death that he was ready to laugh in her face? It turned out that not all warriors are dead, and not everyone believes that the battle is over. Probably the vampires did not immediately understand what was happening. They probably did not look at today's weather forecast. The use of lightning does not particularly scare vampires, especially if they forget that they were wounded by silver swords. The work of a sorcerer is no joke. No matter how many friends die, a sorcerer has no right to enter into battle until the right time comes. Sorcerers are stronger than other soldiers who risk their lives on the front line. It's terrible no matter which way you look at it, but it's true. And now we're going to see confirmation of these words. Family conflict resolved. Jupiter and her granddaughter are ready for battle, as is Lily, who has forgotten her dreams of retirement for the day. This squad of sorcerers is going to do something big here. We can only wish them luck. No matter how their magical attack ends, you can be sure that vampires will definitely not like it. Being fried by lightning is not the best way to spend an evening with friends. The lightning strike received the help of the second skill of relighting. Probably it was Yuma who entered the battle. Vampires had never felt this much pain before. They really were seared like grilled chicken ribs. After such an attack, their mana cores immediately materialized, now visible to the naked eye. All that remains is to aim and deliver an accurate blow. If you have Demian in your team, then you cannot worry that this task will be successfully completed. Mr. Precision began to fire without warning and take aim at the cores of the soul. As soon as several vampires died, their brothers immediately became angry and began to attack. Probably these fools do not know that the members of the Shadow Squad are already waiting for them. They took a weapon called a woodpecker and a Cerberus from Demian Mana. Now it is obvious that these weapons are the Achilles heel of vampires. This weapon has the lowest rank in the Demian arsenal, but even this was enough for the elves. Now the destruction of the 5 highest vampires has been officially confirmed. The Dion squad did not give their lives in vain. They will forever remain heroes. Damien wanted to look in the direction of the soldiers and count the losses, but Jupiter closed his eyes and asked him to take his time. There was still a lot of work ahead. He will be upset if he sees the number of dead comrades. You need to give your eyes a rest, and then continue the battle. He should not bear the blame for all this. It is better to let old men like Jupiter do it. Yuma decided to help her grandmother calm the magic, while at the same time she controlled the physical state of Jupiter. The battle with the monsters is just beginning, so after that, Yuma continued to search for opponents. Jupiter saw her old friend the Yanich. This woman died like a true hero. As long as she still had some life left in her, she managed to smile and joke. All of them perfectly understood what they were getting into. Each of the 4 old hunters had their own reasons for hating vampires. That's why they all came here to fight. And each of them is satisfied that they did something worthy before dying. Young people also died in the teams. Unfortunately, the overall success is always the merit of those who gave their lives for it. If they had not sacrificed themselves, they could have been finished a long time ago, so part of the victory over the vampires belongs to them. Jupiter believes that there is no sense in these words, because in any case these young people have already died. All their dreams went to the grave with them. No merits are important now. It seems to her that the death of members of the Dion detachment is nothing. She must also have been thinking about the imminent death of her granddaughter, which is now only a matter of time. Yenny asked her to shut up. They are mercenaries, and all their achievements have been earned for years. All this is very expensive. Isn't the life of mercenaries not only to fly to the light, and pray that it makes sense, and then burn like a butterfly? Jupiter was wrong in her thinking. Later she will understand that everyone's death means something. The age of the old is coming to an end. The young must take over the baton and lead humanity forward and make the future bright. When Yanich said that children are the flowers of life, her heart stopped forever. Jupiter did not agree with her in many ways, but still one phrase left a mark in her soul, the phrase that the age of old soldiers is coming to an end. Now this battlefield belongs to the youth, life to death, gains and losses, victories and defeats, everything now belongs to them. Jupiter has very little left to carry this heavy burden with them, and she understands it. She ordered everyone who is still breathing to turn to Margarita, and then immediately return to the fight. There is still a long battle ahead. It has never ended, and is still going on. 2 vampire generals are competing against elite knights. The old warriors cannot afford to be a burden. They must step up and help the youth. The Dion squad was defeated. They could not withstand this incredibly brutal battle. It must be admitted that they broke under the pressure of reality, broke the formation, forgot about tactics, and as a result, fell. You can't always focus on the bad. You have to admit that they managed to stick their swords in the necks of the monsters and help destroy the vampires. They got a chance and showed their worth, but they couldn't make it all the way. Today, and never again, they will not get a second chance. They will not be able to correct past mistakes. As it seemed before, war does not forgive even small mistakes. David will remember their names until his death, but even if he does, what's the point? Silentian saw his visage pondering and asked him what he was thinking. David is probably counting the number of people he has already lost. It is difficult for people to bear the death of loved ones. The vampire lord thinks it's better to think about the living. because they will soon be dead too. Evangelina and Lucas continue their battle against the best warriors of the vampire army. They prepared for this for a long time, trained day and night, and completely forgot about rest. They have incredible experience in battles. They know that war does not forgive mistakes, and that is why they prepared so diligently. Today they are going to lose their minds and act recklessly. They are cool and focused. The right hand of the king of the undead against the little knight is not very fair. But war does not know the word fair. The best vampire sorcerer is ready to show his potential and ready to make people tremble. It is unlikely that he will be able to do the same with Evangeline. This girl always laughs in the face of death. And still, for all this magic and tricks, she is a real tank in new armor, so she goes forward with her head held high. Considering how long an alpha lives, it's surprising that he couldn't predict her strength. It must be admitted that the armor of the golem gave incredible protection, but reduced the speed of movement during the attack. With the unstoppable characteristic, the evangelical ignored the first movement penalty, but the second penalty still applies. Alpha easily noticed this, even though the night girl was much stronger than he expected. The solution to the problem in this case lay on the surface. He needs to reduce the power of blood magic and increase the speed of the fall. Evangeline's armor is ready to withstand any blow, so she is confident in her own strength. She applied the technique of taking damage, and showed all her benefits that everything was going according to her plan. After that, she activated the damage return technique, a classic battle strategy for this girl. She skillfully uses her strengths and tries to hide her weaknesses, which usually leads to success. The knight and the monster still haven't moved, the two studying each other intently. No one noticed the weak points in their opponent, so they continued to stand and not move, and waited to see who would strike first. Whoever attacks first will be at a disadvantage, and it will be easier to counterattack. Lucas acts like he's nothing less than a beta. Of course she doesn't like it, but he hates it. He has been dreaming of trampling her pretty face for a long time. This knight has a specific taste. The battle was started. The beta could not withstand the pressure and began to attack. She delivered an incredibly powerful blow and caused the earth to disperse like an earthquake. David easily anticipated her attack and was able to dodge easily. He immediately let her know that he was a high-level opponent. She began to dislike his face even more. Probably this is exactly what Lucas was trying to achieve. He has a unique look. It seems as if he is dividing into an ordinary worm, and this makes the beta lose his mind due to anger. The battle resembled a true battle of the gods, each trying to land a finishing blow, but so far the fight was very even. Lucas expected a much stronger opponent. With the help of the iron will strike skill, he already destroyed 100 monsters. He looks at the beta and calmly tells her that a terrible death awaits her, and this only angers the girl even more. He activated his ultimate strike again, and it caused a big explosion, a similar story to the battle between Alpha and Evangeline. Evangelina could not understand why she could not move. She struck a powerful blow but suddenly froze in place. It turned out that the Alpha was even stronger than her. His magic helps in the most difficult moments of the battle. Evangelina cannot move, and he has already prepared his teeth to start dinner. I refuse to believe that Evangelina will die now, or become a vampire. It's even hard to imagine. Lucas continued his battle with the beta. He used a star-silver death sword that was made with devil mistletoe. It was supposed to reduce the vampire's regeneration capacity by 75%, but the beta's regeneration proved too powerful. This sword worked great with other vampires, but not with higher-level vampires. Lucas's longsword is stuck in her hand, and she seems to like it a lot. She said that now he will not be able to dodge her attack and delivered a powerful blow. Vampires use the life force of others as fuel for themselves. But few people know that the life force of others is also a fundamental weakness of vampires. If they can't replenish their blood during combat, their strength will run out sooner or later. So all they will do is constantly try to kill as many people as possible. One must not forget about this pattern of behavior, and remember it during the battle. It seemed that Evangelina was close to death, but this girl turned out to be even better than people say about her. In close combat, the Alpha shoots blood bullets and then deploys a net to capture prey. Usually bullets are enough to destroy most opponents, but if someone survives, you can always activate Plan B. After that, the Alpha easily drains all the blood from his enemy. It was always like this until he met an evangelist with the quality of unstoppable. She is completely oblivious to all conditions that prevent her from moving. The blood chains didn't work on her from the start. She only pretended to be bound. The girl said that she will not allow anyone to touch the young neck of a 16-year-old teenage girl, except for someone she likes. Alpha couldn't understand how she knew about his fighting methods. It had been hundreds of years since they last fought humans. The enemies never knew about this skill, even during the war with the ancient kingdoms. It turned out that the commander of the people this time is much smarter than the ancient kings. The battle will continue, but now the Alpha is not so confident in his own strength, because his main weapon did not work. He is angry and ready to show her everything he is capable of. And will it be enough to destroy the little knight? Even if an alpha feels insulted, he is still a veteran of hundreds or even thousands of battles. He can understand the strength of the opponent by skills, and he perfectly understands the possibilities of Evangeline's defensive abilities. That's right. But he didn't take into account that over the last 100 years, human technology has taken a big step forward. People developed and improved their inventions. They tried to supplement the loss of ancient magic. People usually spend a lot of time making modern armor. Golem armor is the culmination of all modern technology for making Empire's equipment. Evangelina feels great when she seizes the initiative. It can be seen by the smile on her face. At such moments, she does not become a real angel with wings. She easily evades the opponent's attacks, gets closer, and delivers the final blow. When the opponent understands that the situation is critical, it is already too late to react. It is necessary to admit that children nowadays grow very, very fast. It looks like one less demon in this world. This is a small but important step towards victory. Lucas must take the same step forward, although now he is close to taking a step back. Only some incredible aura or magic can save him from the inevitable loss of his head. The drive technology was activated. That's how Lucas stayed alive in a hopeless situation. When they first faced the Vampire King and lost to him, the warriors began to study their abilities and try to become better. Each of them has its own characteristics, but Lucas didn't have them. So if he met Silention again, he would also lose in a few seconds. Again and again he returned to the thoughts of what he should do next. He spent a huge amount of training and constantly thought about how to change in order to save humanity at a critical moment. Lucas tried a huge number of methods and finally found the answer. He might cease to be a man if all these words did not sound strange. Beta considers it all delusional. A mere mortal cannot be on the level of a high vampire. She must have underestimated the potential hidden capabilities of this guy. It turned out that Lucas has a hidden skill of the main character of the highest rank of Lucas McGregor. This technique was not available to unlock for any of the players, but he finally discovered it for himself. That technique is called Reincarnation of the Beast, and it looks really creepy. Beta quickly realized that something was wrong with this knight. Now she is no longer so confident in her own abilities. To protect what is dear to his heart, he gave up something even more valuable. Lucas ordered her to fight at full power. She must be his test to see if he can stand against the Vampire King. Evangelina finished her fight. She won no matter what. The girl looked at Lucas and saw that he was also successful. It turned out that this is not all. The time has come for the second phase of the battle, which not everyone knows about. In the second phase, vampire generals rise from the dead after their core is destroyed. They lose their minds and their physical strength becomes twice as great. In this case, the help of additional players on the battlefield is needed. Not only elves should be prepared, but sorcerers and archers as well, all of which are needed for overall success. Angelina did not know that generals have a second phase, because usually only bosses have this ability. Meanwhile, the Silention continued to smile calmly, even as his warriors fell dead. David did not like it at all, but his task is to drag out time until the entire army of vampires dies, and Silention is left alone. That is why the Lord pretends that he is interested in what the vampire will say, although of course he is not. In their first encounter, the Silention seemed genuine and innocent, but the further the fight went on, the more he took off his mask. It seems that he really enjoys war and death. Probably this is the true nature of these monsters, and it is frightening. The vampire asked David to imagine his terrible nightmare, a monster that crawled out of his mind and now becomes a reality. He stands opposite David and looks him straight in the eyes, wondering what the prince is feeling now. Horrors are not only dreams. Their source does not lie on the surface. If David wants to destroy monsters and save humanity, then he must think about it. That is why Silention once again asked him if he had nightmares and what he was most afraid of. This vampire plays a complicated game, but David must accept the rules of the game in order to gain time. The battle on the walls of the fortress continued. The warriors fiercely fought against the forces of darkness. Sorcerers and elves began to help. Real chaos was happening around. Even Lucas, with his new skills, was only defending himself in the battle against the Beta so far. Soon he was unable to defend himself against her attack and missed a very strong blow to the stomach. Evangeline is not doing the best either. They won the first round, but in the second round they have big problems. On both sides they were surrounded by monsters who are trying to inflict their final defeat. Probably the vampires forgot that knights do not fight alone. They also have a support team. It turns out that those creatures who love ambushes themselves fell into this ambush. The elves made their move in time. If it weren't for them, Evangelina and Lucas would already be dinner for the vampires. This required turning a huge amount of silver ore into a chain, but John did his job. The vampires were sure to notice the huge silver net if it had been made ahead of time. Such an ambush could only be used after they had turned into decayed blood and lost their minds. They were now easy targets for silver arrows, almost impossible to dodge. This only means one problem for them, especially after being attacked by the Yuma sorceress. Damien and Yuma also made their move in this chess game, so they contributed to the overall victory. In general, Alpha and Beta have a third phase. If in the state of fallen blood their health is reduced by half, they merge into one. They become a monster that has the physical powers of a Beta and the blood magic of an Alpha, but David knew that. He ordered to kill them exactly after they were imprisoned in the silver net, so the third phase was avoided. David knows the specifics of the battle and the behavior of these monsters. If it weren't for him, humanity would be doomed. It is known that everyone is tired, but Lucas asks not to stop but to continue fighting. The final battle is waiting for them, the battle that will answer the question of whether humanity is alive. It is hard to believe that David is sitting at the table with the king of vampires, the strongest rival they have ever met. They calmly drink wine and talk. Yesterday it was even hard to imagine. Even if he has a clear plan, his courage is still far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Looking back, it must be said that he was always like this. It does not seem that he felt fear, even in critical moments. Perhaps this is all because he is a cold-blooded commander, or there is some other reason for this. As soon as Selention felt that his generals were dead, he said that it was time to start a real battle. The two main actors must take the stage. They can no longer sit idle. Selention wants to personally bring David to the stage. In general, he needs to be explained that there are more adequate ways to do this. Lucas saw that the Lord was in danger and immediately ran to meet him. At that moment, Dracula dropped the Lord from a great height, as if he gave the knights an opportunity to save their prince. Of course they saved him because he is more than a lord to them, and he also pays them a big salary. The dialogue is over. The Selention thinks that it makes no sense for him to talk to an ordinary person. He was very patient, but now he finally wants to taste blood. He is incredibly hungry. Now we will see what the undead king of Nosferatu Dracula, Lord of Vampires Selention, is capable of. All this time he was watching the battle and trying to figure out who was the biggest threat. It seemed that everyone had potential. But then he finally realized that the biggest threat is David. He not only led the battle, but also kept his mind when he was alone with Selention. Obviously, ordinary people who feel the influence of the boss's aura for too long will then lose their minds, so David was saved by the unrestrained general's technique. David resembles a vampire of the great people he has met in the past. Now he recognizes that David is a threat. That is why he decided to take David's life in the first place, and only then to taste the elves, sorcerers, and knights. There is one little girl who dislikes idle talk too much. At such moments, she always wants to close the mouth of the monster and send him to the other world. He was surprised that she was able to repel his magical attack. Now this girl has become much stronger than before. She is no longer going to give in to him so easily, especially since outwardly they are roughly the same age. This strategy also has disadvantages because now Evangeline has angered the undead king. He is sure that even this will not be enough to stop him. People are too weak. Lucas caught his partner, and if it wasn't for him, she would have hit her head even harder. Let's talk about the king of the undead. He is a monster who has mastered all skills, physical strength, and magic. Shooting him seems like a smart idea, but it's unlikely to help much. Selention is so fast that he can collect arrows, not just dodge them. Until they can neutralize each of his features, he will be unstoppable. They are not ready for this yet, but in this case, David still knows what to do. He has a Chimera summon scroll. He got this item during the battle in the Colosseum. This monster is also a boss. It is unlikely that she will destroy the vampire, but she can buy some time. Selention said that the battlefield belonged only to him and the humans, so he destroyed the monster very quickly. David expected to buy at least some time, but this mission was a failure. He saw the vampire lord approaching him with incredible speed, the quintessence before our eyes. He was going to bite him and send him to the world of the dead. But it turned out that there are beings in this world who are ready to give their lives for the Lord. Nancy, without even thinking, put her hand up and protected the army general. After that, almost immediately she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. This happened in front of the other elves. The situation is very similar to the battle of the Dion squad against the vampires. Then, the death of those closest to him made the rest of the team lose their minds. Dion, just like David now, tried to stop them. Archers should not engage in close combat, but Thomas did not listen to him. We have already said this many times today. War does not forgive even small mistakes. This is a truth that cannot be forgotten. After he killed the elf, he immediately absorbed his blood. He likes this taste very much, but in order to fully satisfy himself, he will have to eat David. At that moment, someone sneakily attacked the vampire king from behind. He did not sense the approaching danger. It was a silver sword strike, hardly enough to kill, but it hurt 100%. The Lord's personal bodyguard, Lucas McGregor, hates when someone insults his boss. He is ready to cut any undead king to pieces for his prince. His form really does not look like a human. It seems as if he too came out of the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom. Even David could not believe that his personal protector uses the technique of turning into a beast. For the undead king, this did not become a serious problem. He immediately began to return to his normal form. Of course, he had to spend one life for this, but he still has a lot of them. It should be remembered that he lost a huge number of lives during the war between vampires and humans, so he now has 153 lives left. During this time, while the enemy rose from the dead, David and his team managed to regroup. On both sides of them lay comrades who died in this brutal battle, about 150 bodies. David cannot lose due to the fact that many people gave their lives for the sake of humanity. He decided to ask why Silencian doesn't bring his vampires back to life. It's possible, but the king of the undead doesn't want it. He is not willing to waste his own lives to bring back the warriors, so the Silencian is willing to fight on his own. He wants to survive and destroy this world on his own, and then think about how to bring everyone else back to life. His decision could be his death, though it would require destroying him 153 times. Before they start fighting again, David wants to remind him that he is a liar. Silencian said many times that he wanted to die, but as a result it became clear that this was a lie. He likes to enjoy thrills and walk on a thin edge. In reality, he fears death more than anyone else. Coma creatures that suck other people's blood in order to prolong their lives cannot wish for their own death. Vampires are narcissistic creatures. They cling to life like no other. That is, they are the very embodiment of the instinct of self-preservation. All these words greatly angered the king of the undead. He believes that David will never feel the pain that eternal life causes. It is incomprehensible to a mortal, but David does not want to understand it because he does not care. He activated his team's enhanced skills and ordered them to fight to the very end. It doesn't matter if it's 150 times or 1,500 times, the Silencian will still die in this area today as a result. The battle has begun. Each side will do everything to win, but only one of them will emerge victorious. This battle did not last long. After 15 minutes, everything around was covered in blood. The entire team that humanity hoped so much for is completely shattered. If David has any other ideas, or a plan B, now is the best time to use it, because he has no allies to defend himself. Silencian wants to finally taste the prince's blood, take all his life force and make David his slave. Vampires will always try to drink the blood of their opponent. For them, it is a condition of life. David already said that you should always keep this pattern of their behavior in your head. The elves apologized for the delay, but in any case they arrived on time. They collected all the silver, taking into account the net and weapons they found on the battlefield. This helped to make a giant silver circle and lift it into the air to attack. They say that even a dog should not be touched while it is eating, but they managed to pierce this creature's body right through. A typical vampire kill, a silver stake to the heart. It must be unpleasant to get a hole in the chest. Silencian believes that this is just a joke that will not stop him for long. It seems as if he is fighting with children. Basically, this childish behavior was part of a tactic to delay time. If you call the younger sorceress in time, it will turn out that humanity is not doomed yet. She is almost ready to activate her full power, despite the fact that her health will only deteriorate from this. Silencian finally felt his own death approaching. His heart began to beat harder. Only now did he realize that Yuma was using his technique, so she was still able to learn it. Ever since the day he used magic against her, she had been constantly training to learn it, and this was the result. Finally, this fool realized that he was cornered. He doesn't like it when someone takes away his hidden blood clan techniques. The magic of the Vampire King is incredible. It will be a real pleasure to kill this animal with his own technique. Everything that happens next is of no importance. Humanity has already won. All that remains is to take the last step.